Chapter 1. The Send-Off. 600 dress uniforms made one gray animal, and Ensign Mia Brandt was lost somewhere in its belly, holding a kit slip gone soft at the corner where her thumb kept worrying it. The slip said she had a muster section. The slip was lying, or she was, because every section marker in the concourse had been folded down for the ceremony, and the deck under her boots was a field of strangers' shoulders, and nobody had told her where ensigns were supposed to stand when the operations directorate decided to make a morning of it. She was the youngest person in arm's reach by 20 years. She could tell because the people around her had the trick of standing still that she did not have yet. That settled weight on both feet patience the long service ones wore like a second uniform, and she kept shifting, kept coming up on her toes to see over the man in front of her, and kept getting a view of the back of his neck. Then the lights dimmed across the concourse, and the animal turned its head, and there she was. The Endurance filled the great display that hung above the dais, 3 stories of her in light, a live feed from a slip clear across the yard because she was too far off and too vast for any window in the concourse to hold. Even at a remove she was gray going to silver, where the yard floods caught her, and she was long the way a thing is long when nobody has had to make it cut through air, all flat planes and honest angles. Her sections mated at the great structural collars, so that she read less as a single object than as a town that had agreed to fly in formation. Tugs the size of houses crawled along her flank and were nothing against her. Down at the 3rd collar, a welding rig threw a slow blue star, on and off, and not even the feed could make the star warm the dark around it. Brandt stopped worrying the kit slip. Brandt had grown up on pictures of ships. Everyone her age had. You could not be born in the back half of the century and not have the Resolute on your bedroom wall, Cole's ship, the one the songs were about. A live feed 3 stories tall beat any bedroom wall, but it was still a feed, light standing in for a thing too big and too far to bring into the room, and some stubborn part of her knew the difference and wanted the real one. First one? The woman beside her had not been there a moment ago, or had been, and Brandt had been too busy gawping. Chief Petty Officer by the cuff, older than Brandt's mother, with a weathered, amused face, and the kind of haircut that said she cut it herself to a standard and never thought about it again. "Ma'am," Brandt said, which was wrong, and she knew it was wrong before it landed. "Chief," the woman said, not unkindly. "You salute the commission and you call me chief. Save the ma'am for someone who's earned the grief of it." She tipped her chin at the display. "First time seeing her?" "First time seeing anything," Brandt said, and then wished she hadn't, because it was true in a way that gave too much away. The chief, Dunmore, the name patch read, and a service ribbon under it that Brandt didn't know, looked at her properly for the first time, and whatever she found seemed to settle something. "Dock rat?" "Cleveland, lakefront. My dad fixed barge engines." "Close enough. You'll do." Dunmore went back to the ship. "Don't let the size frighten you. She's just a lot of small jobs that all happen to be standing next to each other. You learn your jobs, the size stops mattering." A pause, and then, drier, "mostly stops mattering." It was the first thing anyone in uniform had said to Brandt that she could actually use, and she held on to it the way you hold a rail on a rolling deck. "They put us where?" she asked. "For this?" "They didn't," is the answer. "This isn't a real muster. It's a photograph with speeches." Dunmore nodded at the dais built out below the great display, a low stage with the authorities' mark on the front of it, and a lectern that someone had thought about more than the people. "You stand where you can see, you look like you believe it, you don't lock your knees or you'll go down like a sack and ruin the broadcast. That's the whole drill." Believe what? Dunmore's mouth did something that wasn't quite a smile. Ask me after. They came out onto the dais the way important people come into a room they own, without hurry, in an order everyone but Brant seemed to have memorized. The civilians first, in good dark suits that made them look like a different species among all the gray. The Geneva delegation, Dunmore murmured, oversight, the ones who signed the checks and would want their names on the good news. One of them moved like he'd been born on stages, a lean man with silver coming in at the temples who shook 3 hands on the way to his seat and made all 3 people glad about it. Mercer, Dunmore said when Brant asked, Undersecretary, watch that one work a room. It's a craft. He sat and crossed one ankle over a knee and looked out at 600 uniforms like a man counting a harvest. Then the officers and the temperature of the crowd changed. Brant couldn't have said how she knew which of them was the captain. He was not the tallest and not the most decorated, and he came out near the back of the group, but the crowd leaned towards him by a degree, the way grass leans, and he had the thing Dunmore had, the standing still thing, turned all the way up so that he could have been alone on the dais for all the difference the crowd made to him. Older, broad, gray at the jaw, a face built for weather. He found a face in the 3rd row and gave it a small private nod, and the owner of the face stood an inch straighter, and that was all it took, and it told Brant more about command than a year of the academy had. Vance, said Dunmore before she asked, and there was something in how she said it, not awe. Awe was cheap, but a kind of professional relief, the relief of a sailor who has learned who's got the watch and is glad it's him. Beside him, half a step back among the command staff, was a woman who was not doing the standing still thing at all. She was younger, dark-haired, compact, and where everyone else on the dais looked out at the crowd, she looked along it, at the exits, at the seams of the concourse, at the catwalks up under the gantry lights, reading the room the way you read a room you expect to have to get people out of. Twice her eyes went to the high doors at the back of the concourse and came back unsatisfied. She did not shake any hands. When she sat, she put herself where she could see the door. Her, Brant said. Commander Sloane, 2nd officer, but she's the best hand on the ship, and Vance knows it. Dunmore considered. If Vance is the reason the ship's calm, she's the reason it's still here. Don't ask me to explain it. You'll see. And then a sound went through the 600, not quite a murmur, more a settling, every chest dropping half a breath at once, and Brant followed it to the last figure coming out onto the dais and understood without being told. The first thing was his age. He was old in the way almost nobody got to be old anymore. Old past the point where the body argues, so that every movement was a decision he had made and committed to. He came to the lectern without a stick and without help and without hurry, and he set one dark hand flat on the wood of it, and he waited, and the concourse gave him its silence the way you give water to someone who has walked a long way for it. That's him, Brant breathed, and Dunmore did not bother answering, because of course it was. There was only one him. Marcus Cole looked out at the crowd that had come to be looked at. The captain who had come back as an admiral for the treaty years, brokered the peace half the room had grown up inside, and traded the uniform at last for politics. The minister who answered for this ship now, and every ship like her. And for a moment he performed nothing at all, and the plainness of him was its own authority. I have given, he said, a great many of these speeches. A ripple of something warm through the crowd. And I have learned that the trick of them is to keep them shorter than the people expect, so that you all go away thinking better of me than I deserve. He let that sit a beat, a real beat, an old man's timing, nothing rehearsed in it. I will not entirely manage that today. Forgive me. There is a thing I want to say while there are still enough of you in one room to hear it. Brant had clocked, by now, the other faces the ceremony had gathered, the way Dunmore's running commentary had taught her to. Up in the front row, in a chair someone had been thoughtful enough to bring, sat the oldest officer Brant had ever seen who wasn't on the dais. A tiny, straight-backed woman with a flyer's squint, who had, Dunmore said under her breath, crewed the deep runs back in the drift years and was one of the last of them still standing, and who watched Cole with the flat, fond attention of one of the last people alive who'd known him young. And through the long viewport that gave onto the yard, past the gantries and the slow tugs, the smaller, sleeker hull of the Resolute 3 stood lit in a near slip, third of the name, already commissioned, already real, the future arriving before the present had finished its sentence. And nearest the dais, in the cleared space the crowd had left without being told to, stood two of the Nhál. They were the first Brant had seen with her own eyes and not on a feed, and the feeds had not prepared her, because the feeds could show you the long gray faces and the careful clothes, but could not show you the quiet. The two of them stood the way the captain stood, only more so, only all the way. No shifting, no fidget, no glance traded, a stillness so complete it made the human stillness around them look like fidgeting after all. One of them had its eyes closed. Nobody crowded them. The space around them was the most respectful thing in the room. 20 years ago, Cole was saying, I would not have believed I would stand in a room and see them stand in it with us and call it ordinary. He did not gesture at the Nhál. He didn't have to. The whole crowd had already looked. We have learned a great deal in 20 years. We have learned to feed ourselves a long way from home. We have learned to talk to people who do not breathe what we breathe. We have learned to build a ship like the one turning in the light above you, and there has never been a ship like her. The Endurance will go where the maps stop and keep going, and she will not need to come home to be reminded who she is. Cole stopped. The crowd waited for the next bright thing. And we have made mistakes. The warmth went out of the crowd like heat out of a hull. Geneva has made mistakes. Cole's voice did not rise. If anything, it dropped, and the crowd had to lean to keep it. The authority I served, the authority I helped build, the rooms I have sat in for 60 years, we have made mistakes, and good people have paid for them. And some of those people are not here to be thanked today because of what we got wrong. His hand had not moved from the wood of the lectern. I have buried more of you than I will say out loud in front of a broadcast. I am old enough now to be permitted the rudeness of saying it plainly. We owe the dead better than we have given them, and the only currency the dead will take is that we do better for the ones still breathing. Brant did not understand then the thing she was looking at. She only knew the shape of it, that there was a weight under the old man's words heavier than the words, some private grief he was carrying up onto the public stage and setting down where everyone could see it without ever telling them what it was. The whole crowd had it. She could tell by the silence, which had changed texture, gone from the silence you give a hero to the silence you give a man at a graveside. Beside her, Dunmore had stopped being amused. So, Cole lifted his hand from the lectern at last, and the gesture took the room back up out of the grave with it. I do not send this ship out to plant a flag. We are past flags. I send her out to be a better argument for us than we have always been, for Earth and for every alliance we have bought with our lives and mean to keep. Go carefully, go further than I did, and when you are out there in the dark, with the maps behind you and a choice in front of you that the authority did not foresee, the old eyes moved across the 600 and somehow took each of them in, even Brant, even the ensign 3 rows from a wall. Make the choice the dead would be proud of. That is the whole of my command, and the last of it. The rest is yours." The applause did not start politely. It came up out of the deck like a thing released, and Brant was halfway into it, both hands up, her own eyes stinging in a way she'd have been ashamed of if half the room hadn't been doing the same. And Dunmore's hand closed on her sleeve. "That's us," the chief said. "Move while they're loud. You don't want to board in the crush." The crush was already forming. Cole's speech had been a door, and now the whole crowd wanted to go through it at once, towards the long gangways that ran from the concourse out to the transports, the squat yard tenders that would carry them across the slips to where the Endurance actually lay. Dunmore took her sideways and down a service stair Brant wouldn't have found in a week, and the noise fell away behind them. And then it was the two of them and a few dozen others filing into the belly of a tender, a working box of a craft, all stanchions and webbing and the smell of cold metal, nothing in it built to be looked at. Brant found a strap and held it. The hatch sealed, the tender unclamped, and the yard began, slowly, to slide past the little ports. "You asked me what they want you to believe." Dunmore had taken the strap beside her, without seeming to choose it. Brant waited. "They want you to believe the speech." Dunmore tipped her head back towards the concourse falling away behind them, the old man and the applause still rolling somewhere in it. "Half of it's true, and half of it's a flag with the word flag painted out, and after a few years you'll be able to tell which half is which. But the old man up there—" She stopped and chose the words. "He meant the part about the dead. You could tell because it cost him to say it. The parts that cost them you can believe. Remember that, and you'll be all right out here." The tender swung wide around the spine of a gantry, and the slips wheeled past the ports, the lit hull of the Resolute 3 falling behind, a welding rig stuttering blue, the slow, enormous furniture of a yard built to make things too big to make anywhere with weather. Brant half listened and half watched. And then the tender cleared the last gantry and came around, and there was the Endurance, and Brant forgot the strap in her hand. The feed had lied the way all feeds lie. It had given her the shape and kept the scale for itself. The real thing did not fit the eye. It filled the port and then went on filling it, gray going to silver, collar after collar marching away into the dark until the far end of her was a guess. The tender that had felt cramped a moment ago was a moth crossing the flank of something that had no business being a made thing at all. The back of Brant's throat went tight in a way the feed had never managed, because a picture can be large, and only the real thing can be vast, and she had grown up on pictures. The tender came in along the hull, found a hatch that was itself the size of a house, and clamped on with a sound that went through the deck and up through every strap hand in the belly of her. Dunmore let go her strap. "That's you aboard, Ensign." The weathered face had gone for a moment almost gentle. "Go and find your jobs." And she was gone into the press at the lock before Brant could thank her. The lock cycled, and Brant stepped across the seam from the cold of the tender into the Endurance, and the ship closed around her, close and warm and busy with the small constant work of a thing already alive. The deck carried a hum up through her boots, low and even, a sound with no edges to it. The smell came to meet her, recycled air, machine oil, and under it, faint and absurd and wonderful, the smell of someone cooking. A rating with a loaded trolley said, "Mind your back, Ensign," without breaking stride. The crates stenciled, "Galley," "Dry Stores," and Brant understood with a small foolish gladness that somewhere ahead of her people were already arguing about what the ship's company would eat that night. Brant went where the traffic went, because the traffic knew. The corridor was narrower than the feed had taught her to expect, and taller, numbered hatches, cable runs clipped and labeled, a fire station with its seals intact, a notice board where a hand-lettered card said, "Welcome aboard, now lash your kit," in writing that had clearly made the same point many times before. Two engineers stood with their heads in an open panel, disagreeing in the easy way of people who liked the argument, and one of them was laughing. The smell of oil ran under everything, and under the oil, still, impossibly, bread. "You're lost, Ensign, or just sightseeing?" The petty officer wasn't unkind about it. Brant held out the soft ruin of her kit slip, and the woman read it upside down out of long habit, and tipped her head down corridor. "Berthing's 3 frames aft, port side, follow the green. You've time to stow before they call stations. Go on." So Brant went on, into the ship, the green deckline running ahead of her, and the hum coming up through her boots, the bread smell thinning, and the oil smell thickening as she went deeper, and somewhere far forward the Endurance made the 1,000 small readinesses of a vessel about to slip her moorings and go out past where the maps gave up. Brant knew none of those readinesses yet. She had a berth 3 frames aft, and a green line to follow, and all the dark ahead to learn them in. And walking into the warm, loud heart of the ship, she could not have named a single thing she wanted more. Chapter 2. Shakedown. And I'm telling you the deck is mine for the live run, which means the count is mine, which means you can have it back the moment we're folded and stable and not one breath before. The aide had a tablet and a lanyard, and the particular confidence of a man who had never been wrong in a meeting. He stood half a pace inside the bridge hatch, where he was not supposed to be, in the good dark suit of Mercer's Geneva delegation, and he held the tablet up between himself and Sloane like a warrant. "Commander, the protocol annex is unambiguous. Civilian oversight observes all first-of-class events from the command tier. I'm to be at the captain's shoulder for the traversal. That is the agreed. You're to be aboard for the traversal. There's a difference, and the difference is that hatch." Sloane did not raise her voice. Sleep debt had taken the give out of it instead, so that the words came out flat and exact, each one set down like a tool on a tray. "We are 11 minutes from a live boundary on a hull that has never crossed one. I do not have 11 minutes for an annex." Petrakis's mouth opened on the annex again. "Petrakis." Vance's voice came across the bridge the way warm water comes into a cold room, not loud, just everywhere, and the whole watch eased a degree without meaning to. The captain had come up from the well without anyone clocking him do it, which was a trick of his, and he stood now with both hands in his jacket pockets, unhurried, looking at the aide with the mild interest of a man examining weather. "Son, do you know why they give the second officer the rail for the first fold and not me?" Petrakis did not. "Because if I have it and I get it wrong, the story is the captain killed his ship on her maiden run, and nobody learns anything from a story like that." Vance took one hand out of his pocket and tipped it easily toward the hatch. "And because she's better at it than I am, which is the part you can put in your annex. Go and stand at the rail and watch the best hand on this ship do the thing the ship was built to do. That's a privilege where I come from. Don't spend it arguing." Petrakis went to the rail. He did it stiffly, and he did it, and that was all Sloane had wanted from the exchange, delivered in a quarter of the words and none of the friction. She marked it the way you mark a knot somebody else tied better than you, with respect and a small, clean dislike of needing it. It was not the first border skirmish of the morning, and it would not be the last. The annex was Geneva's. The boundary repeater, bolted to the rear bench, was the science team's. The perimeter sweep belonged to Aldrich, and the drive belonged to the well, and every one of those territories had a treaty with every other one, and the treaties did not quite meet at the edges, and the gaps were where a fold went bad. Sloane had spent the Shakedown learning the gaps the way you learn a coastline. Hale's people would talk over a navigation call if you let them, because to a scientist, a fold was a result, and to a navigator, it was a cliff. Geneva would invoke the annex for anything it could not otherwise reach, and the two Nhál answered to a grammar nobody on the deck had been issued. 6 tribes, 1 ship, and a door at the bottom of her that none of them had opened. Commander. Vance settled in beside her, not in the chair. He left the chair empty, which she understood was deliberate and did not thank him for, and pitched his voice for the two of them. Walk me through your worry. Which one? The top one. You've got it stacked. I can see the stack from here. Sloane had it stacked. That was a fair word for it. Sloane ran her eye down the watch the way she'd been running it for a week, and the trouble with the watch was that it was a good watch made of pieces that had never been a watch together. Marsh had the signals board, calm and tidy, and she trusted Marsh's hands, and didn't know his nerve because nobody had handed Marsh a real one yet. Aldridge had tactical, and Aldridge she'd taken to a knife fight sight unseen, which was a different thing from a traversal where the only enemy was your own checklist. Down in the well, the drive officers were ISCFC to the bone, and good, and they had spent the whole shakedown looking sideways at the civilian science bench Hale had colonized at the rear of the deck, where 2 of Hale's people leaned over a fold boundary repeater that the science team wanted and the navigation team thought of as a guest who would not leave. And against the forward bulkhead, in the cleared space the crew had left them without being told to, stood the 2 Nhál. My worry, Sloane said, is that I've got 6 crews on this deck, and I've drilled with one of them, yours, the ship's. The rest I've read about. Her thumb moved on the rail's edge, found the seam in the metal, worked it. Geneva watches me from one rail, and the science team watches the fold from the other, and the Nhál watch all of us, and not one of those 3 groups answers to my count, and the fold doesn't care that we've never done this in the same room. I can run a clean drill, Captain. I can't run a clean stranger. Give me the worst case. You've got that ranked too. Worst case, the repeater's wrong, and Hale calls a tolerance the drive doesn't trust, and the well waits half a beat to see who I'll back, and half a beat is the whole margin. Sloane said it without heat, the way she said all the bad numbers, laying them out flat so they couldn't surprise anyone later. I haven't built the thing where they know who I'll back. There hasn't been time to build it. You build that over 100 drills, and we've had 5, and 4 of them weren't live, and the 5th is the one we're about to fly. No. Vance considered the deck the way she had, slower. You can't, so stop. Sir, stop trying to run a clean one. He said it kindly, which was worse than if he'd said it hard. You've been bracing this whole ship for a week, like you're expecting her to fail you, and a deck takes its weather from the rail. They can all feel you waiting for the wheel to come off. So they're waiting too. That's the thing you've built, Maya, and it's the one thing on this deck you can fix in the next 9 minutes. Sloane's jaw set. Bracing is the job. Some of it, not all of it. Vance looked at her, and there was the loss in him she'd learned not to ask about, the old freight he carried so level you'd miss it if you didn't know to look. I've had a deck come off the wheel. Once. Long time gone. You want to know the thing nobody tells you? Tell me. The bracing didn't save anybody. The people did. The ones who were loose enough to move when the move came. He let that stand a moment, plain. No weight put on it that it didn't earn. You can't pre-grieve your way to a safe fold. You can only crew it. So crew it. Trust the strangers for 9 minutes and find out who they are. That's the drill that matters. Not the checklist, the strangers. Sloane wanted to argue it. The wanting was right there. The whole counter case lined up that trust was a thing you earned across months, and not a thing you spent like cash because the clock was running. that the last time she'd loosened her grip on account, people had come home in boxes. The argument was good. She had rehearsed versions of it alone in her quarters at the dead hours of the Shakedown, the way she rehearsed most things before she let them out, and the rehearsal had not made any of it less true. What she said was, "We're nearly on it, Captain." "I know." A corner of Vance's mouth went. "I can read a clock. I was reading clocks before your parents met." He stepped back, and the bridge came back with him, the whole watch's attention sliding off the two of them and on to the boards where it belonged. "Last thing, then she's yours, and I'll keep my mouth shut and admire the work." He waited until she looked at him. "When you give them the deck, give it to them. Don't hand it out and snatch it back. They'll trust the Count if you trust the Count. Can you do that?" It was the exact slip he'd named. Over-delegate, then claw it back. She'd done it to him in the drills all week, given a junior officer a task, and then talked over the answer. And he'd let her do it, and watched her do it. And now, with a live boundary minutes off, he had set it down in front of her where she had to step over it. "I can do that," she said. "Good." Vance settled into the captain's chair at last, unhurried, an old man getting comfortable for a show he'd bought a good ticket to. "Bridge, the commander has the deck and the Count. Log it. Commander Sloane, the Endurance is yours for the fold. Make us proud or make us wiser. I'll take either." "Acknowledged, Captain." Sloane straightened off the rail. The bracing was still in her. Vance hadn't taken it out. Nobody could take it out in 8 minutes. The wound didn't work that way. But she set it where she could carry it without leaning on it, and she lifted her chin and put her hands behind her back where they couldn't grip anything, and she became the thing she was best at in the world before she'd finished deciding to. "All stations, this is Sloane. I have the deck and the Count." The flatness was gone out of the voice now. What came under it was the other thing, the cold, clean competence the crew would learn to fear and to thank in equal measure. "We do this once, and we do it clean. Talk to me early, talk to me wrong. I don't care which, just talk. Drive, give me your boundary." The deck answered her, and the answer surprised her. It answered her the way a good band answers a count-in, ragged in the first half beat, and then suddenly all one thing. The drive officer's report coming up tight and unhurried from the well. Aldridge calling the perimeter clean in 3 flat words. Marsh's signals board steady and quiet. The science bench falling silent over its repeater because even Hale's people had the sense to know when the deck had stopped being theirs. Sloane took it in piece by piece and gave each piece back its acknowledgement and did not once talk over an answer. And it cost her something every single time, and the cost got smaller as it went. The worst case came, in its small way, and went. Hale's bench called a tolerance, a number off the repeater, a hair tighter than the well's own read, and Sloane heard the half-beat open in the drive officer's silence, the question that was really, "Whose number do I fly?" She did not let it stretch. "Drive, you fly your boundary. Repeater's a second opinion, not the Count. Hale, log the difference and keep talking. I want to know if it widens. I don't want to chase it." 2 answers came back clean and overlapping. The wells relieved, and the benches a touch chastised, and the half-beat closed, and Sloane breathed once and put it behind her. There. The trust she hadn't built. She had built a corner of it in 4 seconds because the captain had told her to stop building a wall and start building a crew. And she still didn't forgive him the lesson, and the lesson had worked. "Boundary forming, holding inside tolerance," the drive officer said. Commander, she's smoother than the rig. The model said she'd buck on the approach. She's not bucking." "Don't tell her that, she'll start." A ripple of something went round the deck, not quite a laugh, the first crack of warmth Sloane had managed all week, and she hadn't planned it, and it had worked, and she set that down too to think about later. "Hold your tolerance. Hale, your repeater, talk to me. What's it doing?" Sloane kept her eyes moving while Hale answered, down the well to the drive bench where the officers worked in the absorbed quiet of people doing a thing exactly right. Across to Aldridge standing easy at tactical, with nothing to shoot and the good sense not to invent something. Back to Petrakis at the rail with his tablet forgotten in his hand and his face open at last, a politician's aide watching a thing no annex had prepared him to want. Even he had stopped being a problem. The fold did that, she would learn. It made strangers of nobody, briefly, because there was only the one door and they were all going through it together, whether the treaties met at the edges or not. "Settling," Hale's voice came from the back, fast and bright, and trying not to be too pleased on a military deck. "Boundaries cleaner than anything we got off the test rig. If you want the honest scientific assessment, Commander, your ship is showing off." "Noted. Tell it to be quick about it." Sloane's eyes went down the plot to the long sweep of the count. 3 minutes now. 2.5. The cathedral in the ship's gut coming up to its pitch, so that the deck began, very faintly, to carry it. A pressure more than a sound, a thing the soles of the boots understood before the ears did, the whole vast hull leaning toward a place that was not anywhere on the charts. The gray of the bridge went very slightly thin at the edges, the way the air does before weather. Nobody mentioned it. They had all read about it. None of them had stood in it. Sloane had her hands behind her back and made them stay there. It was in that last quiet stretch, with the count running down and the hull beginning to sing through the deck, that the two Nhál spoke. They had said nothing the whole drill. They stood at the forward bulkhead exactly as they had stood at the commissioning, that complete and effortless stillness that made the human stillness around them look like fidget, and Sloane had half forgotten them the way you forget a load-bearing wall. Then the younger one, sane, the curious one, the one who watched the humans the way the humans watched the fold, turned his long gray head a degree toward the elder and said something low. The words came out under the count, two beat and soft, the consonants worn smooth, a thing said the way you say a thing to the one person in the room who will understand it without explanation. Sloane caught the sound of it and not the meaning. Thraysal, the translator at her collar, stayed silent. It had not been asked to carry this across, or it could not, and either way the silence was the point. Nhál did not turn. The elder Nhál watched the humans hurry their enormous ship toward the edge of the known, and answered sane with one quiet word, Naru. It was not agreement and was not refusal. Whatever passed between the two of them passed entire and left no edge for a human to take hold of. Sane inclined his head. Both of them went still again. Sloane had no idea what they'd said. She knew only that two Nhál, whose whole culture was standing quiet, had looked at a brand-new human ship hurrying itself toward the dark on a clock, and had needed, between them, exactly 2 phrases for it, and that one of them had been careful enough not to say it aloud in a tongue the humans could keep. Sloane said it where she kept things she couldn't use yet, and put her eyes back on the count. 1 minute. Last calls. The deck came back to her in its pieces, clean, clean, clean. Every board green, every stranger answering, the whole improbable patchwork of a crew breathing on the same beat for the first time because she had let them. Vance had been right, and she would tell him so afterward and not before, because before, the only thing that mattered was the count. Drive, on my mark, you commit and you do not stop committing for anybody, including me. Anybody calls an abort after the mark, the answer is no. Confirm. Drive confirms. No abort after the mark. It was the only order she gave the whole fold that came out of the wound rather than over the top of it, and she meant every grain of it. No abort after the mark. She had stood on a deck once where a man with authority had changed his mind at the wrong moment, by the book, every step of it correct, and the changing had been the thing that killed people. She would not change her mind. She had given the deck away, and she would not take it back, not for Geneva, not for the science bench, not for her own bracing. And Vance, in the chair behind her, said nothing at all, because he had heard where the order came from, and had the grace to leave it where she'd put it. The hull's song had come up into the hands now, into the rail Sloane was not holding, and the deck under all their boots, a deep, even pressure that was the Endurance gathering all of herself toward a door she had been built her entire life to open, and had never once opened. The thin place at the edges of the air drew in. Somewhere far aft a crewman was holding a galley rack, so the dinner stayed on it. Somewhere a child of the deep run sat in a chair on Earth watching a broadcast. Somewhere two Nhál stood at a bulkhead and waited for these human children to learn the thing the Nhál had learned, the hard and ancient way. None of it touched the count. 30 seconds, Sloane said. Crew, medium pause. And she heard, distantly, what Vance had heard all week, the brace under the word, and she did not take it out, because it was hers, and it had kept people alive before it had killed them. She only set it down, and gave them the clean voice over the top of it. Good deck, best I've stood, take us through. The count ran out. Mark, Sloane said, and the Endurance, with her strangers and her two patient gray witnesses, committed to the fold, and the bridge drew thin, and the dark beyond the charts opened to take her in. Chapter 3. The Fold Goes Wrong. The lights had gone the color they went in the fold, a deep, wrong blue with no source Vance had ever been able to point to, and he sat in the middle of it with his hands loose on the arms of the chair, and let the ship do the thing it had been built to do. Around him the bridge worked low and even. Sloane stood at the rail with the deck, calling the marks in the flat voice she used when she'd stopped expecting trouble and hadn't yet decided to relax. Boundary nominal, drift holding, all sections green. And the boards answered her, one station at a time, the way a good crew answered. No music in it, just men and women saying the true thing in turn. Vance liked the sound of it, the way he liked the smell of the galley 3 decks down. It was the sound of a thing in its proper order. He had spent 40 years learning that the order was the rare thing and the chaos was the cheap one. And he had decided, somewhere out past 60, that he would enjoy the order while it lasted, because a man only got so many more folds in him, and he meant to feel each of them. First caller holding, said Holt off to his left, and there was relief under it the first officer would have died before admitting. Second, third, we're through the worst of it, Captain. We're through the front of it, Vance said. The worst is never the front. But he said it warm, the old joke between them, and Holt's mouth moved. Through the forward glass the fold did its slow, impossible thing, the dark bending into folds of itself the way water bends light, and you could look at it for 10 years and never have a word for it that didn't shame you. Vance had stopped trying. He let it be beautiful, and he watched his boards, which were green, and he thought, privately, the way a man is allowed to think in the blue, that this was a good last command, that he had made his peace with the one he'd lost, and this one would close the ledger clean, and that he would not mind, when it was done, putting the chair down for good. Then a sequence ran on his own board that he had not authorized. It was on the board before he understood it, a line of his command tree opening itself, indicator after indicator going amber down the column, fast, in an order, the way a thing goes when a hand is on it. His hand wasn't on it. He looked at his own palm flat on the arm of the chair, and then at the column lighting itself up, green to amber to something he had no color for, and the part of him that had flown for 40 years went very cold and very clear. "Belay that," he said, to no one, to the board. He killed the sequence with 2 fingers. It came back. He killed it again, and it came back faster, a second column waking beside the first. "Captain." Sloane, off the rail, turned.
"Something's running on my board I didn't put there." Calm. He kept it calm, because calm was the only thing he had that the rest of them didn't, and he had learned long ago to spend it like the rare coin it was. "Sloane, take the boundary. Hold it manually. Now." Sloane was already moving. "I have the boundary." The deck jumped. It was not a roll and not a shudder. It was a single hard blow, as if the whole ship had been struck once by something the size of itself, and the blue light flickered, and the floor came up an inch under Vance's boots and dropped away, and somewhere aft a sound went through the hull that no ship was meant to make. A long structural groan, deep, the note of metal being asked a question it could not answer. An alarm opened, then 3 more, climbing over each other. "Report," Vance said. "Detonation," Aldred said from tactical, and there was nothing soft in her now. "Aft, inboard. That came from inside the hull, Captain. That wasn't out there." "Where?" "Working it." Her hands flew. "Supply spine, the 3rd collar region. Captain, I've got a... That's a charge signature. That's a deliberate... "Boundary," Vance said over her, because the bridge was filling with voices, and the voices didn't matter. The boundary mattered. The boundary was the only thing between the ship and a death he didn't have a name for. "Sloane, talk to me." "Boundary's running." Her voice had gone to its working flatness, the cold thing, the thing the crew was afraid of, and Vance was glad of it.
"It's not holding. Something's pulling on it from inside. I'm chasing the drift, and the drift's chasing me." "It won't settle, Captain. The marks won't settle." "Then we don't hold it. We dump it. Stand by to dump the drive." The light went wrong. It went past blue into a color that arrived as a pressure behind the eyes more than anything the eyes could hold, and the fold beyond the glass stopped being beautiful in a single instant and became the other thing it had always secretly been, a mouth, a throat, the dark folding the wrong way now, inward, crowding the glass. The deck heaved. A console 2 stations down let go a fan of sparks, and a rating went off her feet and into the rail and stayed down. The groan in the hull rose to a shriek. "Captain, the 3rd collar—" Holt, gripping his board with both hands. "The 3rd collar's lost integrity. It's—" "Get me damage control on the supply spine. Get me a count of who's in those modules. There's no time to count." And then the count answered itself in the worst way a count ever answers, because the shriek aft climbed one more terrible step and then stopped. Not eased, stopped, and the silence where it had been was the most frightening sound on the ship, and the deck under Vance's boots lurched as the Endurance lost a third of her own mass all at once. The supply modules sheared at their collars. It came up through the chair, through the deck, through his own teeth. A vast, clean tearing, the sound a thing makes when its joints give, multiplied 1,000-fold and then cut short. And on his board the aft third of the ship went from amber to black, section by section, fast, the way a hand goes when it's on it. Only this hand was physics, and there was no killing the sequence. 3 cargo modules, the deep stores, the hydroponics overflow bay, the number 4 crew berthing, port aft, where the off-watch slept. Black, black, black. People in them. Number 4 berthing. Vance had read the watch bill that morning, the way he read it every morning. Names down a column, a captain's small daily prayer, and the column came back to him now whole and useless. Dunmore was in number 4. Chief Petty Officer Dunmore, 31 years in the service, who had stood her last shore leave at his elbow and told him she'd see this one through and then take her pension and learn to keep bees, and who had a green ensign under her wing she'd taken a shine to and never said so. Off watch. Asleep. Gone between one mark on the board and the next, with no alarm she'd have had time to hear, and no word from a captain who could not have reached her if he'd had a year. There would be a count later, and her name would be on it, and the count would say nothing of the bees. Vance held all of it for the one breath he could not spare, and then he let the board be a board again, because the living were forward, and the living were his. Vance knew the number without the count. He had walked those decks that morning. He had stopped at the number 4 mess, and a young rating had given him a cup of coffee he hadn't asked for, and called him Sir with the particular shy pride of someone who'd never spoken to a captain. And Vance had drunk the coffee standing up and told her it was the best on the ship, and meant it, and she was black on his board now with the rest of them, gone into the fold, gone into the throat, and there was no time at all to feel it. He did not put it anywhere. There was nowhere in him built to put it. He set it down beside the thing he'd lost decades ago, the old weight he'd told himself for 30 years he had made his peace with, and the two weights together were so much heavier than one that for half a breath the bridge grayed at its edges. And then he had it back, and he turned what was left of his attention to the ship, because the ship was the only mercy he had left to give the dead. "Dump the drive," Vance said. "Now." "If we dump now with the boundary like this—" Sloane, fighting the rail, her knuckles white on it. "I know what it does. Dump it." Sloane dumped it. The Endurance screamed. There was no other word, and Vance didn't reach for one. The whole hull rang like a struck bell, and kept ringing, every plate of her, and the wrong light flared white, and the bridge went to a hard glare with no shadows in it, and the deck pitched so far over that Vance came half out of the chair and caught the arm of it and hauled himself back. A man went past him through the air. Vance got a hand out and missed, and into the forward bulkhead and slid down it. The forward glass filled with the inward falling dark, and then with nothing, with a black so total it had a texture, and the ship bucked and twisted, fighting the collapse the way a fish fights a line, and Vance fought her with it, calling it, holding the center. "Trimmer," he said, "bring her nose up, fight the yaw, fight it." "I can't see the boundary, the boundary's gone." "Then fly her by hand. Aldridge, kill those alarms, I can't hear the ship over them." The alarms cut. Under them, instantly, the ship's own voice, the groan, the ring, the deep wrong vibration coming up through 40 years of his own bones. He read her through his boots the way he'd read every ship he'd ever flown. "She's coming round. Hold it! Hold it! Sloane, give me everything you've got on the bow. Giving it! More!" The ship slewed. The dark outside heaved one way and then the other, and Vance flew her through the heave, hands light, the way you fly a thing that's hurt, never grabbing, never yanking, asking her, and the great wounded length of the Endurance answered him the way she had every drill, a beat slow now, missing a third of herself, bleeding atmosphere from 100 wounds, but answering, coming up, coming round, her nose lifting out of the throat of the collapsing fold like a swimmer breaking up toward a surface she couldn't see. "She's answering," Holt said, raw. "Captain, she's—" "Not yet." Vance didn't look away from the dark. "Not yet. Sloane, the instant we have a boundary, any boundary, I don't care how ugly, you take us through it. Don't ask. Take it." "Understood." The fold convulsed. It was the last thing it did, and it did it all at once. the whole structure of the thing failing inward like a lung collapsing, and the dark beyond the glass came apart into a chaos of light and not light that Vance had no frame for and didn't try to build one, because in the middle of it, for one instant, the boundary flickered, ragged, wrong, a torn edge of a thing that should have been clean, and Sloane took it. Taking it! The blow that came then was different from all the others. The others had been the ship being struck. This one was the ship striking. Every loose thing on the bridge became a weapon. A man's body, Vance never knew whose, came across the deck, and Vance turned his shoulder into the chair and took the worst of his own momentum on the harness he'd had the discipline to lock. And the bridge tumbled, and through the tumble he kept his eyes on the dark and his voice flat and steady, and his own, which was the last gift he had to give them. "Through," he said. "We're through. Damage report. All decks, all—" The console at his right hand let go. Vance didn't see what did it. Power surge running up the spine of the wounded ship, a failure cascading through systems that had no business carrying that load, the bill of a drive dumped dirty into a torn boundary. All of it, none of it. No one on that bridge could have said. What Vance had was the white flare a foot from his face, and the blow was not like the others either, because the others had been the ship, and this one was for him. It took him across the chest and the side of the head, and put him hard back into the chair, and the chair held him because he'd locked the harness. And the locked harness was the last competent thing he did, because his hands had stopped being his. The bridge went very far away, and then came back wrong. Vance was looking at the overhead. He didn't remember the chair going back. There was a sound he eventually understood was his own breathing, gone shallow and quick and full of something that shouldn't be in it. The wrong blue light was gone. Ordinary light now, ship's light, white and flickering and shot through with smoke, and faces in it, and the faces were moving, and their mouths were moving, and the sound took a long moment to arrive. "Captain! Captain! Stay with me! Captain!" Sloane, her face above his, the cold gone out of it entirely. And Vance was sorry for that, distantly, because she needed the cold now, and he had made her lose it. He tried to tell her to put it back on, and the telling came out as nothing, as a breath with red in it. And he watched something he'd never once seen move behind Sloane's eyes. "Soto to the bridge, now! The captain's down! The captain is—" "Don't," Vance thought, and did not have the air to say. "Don't waste it on me. Count the dead. Fly the ship. There's a third of her gone, and you have to—" Vance got a hand up. It cost him everything he had left, and it was worth it, because it found Sloane's sleeve and closed on it, and she went still, and for one moment the bridge went still around her, the way the concourse had gone still for an old man at a lectern that morning 100 years ago. Vance had no speech in him. He'd never trusted captains who had speeches ready. A speech meant you'd been rehearsing your own death instead of flying. He had one thing, the thing he'd meant to hand her slowly over the length of a 5-year cruise, the one piece of it that mattered, and he spent the last of the air he owned on the front half of it. "Fly her," Vance said. "Don't be—" The rest of it didn't come. His hand stayed closed on her sleeve a moment more out of nothing but the habit of 40 years of holding on, and then the habit, too, let go. Sloane knelt on the broken deck with a dead man's hand in hers, and did not, for the space of one breath, do anything at all. Then she put the cold back on. She did it the way you'd close a wound with your bare hands, because there was nothing else to close it with, and it hurt going on, and she let it hurt, and used the hurt, and stood up out of it into a bridge full of smoke and alarms reasserting themselves, and a crew watching her find out what she was. "Soto, belay!" Her voice came out flat, flatter than it had ever been. "Captain's gone. Don't waste a medic on a dead man. Get to the wounded. Holt, Holt, report." Holt didn't answer. Sloane turned and found him slumped at his station with the side of his head against the board and blood sheeting down into the dark glass of it, and his chest moving, just shallow and fast, the same shallow and fast she'd just watched run out of Vance. "Soto, allay that. First officer's down. He's alive. He's your priority. Move." Sloane caught the rail with both hands and put her weight on it and made herself look at the boards, because the boards were the ship, and the ship was the 180-odd still breathing, and they were all, every one of them, hers now. Aldridge, damage. Everywhere. Aldridge's face was gray under a split eyebrow, blood in one eye, and she didn't wipe it. "We're venting on 6 decks. Drives dumped and dirty. We won't fold again without a yard, and there's no yard. Supply spine's gone, Commander, the whole aft third of her. Modules, stores, number 4 berthing. A beat. All of it. Just gone. Casualties. I can't even start to—" Aldridge stopped, made herself harder. 50, 60 with the modules, maybe more. I'll have a count. It won't be soon, and it won't be good. Sloane took that the way she'd taken the cold, all at once, no flinching, and set it where it had to go. "Where are we?" The bridge went quiet under the alarms. It was Brant who answered, the ensign, barely a week aboard, at a junior board she'd been put on because someone had to be, and she was junior enough to spare. Her voice was very young and very steady, and that steadiness cost her visibly, every word of it. "Commander, I have a star field. Navigation's trying to fix on it. It can't." She swallowed. "It can't fix on anything. There's nothing in the catalog. There's no— Commander, there are no marks. None of these stars are ours." Sloane crossed to the forward glass and put her hand against it. Beyond it lay a dark she didn't know. No yard, no home star, no junction beacon, no thread of the network they'd torn themselves out of. Stars, yes, but thin and strange, and some of them dimmer than stars had any right to be, guttering where they hung, as if the dark out there were slowly winning some argument with the light. She had grown up under known skies. She had navigated by them her whole life. She looked at this one and could not find a single thing in it that would tell her where she stood or which way was home, and the cold she'd put on to bury the captain held, barely, against the thing that came up under it now, which was the oldest fear there was, older than war, older than the dark, the fear of not knowing where you are. Behind her, the Endurance bled into the unfamiliar night, gutted, adrift, a third of herself torn away and a captain dead in the chair, and the better part of 200 souls turned, one by one, to the woman at the glass who had not, an hour ago, wanted any of this, and waited to be told what they were going to do. Sloane took her hand off the cold glass. "All stations," she said. "Damage control, deck by deck, worst first. Soto, I want the wounded count and the dead count separate, and I want them as fast as you can lie to me less than you're tempted to. Aldridge, find me what blew, and find me whether it was the only one." She turned from the glass, and the bridge was all watching her, and she let them. "Brant, keep working the star field. I don't care that you can't fix it. You keep working it until you can, because somewhere in that mess is where we are, and the first thing this ship needs is to know where it's standing. Aye, Commander." Nobody called her captain. The chair behind her still had a captain in it. Sloane did not sit in it. Chapter 4. The Count of the Dead. There was blood on the navigation console, a long smear of it where someone had braced and slid, and Sloane wiped it clear with the side of her hand because the board under it was the only one still telling the truth. The wipe was automatic. She stood with the wet warmth of it on her palm and no good place to put it, so she put it on her own trouser leg, 2 flat strokes, and went back to the board. The smear had been over the section status column. With it gone, she had the column, and the column was a thing she could use. Forward third, amber, holding. Midships, amber, going to red along the spine. Aft, black, all of it. The clean black of a section that was no longer aboard the ship. She made herself look at the black the way she'd made herself look at the dead man 2 meters behind her, once, fully, and then passed it to the work, because the work was the only mercy left, and there was a great deal of it. The bridge had become a kind of weather. Smoke layered the overhead, and the extractors fought it in fits, clearing a band of clean air at chest height and losing it again. 2 stations down, a rating was on the deck, with Brant kneeling over her, pressing a wadded jacket to the thigh, saying something low and steady. The pressure right, the voice right, the ensign already someone she hadn't been at the commissioning. Sloane left her to it. She had triaged the bridge in the first moments without deciding to, the dead from the dying from the merely broken, the broken from the ones still on their feet. And she had done it the way she did everything when the floor went out from under a crew, coldly, exactly, from a long way back inside herself, as if calling the marks on someone else's catastrophe. Aldridge, Sloane didn't turn from the board. Talk. Containment's holding on the midships breaches, 3 of them. We've got the doors down and the bulkheads are taking it. Aldridge had a field dressing taped crooked over the split eyebrow now, and blood drying brown down that side of her face, and she ignored both. The 4th one I can't reach. Deck 9, the long passage outboard of the printer bays. The door won't seat. The frame's sprung. I've got 2 ratings on it with a manual jack, and if they can't crank it shut soon, I have to seal the whole section, and there are people the wrong side of it. How many people? Don't know. 3, maybe 4. Damage party that went in before I knew the frame was gone. Sloane held the board edge. The metal had a sharp lip where something had struck it, and she set her thumb against the lip hard enough to feel it. Get them a second jack and a cutting kit. If the door won't seat before the section goes critical, you tell me and I'll make the call, not you. You don't seal anyone in. That's mine. Commander. That's mine, Aldridge. She turned then, just her head, and let Aldridge have her face for a moment, which was a thing she did not want to do because she knew what was in it. I'm not making you carry it. Get me the time and the jack and I carry it. Go. Aldridge went. It was the wound talking, and Sloane knew it and did it anyway. She had stood on a deck once where a junior officer was left to make a seal-the-door call alone because the book said the section commander had the authority, and the officer had made it correctly, to regulation, and had walked off the ship at the next port and out of the service and out of a good deal more than that. The book had been right, and the book had broken him. She took the door before anyone could give it to a Brant. Soto on the bridge, someone said at the hatch, and the small ugly thing came up in Sloane's chest that she had no time for and no name she'd use for, which was relief. Soto came onto the bridge already working, a med kit over one shoulder and her sleeves shoved up past the elbow and a smear of someone else's catastrophe down the front of her, and she went past Sloane without a word to the wounded rating Brant was holding, dropped to her knees on the deck in the puddle without flinching from it, and put her hands where Brant's hands were, and her own face down close to the rating's gray one. The surgeon talked while she worked, low and warm and Monterey rounded, the sort of talk that was for the patient and not for information, and the rating's eyes came back from wherever they'd gone and found Soto's face. Sloane gave it a moment and then said, "Holt." "Holt's in the bay," Soto said, not looking up. "I've got him on a table. Don't ask me yet." "I'm asking." "I know you are." Soto finished a knot, taped a line, said something to the rating that made the gray face do an astonishing thing and almost smile, and got 2 stretcher-bearers to take the weight before she stood. Only then did she look at Sloane, and there was a tiredness in it that had nothing to do with the last hour, a tiredness she'd carried aboard at Houston and would carry off again, the bone-deep fatigue of a woman who had spent 30 years deciding who she was allowed to feel for. "Holt, skull fracture, depressed, left parietal. He's bleeding inside the bone and I can't stop it sitting up here talking to you. I've got him sedated and I'm going to take him deeper than that. I'm going to put him all the way under and keep him there. Because if I don't, his brain swells against the inside of his own head, and that kills him slower and worse than the modules killed the others. A coma. An induced one. A controlled one." Soto's jaw worked. "I can hold him there. I can't promise you what's under there to wake up later, if there's a later, and if there's a yard, which there isn't. But I can keep him alive today, which is the only unit of time I've got the equipment for." She picked the kid up off the deck. "He's your first officer, and he's going dark on you, Maya, and I need you to hear me say it so you stop reaching for him in your head. You're not splitting the load with Holt. There's no Holt to split it with." Sloane heard that. She put it where it had to go. "Do it," she said. "Whatever keeps him alive, do it." "Already doing it. I came up here to tell you, not to ask." Soto swung the kit onto her shoulder and didn't move toward the hatch, which Sloane should have read as the warning it was, and didn't, because she had already turned back to the board, back to the column, back to the work that didn't bleed on you and didn't go gray and didn't ask you to feel anything. "Maya, I've got the door situation on 9 and I've got—" "Maya, look at me 1 second." Sloane looked at her. It cost her, and Soto knew it cost her. And that was what made Soto dangerous in a way no other person aboard was dangerous. She knew the cost. She had been clocking the cost for the whole Shakedown, across a dozen late galley hours and 1 bad night over a bottle in Soto's quarters. And she did not pretend not to know it the way everyone else aboard had the decency or the cowardice to pretend. "He's dead," Soto said, quietly. "Not the board's dead, not the section's clean black dead, the other kind. Aaron's dead, and you knelt on the deck with his hand in yours, and then you stood up, and you have not stopped moving since, and you are not going to stop moving. I know you. You'll run this ship for 40 hours straight, and you'll do it well, and the crew will follow you off a cliff because of how well you do it." She set a hand on the console edge near Sloane's, not touching, just near. "I'm not asking you to fall apart on me. I wouldn't let you if you tried. I haven't the staff. I'm asking you for 1 second. 1. For him. Just let it be true for 1 second that the man's gone, before you bury him under the count." The bridge worked on around them. Brant's voice at her board, steady now. The extractors winning their band of clean air and losing it. The hull's deep, wrong vibration coming up through the deck, the note of a thing not at rest. Sloane stood with her thumb on the sharp lip of the board and the dead man 2 meters behind her in the chair she would not look at, and she did the arithmetic the way she always did it, fast and merciless. And the arithmetic said that 1 second spent on grief was 1 second not spent on the door on deck 9. And there were 3 people the wrong side of the door, maybe 4, and Vance was past the help of anyone's second. "I can't," Sloane said. It came out flat. It came out the way the worst things came out of her, with no give in it. The cold all the way through. "I can't, Maria. It's not that I won't. I haven't got it. If I spend it on him, I won't get it back in time for the ones who are still. I have to keep it. I have to keep all of it. There's a door on 9, and there's a count coming that's going to be 60 people, and every single one of them is going to want a second from me, and I have got exactly enough to get them all out or buried, and not a grain over. And if I start now, I'll start with him, and I will not stop, and I cannot afford to not stop." Her voice did not rise. That was the frightening thing. She knew it was the frightening thing. She'd had it on Aldridge's face, and she could not help it. The worse it got, the flatter she went, down and down into the place where the marks were just marks. "Ask me when they're all accounted for. Ask me when the door's shut or open and I've made the call on it. I'll give you your second then. I'll give you an hour. I'll give you the whole. I'll give you everything that's left, and there'll be a lot of it, and you won't like what it does. But not now. I haven't got now to spend." Soto looked at her a long moment. "That's not how grief works," the surgeon said. "It doesn't wait in a queue because you've told it to. It comes due whether the door's shut or not." But she said it gently, and she took her hand off the console, and she did not push it further, because 30 years had taught her where the wall was in a person, and that you did not get through it by hitting it. "All right, I'm holding you to the hour. And I'm telling you now so you can't pretend later you didn't hear it. When it comes due, and it will, you come to me. Not the chair, not the board, me. That's the price of the hour. Take it or I make it an order, and I outrank you on this one thing aboard this ship, and we both know it." "I'll come to you," Sloane said. Sloane didn't know if it was true. Soto had given her the only thing that would let her keep standing, which was permission not to feel it yet, dressed up as a debt she'd have to pay, and she took the gift and the debt together, because that was the deal, and Soto had built it for her, on the spot, out of nothing but kindness and a refusal to let her lie to herself. The gap between them stayed open. Soto wanted the man grieved. Sloane wanted the door shut. Neither of them was wrong, and neither of them moved, and that was where it stayed, a thing set down between them, unfinished, while the ship leaned and the smoke layered, and somewhere 2 decks down, a frame would not seat. "Go and put your first officer under," Sloane said. "Going." Soto hitched the kit and went, and at the hatch she stopped and said, without turning, in the flat, clinical voice she used for the things she meant most, "60's the high end. I'll have the real one to you within the hour. It's going to be most of the supply spine watch and all of number 4 berthing, and I am sorry, because some of them are mine and some of them are yours, and the ones in 4 were asleep." Then she was gone, and Sloane had the bridge and the board and the work. The count came in pieces over the next stretch, the way bad counts always did. Never the clean total she'd asked for, but a dribble of partials, each one a small new weight set on a load that was already past what a single set of shoulders was built for. Aldridge's people cranked the door shut on deck 9 with a hand jack and a cutting torch, got 2 of the 4 out ahead of it, and lost the other 2 in a flash fire when the printer bay coolant let go. Aldridge reported it at attention with her ruined eyebrow and her flat Manchester vowels, and did not editorialize, and Sloane did not make her say it twice. 2 more. The midships breeches held. A work party in the lower hydroponics that everyone had written off came up on the internal net, alive, sealed in a void space and waiting to be cut out, and Sloane sent them a torch and a calm voice and a promise she meant, and crossed 7 names back from the black to the merely trapped. The only good thing the Count did in the whole long grind of it, and she took it the same flat way she took the bad ones, because she had learned not to let the good ones in either. They cost the same to feel. Sloane got the ship to station keeping in the middle of it, the one piece of pure command in the whole disaster, hers to do and no one else's, and she did it the way Vance had taught her to do everything, by hand and by feel and by trusting the strangers. The drive was dumped and dirty and would not fold again without a yard. There was no yard 4. But the maneuvering system still had something in it, and Sloane talked the wounded ship into a slow, stable hang in the strange dark. Not going anywhere, there was nowhere to go and no chart to go by, but no longer adrift, no longer falling end over end through a night with no bottom. She killed the spin. She trimmed the yaw. She brought the Endurance to rest under the guttering stars and held her there, motionless, the way you'd hold a frightened animal still until its own breathing came back to it. And when the board showed her stable, she let go the rail edge and found her hand would not, for a moment, quite open. The hand opened when she made it. She flexed it twice, hard, and put it back to work. "Commander," Brant, from the navigation board, and her voice had the particular careful flatness of someone delivering a thing they knew was bad and were too junior to soften. "I've been working the star field. I can't fix our position. There's nothing in the catalog, like I said, but I've got the field stable enough now to start measuring it, and Dr. Hale's people sent up a thing from the science bench, and I think you need to—" "Later," Sloane said, "when it's a sentence and not a fear. Is it going to kill us in the next hour?" "No, Commander, I don't think so." "Then it waits for the Count. Keep measuring." "Aye, Commander." The Count finished while she was at the con. Soto's voice came up on the medical net, private, just for Sloane, and it was the clinical voice, and it was steady, and it gave her the number the way you hand someone a thing too hot to hold, fast, so the burn is over. 58 dead. 11 still critical, Holt among them, under, holding. 40-some walking wounded who'd be back on light duties inside the day because there was no one else to do the duties. And the 58 had names, and Soto read them, because that was the surgeon's discipline and her religion. She would not let a number stand where a name should, and Sloane stood at the con of her dead captain's gutted ship and took the names one at a time as they came. Most of them she didn't know. A week aboard a stranger's ship, a week to learn a watch bill, and no time at all to learn the people behind it. And the names came past her as names, sounds attached to muster numbers, the supply spine watch and the deep stores hands and the off-watch sleepers of number 4 berthing, gone between one mark and the next. She took them as marks. It was the only way to take 58 of them and stay standing, and she hated that it was the only way, and she did it. Then Soto said a name Sloane knew, because everyone who'd been at the commissioning knew it, because the woman had stood in the front of the broadcast and shaken hands and been exactly the kind of long-service spine the service was built on. "Dunmore," Soto said, "Chief Petty Officer, number 4 berthing, off watch." Sloane had not known her, had met her twice maybe, in passing, in a corridor, the kind of nod you traded with a senior rating whose competence you clocked and kept for a day you'd need it. She had not known the woman at all, and still the name went in past the cold, past the wall, past the place where the marks were just marks, the way one name in a long list sometimes will, when all the others have slid by for no reason Sloane could have given. 31 years, somebody had said of her once, in passing, in the way you trade the small facts of a ship's people in a corridor. One cruise from a pension. The name went in and lodged where the others hadn't, and Sloane let it lodge because there was no shifting it, and then she set it down with the rest because she had to. Sloane's hand was on the con rail again. She had not put it there. She took it off. "Acknowledged," she said, on the net, flat, and meant "thank you," and "I have it," and "don't read me the rest as people, read me the rest as numbers. I cannot do another one as a person." And Soto, who spoke the language, gave her the rest as numbers, and rang off. When she lifted her head from the net, the bridge was looking at her. Not all at once, and not openly. They were a crew, even now, even thrown together a week ago and never drilled as one, and they kept their hands on their work and their eyes mostly on their boards. But it was there, the thing she had been outrunning since she'd knelt with a dead man's hand in hers. Aldridge at tactical, blood drying on her face. Brant at navigation, with her catalogue of unknown stars. The drive officer up from the well with a question he hadn't asked. The 2 ratings off the door detail, back now, ashen. Every breathing soul aboard, 180 some where there had been 240, turning by instinct toward the one fixed point left on the bridge and waiting, the way crews wait, the way the whole concourse had gone still for an old man's grief. They were waiting for the captain to tell them what to do. And the captain was dead in the chair behind her, and Sloane had not looked at the chair once in the whole long grinding hour, had worked the board beside it and the con rail in front of it, and never turned her head the few degrees it would have taken, and now she made herself turn, because a thing had to be done about it and no one else would do it, and that, she was learning, was what command was. It was being the one no one else would do it for. Vance was where he had died, locked in the harness he'd had the discipline to lock, his head tipped against the rest, his hands open on the arms of the chair where her own sleeve had been an hour ago. Someone had closed his eyes. She didn't know who. Soto, probably, on her way through, a half-second of grace stolen from the dying for the dead. Sloane crossed to him. Sloane unlocked the harness because he could not be moved with it locked, and he had to be moved. The command position could not be a beer, and she eased the straps back the way Soto had drilled the bridge crew to ease a casualty, supporting the weight, and the weight of him was the surprise it always is, the dead weight that is nothing like a sleeping man's, and her hands stayed steady right up until his head moved against her arm, loose the way a sleeping head moves, and then for one breath her hands were not steady at all. They shook. She let them shake. There was no one's permission to ask, and no second to spare, and they shook anyway, holding the dead weight of the steadiest man she had ever served, the one whose calm she could not replicate, and she did not put the shaking anywhere, or explain it, or wait it out. She held him until it passed, and she called the stretcher-bearers, and they took Aaron Vance off his bridge. The chair was empty. Sloane stood in front of it with her hands at her sides and the whole bridge not watching her. And the empty chair was the loudest thing on the ship, louder than the alarms had been, louder than the hull's wrong note coming up through the deck. It was the most natural thing in the world to sit in it. She had earned the deck twice over in the last hour. The crew would have followed her into the chair gladly, would have been glad of it, would have taken it as the one solid, certain thing in a night that had no certainties left. Every argument said sit. The book said sit. The exhaustion in her own legs said sit. Sloane did not sit in it. Sloane could not have said all of why, and she did not try, because the why was tangled up with the wound, and the wound was the one thing she had no time to walk into tonight. Part of it was that the chair was Vance's, and the body was still warm in the corridor. Part of it was older and worse, and had to do with a different deck and a different chain of command, and the way a chair makes a thing official, makes it yours, makes the dead yours in a way that standing at the rail never quite does. She had sat in a seat of authority once and followed it down a corridor of correct decisions to a place where people died, and some animal part of her had decided in that corridor, without consulting the rest of her, that she would stand to do this work for the rest of her life and never sit to it again. So she stood. "All stations." Her voice came out flat and clean and steady, the voice that steadied the bridge even as it chilled it, and she gave it to them straight because they had earned straight. 58 dead, 11 critical, the first officer among them. Dr. Soto has put him under to keep him alive. You'll not ask after him on the net. Ask her, quietly, off watch. Captain Vance is dead. He flew us out of the collapse with a third of the ship gone and his own hands failing, and we are alive in this barrack because of the last thing he did. There will be a time to say that properly. This is not it. Sloane let that stand one beat. Not a rehearsed one. She had no speeches and didn't trust people who did. We are nowhere any of us has ever been. We have no way home tonight, and I'm not going to tell you it'll be fine. You'd only stop believing the next true thing I said. Here's the true thing. We are still a ship. Power, air, water, a hull that holds where it counts, and each other, which an hour ago some of us would have called a deck full of strangers, and none of us will call that again. Her eyes went down the bridge, board by board, the way she'd learned watching a man do it on a dais a lifetime ago. Damage control through the watch, worst first. Off-going watch stands down in shifts, eats and sleeps. Tomorrow we'll need you. Brant works the stars until they tell us where we stand. That's the work. We do the work. Nobody spoke. Around her the bridge worked on, hands on boards, the way a good crew answers. "I have the deck," Sloane said. "I have the count." And she did not say the other thing, the thing the formula wanted next, the thing every one of them was waiting under their work to hear, because the chair behind her was empty, and the body was warm in the corridor, and she would not take what was not yet hers to take. She turned back to the con rail of the gutted ship and put her hands on it and held the Endurance still in the strange dark, station-keeping, going nowhere, the whole wounded length of her at rest under stars that guttered where they hung, dimmer than stars had any right to be, the dark between them somehow nearer than dark should be. And behind the woman at the rail, the captain's chair stood empty, and every soul aboard knew it stood empty, and waited, in the patient, terrible way of people who have nowhere else to look, to see who would finally sit in it. Chapter 5. Nowhere on the Charts. Mercer counted them by delegation, the way he counted a vote. It was the only arithmetic the wardroom would give him. The long table had been struck against the inboard bulkhead to make room for the dead, and the dead lay in 2 rows under whatever the survivors had found to cover them. Duty blankets, a tablecloth from the officers' mess, in one case a Geneva flag that someone had taken off a stanchion in the concourse a lifetime ago and brought aboard for a ceremony that would not now happen. So Mercer did not count the dead. He counted the living, because the living were a thing he understood, and he stood near the hatch with his back to a sealed viewport and went round the room in his head as if it were a chamber and he were whipping it. Geneva, 9 of the 14 who had boarded, 5 unaccounted, which on this ship meant 5 under the blankets or 5 gone with the modules, and the modules did not give back their dead to be counted. The science team, 11, Nhál among them, clustered at the table's far end around a slate one of them kept tilting to the dim light. 2 Nhál by the bulkhead, perfectly still, Seon a half-pace behind her, the pair of them a calm of quiet in a room that had run out of it. And the rest were Iska FC, the crew, more of them than any other faction, and less his than any of them. Ratings and junior officers waiting along the walls with their hands at their sides because there were no chairs and nothing yet to do. 40-odd in the wardroom, 180 some on the ship. He had the figure because he had asked Soto's people for it twice, the second time because the first answer had been a guess dressed as a number, and he did not run on guesses. The undersecretary turned the room over once more and found the count unchanged, and a small, disciplined part of him knew he had counted 3 times now, and he made himself stop. Counting was something to do with his hands in a room where there was nothing else to do with them. That was all it was. Undersecretary. Petrakis, at his elbow, low. His aide had a graze down one cheek gone to a brown crust, and the tablet still in his hand, the tablet he had carried on to the bridge for the fold and had not put down since, and the screen of it was dark, because there was nothing to put on it. Petrakis waited, and Mercer made him wait. No, not yet. You give them this, that I am getting the facts in order, that we hold together until I have them, and that the moment there is a thing to decide, I will decide it in front of all of them, and not behind a hatch. He said it smoothly, the way he said the things that bought him time, and it was a good line, and it was also true, which was the only kind of line worth giving when the room was frightened enough to test it. That's the line. Same words to each of them. Don't improvise it. Yes, Undersecretary. And find me Commander Sloane's status, not Sloane, her status, where the deck stands. I'm not pulling her off the con to brief me. I'll go to her when there's a reason. Mercer paused, and then, because the thing wanted saying and he was a man who tidied as he went, and stop calling me Undersecretary in here. It's a long word for a small room. Mercer will do. Petrakis went. Mercer let out a breath he had been managing for the better part of an hour, and in the privacy of his own chest rehearsed, once, silently, the sentence he was going to have to say to the room before the night was out, turning it over to find the soft places in it before anyone else could. Nhál came to him before he had decided how to go to Nhál. Nhál crossed the wardroom at a clip that did not belong in a room of the dead, the slate against her chest, and she had the look of a person who had run all the way from somewhere with news and arrived to find she could not raise her voice in here. So she pitched it low and fast and stood too close, which Mercer let her do, because a frightened expert who came to you was worth more than a calm one you had to chase. You're the senior Geneva man, she said. It was not quite a question. Julian Mercer. We met at the launch reception. You told me the boundary repeater was the most interesting object on the ship, and I'm afraid I wrote it down as a budget line. I remember. A flicker that wanted to be a smile and could not get the muscles. Good. Then you'll do, because I need to say this to somebody who can carry it up the chain, and the chain is... She glanced once at the covered rows and away. The chain is short tonight. Is it you? Are you the chain? There it was, the question under the question, the one the whole room had been circling. Mercer did not reach for it. A man learned in 30 years of rooms when to let a thing come to him. Tell me what you have, Doctor. Then we'll worry about who carries it. Hale put the slate flat on the struck table's edge between two of the blankets, with a small grimace at where she had had to put it, and angled it so the dim overheads caught the readout. Mercer leaned in. He had read a great many slates in his life, budgets, treaties, casualty projections he had been very careful never to feel, and he could read the shape of a bad one across a table, the way the figures sat. And these figures sat wrong in a way he had not got the literacy for. "This is the star field," Hale said. "Brant, the ensign on navigation. She's been working it since we came through. There's nothing in it. I don't mean nothing's there. There's plenty there, stars, a thin scatter of them. I mean there's nothing in it that's ours. No catalog match, no reference star. No pulsar timing we know, no junction beacon. And there's always a junction beacon. That's the whole point of them. You can be lost as the dead anywhere in the network and still hear the nearest beacon counting. We can't hear one. Not faint, not far, not at all." "Out of range?" Mercer offered, because it was the offer the room would want him to make, and because he wanted very much for it to be true. "There's no range that does this." Hale said it without heat, which was worse than if she'd snapped. "You don't fall out of beacon range. The network's it's a connected thing. It's all one fabric. You can't be inside it and hear silence. So either every beacon in reach has gone dark at the same instant, which I don't believe, or—" She stopped and chose, visibly, to give him the simple version, and Mercer knew the choosing because he did it to people himself. "Or we're not in our network anymore. We came through into a different one, a disconnected one, somewhere the fabric doesn't run back to where we live." The undersecretary kept his face the way he kept his face in a hostile committee, open and attentive and giving nothing, and underneath it something turned over slowly and did not right itself. "You're telling me we can't call home." "I'm telling you there's nothing to call home on. The blackout isn't our equipment. Marsh has been over the comm suite twice. It works. It's listening to a sky with nobody we know in it." She moved a finger on the slate, and the field shifted, and a column of figures ran down the side that meant nothing to Mercer, and clearly meant a great deal to her, because her voice changed when she came to them, dropped lower, went level and precise in a way he distrusted on instinct. "And there's the other thing, the thing I actually came to find a chain for." "Go on." "Have you ever heard a scientist say a number won't settle?" "I've heard a great many of them say it about my budgets. It's not a joke up here." She was not unkind about it. She simply had no room left for the soft thing. "We have an instrument. Never mind which one, it doesn't matter. It measures how much usable energy a region of space has left in it. How far the local universe is from being run all the way down. You take a reading, you take it again, it gives you the same number. That's what instruments are for. Ours won't. We've caged it 6 ways and it gives a different answer every time. And the answers aren't scattered. That'd be noise. Noise I could live with. They're sliding. Same direction every cage. The reading we call the floor, how close this patch of space sits to having nothing left to give, it's high. Higher than I have ever read anywhere. And every time we look, it's higher than the last time we looked." Mercer was quiet. He was good at being quiet. It was one of his instruments. But the quiet he kept now was not the deliberate kind. It had got into him sideways, under the polish, the way cold gets into a hull, and for a moment he had nothing rehearsed to put against it. "Plainly, Doctor, I'm a layman, and I'm tired, and the room is full of dead people. Tell me what the number means without the instrument." Hale looked at him. Whatever she'd been bracing for, argument, dismissal, the standard official request that she go away and come back when it was less inconvenient, she had not braced for plainly, and it took something out of her stance. "It means we are sitting in a part of the universe that is running down," she said. "Not dramatically. Nothing's going to flash. But the junctions out here, if there are junctions out here, won't have the tension to hold a fold. That's why nobody's beacon is running. There may be nobody left to run one. The stars are thin, and some of them are dimmer than stars get. And I think if we sat here long enough and kept a calendar, we'd watch them get dimmer still, on a schedule, like a tide going out and not coming back. And the dark—" She stopped. She had clearly meant to stop a sentence earlier, and the dark had got out anyway. "Brandt's measurements have the dark behaving oddly, crowding. I won't say more than that because I can't defend more than that yet. But the short version is, we're not lost in a healthy sky, Undersecretary. We're lost in a dying one. And I don't know how big the dying part is, or whether we're at the edge of it or the middle. And those are the two questions I'd give a great deal to answer, and can't." "Why can't you explain it?" Mercer asked. Not a challenge. A man checking the soundness of a floor before he stood his weight on it. "You're the expert. You've got the instrument. Why don't you know why it's doing this?" "Because the instrument reads what's happening, not why." She said it flatly, the brightness gone right out of her. Every word laid down square. The clinical steadiness that in Nhál was fear. "It tells me the floor's high and climbing. It does not tell me what's eating it. I can give you 20 observations and not one mechanism, and I'm not going to stand in a room full of bodies and make one up to comfort you, because a made-up reason is worse than none. You'd build on it, so would I. What I've got is what the instruments do. That's all anyone's got. I'm sorry, I know it's not the answer you came in here wanting." It was not. He had come into the conversation, he understood now, the way he came into every room, looking for the version of the facts he could carry back out and make manageable for the people who'd be afraid of them. And Nhál had refused to manufacture him one. And he found, to his own surprise, somewhere under the practiced surface, that he respected her for it more than he'd respected anyone aboard since the lights went wrong. "No," Mercer said, "it isn't. But it's the true one, and the true one's the only one worth having out here. Thank you, Doctor." Mercer did not, after that, go straight to the assertion. He was too able a politician to plant a thing in the wrong ground. Mercer worked the room instead, which was the one craft he had that the catastrophe had not yet taken from him. He went round it the long way, a word to each cluster, low and unhurried, and he was good at it the way he had been good at it on 100 floors. He found the delegation aide who had been weeping and was now arguing the precise wording of the Survivor Manifest with a colleague, because grief had to go somewhere and his had gone into procedure. And Mercer let him argue and agreed gravely that the wording mattered and gave the man a small real task, and the task steadied him. He found the youngest of Nhál's people, a boy who could not have been 5 years past his thesis, sitting against the bulkhead with the 1,000-meter stare, and crouched and asked him his name and his field and what he'd been hoping to study out here, and listened to the answer, and the boy came back into his own eyes by the end of it. He was managing them. He knew he was managing them. He did it well, and it half worked, and the part of him that was always watching Julian Mercer noted that he was reaching for the thing that had always worked because there was no other handle in reach he knew how to grip. And it did steady them. That was the part a careful witness would have had to credit him. The wardroom going around behind him settled by a degree. Frightened people, given a sense that someone competent had a grip on the night, breathed a little easier, whether or not the someone deserved their faith, and Mercer had spent his life learning the exact weight of that and spending it carefully, and he spent it now in a room of the dead, and was not entirely sure, for once, whether he was spending it for them or for himself. Mercer came round at last to where the two Nhál stood. "Nhál," he said, and gave the careful small bow the protocols asked for, and meant it more than the protocols knew. I won't intrude on your stillness. I only wanted to ask whether your people have what they need, and whether there is anything I can do for the two of you that I'm failing to think of." Nhál considered him. The Nhál did that with a completeness that took getting used to. No flicker of the eyes elsewhere, no half-formed answer started while the rest was found. Only the long, even regard, and then the words, level and exact, the consonants worn smooth. "We have what we need, Mercer," Nhál said. "We need very little. You are doing a careful thing with this room." A pause that was not hesitation. The Nhál did not hesitate. They weighed. "You are counting your people, and arranging them, and giving them order to stand inside. It is a good thing to give the frightened. I will say only, gently, because you ask, that order is a roof, and a roof is a fine thing in weather. But it is not the weather. Do not mistake the one for the other." Mercer held her eye. He was not used to being read in a single pass. It was a thing he did to others, and having it done to him, plainly and kindly, by a creature who gained nothing by the reading, landed somewhere the committee faces never reached. "No," he said after a moment. "I'll try not to." Nhál inclined her head, the smallest movement, and went still. And beside her, Sa-en, younger, the curious one, who had been studying the humans with an attention that had something raw in it tonight, turned his long gray head a degree toward the elder and said something low. 2 beats, soft, under the wardroom's murmur, with a glance at the sealed viewport and the dark behind it. The translator at Mercer's collar stayed silent. It had not been asked to carry it, or could not. Nhál did not answer in English. She answered with one quiet word that the device also let stand. Nhru, which Mercer did not know and understood anyway to be a kind of receiving, a taking in that was not yet a reply. Whatever passed between the two of them passed entire and left no edge for a human to take hold of. Mercer did not ask. There were doors a man did not put his foot in, and he had built a career on knowing which they were. But whatever the young one had said, with that glance at the dark, had landed in him beside the cold Hale had left, and something in him went very quiet at it and did not examine why, because there was nowhere, tonight, to put the examining. When he made the move at last, he made it small, the way the durable things were always made small first. Patroclus came back with Sloane's status, the deck held, station-keeping, the commander on the con, and not to be moved off it. Damage control through the watch, the count finished at 58, and Mercer took the figure and turned and found the wardroom had begun, in the way of frightened people, to ask the question aloud that it had been asking silently for an hour. It came up first from the delegation, because Geneva could never not ask it, but it ran round the crew, too, in the glances, in the way they were standing. Who has this? Who decides? The captain's dead, and the first officer's under, and the woman on the con won't sit in his chair, so who has this ship? Mercer let the question form fully before he answered it. He had learned long ago that you did not answer a question while the room was still deciding whether to ask it. You let it commit, and then you met it, so that the answer arrived as a relief and not an imposition. "All right," Mercer said, and the wardroom turned to him, because he had pitched it to turn them, low and level and carrying. "I'm going to say a thing once, and then I'm going to go and say it to Commander Sloane, because she has the deck and she's owed it from me first and not last." He let his eye go round them, delegation and science team alike, the way a captain had done it on a dais a lifetime ago, though Mercer hadn't known then that he was learning it. "Captain Vance is dead. The first officer can't command. The commander is holding this ship together with both hands, and I'll not have anyone in this room, mine or hers, asking her to take her hands off it to settle a question of who signs the orders. So I'll settle it, because it's mine to settle." Mercer paused. A real one, an old operator's beat. Nothing rehearsed in the look of it, though the words had been turned over twice. "There is a chain of authority for exactly this. There always is. Geneva does not send a ship past the maps without one. With the commanding officer dead and the first officer incapacitated, operational command of the ship sits with the senior surviving deck officer, and that is Commander Sloan. And it stays hers. Let me be plain. I am not standing here reaching for a con I couldn't fly. But authority for the mission, for the people, for the decisions that aren't a hand on the wheel, that comes back to the civil oversight, and the senior civil officer aboard is me. I didn't ask for it. I'd give a great deal to hand it to a wiser man. There isn't one in reach, and a frightened ship with no head is a worse thing than the wrong head. So the head is mine until somebody with a better claim turns up, and out here, nobody is going to." It went into the room the way he'd meant it to, mostly, the delegation easing, glad of a name to put above the chaos. The science team indifferent, wanting only to be allowed to keep measuring. And the crew along the walls, taking it the way crews take a thing said by a man not of their service, without protest, without assent, their faces shut, keeping it back to be weighed on the deck by people whose opinion would decide whether it held. Nhál alone said nothing, and her silence reached him further than the other's assent did, the way a draft reaches you from a door you thought was sealed. "That's the line," he said, gentler now, to all of them. "We hold together, we keep counting, we keep measuring, and we make the choices in front of each other and not behind hatches. I'll go to the commander now. The rest of you, eat if there's anything to eat, and sleep in shifts if you can, because whatever this dark is, we are going to be in it tomorrow as well, and tomorrow we'll want you." Mercer turned for the hatch. Patroclus fell in at his shoulder with the dark tablet, and the wardroom let out its held breath behind him into the small, constant sounds of a ship that did not yet know where it stood. And Julian Mercer went out into the dim corridor, toward the bridge, toward the woman who had not sat in the chair, carrying the authority he had just claimed like a thing he had picked up in the dark and could not yet feel the weight of, rehearsing under his breath the first careful sentence he would say to her, and not once letting himself ask whether the sentence would be enough, because the asking was the one room, of all the rooms, that he had never learned how to work. Chapter 6. The Floor. The number had moved again, and Nhál put her cold hand flat on the casing of the instrument, as if she could hold it still by touch, the way you steady a child's chin to make it look at you. It didn't help. Nothing she'd done had helped. She had the bench buttoned down to a hush, the science deck dark but for the 2 reading lamps and the slow amber crawl of the housekeeping panel, the air gone chill because Ferris had pulled the heat off everything that wasn't keeping a person alive, and into that hush the floor reading slid, one place, then another, the last digit ticking up under her thumb like a thing breathing. She had a clean cage on it now, triple sample, cross-checked against the boundary repeater, the local oscillator parked against the most stable line she could find in a sky with no stable lines in it. Textbook, and the textbook number went up while she held it. There it is again. She kept her voice down for the deck, not for the dead. The dead were forward in the wardroom, and 2 of hers among them. But the low pitch had got into her since the wardroom, a hush she couldn't shake, and she hated it and used it. You see that. Tell me you see that, and I'm not doing it to the data myself." "I see it," Nhál said. The Nhál stood at Hale's shoulder, where she had stood for the last 3 hours, exactly as far back as courtesy asked, and not a span nearer. Her long gray hands folded into the front of her robe, her attention on the readout with that total stillness that the humans had learned to stop finding unnerving and had started, this past week, to find restful. Nhál did not lean in to look. The Nhál did not need to lean. She took the screen in entire, the sliding figure and the cages around it, and the woman's thumb on the casing, and her eyes, wide set, dark, the lids slow, came back to Hale's face. "You have caged it well," Nhál said, "and it walks out of the cage." "It walks out of the cage?" Hale laughed one note, and was ashamed of the laugh before it finished, because it was the wrong laugh, not amusement, the other thing, the one that kept getting up in her chest tonight, and that she kept stepping on. She took her hand off the casing and pressed both palms to her eyes until color came, and held them there. "God, sorry, I'm not enjoying this." And she was. Hale took her hands down and looked at the number that should not exist, the impossible, cleanest, worst reading of her professional life, the thing that no instrument on Earth would ever have a chance to show, because Earth's patch of sky was deep and quiet and full, and a current went through her that she had no business feeling, with 58 people zipped into duty blankets one deck up, and it came up in her anyway, helplessly, the way cold comes, or hunger, and the shame chased it down, and the two of them ran in her together and would not sort themselves out. "You are not enjoying it," Nhál said in the level voice. "You are alive to it. They are not the same thing." Hale looked at her. "They feel the same from in here," she said. Hale tried after that to do only the work, because the work was the one honest thing she had left. The work was simple to say. Doing it was the problem. She wanted 3 things, and she had them written on the slate in her own shorthand, 3 lines, because writing them down was the discipline that kept her from chasing the data in circles. Where? How bad? Why? Where in this dead network they had fetched up? How far gone the dead part was, and whether the Endurance sat at the edge of it or down in the middle of it, where the worst of it ran. And why? What the instrument was reading when it read the floor climbing. What was taking the headroom out of this region of the universe faster than the universe took it itself. Hale could do the first 2. The third was a wall she kept walking into in the dark. "Talk it through with me," she said, more to the bench than to Nhál. "Where first? Where's tractable? We know we're not in our network, no beacon, Brant stars or nobody's stars. Fine. But a network has a shape even when it's dead. Junctions sit at the gradient highs, always. That's just where they form. You don't get a junction in a trough. So I look for junctions. I find where the gradient used to peak. I get a map of the bones, even if the flesh is gone." She pulled the junction survey up beside the floor reading, the thin scatter of cold returns logged through the watch, and her finger went along them. Here, this one. 3 inside a day's fold if we had a fold. And every last one of them, she put the cold returns against the floor, against the gradient curve, 3 readings braided into one ugly picture. Every last one of them is dead, not low, dead. There's no tension in them to hold a fold state. They wouldn't take a ship if we begged them. So that's where. We're sitting in a stretch of a network whose junctions have all gone cold, which means we're not at the edge of the dying, Nhál. The edge would have a warm one, a trough between 2 healthy highs. We're not in a trough. We're in... Hale stopped there, because the word for it was a feeling, and not a measurement, and she didn't put feelings on the bench. "You are in the middle of it," Nhál said. "I can't defend that, not as a number. The junctions being cold gets me most of the way, but it's not—" "You are in the middle of it," Nhál said again, the same, no heat, and the second saying was not an argument. It was the long view stating what the short view was afraid to write down. Nhál held the screen a moment, and then, before she could stop herself, the current came up again. The bad, bright thing, because the middle of it was a place no human instrument had ever sat and reported home from, and here she was, sitting in it with her cages and her clean number, the first of her kind to read the inside of a region of the universe with the lights going out. And some lit, greedy part of her that had got her into a great deal of trouble across 38 years leaned toward it like a plant toward a window. Nhál set her jaw against it. 2 decks up, 2 of hers under the blankets, one of them a girl barely out of her doctorate who'd come all this way to study the chemistry of strange oceans and would not now study anything. Nhál made herself hold that face against the number until the brightness went down, and worked. "How bad, then?" she said lower. "How bad is tractable, too? I keep a calendar on the brightest stars in the field. I take the color of them tonight, and I take it tomorrow and the day after, and if the floor is doing what I think it's doing, the warmth comes out of them on a schedule I can fit a line to. Days, weeks at the most for the ones that are already going. We'd watch them flatten, light with the heat draining out of it. I could put a date on the dim ones if Sloan gives me the watches." The speed of herself caught up with her then, the I could, the appetite in it, and she stopped dead and pressed the heel of her hand against her sternum once, hard, as if she could press the thing flat. "Listen to me, putting a date on it. There are people dead 2 decks up, and I want the watches so I can watch the stars die on a calendar." "Nhál, it's the most interesting thing I will ever look at," Nhál said, fast and flat and disgusted, the words coming out before she could weigh them, the brightness gone right out of her voice the way it went when she was frightened. "And the reason I get to look at it is that 58 people are dead, and 180 of us can't go home, and I cannot make those 2 facts sit in the same body without one of them feeling like a crime. So, there's that. That's where I am. You asked." Nhál was quiet. The Nhál did not rush to fill a silence. That was a human habit, the rushing, and the Nhál had a word for it that San had let slip on the bridge a week ago, untranslated, the 2 of them trading low Nhál with a glance at the human crew tearing through a drill. Nhál let the quiet stand now, and the standing of it was not cold. It was the courtesy of a person who would not pretend a hard thing was small in order to be done with it sooner. "My people would not call it a crime," Nhál said at last, "to be moved by a terrible thing. We would call it—" and here she did not reach for English. She let the gap be a gap. "We would say the eye opens whether or not the heart is ready. The fault is not in the opening. The fault is in what the open eye then does." She unfolded one hand from her robe and turned it, palm up, a small, slow gesture that on a Nhál carried weight. "You are doing the right thing with yours. You are measuring. You could be doing a great many worse things with a terrible sight than measuring it carefully and refusing to lie about it." "Mercer told you what I said to him, about not making up a reason." "He did not need to. You said it to me an hour ago, in different words." The dark eyes did not leave her. "You said you cannot tell me why, and you stopped. A human in your trade who could not stop." Nhál folded the hand away again. "I have met them. They are the dangerous ones. You are not one of them. I have been watching to be sure." "I have been watching to be sure." The words landed, and a part of her that should have bristled at being assessed did not bristle. It went still instead. the way a person goes still when she understands she has been standing in a doorway she didn't know was a doorway. The why was the wall, and she walked into it once more because she could not help it. "Here's where I'm useless," Hale said. She had the Fjord reading and the dead junctions and the dimming stars laid out across the bench now, 3 faces of the same thing, and she went down them with her finger the way you go down a column of figures that add up and mean nothing. "I can characterize it 6 ways. The floor's high, the floor's climbing, under my hand, while I cage it, faster than I can credit. The junctions are cold, the stars are flattening. The dark," she did not put up Brandt's dark measurements, because she still could not defend them and would not pretend she could. "The dark's doing a thing I won't say out loud yet, and every one of those is a what. I push the data as hard as it'll go, and it gives me another what, and never once a why. The instrument reads what's happening to the region. It does not read what's happening to the region, the agent of it, the thing doing the—" She made a small, useless gesture at the air. "Something is spending this place down. Something has spent it, faster than a universe does it on its own, which a universe does, but over 100 billion years, not on a schedule a ship's calendar could hold. And I have not got one observation that tells me what. I have got a corpse and no cause of death. I keep reaching for the cause, and there's nothing there to take hold of. It's like—" She laughed the wrong laugh again, caught it, killed it. "It's like reading a sentence in a language where you know every noun and there are no verbs. All these whats, no verb anywhere, nothing doing anything, just the done." Hale stopped. She had run out, and the bench hummed its low housekeeping hum into the quiet, and the floor reading ticked up one more place under nobody's thumb. And Nhál, who had stood through all of it without moving, moved. It was small. The Nhál turned her head a degree toward the screen and back, and her folded hands came apart inside the robe, and when she spoke, her voice had dropped, not lower in pitch. The Nhál pitch was already low and even, but down in some other dimension, weighted, the voice of a person setting one foot off solid ground and choosing to do it. "Hale," Nhál said. "Nararusa." Hale knew that one. Salin had used it once, gently, the day they met. "Will you listen?" The frame the Nhál put before a hard thing, the way a human cleared a throat or shut a door. It was not a question you answered with words. Hale went still and gave Nhál the listening, both hands flat on the dead-cold bench, and waited. "My people have a word for a place like the one your instrument is reading." Nhál did not go on at once. The dark eyes were on the screen, on the climbing number, and there was something in the set of the long gray face that Hale had not seen on it before, not in the wardroom over the dead, not on the bridge through the fold. The Nhál carried their grief differently from humans. It did not show on them as wet eyes or a working jaw. It showed as this, a great stillness with weight in it, a debt visible only in the care of the hands that held it. "We do not use it lightly," Nhál said. "It is an old word. It belongs to the part of our memory that we keep, that we do not put down, the way you put down a thing once it is finished. This is not finished for us. It has never been finished." The hands came up, both of them now, and held each other. "Tailvesh." The word stood in the dark of the science deck, and Nhál let it stand. Hale opened her mouth. The scientist in her, the fast one, the one with the appetite, lunged for it. "What does it mean? Give me the gloss. I'll cross it against the readings. And Nhál's eyes came up off the screen and met hers, and the lunge died in Hale's throat before it reached her teeth. Because the Nhál was not going to translate it. That was plain in the look, plainer than any kell. Not a refusal exactly, not a door shut, but a thing held out on an open palm, with the understanding that to put a clean English shape on it would be to make it small, would be to do to the word what a made-up reason did to the data, build something false and tidy where the true thing was neither. Tailvesh. 2 beats, soft, the stress on the first, the second falling away into the deck's hum. Nhál had enough of the Nhál sounds by now to feel the bones in it, the buried weight, the way it sat in the same family as the standing quiet itself. She did not have the meaning, she had the manner of the giving, which was grief, and the fact of the giving, which was trust, and she understood, standing in the dark with her cold hands on a cold bench, the worst reading of her life climbing between her and the Nhál who had decided, just now, just this minute, to set one foot off solid ground toward her, that the manner and the fact were the meaning, and that no dictionary line would have told her half so much. "You've seen this before," Nhál said, quietly. Not a question, and not the scientist asking. The other thing. "My people have seen this before," Nhál said. "Not I, not in my own time, with my own eye, but we carry what we have seen, all of it, the way you do not. It is in the word. The word is how we carry it." Her hands tightened on each other, the smallest movement, and for one beat the weight of the word showed, the way the floor showed through the cages. "There have been regions that came to this, spent. We have a word for them because we needed one. A people does not make a word for a thing it has met only once." Nhál stood with that going into her, slow, the way the worst things had been going into her all night, under the appetite, under the shame, into the place where the cold lived. "So we're not the first," she said. "You are not the first to find such a place," Nhál said. "No." "That's worse." Nhál's voice had gone very flat and very quiet, the brightness all out of it, the clinical steadiness that in her was fear laid bare. "I had it as an accident, a freak. The worst luck in the history of the service. The drive throws us through a wall nobody knew was there, and we fetch up in the one dead corner. That's terrible, but it's random. It's a thing that happened to us. If there's a word for it," she put her hand on the casing again, over the climbing number, and this time it was not to steady the instrument. "If your people needed a word for it, then it's not a corner. It's a kind of place. It's a thing that happens. Something does this, and it's done it before, often enough that a careful, quiet people who do not waste words made one and kept it and won't say it out loud until they've decided they can trust you with it." She looked up. "That's why you wouldn't translate it. It's not a translation problem. You're deciding whether to hand it to me." Nhál held her eye for a long moment, and there was no committee face on Nhál, nothing to read past, only the long, even regard, and the weight behind it, and then the smallest inclination of the long gray head. "I have been deciding all night," Nhál said. "Your people are quick, and the quick frighten us a little. We have watched what quick hands do to a slow problem. But you stopped at the wall. You would not lie to fill the gap. A people that can stop at a wall it cannot pass." The hands came apart, the gesture small and final, and somehow the closest thing to warmth Nhál had shown her. "That is a people who might be told a heavy thing and not break it, or be broken by it, in the breaking loud way. I am not certain yet. We do not become certain quickly. It is not in us. But I have given you the word. That is the first of it. The rest, if there is rest, comes when I am sure, and you will help me become sure, or you will not, by what your quick hands do with the slow thing I have just put in them." The deck hummed. the number climbed. 2 decks up, the dead lay under their blankets, and the living slept in shifts where they could. And Nhál stood in the dark of her own bench with the most important data of her life laid out in front of her, and a single untranslated Nhál word standing in the air above it, heavier than the whole bright spread of readings. And the shame and the thrill had finally gone quiet in her, both of them, stilled by the one thing larger than either. "I won't waste it," Nhál said. It came out low and steady, and true the way the floor reading was true. Not the answer she'd wanted, not a verb for her sentence, not a why. The other kind of true, the kind worth having out here. Nhál folded her hands back into her robe and went still, and beside the two of them, the instrument gave its number to the dark one more time, a place higher than the last, climbing, while above them and around them and out past the cold dead junctions, the stars of a region that had a name burned down toward it on a schedule, light with the warmth draining out of it, in a part of the universe that the Nhál had seen before and humanity had not, and had been spent. Chapter 7. Authority. The hatch was rated for vacuum, and it would not be opened until somebody with the authority to open it said the word, and Sloane and Mercer stood one on each side of the frame in front of a work party that had stopped pretending to ready their kit, and neither of them said it. The hatch led to what was left of the number 2 cross passage, the long spine corridor outboard of the midships breeches, and the seal on it was a hard amber. Behind the seal, a section that had taken the worst of the midships damage, half collapsed, its atmosphere a thin gas on the panel, and its structure a worse one. 11 dead were in there, Soto's count, off the manifest, 11 names that the families and the delegations in the wardroom wanted back to be covered properly and not left to drift in a sprung passage like cargo. And in there, too, on the far bulkhead, sat the secondary power trunk that fed the whole midships, the trunk Ferris had been begging access to for a day because the cables coming off it were running hot, and he could not see why through a sealed door. So the section had to be opened. The argument was not whether. The argument was the panel reading next to the seal, where the structural integrity of the passage sat at a number Sloane did not like and could not make better, and where opening the hatch meant equalizing into a space that might hold and might fold the rest of the way in, and take the people standing in the frame with it. "It's a deck call," Sloane said. She kept her voice level for the party's benefit and not for his. "It's a structural question about a structural space, and structural spaces are mine. I'm not opening it on this reading. We shore the passage from the next compartment in first. We get a real number, and then we go in. That's a day. The dead have waited a day. They'll wait the day it takes to do it without burying the people I send to fetch them." Mercer had his back to the cold bulkhead and his hands loose at his sides, and the composure on him that Sloane had come to read as the thing he reached for when the ground moved. He let her finish. He always let you finish. It was one of the most aggravating things about him. "The families have been told it's behind that door," Mercer said. "I told them, this morning in the wardroom, because they were going to find out, and I would rather they found it out for me than off a manifest. They've spent the day a hatch away from their dead commander, and I will not go back and tell them to spend another one because a number on a panel went amber instead of green. That's not a structural question, that's a people question, and people are mine. The people behind this door are dead. The people in front of it aren't. And I'm not turning the second lot into the first to comfort the wardroom on your schedule." It came out harder than she meant it, and exactly as hard as she meant it, both at once. And it landed on the work party more than on Mercer. The 2 ratings and the petty officer at the kit, their eyes going from her to him and back, doing the arithmetic the whole ship had been doing for a day. The deck people looked to her. The petty officer's body had already half turned toward her, the way a body turns toward the voice it's used to obeying on a falling ship. And the one civilian in the party, the delegation liaison Mercer had sent down to observe the recovery, stood square at Mercer's shoulder and looked at Mercer, because that was the man the wardroom had decided owned the morning. The ship made its low, wrong note under the deck, the note it had made since the fold, the sound of a structure not at rest. Sloane's hand was on the frame of the hatch. She took it off. "I'm not asking you to leave them in there," she said, lower for him now, because the party did not need all of it. "I'm telling you the order goes out when the passage is shored and not before, and I'm telling you it goes out from me, because if that section folds while there's a crew in the frame, it's my name on the dead and my call that killed them, and I will not have it be a call I made because a politician needed a good afternoon." Mercer's composure did a thing then it had not done before. A hairline, gone almost before it showed. A tightness at the corner of the mouth that the polish smoothed over half a beat too slow. When he spoke, the voice was still level, and the smoothness was still on it, but there was a grain under it now, the wood showing through the veneer. "You may run the wheel as hard as you like, Commander, and you'll get no argument from me on a single rivet of it. But I will not stand in a wardroom of grieving people and be the head with no hands, the man who holds the title and gives no order they can feel. You've taken the deck, and you're welcome to it. The dead behind that door are the ship's people, and the people are the half of this I was left, and I am not going to be left it in name and overruled on it in fact every time the two halves touch a hatch." He came off the bulkhead, one step, and the liaison shifted with him. "Open it or shore it, but the decision that those families wait is a decision about them, not about the wheel, and that one comes to me. It does not." Not all of them. The overheads in the cross passage died in a single hard drop, and the work lamps with them, and the amber seal panel went black. And for the length of a breath, the only light was the dim red of the deck's own emergency strip, catching down at ankle height, painting the bottom of everyone's face. Then the strip surged, too bright, painful, and Sloane's eyes were still narrowing against it when the air changed, a smell coming up through the deck grills fast and chemical and wrong, the sharp electrical reek of insulation cooking somewhere it should not be, and under it, climbing, the particular acid stink that a ship's crew learns to fear in the first week and never unlearns. "Down!" Ferris's voice on the open net, ragged, already shouting before the channel had finished opening. "Midships, bus, number 2 trunk's gone arc. It's feeding back up the whole port distribution. I'm losing decks. Get off deck 4. Everybody off deck 4. The cable runs are cooking, and I cannot kill the feed." The number 2 trunk. The trunk on the far bulkhead of the sealed passage, behind the door they had been standing in front of, arguing over the dead, while the live thing came up the cable toward them. Sloane did not decide to move. She was already moving, already turned to the panel that had gone black and was now bleeding its emergency power back in fits, already through the first 3 orders before the part of her that named things had named the situation. The cold she went to was not a wall this time. It was a clearing, a sudden brutal simplification, everything that was not the next action falling away off the edges of her vision until there was only the deck and the danger and the hands she had to move. "Aldridge, damage party to deck 4, breathing sets. You do not enter a cooking cable space without a set, do you hear me? Ferris, I need it in plain. Where's the fire and where are the people? Fire's the cable run, port side, deck 4, between frames 60 and 70. That's berthing and it's a watch change. There are people in those compartments." A grunt, a clang, Ferris doing 3 things with 2 hands. "And I can't isolate the bus from here because the isolators are in the same run that's burning. The arc took the controls. I have to physically pull the links, and the links are on the hot side." Then you don't pull them, Sloane said. Nobody walks into an arcing trunk. Ferris, nobody. Give me the next thing down. What kills the feed without a person in that space? A beat. She could hear him think, hear him hate it. Dump the port ring. I dump the whole port power ring and the bus dies because there's nothing feeding it. But I lose port side everything. Lights, doors, the lot. And there are powered doors on deck 4 that go dead shut when they lose power. They're fail secure. I'll seal people the wrong side of a fire to put it out. How long to get the people out the fail secure doors if you dump? If they're already moving, minutes. If they're trapped or down, they're not coming out, Commander. Dead doors are dead doors, and I've no power to crack them. Sloane held the dark panel and made the call, and it was the call she had been screaming at Mercer not to make 10 breaths ago in a different form, choosing, fast, on a bad reading, who the section took, and she made it without a flicker, because to wait was to deliberate the fire to death. Dump the port ring, she said, on my mark. Aldridge, your party clears frame 60 to 71st. You push every soul you find toward the starboard doors before Ferris dumps. You have until I say mark, and not a second more. Soto, casualty point on deck 3 at the starboard trunk, burns and smoke. Set up now. Brant, the ensign, was already at her elbow, come from somewhere. Eyes wide and hands steady, the frightened girl from the send-off gone. You have my net. You relay for me. You do not improvise. You say what I say. Aye, Commander. And then Sloane turned, in the red dark, to give the next order. Get this passage and these people clear. Get the work party back to the cross junction. And found the work party gone from in front of her, and Mercer gone with them, his voice already coming down the side corridor, low and carrying, and not in the least like hers. Sloane left him to it. She did not have a hand free for him. The starboard casualty point was a blue-lit clearing in the smoke, and Sloane stood at the edge of it for the little while she could afford, and ran the fire by net, eyes shut, building the deck in her head off the voices, because the panels were lying, and the voices were not. Aldridge had her party through the burning run frame by frame, calling them back to Brant, and Brant relayed them to Sloane word for word, careful not to add anything of her own. And Sloane fed Aldridge the next frame and the count of who was still inside. 6 out. 8. A compartment that had answered the all hands and gone quiet, and Aldridge's flat Manchester going into it through her breathing set. 2 ratings dragged out limp into the smoke and handed back along a human chain toward Soto's blue light. The acid stink everywhere now, in the back of the throat, the kind of smoke that does its work before the flame ever reaches you. Frame 68, Aldridge said. Last compartment. Doors powered, it's still got power, it's open. There's one in here, she's down, she's breathing, I've got her, I'm... A cough that cracked the words. I'm coming back, last one, I'm clear of 68. Are you out of the run? Sloane had the mark in her mouth and Ferris waiting on it, the bus arcing all this while, every second of it eating cable Ferris would never get back. Aldridge, are you and your party out of the burning run? 2 more frames. Give me... Brant, tell Aldridge 2 frames, then mark. Sloane opened her eyes. The blue clearing, Soto already over the first of the dragged-out ratings with her hands moving. Ferris, stand by to dump on my mark. Aldridge, move. The seconds of it were the worst command had given her since the fold. Worse than the count, because the count was already done when she took it, and this was still in her hands, still hers to lengthen or cut. Aldridge in a burning corridor with a woman over her shoulder, and Ferris poised over a dump that would dead shut the doors, and Sloane holding all of it on the edge of a single word. She did not feel the seconds. She had put the part of herself that felt things somewhere off the deck where it could not slow her hands, and she counted Aldridge's frames in the dark behind her own eyes. Clear, Aldridge said. Party's clear of the run. We're in the cross junction. Clear. Mark, Sloane said. Ferris, dump. The port ring died. It died like a held breath let go. The wrong note vibration in the deck dropping out, the smoke fans on the port side spinning down, the emergency strip flickering and then steadying as the load shed off it, and somewhere 2 frames into the run, the arc light that had been pulsing against the smoke went dark all at once, and the acid stink stopped climbing. On the net, Ferris made a sound that was not a word, a long, shaking exhalation of a man who had been holding a thing up with his whole body and had set it down.
"Bus is dead," he said. "Fire's starving. I've got it. Commander, I've got it." Sloane stood in the blue light, with the smoke beginning slowly to thin around her, and did not let go of anything yet, because a dead bus was not a count of the living, and she had learned the hard way the night before not to take a thing as one until the names came in. "Soto, talk to me. What did it cost?"
It cost 2. Soto gave it to her clean at the casualty point in the clinical voice over the limp shape on the deck between them. A young rating from the Deck 4 watch, smoke gray, not coming back, and beside him a second under a blanket already. A fabrication shop hand who'd gone in to help and breathed the run before Aldrich reached him. 2. 11 from the fire's worth of injured, 4 of them bad, the rest smoke and burns that would mend. Aldridge's whole party out, scorched and coughing. The woman from frame 68 alive on a stretcher because Aldridge had gone in for her past the point where Sloane would have called her back if she'd known how close it ran. 2 dead, where the bus had been 1 breath from taking a deck. Sloane took the 2 the way she took everything now, set them where they went and did not let them in, and only her hand, finding the cold edge of Soto's equipment locker and gripping it, said anything about the difference between 2 and 40. "You'd have lost the deck without the dump," Soto said, low, not looking up from her work. It was not absolution. Soto did not deal in absolution. It was a fact handed to her because the surgeon knew she'd need it later, in the dark, when the 2 became people. "You called it right, and it still cost 2. That's the job. I'm telling you now so you've got it on record with me for when you try to make it more than that at 3 in the morning. "Note it," Sloane said, and meant thank you. And Soto, who spoke the language, didn't make her say it. When she came up out of the casualty point, into the cross-junction, the smoke had thinned to a haze, and the deck had filled with people, and she stopped at the lip of it because she had been running the fire by net with her eyes shut and had missed, until now, the other half of what had been happening on this deck while she fought it. Mercer was in the middle of it. Not the technical middle, the other one. The Deck 4 watch had come boiling up the starboard ladders out of a burning berthing, half of them in their off-watch kit, smoke-scared and looking for somewhere to put the terror. And a frightened off-watch is its own kind of fire, the kind that surges into a corridor and clots and panics and tramples. And it had not, because Mercer had got in front of it. He had the delegation liaison taking names at the head of the ladder, so that everyone who came up was counted and knew they were counted, which Sloane understood in a flash was the thing. Frightened people who are counted are people who believe someone will come for them if they go missing, and Mercer had given them that with a clipboard and a calm voice before the smoke had cleared their lungs. He had a weeping Geneva science hand doing something useful with blankets. He had a knot of off-watch ratings, the ones nearest to bolting, gathered close around him, and he was talking, low and fluent and unhurried, telling them what was happening in words they could carry, telling them the fire was being fought by the best deck officer he'd ever stood beside, telling them their compartments would be checked and their missing accounted for, and that nobody was being left behind a door. and they were standing where he'd put them and breathing, because the man could make a frightened room believe in the floor under its feet. And that was a thing, Sloane understood, standing at the lip of it with 2 dead behind her and the bus dead in the walls, that she could not have done while she fought the fire, and that the fire would have been lost without. Sloane had handled the deck. He had handled the people. Neither of them had said a word to the other since the lights went out, and it had worked. And Sloane stood in the thinning smoke and let herself know that for exactly as long as it took to know it and no longer, because there was a ship to put back together. Mercer's eye found her across the junction. The polish had gone off him somewhere in the last while. His sleeves were gray to the elbow where he'd helped carry someone. His collar was dark with smoke, and the composure he wore like a tailored thing was hanging open at the front. He came across to her through the crowd that parted for him now in a way it had not parted at the hatch, and he stopped an arm's length off, and for a moment neither of them had a line ready, which was new for both of them. 2, Sloane said, because the count was the first true thing, and she gave true things first. The dump cost 2. It would have cost a deck. I heard the names go up the ladder. Mercer's voice had the grain still in it, the wood through the veneer, and he did not smooth it over now. Your tactical officer went back into a fire for one of mine, a fabrication hand. He's the one under the blanket. A pause. That was not an operator's beat. That was just a man stopping. She got the other one out, the woman from 68. That was a Geneva science aide. She'd have died in there. Aldridge doesn't check who she is before she goes in. Sloane heard the edge come into it and could not be bothered, tonight, to file it off. That's the deck. That's what the deck does. It doesn't ask the manifest whose people are worth a fire. No, Mercer said, it doesn't. And then quietly, with the grain in it. Neither did I up there when I got them counted. I didn't go down the list and sort the delegations. His mouth cracked again. The hairline crack the polish was too tired to mend. I've been counting people by who they belong to since the lights went wrong. I noticed I'd stopped, somewhere in the smoke. I thought you should know I noticed. Sloane looked at him. She was too tired to be careful, and she did not try to be. You held the corridor, she said. It cost her something to say, and she said it flat to make the cost smaller. I couldn't have done it. I had the fire. If that off-watch had panicked into the starboard ladders while Aldridge was clearing the run, I'd have lost both the fire and the stampede, and I'd have been fighting one of them blind. You held the corridor, and I didn't have to think about it. So, she did not finish the sentence. She would not say thank you twice in one night to 2 different people and have it become a habit. And I'd have lost every one of them if you hadn't killed the bus, Mercer said. I can hold a frightened room. I cannot put out a fire. I watched you do a thing on that net I have not the first idea how to do, and I built my entire life on knowing how to do whatever the room needed. The crack stayed open. He let it. I'm not conceding the morning to you, Commander. The family still get their dead, and that's still mine to promise, and I'm still not going to be the head with no hands. And I'm still not opening a folding section to keep the wardroom's schedule. We shore it first. That hasn't changed because the lights went out. No, it hasn't. So it stayed there, the 2 of them an arm's length apart in the thinning smoke, the argument exactly where it had been before the bus went arc, not 1 inch conceded by either. And underneath it, unspoken, undeclared, a thing that had not been there at the hatch, the knowledge in each of them, gone in past the cold and the polish both, that the deck call and the people call were 2 different hands, and that the night just past had needed both of them, working blind, on opposite sides of a fire, and had got them. Neither said it. Sloane would not, because saying it made it a thing they had agreed to, and she had agreed to nothing. Mercer would not, because the man knew when a thing was stronger left unsaid, and this one was. He gave her the smallest inclination of the head, not a captain's nod, not a subordinate's, the other kind, the kind that passed between two people who had each just done the half the other couldn't, and turned back to his corridor, to the counted and the frightened and the blankets, the half of the ship that was his. Sloane turned to hers. Ferris's voice was already in her ear with the butcher's bill of the port ring. The doors dead, the decks dark, the days of work the dump had bought them, and the capability it had cost. And somewhere 2 decks up, Holt lay under in the dark where Soto kept him, the man whose rank would have made all of this simple, breathing on a machine, no help to anyone, and the captain's chair on the bridge above them stood empty still, and Sloane had still not sat in it, and she went to her work in a ship she ran and did not command, beside a man who held the title and could not steer. The two of them split clean down a line that did not hold and would not be admitted, into the long dark and the next thing breaking. Chapter 8. What the Printers Can't Make. "Come on," Ferris said into the feed line, up to the shoulder in a galley printer that had decided overnight to stop being a printer and start being his enemy. "Come on, you greedy bastard! It's the same line, it's the same hole, it's gone down 1,000 times! Swallow!" The printer did not swallow. The feed line bucked under his forearm, a soft arterial shudder, and spat a wet gray clot back up the throat of the hopper and onto the heel of his hand. The wrong feedstock, too coarse, milled out of cannibalized hydroponic sludge and packing foam binder, because the right feedstock was 100 light years back the way they'd come, drifting in a sheared-off module with the deep stores and the dead, and the printer had been built by clever people in Houston who had never once imagined it being asked to eat this. Ferris worked 2 fingers up past the clot, found the choke, and cleared it by feel, the way you cleared a drowning man's airway, blind and ungentle and fast. Okay, there. The line eased. Somewhere below the counter a pump caught its rhythm again, and the printhead started laying down the day's protein loaf in its slow, ugly, accreting way, layer on layer, gray going faintly tan as the heat hit it. Not food, the memory of food, printed out of the memory of feedstock, but it would fill a tray and it would keep 178 people upright for one more watch, and upright was all Ferris asked of a day now. Upright and lit and breathing, in that order, world without end. Ferris pulled his arm out of the machine, gray to the elbow. There was gray to the elbow on him most hours now, and he'd stopped seeing it. "That's 6 of 9 printers chewing," he said, to the galley, to the ship, to nobody. 6 of 9. We'll call that a win and not look at it too hard. The wins were like that now. You took them and didn't look too hard, because looking showed you the price. Ferris could not stop adding up the price, and could not afford to keep adding it up, and he did both anyway, all day, and through the small hours he was meant to be asleep in. The number 3 power line was down, had been down since the port ring went, since he dumped the whole port distribution on Sloane's mark to starve a fire he couldn't reach, and saved a deck, and lost 2 souls and the port side of his ship in the same breath. Dead doors on deck 4, fail secure, frozen the wrong way. A man with a torch needed to crack each one. Lights on the port side of 3 decks, running off jumpers he'd laid himself. Thick black cable taped down the center of corridors, so people stepped over the ship's own veins on the way to a meal that wasn't a meal. The Endurance had been a clean ship 11 days ago, a first of class with the paint still gassing off, and now she was a thing held together with patched feedstock and hand-laid jumper and Ferris's refusal to sleep. And every patch was a small permanent surrender, a capability set down and never picked back up. "You're standing in my light," said Cass Whitlock, on her back under the number 3 junction with a hand out, palm up, waiting. "Spatter. The fat one, not the—" "That's the fat one. Thank you." Ferris put the spanner in his deputy's hand and crouched, knees cracking, to see what she was seeing. Whitlock had come aboard at Houston off a fleet tender, second engineer, sharp as a fresh blade and twice as Welsh, and she had the gift Ferris had spent 15 years failing to learn, which was that she could look at a broken thing and grieve it for exactly as long as it took, and then put the grief down and fix the thing. She had a smear of arc soot across her forehead, like a smudged thumbprint, and she'd been awake nearly as long as he had. "Number 3's not coming back tonight," she said. She said it plainly to the underside of the junction, which was kinder than saying it to his face. "The bus controller's cooked through. I can rebuild it, but I'm rebuilding it out of bits I have to pull off something else first, and everything I'd pull it off is keeping something alive. So, we can have number 3, or we can have the Burns Ward's environmental on deck 3. But I can't make the parts for both out of prayer, boss, and I've looked." "There's a controller in the after sensor mast." "There's a controller in the after sensor mast," Whitlock agreed. "And the after sensor mast is on the port side, dead behind 2 of your lovely dead doors. And getting to it is a Deck 4 job, and Deck 4 is the place that ate the last 2 people who went looking for parts in it." She slid out from under the junction and sat up, the spanner across her knees, and looked at him properly for the first time in an hour. "I know that face. Don't make that face. I'm not saying we can't get the part. I'm saying you're not getting it at 0300 on your 4th hour and no sleep, on the side of the ship with no lights, by yourself, the way you went after the coolant manifold yesterday and didn't think I noticed. That was a 5-minute job. It was a 40-minute job, and you came back with a burn up your forearm you never logged with Soto." Whitlock's voice didn't rise. That was the thing about Whitlock. The worse the news, the flatter she laid it. "Dom, look at me. You're the only chief engineer this ship has got, and the way you're going, in a week she'll have none. And then where's your number 3 line, eh? Who fixes it then? You do. You're better than me anyway. You just say boss a lot, so I won't notice. I say boss a lot because somebody has to manage you, and God knows you won't do it." A flicker at the corner of her mouth, the closest the engine deck got to laughter these days. "Sleep. 2 hours. I'll wake you if the ship tries to die, I promise. I'll come find you personally. I'll bring you a nice clod of printer loaf and everything. 2 hours. "After I've seen the work party off Deck 6, Ferris said. "Coolant loop's the only thing standing between the after compartments and a heat soak, and the loop's running on a pump I don't trust, and I want eyes on it. Then 2 hours. Whitlock looked at the overhead and exhaled, the long-suffering breath of a woman who had heard "then 2 hours" before, and watched it become "then this" and then that, until the watch ran out and the chief had still not slept. "Then 2 hours," she said, not believing it, and put the fat spanner back in the roll. "Off you go and play with your pump, then. I'll keep your ship lit." The Deck 6 coolant loop ran the long way round the after machinery spaces, the third of the ship that hadn't sheared, and it kept the patched reactor plant and the surviving fabrication shop from cooking themselves and everything near them. And it had been Ferris's quiet pride for 11 days, because it was the one system he hadn't yet had to murder to keep something else alive. 3 of his people were on it when he came down the ladder, a work party stripped to undershirts in the heat the loop existed to fight, running a pressure check on the secondary pump. Joe Mara had the manifold open. He was a big, slow, careful kid out of the fabrication shop, 23, hands like shovels and a touch with fine work that surprised everyone who watched him use them the first time. And he'd attached himself to the engine deck after the fire, the way grief attaches itself to work. He'd lost a mate in the Deck 4 berthing, one of the 2 the port ring couldn't save, and he hadn't said 3 words about it, and he'd volunteered for every filthy job going since. He looked up when Ferris's boots hit the deck. "Chief, We're at fault finding the secondary. She's holding pressure, but the seal temperature's climbing on number 2 Baron, and I don't love it." Mara wiped his face with a forearm that just moved the sweat around. "Reckon she's got a hairline in the bearing race. We can run her, but I'd want to swap her out before she lets go properly." "Can you swap her hot?" "Aye, if you hold the loop on the primary while I do it, aye. Half an hour. Dunbar's on the valves, she's good." Mara nodded at the rating across the space, a small, fierce woman wrist-deep in the valve bank, and the third of them, a quiet older hand called Hollis, ran the gauge board. A good party. Ferris knew their hands, knew which of them to trust with what, the way you knew the people you'd been frightened beside. "We've got it, Chief. You don't have to nanny us." "I'm not nannying, I'm admiring." Ferris crouched by the open manifold, put the back of 2 fingers near the number 2 bearing housing and pulled them back before they touched. Too hot. Hotter than Mara's climbing had made it sound. Hot in the way that meant the hairline wasn't a hairline anymore. "Joe, how long's it been at this temperature?" "Started climbing maybe 10 minutes." The secondary pump let go. It did not let go quietly. A pump that size, with a cracked bearing race and a loop of superheated coolant behind it under pressure, lets go like a struck bell and a burst dam at once. A hard ringing crack that went through Ferris's teeth, and then the manifold Mara had open in front of him fountained, a jet of coolant flashing to vapor the instant it hit the air, a screaming white plume across the compartment, and the temperature in the space went from bad to killing in the time Ferris got his arm up across his own face. "Out." Ferris had it before he'd thought it, the word coming up from the same animal place the smell of cooking insulation had come from on Deck 4. "Everybody out. Out the forward hatch. Go. Dunbar, leave the valves. Leave them. Go. Hollis, move." Hollis went. Dunbar came off the valve bank and went, hands and knees under the plume, and then up and through the forward hatch. And Ferris had a count in his head, 2, and was reaching for the third. And the third was Joe Mara, and Joe Mara was not coming. Mara had taken the first of it. The fountain had caught him chest on when the manifold blew, flash vapor and a wash of coolant against bare skin, and the big, careful kid was down on the deck on one hip, with one arm not working and the other dragging him the wrong way, away from the forward hatch, toward the aft one, toward the dead side, because the plume was between him and forward, and the pain had turned him around. He was making a sound that was not words. "Joe! Joe! Forward! The hatches forward!" Ferris was already going for him, low, under the worst of the plume, the heat coming through his sleeves like a hand. He got a fist in the back of Mara's undershirt. "I've got you! I've got you! We're going forward!" Behind them, the aft hatch slammed. Not the forward one, the aft one. The one that led to the dead side, the port side, the dark, and it slammed because the over-temperature in the compartment had tripped the fire suppression interlock, and the interlock, doing exactly what it had been built in Houston to do, was sealing the space to smother the heat soak before it could reach the machinery beyond, and it had no way of knowing there were 2 men still inside it, because the sensor that would have told it was on the port side bus, and the port side bus was dead. Dead because Ferris had killed it himself to save a different deck on a different night. And the forward hatch began to grind shut behind the aft one. "No!" Ferris hauled. Mara was a big man and a hurt one, and dead weight where the burns had taken the fight out of his legs, and Ferris hauled him across the streaming deck toward the closing forward hatch with everything 15 years of this work had put in his back. The gap was a meter, half a meter. He got Mara's shoulders to it. "Through, Joe, get your head through. I've got your legs." Ferris put both hands flat on Mara's back and shoved everything he had behind it, and Mara went through the gap, out into the forward space, and Hollis's waiting arms, head and shoulders and one good arm, as the hatch came down. It came down on Ferris's own forearm where it lay across the sill behind Mara, and the pain of it whited out the compartment, and he pulled the arm back into the heat with the rest of him as the seal thumped home and left him alone on the wrong side of it, in the dark, in the killing heat, sealed in his own ship by his own ship. "Chief! Chief!" Hollis's voice through the hatch, muffled, frantic, and under it Mara, alive, out. Somebody alive and out, that was the count. 2, and the third was out. "I'm here. I'm fine. Mara's out. Get Mara to Soto. That's an order." Ferris had his back against the sealed hatch and the heat coming up through the deck into him and the plume still screaming somewhere in the dark to his left. And his own arm was wrong below the elbow, a deep singing wrongness, and he could not see, and the air was going thick and superheated, and he had perhaps 2 minutes of it before the thing the interlock was built to do to the heat soak, it would also, indifferently, do to him. "Hollis, listen, the interlock's tripped. The hatch won't crack with power. It's port side dead. You have to manual jack the forward one. The jack's on the bulkhead bracket your side, the fat one." "I've got it. I've got the jack." "Whitlock," Ferris said into the net, and his voice came out of him steady, which was a thing he would think about later and not understand, because there was nothing steady in him at all. "Cass, deck 6. Secondary pump's gone. Compartment sealed on the fire interlock, and on the wrong side of it. No port side power to crack the hatch. Hollis is on the manual jack, but he's one man on a hatch built for 2, and it's a long crank." A breath of air that was mostly heat. "I'm going to need that to go quick. On my way." No question, no wask, just Whitlock's flat Welsh going hard and fast, and the clatter of her already moving. "Hollis, get the second jack arm in the bottom bracket. 2 of you on it. I'm 90 seconds out. Dom, get low. Get on the deck. The deck's the coolest thing in there." Ferris was already on the deck. He got down flat, his cheek against the steel, his ruined arm cradled against his chest, and the deck was not cool. The deck was a griddle, but it was less of a griddle than the air, and he breathed in short, shallow pulls off the thin layer of survivable nearest the floor, and he talked. Ferris talked because to stop was to listen to the plume and do the arithmetic, and the arithmetic was bad. "Hollis, you crank that jack, and you do not stop cranking it whatever you hear in here. You hear me? You crank it till the gap's a body wide and not a hand wider, because the second it's a body wide, I'm coming through, and I don't want to wait on you finishing the job pretty." A pull of air. The dark swam. "And get Mara to Soto. Has somebody got Mara? I want to hear somebody's got Mara." "Dunbar's got him, Chief," Hollis through gritted teeth, the jack screaming its slow scream as he cranked. "Dunbar's got him up the ladder. He's talking. He's swearing at her. He's all right." "Good," Ferris said. "Good lad, Joe." And to the deck, very low, not on the net, the way he talked to the ship when he forgot people could hear him. "Come on, you old cow. Just hold the loop on the primary for me. Just keep your one good pump turning while they get this door. That's all I'm asking. One pump." The ship leaned, slow, the way she always leaned now, the wrong note hum coming up through the steel into Ferris's cheekbone. She did not stop trying to kill him. He had not really expected her to. The hatch came up a body width, and Whitlock's hands came through it, both of them, and Ferris took them, and they hauled, and he came out of the heat into the forward space the way Mara had, head and shoulders and one good arm, through the gap, into the cool, into people, and lay on the deck on the right side of the sealed hatch, with the loop's heat still coming off him in waves, and his arm screaming where the steel had caught it, and breathed air that did not cook him going down. "There you are," Whitlock said. She was on her knees over him, soot on her forehead, and her hands already going to his arm, professional, gentle, white around the mouth. "There you are, you absolute liability. Don't move it. Soto's coming. Don't, Dom, stop trying to sit up. I will sit on you." "Mara," Ferris said. "Where's Mara? Is he with Soto?" The compartment went a particular kind of quiet. Hollis, slumped against the bulkhead with his cranking arm shaking, looked at the deck. Dunbar, who had come back down the ladder, stood in the hatchway to the forward passage with her hands open at her sides, and Whitlock's hands, which had been so steady on his arm, went still. "Cass," Ferris said, "where's Mara?" "He didn't make it to the bay," Whitlock said. She said it the way she said everything, flat, plain, because she knew that flat and plain was the only way he'd be able to take it and stay in his own skin. Dunbar got him up the ladder talking. He went on the ladder between 6 and 5. The burns, Soto says it was the breathing, the vapor. It wasn't the burns you can see. It was the ones you can't. The loop flash. He'd taken it into his lungs when the manifold blew, and there was nothing in him to swap out, and no time to swap it. She held his eyes. He was talking the whole way up, Dom. He was swearing at Dunbar the whole way, and then he wasn't. It was quick. There wasn't a thing in it that hurt long. Ferris lay on the deck of his ship with his arm broken and burned, and looked at the overhead, the patched overhead, the jumper cable taped along the join where the clean ship used to be, and did not say anything for a while. "He came down here after the fire," Ferris said finally, to the overhead. "After his mate. Volunteered for every shit job going. I gave him the manifold because he was good with his hands, the careful ones. You give them the careful work because they're careful." His voice did what it had not done in the heat, broke clean across the middle, and he let it because there was no one in the compartment he had to be steady for. They were all his, every one of them, and they'd all just watched him come out of the hatch alone. "I told him to come down here. I gave him the good job, the one where he wouldn't get—" "Stop," Ensign said. "Not unkind. Stop right there. You did not crack that bearing race. You did not kill the port side sensor that would have held the hatch open. You killed that bus to stop a fire taking a whole deck. And you've been at it without sleep for 11 days, holding this whole dying carcass together one part at a time. And the carcass is the thing that killed Joe Mara, not you, the ship." Her hand went back to his arm, firm now. "She kills you the second you stop wrestling her. We both know it. You knew it when you dumped that ring. He knew it coming down that ladder. We all signed for it. So don't you dare lie there and take a thing the ship did and pin it on yourself. Because if you start that, I'll never get you to sleep again, and I cannot run this engine deck on prayer, Dom. I have checked." Ferris laughed. It came out of him wrong, half a sob, and he let that go too. "There it is. I've checked. You and your checking. Somebody round here has to." Whitlock's own voice had gone thick now, the flat finally failing her, and she let it fail, and the two of them knelt and lay on the hot deck of the gutted ship with the sealed hatch ticking as the metal cooled behind it, and a dead boy on a ladder one deck up, and grieved him the only way the engine deck had time to grieve anything, which was in the gaps between the next jobs. Soto came through the forward passage with her kit and her shoved-up sleeves, dropped to her knees in the wash of coolant Dunbar had tracked across the deck, and put her hands on Ferris's arm without being asked. "Don't tell me you're fine. I'll know." "I wasn't going to tell you anything," Ferris said. "Kaz already grasped me up about yesterday's arm anyway." "Good," said Soto and Whitlock at exactly the same time, and there was almost a laugh in it. Almost. 3 exhausted people on a hot deck, finding the thing that lets you keep breathing. And then it was gone, because Soto's mouth went tight over the burn she'd uncovered, and she said a word in Spanish that didn't need the translator. Ferris let them splint the arm and dress the burn, and he let Whitlock and Soto, ganging up, march him toward the bay. And he went, because his arm was a thing he could no longer fix himself, and there's a limit to what a man can do one-handed in a machinery space. But at the foot of the ladder between 6 and 5, he stopped, and put his good hand flat on the rail, and looked up the long throat of the ladder, where Joe Mara had gone up talking, and stopped talking,
and the two women let him stop and did not hurry him. The ship leaned. The hum came up through the rail into his palm, the wrong note hum, the sound of a structure not at rest and never going to be at rest again, not this side of a yard there was no yard for. Somewhere above him 6 of 9 printers were laying down gray loaf out of feedstock that had been packing foam yesterday. Somewhere to port, behind 2 dead doors, a controller he needed was bolted to a mast in the dark. The number 3 line was still down. It would still be down tomorrow. There were things the printers could make out of almost nothing if you fed them and cleared their throats and refused to sleep, and there was one thing they could not make, not out of foam or sludge or prayer or 15 years of a chief engineer's stubbornness, and it was the boy who'd gone up this ladder. And the ship had taken him the way the ship was going to keep taking them, indifferently, on a schedule, a little at a time, for every hour they didn't wrestle her. And there was no patch for that one. There was no part to pull off something else. There was only the next job, and the one after, and a deck full of people who were his, and a deputy who said boss, so he'd let her manage him, and a long dark to do it all in. Right, Ferris said, to the ladder, to the ship, to Mara, to nobody. His voice had gone steady again, and this time he understood it, because steady was a thing you chose in the end, the way you chose anything, and despair had never once fixed a coupling. Right. Come on then.
Chapter 9. The Chair. They had cleaned the chair, and it was the cleanness of it that Mercer could not stop looking at. Someone had gone over the arms of it with a cloth, and whatever the engine deck had that passed for solvent now, and done a careful job, because there was no blood on it anymore, none on the harness webbing, none in the seam where the cushion met the frame, and the carefulness was worse than a stain would have been, because it meant a person had stood here on the dim bridge with a rag and worked at a dead man's chair until it would not show, so that the next man to sit in it would not have to think about the first. Mercer thought about it. He stood at the foot of the command dais with the bridge laid out below and around him in its half-light, 2/3 of the stations crude and the rest dark, and he could not make his feet take the single step up. "It's only a chair, Undersecretary," said the delegate at his shoulder, kindly, which was the kindest thing anyone would say to him that hour, and the least true. Halloran, Geneva's number 2, a square, calm woman from the Trade Directorate who had spent the whole catastrophe being reasonable in a way that made Mercer want to put his fist through something, and who had been deputized by the rest of them to walk him to the bridge and watch him do this, so they could all say afterwards that they had watched. She had a tablet held against her chest, the way they all held tablets now, like a thing that might still ring. "No," Mercer said, "it isn't, but thank you for saying so." Mercer had asked for this. That was the part that sat under everything else, cold and immovable. 4 days ago, in a wardroom full of the dead, he had stood up and claimed the half of the ship that wasn't a hand on the wheel, and he had done it well, and the claim had set this hour rolling towards him like weather, and now the weather was here, and the chair was clean, and his own legs would not move. His mouth was dry. He had a sentence ready. He always had a sentence ready. And the sentence was a good one, and he did not say it, because saying it now, before he could make his body go up the step, would be a man covering a failure with words, and the one mercy of the bridge was that the people on it would know the difference. Across the bridge, at the conrail where she lived now, Sloane stood with her back half to him and ran a quiet exchange with the engineer on the net, and did not turn around, and that was deliberate, and Mercer understood it as the courtesy it was. She was giving him the chair without an audience of her own making. She would not stand and witness him take it. She had her own reasons for that, and he did not yet know what they were, and that was one small cold stone among the larger ones. Mercer went up the step. The seat was cold. Mercer had not expected the cold, had braced for the symbol of it, the dead man, the weight, the watching crew, and had not once thought of the plain animal fact that a chair nobody had sat in for 4 days, on a bridge the engineers kept 10 degrees under comfortable to spare the power, would be cold through to the frame. It went through the back of his trousers and up his spine, and his body did a thing his mind had not authorized, a single hard shiver, top to bottom, gone almost before it showed, the kind a man gets stepping out of warmth into a hard winter. He set his hands on the arms of the chair where the cloth had been, and the arms were cold too, and he kept them there, because to take them off again so soon would be to flinch, and the bridge was not watching him with all of its attention. Vance had sat here. Mercer had met the man twice, both times briefly, and had thought him a pleasant relic, a warm old captain rolled out for the first of class because the prestige wanted a face on it, and had been wrong, and knew now he had been wrong, because a man Sloane could not stop trying to be was not a relic. Vance had died in this seat, and the ship had not got his steadiness back, and Mercer sat down in the middle of that with no right to it, and could not get up. A face came to him, unbidden, from nowhere he'd called it, his father at the head of a long table in a borrowed house, the year the firm failed, sitting very straight in a chair that wasn't his, while the men who'd come to take the firm apart drank his wine, and the boy Mercer in the doorway, understanding for the first time that you could lose everything and still have to sit up straight at the table and pour. The memory arrived whole and went again and left its residue. He straightened his back against the cold seat without deciding to. "All right," Mercer said, low, to himself, and it was not a sentence he'd prepared. Then he made himself be the man he was, because that man was the only thing he'd brought aboard that still worked. "Commander Sloane," he pitched it down the bridge, level, carrying, the voice he'd built over 30 years that crossed a room without seeming to be raised. "When you have a moment, not before." "I have it now," Sloane said, and finished her line on the net and came. Sloane came up the step and stood beside the chair, not below it, which he noted and was grateful for, and she did not look at the chair or at the place a man had died in it. The flat, tired, assessing look she gave a reading she didn't like and meant to use anyway came on to him now, and Mercer made himself hold it. "They wanted formal," she said, "not a question. The delegations. A name on the orders. They want more than that. But yes, a name on the orders." Mercer kept his hands on the cold arms. "You won't take it, I know that. I'm not asking why. I've watched you not take it for 4 days, and you have your reasons, and they're yours. But the ship cannot have 2 heads, Commander. The split worked in the fire because the fire was 4 hours long, and we were both too busy to argue it. The next thing won't be 4 hours. The next thing will be a choice with the delegations on one side, and the deck on the other, and the clock running. And if there are 2 of us, they'll fight us against each other to get the answer they each want, and the fighting will cost us the clock. You know it better than I do. You've been holding the seam shut with both hands, and it's tearing anyway." "It's tearing," Sloane agreed. The admission cost her something. He watched it cost her, and did not draw attention to the cost, because he had learned that much. So you'll sit it. I'll sit it. Sloane was quiet a moment. The bridge worked on under them, the boards murmuring, the hull's wrong note coming up through the dais into the soles of his feet, the note he'd stopped hearing days ago and heard again now, sitting still in the cold chair. "Then I'm standing down," Sloane said, "off the question of who commands, not off the deck. I'll run her. You can't, and we both know you can't, and if you'd pretended otherwise, I'd not be handing you anything. But the command's yours, one head. I'll take your orders on the mission, the people, the delegations, all of it, and I'll give you mine on the deck, and you'll be wise to take them, and where they cross, we'll cross in private, and the crew will see one ship with one captain." She said captain without inflection, neither giving it weight nor withholding it, a word laid flat on the deck between them. "That's me standing down. Don't thank me for it. I'm not doing it for you. I know you're not. You're doing it because a divided ship dies, and you won't preside over that. It's the same reason I'm doing it. We want the same thing, and we'd run it differently, and that's exactly why it can only be one of us, and it can't be you, so it's me, and neither of us is glad." Something that was almost respect and was certainly not warmth crossed her face and was gone. "There's one thing," Sloane said, "about the chair. I'll say it once, and then it's yours, and I'll never say it again, because a captain doesn't need his deck officer narrating his furniture. Say it." Sloane looked at the chair then, finally, let herself look at it. The place Vance had died, the seat she would not take. And when she looked back at Mercer, there was something in her eyes he did not yet have the experience of command to read. "The chair doesn't tell you anything," Sloane said. "That's the part the delegations don't understand, and you don't yet either. You sit in it, and you think it'll feed you the deck. That being the man in the seat means the ship will tell you what it's doing, the way a desk tells a man his papers. It won't. The chair is the loneliest place on the bridge. Everything comes to it already decided by the people who actually had their hands on it, and dressed up in their words, and you sit there and you sign the dressed-up version and you call it commanding. The good ones know they're signing other people's work and they stay humble about it. The bad ones start to think the chair is making the calls because they're the ones sitting in it." She straightened. "You're a good reader of people, Mercer. Better than anyone aboard, me included. That'll carry you further than you'd think, and it'll fail you exactly where it matters most, and you won't see the line until you've crossed it. The chair won't show it to you. Nobody's chair ever showed them that." Mercer heard the words. He heard them the way you hear sense spoken over a noise you can't place, and the noise, in him just then, was the cold of the seat and the steadiness of his own back against it, and the small, fierce certainty rising in his chest that he could do this, that reading the room was the room, that the very fear he was sitting in was proof of how seriously he took the weight, and a serious man who took the weight was the man you wanted in the chair. The certainty came up under the fear, and he did not examine which was which, because there was no time, and because, in truth, he did not want to. "I'll remember it," Mercer said, and believed he would, and had already, without knowing it, set it down somewhere he would not find it again. Sloane looked at him one more moment, and what she saw she kept to herself. "Right," she said, and went back to her rail, and that was all the ceremony there would be. The delegation heads came on to the bridge by Mercer's summons, the three of them, and stood below the dais in the half-light. Halron for Geneva, Hale for the science team, pulled up from her benches with gray under her eyes and resentment in the set of her shoulders at being made to stand in a room and play politics, and, a half-pace apart as the Nhál always stood, Nhál, who had not been required to come and had come anyway, which Mercer noted and was glad of and could not have said why. Mercer did not stand to address them. He had thought about whether to stand and decided against, because a man who stood to speak from the command chair was a man apologizing for being in it, and he would not apologize for it in front of them, whatever he felt about the cold seat under him. He stayed in the chair and let them stand, and gave them his eyes one at a time, the way he'd given his eyes to 100 hostile committees. And when the bridge had gone quiet around the small assembly, he spoke plainly, and the plainness was the craft. "You asked for a single accountable head," Mercer said. "You were right to. A ship run by a committee in a place like this is a ship that argues while it dies, and I've watched enough committees to know I'd not trust this one to agree the time of day with the network screaming it. So here is your head. It's me." He let that sit and did not soften it. "Commander Sloan has stood down on the question of command and retains the deck under my authority. From this watch, command of the Endurance rests with one person, and that person is the senior civil officer aboard. And that's the law, and it's also the truth, and I'm not hiding behind the first to avoid the second." Halron inclined her head, satisfied. A box ticked. Hale's jaw was tight. Nhál was perfectly still. "And I want to be clear with you," Mercer went on, "about what you've actually asked for, because I'd rather we all knew. You haven't asked for a leader. You've asked for a defendant. You want a name on the orders so that when the dark takes more of us, and it will, there's a man to carry it, and you don't each have to carry your share of it where it's unbearable, but can load it onto one set of shoulders where it can at least be aimed." He held Halron's eye, and Halron had the grace to look away first. "I understand the impulse. It's not cowardice. It's how frightened people stay sane. They need the catastrophe to have an author, or they have to face that it has none, and no one can face that for long. So you want my name on it in advance. Fine, you have it. I'm not naming myself because I think I'll get it right. I'm naming myself because someone has to be the one you can blame, and I'd rather it were a man who chose it with his eyes open than one of you woke up to find it pinned on him in the dark." It was the truest thing he had said since the lights went wrong, and it landed as truth lands in a room of frightened people. Not with relief, exactly, but with a settling, a tension going somewhere it could rest. He could feel it happen. This was what he was for. He had always been for this, reading what a room could not say and saying it back so they could stop carrying it unspoken. Halloran's shoulders came down a degree. Hale's resentment lost its edge, replaced by something more like a hard, reluctant fairness. And he felt, sitting in the cold chair, having just told 3 people he would be their scapegoat, a warmth come up in his chest that he knew for what it was and welcomed anyway. The warmth of being good at the only thing he was good at, in a place that had taken everything else. "That's all I have for you," Mercer said. "Go back to your people and tell them the ship has a captain and the captain has a name, and they can use it freely, in praise or in curse, because that's what it's for. Dr. Hale, stay, if you would. The rest of you have my thanks for the 4 worst days of all our lives, and I mean that without irony, because you held." Halloran went. Nhál, unbidden, gave him the small, grave inclination she gave to things she judged correctly done, and went after, and the inclination went into Mercer beside the warmth and complicated it in a way he set aside to feel later.
The first real call came faster than he wanted it, and it came, as Sloane had promised, as a choice already made by the people who'd had their hands on it, dressed in their words, set in front of him to sign. It was Hale who brought it, because he'd kept her back, and it was not the call he'd kept her for. He'd meant to ask her gently how bad the floor was now, 4 days on, a captain's question to his science lead, and she preempted him, putting her tablet on the chair's arm the way she'd put the slate on the wardroom table that first night, angled to the light. "Before you ask me about the floor," Hale said, "ask me about the dead, because you've got a decision waiting, and it's mine to lay in front of you and yours to make, and it's the kind you're good at, so do it before the deck hands you one you're not. Tell me. 58 in the modules will never recover. 2 from the fire, 1 from the coolant loop yesterday. Mara, fabrication shop, 23. She said the names and the numbers without flinching, the hard-won steadiness of a woman who'd decided long ago that flinching was for her own time. Soto's got the bodies we do have in the number 2 cold store, which she needs for medical and can't keep them in much longer. And the families and the delegations are tearing themselves apart over what's done with them, because there's no ground to bury them in and no fold to send them home through, and the printers can't spare the power for anything. And it's curdling, Mercer. It's the thing under all the other things. People can survive a great deal if they believe their dead were treated as people. They cannot survive feeling their dead were treated as cargo. And right now, we are 4 days from treating them as cargo because nobody's had the standing to say otherwise." There it was, a weight made of people, dropped into the one set of hands aboard that knew how to take it. The deck question lurked behind it, the power, the cold store, the printers, the engineering arithmetic of a ship that couldn't spare a watt, and with it, the edge of his own ignorance, the place where Sloane and Ferris lived, and he did not. He set it aside, because the human part of it was clear to him entire, the way a vote is clear, the way a frightened room is clear, and a man should do the part he can do. "We hold a committal," Mercer said. "All of us, every delegation, the crew, the Nhál if Gnarl judges it fitting and not an intrusion. I'll ask her, I won't assume. We do it properly, with the names read, every name, the 58 from the modules too, even though we've nothing of them to commit but the names. We commit the bodies we have to the dark together, the way the service does it, and we do it as one ship, and not as separate griefs in separate compartments, because the separate griefs are the thing that's curdling, and the shared one is the only solvent for it." He was moving now, the certainty under him, the room clear in his head. "Petrakis can build the order of it. He's good at ceremony. We'll want it soon, tonight's watch, while the curdling's hot, not in 3 days when it's set. And Hale, the names get read by the people who knew them, where we have them, not by me. I'll read the ones nobody aboard knew, because someone has to, and it shouldn't be a stranger reading the ones with mourners in the room. Does that—" and here the polish cracked, just slightly, the thing he could not always govern, a man asking a real question and not performing one. "Does that sound right to you? You knew some of them. Is that how it should go?" Hale looked at him for a moment with something that wasn't her resentment. "Yes," she said, "that's how it should go." And then, because she was Hale and would not give him an unearned thing, "That's the part you can do. Don't let it make you think you can do the other part." "No, I won't," and meant it, which was the trouble. But there was the deck question, and he had to ask it, and to ask it was to show the gap plainly to a watching bridge. "Sloane," Mercer said, down the bridge, "a committal, this watch, bodies from number 2 cold store to the dark, proper, all hands that can be spared. I don't know what that costs the ship, power, the airlock cycle, what it does to the watch bill, whether the hull can even spare an outer hatch on the port side with the ring dumped, that's yours. Can we do it,
And what does it cost? And tell me straight if it can't be done, so I don't promise a grieving ship a thing the ship can't give." There was a small silence on the bridge, the crew hearing the captain admit, plainly in front of them, that he did not know how his own ship would open a door. And it was not a comfortable silence, and Mercer sat in it with his hands on the cold arms of the chair, and did not fill it, because filling it would have been worse. Sloane took it without expression. "Starboard airlock's live. We cycle from there. It's a longer carry from the cold store, but the carry's the point anyway. People want the carry. It's part of the committal." She was already turning it over, the deck craft running under her words, the thing he could not do laid out plain. "Costs us a power dip on starboard for the cycle. Ferris'll grumble and do it. Watch bill takes it if we run it at the watch change, which is when you'd want it for the people anyway. It can be done. I'll have Audridge organize the carry and the honors. She'll want that. It's a thing she can do for them with her hands." A beat. "It can be done, Captain. You can promise it." Captain. The first time anyone aboard had said it to him, and meant it as the thing and not the question. It went through him with the cold of the chair, and he kept his face still. "Then I promise it," Mercer said. "Thank you, Commander." "Deck's doing it," Sloane said, which was not "you're welcome" and was not warmth, and turned back to her rail. When they had all gone to their parts of it, Hale to her benches, Petrakis already murmuring into his tablet about the order of names, the bridge settling back into its half-lit watch, Mercer stayed in the chair, alone with it, the way you stay in a thing to learn whether you can bear it. The cold had not gone out of the seat. He had been sitting in it for the better part of an hour, and his own body should have warmed it, and it had not, quite, or he had not stopped feeling it, which came to the same thing. He kept his hands on the arms. Below him the bridge crew worked their boards in the gloom, and the hull made its wrong note, and somewhere 2 decks down a chief engineer with a broken arm was being made to sleep, and somewhere in a cold store 50-some, no, 2, the 2 and the 1, the rest were stars now, waited for a committal he had just promised them, and that the deck, not he, would actually deliver. Mercer had done well. He knew he had done well, with the cleanness of a man who knew the weight of a room and had just lifted one. The delegations had their head. The curdling thing had a solvent coming. He had told 3 frightened people a true hard thing, and they had been able to set down a weight because of it. That was command. Wasn't that command? Reading a room, naming what it couldn't say, lifting what it couldn't carry? He sat in the cold chair and let the certainty rise in him, clean and warm and steadying, and underneath it, where he did not look because he had never learned to work that room, the fear sat just as it had sat all hour, unmanaged, unargued with, exactly the size it had been when his feet would not take the step, and the certainty rose precisely because the fear was there, fed on it, mistook the height of one for the measure of the other. Across the bridge, Sloane ran the deck he could not run, and gave the orders that would open the door he had promised, and did not look at him. Still a courtesy, and also now a thing he could not read, and did not try to, because the chair was his, and a captain did not need his deck officer narrating his furniture. Mercer sat up straight in the cold seat, the way a man sits at a table that isn't his, while other men drink the wine, and put his hands flat on the clean arms, and was, for that hour, exactly as much a captain as a name can make a man, and no more. And only 2 people aboard knew the size of the no more, and one of them had stopped looking, and the other had already mistaken it for resolve. Chapter 10.
A dead sun's light. The star gave light and no warmth, and Cyan stood at the viewport and could not make his body believe it. Light fell across his folded hands, the color of weak tea, even and steady, the way light should be. It came off the system's primary, the way light comes off any star, crossed the cold between, and laid itself along the rim of the Endurance's scarred hull and along Cyan's gray knuckles, and there was nothing in it. No heat in the skin where it touched, no lean of the body toward it. Nhál stood quiet by long habit, but the body still turned, always, the smallest degree, toward warmth, toward the galley vents, toward another standing near, toward a sun. Cyan's body did not turn. It had nothing to turn to. The star ahead was the color of a coal that has gone out and kept its shape, and his hands lay in its light and stayed cold, and that was the first thing the dead system told him. This is light from a thing that is finished and does not know it. Cyan held very still and let the wrongness move through him without raising his voice to it. Beyond the glass, the system unrolled as the Endurance came in, a flat ochre sun, 2 worlds he could see, both of them gray, both of them turned to the sun the way the dying turn to a window, and nearer, caught now in the system's weak light as the ship swung, the wrecks. They lay in a long arc across the inner system, 100 of them, more, strewn the way wrack strews along a shore. Hulls, not Nhál, not human, not any shape Cyan had a word for. Long dark spars, broken stations, a thing the size of a moon with its whole face torn open and the dark standing in the wound of it. Old. He could read the age in them without instruments, the way you read age in a face, the slow pitting, the loss of all their straight lines, the patient erasure that only long cold gives. Nobody had died here recently. Everybody had died here long ago. And every one of them had been opened. That was what Cyan's eye kept returning to, what his stillness sat over and could not settle. The wrecks were not simply broken, they were emptied. Each one cut, peeled, gone into, the way Ferris went into a printer up to the shoulder, taking what could be taken. Somebody had come through this graveyard with patience and need and stripped it clean, hull after hull, long after the dying, and gone away again, and left the husks turning in a dead sun's light. Thray, Cyan thought, not the word for haste this time, but its deeper root, the wrong, the breach, the order that has been broken and not set right. He did not say it aloud. There was no one near to say it to. Then there was. "You found the bad window," Brant said, coming up beside him, and stopped when she got there, and stopped talking, too, which was the thing Sehen had come to value in the youngest of the humans, above all the rest of her. Brant had a tray in her hands, printer loaf, the gray going faintly tan, 2 cups of the thin coffee Ferris's people made now from something that was not coffee, and she put it down on the ledge under the viewport without being asked, the way she'd taken to doing, and stood with her shoulder a careful hand's width from his, looking out at what he was looking at. The humans did this for each other. Sehen had learned it slowly, that they could not be still together the way the Nhál were still together, that the stillness frightened them, and so they brought each other small warm things, and stood close, and looked at the same bad thing side by side, and that this was their standing quiet, clumsy, and kind. "Is it just me?" Brant said, low, "or is the light wrong, like—" She lifted a hand into the beam, turned it. "It's bright. It's properly bright, but I keep waiting for it to be warm on my hand, and it never is.
Is that real, or am I being... It is real. Okay. She put her hand down. Good. Worse, but good. I thought I was losing it. She looked at the wrecks for a while. Aldred says there's salvage here for a year. Hale says don't get excited. Ferris says... She did a thing with her voice, dry, accurate, the boy in her grinning under the fear. Ferris says somebody got here first, Ensign, and they ate the cupboard bare, and the only question is whether they left a note. Sahan looked at the emptied hulls and did not laugh, though he understood now that she had wanted him to, a little, to make the window less bad for both of them. They left a note, he said. Brant looked at him. The note is that they were hungry, Sahan said, and they came back, and back, until there was nothing. He turned his head a degree toward her, a thing that cost Nhál nothing, and meant between them, I am with you in this, and back to the glass. Eat your loaf, Mia. Do not give me both cups. You think I do not see you do it. Brant huffed a breath that was almost the laugh, and ate, and stood with him, and the dead light lay on them both. Then her collar chirped, and the ship changed. It came up through the deck first, the way the fold had come up through it the day they all went into the dark, a change in the ship's note, the engines easing as Sloane pulled their speed off. Then the announce, all stations, contact watch, all stations. Then Brant's hands going still around the cup, and her face going from the youngest thing aboard to the thing the service had been trying to make of her. That's me, she said. I have to go. Brant went. Sion stood one breath longer at the viewport, and in that breath he found Nhál. Nhál was 3 compartments aft, he knew, with Hale on the science deck. He knew it the way he always knew where she was, the long thread between One and One that distance did not cut. He did not need to see her to feel her go alert. The whole ship had gone alert. And Sion, who had no station and no board and no part in what the humans did when their ship found something in the dark, did the only thing his place aboard allowed. He went to be near the people who would know. Sion went to the bridge. Sion had been on the human bridge before, in the quiet watches, standing at the back where Nhál stood, learning it. He knew its half-light and its wrong note, and the cleaned chair where the captain, who was not really a captain, sat. He came onto it now, and the half-light was the same, and everything else had changed. The boards bright, the crew leaning into them, Sloane at her rail with her hands behind her back, and her voice gone flat and exact, and Mercer in the chair, very still, his fine hands flat on the cold arms, saying nothing, which San had already learned was the most Mercer could be trusted to do well. Hale, Sloane said, talk to me. What have I got? Hale's voice came up onto the bridge from her deck below, fast, clipped, the brightness gone out of it. Confirming the junction read, it's stone cold, Commander. There's no tension in it. It would not hold a fold for us if we begged it, same as the others. This is not a way home. I'm sorry. A small silence on the bridge. What the whole ship had been carrying since the dark took them, the hope of a warm junction, a way home, set down again, one more time, in the place where they kept their dead hopes. Noted, Sloane said, and did not let it stay. Resources, the wrecks. Aldridge? Plenty out there, Aldridge said from tactical, her voice the hard flat north of the human island. And every hull's been gutted already. Whoever stripped this place was thorough. There's leavings, there's always leavings, but somebody worked this graveyard hard. We'd be picking their scraps. Scraps feed people, Sloane said. Mr. Ferris wants feedstock. Scraps are feedstock. Plot me the 3 nearest holes that still have a commander. Hale's voice cut in, and it had changed. The change in Hale's voice reached San at the back of the bridge before the words did, the way a hand closing on your wrist reaches you before the cold of it does. Hale's voice had gone very level and very quiet, the human tell he had learned from her in the days since the disaster. The brightness did not leave Hale's voice when she was sad. It left when she was afraid. Commander, I have a contact, out among the wrecks. It's, hold, a breath. Not all. Are you getting anything off this? Tell me you're getting anything. And his own answered from the deck below in the level English she used for the humans, but under it San caught what it cost her to stay level, the care of a Nhál who has set 1 foot off solid ground. I have nothing, Nhál said. The device has nothing, Hale. It is not that we cannot read it, it is that there is nothing to read. They put it on the bridge display, the contact, and San looked at it with the rest of them, and his whole standing quiet body wanted to be loud. It was not on the visual at first. It was a shape in the other readings, a smear, a wrongness, a place among the wrecks where the instruments lost their certainty and the numbers would not hold still, the way Hale's floor reading would not hold still. Then it moved out from behind the torn moon-sized hull, slow, into the dead sun's light, and the cameras caught it, and the bridge went quiet in the bad way. It was large. That was the first thing, and the only thing the eye could hold cleanly. It was large, larger than a wreck, a darkness with edges that did not resolve into a hull or a ship or anything a builder makes. It did not have a front. It did not have the shape of a thing that goes forward, no prow, no drive glow, no windows, no light of its own at all. It was made of dark surfaces that lay against each other wrong, the way slabs of cooled rock lie, the way a thing grown lies, not a thing built. And along it, slow, ran a tremor, a pulse that was not light, that the cameras did not see, but the other instruments did. A long, even shudder passing down the length of it and out into the dark. "What is it doing?" Mercer said, from the chair, and it was the first thing he'd said, and his voice was steadier than San had expected, and he understood the steadiness for what it was, a man who was very frightened, sitting very straight, pouring the wine. "It's talking," Hale said. "That pulse, it's structured, it repeats, it's... Commander, that's a signal. It's signaling. It's been signaling since before we saw it, and the translator is giving me nothing, not garble, not noise, nothing. It's like asking the device to translate the dark." "Is it talking to us?" Sloane said. A silence. "I don't know," Hale said. The shudder ran down the great dark thing again, and this time, on the display, a second one answered it, from behind another wreck, far across the system, a second smear of wrongness pulsing back, and a third, further still. The graveyard was not empty. The graveyard was full, and had been full the whole time, and the things in it were speaking to each other across the dead light in a tongue that came back from the cleverest device the humans had, as silence. San, at the back of the bridge, found he had moved. He had taken one step toward the display without choosing to. A thrasail of the body, a breach of his own stillness, and he stopped himself, and his hearts were going hard, and into the cold quiet under his ribs there rose a word he did not say. There was a word for a silence that is full. The Nhál had it. Vesh was the standing quiet, the good silence, the rest. But a silence that should have been a voice and was not. A quiet with a will inside it, looking back. That was the other thing. the breech silence, the wrong still. He had been taught the word as a child and told never to need it. Threvesh, the silence that is not at peace, the quiet of a thing that is there and aware and does not answer. The great dark shape turned. It had no front, and yet it turned, the whole mass of it, rolling its attention toward the small, bright, wounded ship that had come into the dead system, trailing its own light and its own engine noise and its own warmth, the only warm thing for 100 wrecks in any direction, and it began, slowly, with the terrible patience of the thing that had stripped this graveyard bare, to move toward them. "It's moving," Aldred said. "Bearing's onto us. Closing slow. Commander, it's slow, but it's committed." "Mr. Ferris," Sloane didn't turn, "I need the fold, the ugly one, now." "The junction's cold, Commander." Hail, fast. "I know it's cold. I'm not folding home, I'm folding away. Ferris, can you give me a short hop on a cold junction or not? Tell me straight." Ferris's voice came up from the engine deck, and it had the gallows in it, stretched thin. "I can give you a short hop on a cold junction, the way I can give you a swim across a frozen river, Commander. We'll get to the far bank. We will not get there dry. A cold junction won't hold the fold state clean. The drive will have to muscle it, and muscling it costs. And what it costs is reaction mass I can't make more of, and a drive that's already held together with—" "Cost it," Sloane said. "Spin it up." "Spinning." Sahen stood at the back of the bridge as the humans refused to despair, and the wonder of it went through him even now, even here, cold under his ribs and his heart slamming, that they did not stand quiet before the thing. They got louder. The bridge filled with overlapping voices, fast and clipped, and each one doing its piece. Aldridge calling the range, Hale calling the second and third shapes now moving too, Brant's young voice steady on the helm relaying Sloane's commands to the well, and Mercer in the chair not speaking, which was, Sahen understood, the man's whole and total contribution and the best he had, to sit straight and pour and let the woman at the rail run the deck. The humans did not hold Vesh in the dark. They threw their voices at it like stones. It should have been a breach, a thray of the worst kind, all that haste speech aimed at a thing that came on in silence, and it was the most alive thing Sahen had ever stood inside. "Range closing," Aldred said. "It's faster than it looks. It doesn't look fast, Hale. Why doesn't it look fast?" "Because it's big. Big things look slow. It's not slow. Commander, the other two are converging on our fold solution. They know where we're going to be. They can't know where they know. They've done this. Look at the graveyard. They've done this 1,000 times.
Sa found Nhál, not on the thread this time, in the flesh. She had come up to the bridge as he had, drawn the same way, and stood now at the back, where the Nhál stood, beside him, her long gray hands folded into her robe. And Sa turned to her with his hearts going, and asked, the way the youngest do, for it not to be true. "Nhál," he said, low, in their own tongue, under the human noise. "Aunen, my elder. Tell me your people have a word for it. Tell me the word means someone saw it and lived." Nhál did not answer at once. The Nhál do not rush to fill a gap, even with the dark coming on. She looked at the great patient silence rolling toward the small loud ship, and her fingers tightened once where they lay folded. "We have a word for the places," she said. "Tell Vesh, the spent light. We do not have a word for the ones who live in them, because my people never stayed long enough in such a place to learn what does. We read the spent light for what it was, and we left. Her dark eyes did not leave the screen. You are asking me whether this was survived before. What my people survived was the leaving, Sa, not the meeting. No one I can name met that and stayed to make a word for it. Then we are the first, Sa said. We are the first. And then, because she would not leave him in the breach alone, Nhál unfolded one hand and laid it against his folded ones, cold on cold. Naru, she said, receive it, do not answer it yet. Hold your vesh, Aunan. The humans will throw their stones, that is what they are for. We hold still, and we hold them, and we let them throw. Sa held still. It was the hardest thing he had ever done.
"Fold's coming up," Ferris said from the deep of the ship, and his voice was all engine now. The banter burned off it. "Commander, I want to be clear about the bill before you sign it, because you won't be able to unsign it. To muscle a fold state out of a dead junction, I have to dump everything I've got into the boundary in one go. That's the mass. After this hop, the drive is spent. You understand me. Not low, spent. I cannot give you another fold for days, maybe a week, while we scrape and rebuild. We get one. We use it now, and we are blind and slow and stuck wherever we land until I can crawl us back from it." "Understood," Sloane said. "One fold. Now. Then I need a clean count, and I need the deck to hold still for it, because a muscled fold on a cold junction is going to be—" The ship lurched. Not the fold. The thing. It had reached them. Not with a hull, not with a weapon Sain could name, but with the pulse, the long shudder, and the pulse came across the closing dark and struck the Endurance, and the whole ship rang, a deep wrong note under the wrong note she already carried, and the lights stuttered, and a board on the bridge went dark, and a man swore, and Brant's young voice cracked up an octave and came back down hard. "Con's sluggish. Commander, the helm's gone heavy. It's like flying through—" "It's in our boundary," Hale said, and her voice was very level and very quiet. "It's not shooting us. It reached into the fold state. It's holding the door shut. Commander, it's holding the door. It doesn't want us to leave. It's done this before. Ferris! I see it. It's bleeding my boundary as fast as I pour it in. Commander, I can break it. I can break the hold, but it's going to take all of it, every gram, and the drive past it. I'm going to redline the whole stack to crack that door, and I will not get it back." The great, silent dark filled the forward display now, edge to edge, no front and no eyes, and turning all of its attention on them. Patient, certain, a thing that had emptied 100 hulls and meant to empty one more. And Sain, standing quiet at the back, with his elder's cold hand on his, did a thing he would never have credited himself to do. He looked at the human in the chair, at Mercer, who had not spoken, who sat straight and poured, and he willed the man to be loud. Throw the stone, he thought, in the human way, the breech speech, the haste he had been raised to find strange, and now, in the dark, found holy. Throw it. Say the word. Spend it. Sloane said it first. "Break it," Sloane said. "Spend the drive. Get us out." And Mercer in the chair said the only thing a captain in name could rightly say, and said it well. "Do what the commander says." "Breaking it," Ferris said, and the Endurance screamed. It was the engine that screamed, and the ship around it. And for one long, terrible breath, Son thought the human noise had finally broken into the wrong loud entire, thray without bottom, the deck pitching, the lights gone to red and then to nothing, and then to the hard white of the emergency runs. Hale's voice, and Aldridge's voice, and Brant's voice, all overlapping into one cry. Ferris far below, pouring the whole life of his drive into a single fist, and driving that fist at a door a silent thing was holding shut. The dark holding the door bled their boundary as fast as Ferris poured it. Ferris poured faster than it could bleed. The hold broke. It broke all at once, the way ice breaks, and the great patient silence on the display flinched. San caught it, the only break in its terrible composure, a stutter in the long shutter running down its length, the smallest hitch, there and gone, and into the gap the fold took them, ugly, muscled, screaming, the cold junction giving up a fold state it had no business holding, because Dominic Ferris had paid for it with everything the Endurance had left to spend. And the dead sun's light, and the emptied wrecks, and the silent things in their graveyard drew thin at the edges, and the dark beyond the charts opened, and swallowed the small, loud, wounded ship whole. And in the last thin instant before the fold took them, and San took it in to keep, the way the Nhál keep things, the great dark shape did not lunge, it did not chase. As the fold drew the Endurance out from under it, the thing simply stopped and turned its attention, slow, back toward the graveyard it had stripped, toward the husks turning in the spent light, and the long shudder that ran down it as the dark closed was the same shudder it had been making the whole time, not a hunter's, balked of its meat, the same even pulse, into the dark, to the others, on and on to no answer. San did not have the word for what that was, and he held his vesh anyway, his elder's cold touch still on his hands, and let the humans throw their stones, and went into the dark with them. They came out somewhere that was not anywhere, and the ship was alive, and the ship was much worse. Seyen stood on the bridge in the hard white emergency light and listened to the humans count the cost, because that was a thing they did too. They threw their stones, and then, after, they stood in the wreck of it and counted, plainly, what it had taken. There was a kind of standing quiet in that, he thought. The closest the loud ones came to it. He listened. The drive was spent. Ferris set it flat, up from a deck where, Seyen understood, men were standing in the dark over a thing that had given everything it had. "She's done, Commander. The stacks ridlined through. I held nothing back because there was nothing to hold back with. We have no fold, and we won't have one for days, and that's if the rebuild goes clean. And the rebuild needs feedstock I don't have, because we just ran from the only graveyard for 100 light years that had any. The reaction mass was gone, not low, gone, the whole reserve thrown at one door. A power run had cooked through in the muscling and taken 3 more compartments dark, and the after-sensor mast, the one Whitlock had wanted apart from, was so much slag now, and they were half blind. They were slow. They were stuck wherever this nowhere was until Ferris could crawl them back from it, and Ferris had nothing to crawl with. They had gone into the dead system needing food and a way home, and they had found neither. And to get away from what lived there, they had spent the one thing that let them run at all. The ship was poorer than she had ever been. Everyone on the bridge knew it. No one said it loudly after. The stones were thrown. Now they stood in the quiet and counted. Mercer sat straight in the cold chair and did not pretend he had done any of it. Sloane stood at her rail with her hands behind her back and made her face show nothing while her thumb worked the seam in the metal over and over. Brant, at the helm, had her hands flat on a dead board and her shoulders up around her ears, and she was not crying, quite, and was not far from it. Seyen went and stood beside her, a careful hand's width, the human way. He did not bring her a warm thing, because there were no warm things left to bring. He brought himself, and stood, and looked with her at the nowhere on the display. You flew it, he said to her, low. The helm, when it went heavy, you didn't come off it. Brant's throat worked. I nearly didn't.
Nearly doesn't count, Sahend said. You flew it. He looked at the dark. We could not speak to it. The cleverest thing you have, the thing that lets you and me stand here and trade words, it had nothing for that. Nothing came back. He found, to his own surprise, that his voice had already taken something from the humans, some rhythm of theirs, some lean. I do not know what it was. My people do not have a word for it. We are the first. He let that stand a moment, the human way, and then gave her the only thing he had. So we will have to make one. Brant looked at him. Together, Sahend said, later, when we are warm again. He did not say if. He had learned that from them too. Eat your loaf, Mia. Brant made a sound that was almost the laugh, broken at the edges, and after a moment she straightened her shoulders and took her hands off the dead board and went to find the work that would let her stand it the way the humans always did. Sahend stayed at the viewport when the watch changed. There was nothing to see, no stars he could name, no warmth, the engine silent under his feet for the first time since the dark took them all, a ship gone quiet not with rest, but with everything spent. He stood in the dark with his hands folded and his elder's cold touch still on them in memory, and out beyond the glass, a graveyard away, a thing that had no front and no answer, went on shuddering its silence into the spent light, on and on, to no one. Sahend held his vesh. It was the hardest thing he had ever done, and he did it the way the humans did it. Throw the stone, miss, stand in the after, and go on. The dead sun's light lay on his hands and stayed cold. Sahend did not turn toward it. There was nothing to turn to. Chapter 11. Salvage. The torch ate through the derelict's hull the way a torch should, and Aldridge let her hands have that one clean fact in the dark. The cutting head ran a thin orange line up the plating in front of her visor, a hand's breadth at a time. Slag curling off into the vacuum in beads that cooled before they cleared the cut and drifted, dimming, away into nothing. Her gauntlets were steady on the rig. The breech suit held its pressure against the cold of the thing. A faint, constant hiss in her ears under the torch's bite, and the suit clock in the corner of her visor counted down her air in plain green figures she did not need to look at to know she knew it in her body, the way she knew the weight of a slung rifle, the way she knew how long a man could last in smoke. 40 minutes on the bottle, less if she worked hard, and she always worked hard. The derelict gave her nothing back, no light, no drive glow, no note in the metal when she leaned her shoulder to it. A husk, drifting on its own slow tumble across a pocket of dark so empty the Endurance's half-blind eyes had taken 6 hours to be sure it was even there, and then certain, because it was the only thing for 100,000 kilometers that wasn't nothing. And it was within a dropship's reach, and the dropship still had fuel the spent main drive did not. Parts, feedstock, the difference between a drive Ferris could rebuild and a ship that died adrift with 170-odd people still breathing inside her. So, cut.
The line met the top of its run, and Aldridge killed the torch, and where the orange had been, there was a clean, glowing rectangle, cooling fast, the size of a hatch. She set the heel of her gauntlet against it and pushed, and the cut plate gave, swung inward on the last skin of metal she'd left as a hinge, and the dark inside the derelict opened in front of her. Colder dark, older dark, the dark of a place that had been airless and lightless longer than the Endurance had been a name on a slipway. "In," Aldridge said, flat on the party net. "I'm in, coming through." Aldridge went through. Her helmet lamp threw a hard white cone down a passage that was not built to any shape she had a word for. The walls came together overhead at a wrong angle, ribbed, the ribs too close, like the inside of something that had grown rather than been bolted. No deck plates. The floor ran the same dark mat as the walls, and her boots found it without grip, and she planted the mag soles, and they took, barely. There were recesses in the walls at intervals, dark sockets, and things in some of them she did not look at twice, because they were not what she was here for. The whole passage tilted the wrong way under her lamp, drifting, the derelict's slow tumble making the floor lean and right itself, and lean again, so that to walk it she had to walk a deck that breathed. Whoever built it, they were not human, and they were not now, and they were the same patient nobody who had stripped the graveyard 100 light years back, or near enough to it that the difference didn't matter. Aldridge did not let herself wonder. Wondering was Hale's job, and Hale was on the bridge net a long way off, and down here there was the lamp and the passage and the hall. Behind her, the rest of the party came through the cut one at a time, their lamps swinging into the dark and steadying. Vega came first, broad and slow and sure, the engine deck hand Ferris had sent. "You bring my fella back, and you let him say what's worth cutting," Ferris had said, "because the rest of you'll strip the galley and leave the gold." Vega had a cutter of his own, and a sledge of empty hull frames towed behind him on a line, and a way of moving in vacuum that said he'd done it 100 times. Then OKK, tactical, Aldridge's, steady as a wall, a man she'd put in any breach. Then Brant. Brant came through the cut too fast and too careful at once, got a boot caught on the lip, jerked, overcorrected, drifted a half-meter off the floor with her arms going wide before her mag soles found steel again, and she stood, breathing hard enough that Aldridge could hear it on the net. 21 years old, in a breech suit 2 sizes wrong for her first time off the ship into the real dark, and she had asked for this, volunteered, the way the green ones did, to prove they could. "Brant," Aldridge didn't turn around. "Stop breathing like that. You'll burn your bottle in half the time." "Sorry, Lieutenant, sorry." A swallow, audible. The breathing didn't slow much. "Don't be sorry. Slow down." Aldridge swept her lamp up the passage, marking the recesses, the branches, building the place in her head the way she built everywhere she had to fight or run from. "You sorry me again, I'll send you back to mind the dropship, and then you'll have done all this getting suited up for nothing, and Cyan'll ask you how it was, and you'll have to say you sat outside. You don't want that." A beat, then smaller, but steadier. "No, I don't." "There you are. Move up. Stay off my heels and on Okeki's light." Aldridge started up the leaning passage. "We're not sightseeing. Vega, talk to me. Where's the gold?" The gold was deeper in, and the derelict made them earn it. Vega read the place by its bones. He'd put a gauntlet flat to a wall, hold it, then point. Power run behind there, follow it.
and they'd follow the rib of it down the passage to where it fattened into a junction, a node, a chamber. Twice the way was choked with the slow drift of debris that had come loose over the long cold and never settled, and they cut through it. Once a branch dead-ended at a bulkhead that had buckled inward long ago from some violence the derelict had taken before it died, the metal folded like wet card, and behind the fold the lamp found vacuum and stars through a tear in the far hull, and Aldridge marked it, "Exit, if we need one, that way," and moved them past. In a wide, low chamber that might have been a hold, Vega found the first of it. There, his lamp steadied on a bank of dark housings along the chamber's curved wall, fist-sized cells racked in their hundreds, dull and uniform. Storage matrix. Whoever stripped this place, they didn't take these, too much like hard work, too little like food. But their feedstock, Lieutenant, near as makes no odds. Dense lattice. Ferris can crack 'em down and feed the printers a year off this wall if we get it home. He was already swinging a hall frame off the sledge. And those, the lamp jumped to a cluster of components seated in the chamber center, alien and intricate and intact. Those are control matrices, same family as what's in our drive boundary, or first cousins to it. He needs those like he needs Bear. Then we take them. Aldridge keyed the net wide. Endurance, Aldridge, we're at the hall. Feedstock matrix and control components both intact, more than we hoped. We'll need 3 frames at least. Cutting now. Sloane's voice came back across the dark, flattened by distance and the half-broken relay, clipped and cool. Copy, Aldridge. Take what you can carry and don't fall in love with the rest. Ferris is doing a little dance down here. How's it read in there? Clean? Aldridge swept the chamber a last time. Dark, still, cold, dead as the graveyard, dead as the husk it was. Clean, she said. It's a tomb. Nothing in here but us and the loot. Good. Get it and get out. Sloane out. Right. Aldridge slung her own cutter forward. Vega, OKK, the matrix wall. Frame it and fill it. Brant, you're on the center cluster with me. You hold the frame steady where I tell you, and you keep it steady. That's the whole job. You can do the whole job. Yes, Lieutenant. And the girl could was the thing. She got the frame in close, braced it on her hip against the slow tumble, and held it dead level while Aldridge cut the first of the control matrices free of its seating, and her hands didn't shake on it, or shook, and she beat them anyway, which was the same as not shaking when it counted. Aldridge cut and lifted the component free in the lamplight, intricate and ancient and worth more than gold to a man rebuilding a drive out of nothing, and laid it in the frame Brant held, and the girl took the weight of it without a word and held the frame level for the next. 2 minutes of that. 3. The good clean rhythm of it, the work going right, the haul going into the frames. And the thing she was always wary of came up in her again, the way it came up whenever a hard job ran easy under her hands, the warm, certain rightness of being exactly where her hands were good. She did not look at it. She cut the next matrix free. The derelict woke on the floor. It started as light. A line of it ran up the chamber wall behind the matrix bank, a dull amber thread chasing along the power rib Veda had read cold not 5 minutes before, brightening, splitting, racing out across the walls in a branching crawl like frost going backward into water. The cold, dead dark of the place filled, suddenly, with a sick, low glow, and under Aldridge's boots, the floor that had only ever drifted now hummed, a deep building note coming up through her mag soles into her shins. Vega, Aldridge had her cutter killed and her free hand on the rifle slung at her hip before she'd finished the name. Talk. That's not me. I never... Vega had his gauntlet flat to the wall and pulled it back like the wall had bitten.
Power's coming up. Power's coming up, Lieutenant. The matrix wall, we drew it down enough to wake something. It's got a core. It's got a live core, and we just gave it a reason. Off the wall. Everyone off the walls. Aldridge moved without deciding to. The old narrowing opening in her the way it always did when the world simplified to the next thing. The same brutal narrowing Sloane went to over a fire, the same one Aldridge had gone to 100 times before this dark, in deserts, in cellars, in the one place she did not let herself name even now. Frames buttoned and slung, we are leaving, the way we came, move. The amber light reached the ceiling of the chamber, ran along it, and found the recesses. The sockets in the wall she had not looked at twice. They opened, not all of them, a dozen, 15, the length of the chamber, irising back, and in each one a shape unfolded on a jointed arm out of the dark it had waited in, long and dark and many-angled, blunt-headed, turning. No eyes she could name, no face. But each blunt head came up off its arm and swung, slow, hunting, and settled, on the lamps, on the 4 bright, moving, warm things that had come into the tomb and started taking it apart. Down, Aldridge said, and shot the first one. The rifle had no sound in vacuum. It had a kick and a flat white flash off the muzzle, and the round took the nearest unfolding arm at the joint and blew it back into its socket in a spray of fragments that drifted glittering in the amber light. The others answered, not with sound, with light, the same sick amber gathering at their blunt heads and lancing out, thin and quick and silent, and where the first lance touched the matrix bank, the metal flashed and ran, and where the second touched the floor, a hand from Okeki's boot, a crater opened in the dark deck, and the slag of it fountained up slow. It reads us as the thieves, Aldridge said, on the net, calm, flat. The clearing wide open now, and everything in it cold and clear. Defense grid. It's not the dead. It's what the dead built to keep their dead from being stripped, and it's been waiting for somebody dumb enough to plug it back in. OKK, suppress left. I've got right. Vega, get the frames moving, now. Every second you're stood still is a second I'm dying for nothing. Brandt, with the frames, on Vega, move. They went back up the leaning passage in a running fight, and the derelict tried to keep them. OKK fired left, and Aldridge fired right, and the two of them walked it backward, frame to frame, covering Vega's broad, slow shape, hauling the loaded hall frames on their line, and Brandt's smaller one shoving from behind. And the sockets opened along the passage as they came, the things unfolding ahead and behind, the silent amber lances stitching the dark, and Aldridge shot them off their arms as they cleared their sockets, because a thing half unfolded was a thing she could kill, and a thing fully out was a thing that killed you. Slag rained slow off the walls where the lances missed. The floor leaned and righted and leaned. A lance caught the corner of a hall frame, and a control matrix in it flashed and was gone, ruined, drifting molten, and Aldridge did not stop for it. Keep them moving, keep them... Vega, the buckled bulkhead, the tear in the hull, that's our hole. We don't go back to the cut. The cut's the long way. Left at the node, the dead end. It's not a dead end. There's a hull breach behind it big enough. Go left. Left, aye. A thing came up out of a socket behind Brandt that Aldridge did not see in time. There was the lance, after, the thin amber line that had crossed the passage from behind the girl and taken her, not square, but across the shoulder of the breech suit, a glancing touch that should have been nothing and was not nothing, because a glancing touch on a suit in vacuum is a suit opening. And Brandt's suit opened. A jet of white, air, her air, the bottle Aldridge had told her not to burn, venting into the dark in a hard plume that spun the girl half off her feet, and Brandt's voice came onto the net not as a scream, but as a single high indrawn nothing, the sound of a person whose lungs have understood the breach before the mind has. Aldridge was already there. There was no deciding it. Aldridge was across the passage with her gauntlet clamped over the rip in Brant's shoulder before she had a word for any of it, moving from the same animal place every order came from when it mattered, pressing the breech shut with her own hand against the suit's failing pressure, dragging the girl in against her chest, and she had the emergency patch off her own thigh rack with the other hand and slapping it over her gauntlet and the rip both, peeling her hand clear as it sealed, and the white jet stuttered and died. "Got you, I've got you. Breathe, breathe, Brent. You've got air. The bottle's reading. The suit's sealed. You breathe right now or I'll know." A whoop of indrawn air on the net, ragged, real. The girl was breathing. The reserve had held. The suit clock in Brant's visor, Aldridge could see it through the glass, close as they were, had dumped a third of itself into the dark in 3 seconds, but it was holding, and there was air behind it. Enough. Just. And behind them, the thing that had touched her drew its amber light to fire again. OKK killed it. One flat flash, the round through the blunt head, and it sagged off its arm and hung. But the passage ahead was opening sockets faster than 2 rifles could close them, and the hall frames were jammed at the node where Vega fought the buckled bulkhead, and the air clocks were all of them falling, and there it was, the bill, come due, the way it always came due. Aldridge had Brant up on her feet with a fist in the back of the suit, the way Ferris had hauled Mara, the way she'd carried the woman out of frame 68, and she pointed her at Vega's lamp. "On the engineer, go! You can stand, you can walk, then go!" And Brant went, shoved off down the leaning passage toward the tear in the hull, alive, scared past speech, moving. Good enough. Moving was the whole job. They lost a frame at the breach. Vega had the buckled bulkhead clear, and the tear in the hull beyond it gaping blackened stars, and he got 2 frames through it and into the open, into the clean, cold nothing where the dropship hung station off the hull on its thrusters, the pilot bringing it in close on Aldridge's call. 2 frames. The third, the half-melted one, the one a lance had already cost a matrix, fouled on the buckled lip of the breach, jammed crosswise, and a thing came up out of the last socket behind them, and Aldridge had a choice she made in no time at all, because there was no time at all to make it in. "Leave it." She put 2 rounds into the unfolding arm and got a hand on Vega's haul line and cut it where the third frame fouled it, sheared it clean, and the dead frame in its half-ruined hull drifted back into the amber-lit dark of the tomb to stay there. "Leave it! Leave it! 2's enough! 2's the win! Out! Everybody out the hole, now!" Vega went through. OK went through, turning to fire back through the breach as he cleared it. Brant was already out, hauled aboard the dropship's open lock by the pilot's mate. Aldridge went last, the way she always went last, backing to the tear in the hull with the rifle up, putting rounds into the amber dark until the muzzle flash showed her only the empty leaning passage, and the slag drifting in the sick light, and the dead tomb closing its sockets one by one behind her, satisfied, its dead unstripped, its thieves driven off, minus what they'd carried out. Then Aldridge turned her back on it and pushed off the hull into the dark, and the dropship's lock took her, and the hatch came down, and the derelict fell away below them, dwindling, its amber glow guttering back toward the dead cold it had held for 10,000 years. In the dropship's hard light, Aldridge got Brant's helmet off her with her own gauntlet still shaking, not from fear, the suit's cold, she told herself, just the cold. And the girl's face came out of it white and wet and 21 years old and breathing, sucking the dropship's air in great whooping pulls, and there was a long red wheal up the side of her neck where the cold of the breach had reached through the failing seal, and she'd carry that, but she'd carry it alive. "You kept the frame level," Aldridge said. It came out flat because Aldridge said everything flat. When it went bad. Kept it level till I told you to drop it, and then you ran when I said run, and you didn't freeze. That's the job. You did the whole job." Brant's chin went, once, hard, the way a thing goes when it's holding back the rest. I felt it open, the suit. I felt the cold come in, and I thought— She stopped, swallowed. "I didn't freeze." "No," Aldridge said. "You didn't." And then, because the girl needed the true thing and not the kind one, and they were not the same, "You'll dream it. Tonight, tomorrow, you'll dream the cold coming in. That's not freezing either. That's just the bill. You pay it after, lying down, in the dark, on your own, the way the rest of us do. Then you get up and you suit up the next time." She looked at the wheel on the girl's neck and away. "And the next time you don't breathe like a bellows the second you're through the cut, because you'll have learned what a bottle's worth." Brant almost laughed. It came out cracked, but it came. They welded the hull onto the Endurance the next watch, because there was nowhere inside her left to put it, and Ferris wanted it where he could get at it. Aldridge went out again to help. She would not say because she could not stop, would not say because the breech suit fit her better than the mess deck did. But she went, out onto the scarred hull in the cold, with Vega and Whitlock and a torch, and they cut a cradle into the Endurance's flank just aft of the dead center mast, into the clean first-of-class plating that had still been gassing off its yard paint 12 days ago, and they seated the alien matrix bank into it and welded it down. It did not match. That was the thing Aldridge could not stop looking at, hanging there in the cold against her own ship's hull. The derelict's metal was dark and matte and wrong-angled, ribbed like a thing grown, and they had bolted and welded a slab of it onto the smooth gray curve of a ship built by clever people in Houston who had imagined her sailing clean and whole through every system she ever made. And now she carried a dead alien's bones on her side like a splint on a broken arm. And tomorrow she'd carry more, because there would be more derelicts and more graveyards and more cradles cut into her. And a year from now, Aldridge thought, leaning her shoulder to the join to hold it for Whitlock's torch, the Endurance would not look like an Iska ship at all. She'd look like the graveyard. She'd look like the patient nobody who stripped it. She'd become the thing that survived out here by eating the dead a piece at a time, because that was the only way left to survive. "It's ugly," Whitlock said on the net, running her bead along the cradle, flat and Welsh and tired. "It's the ugliest thing I've ever put on a hull. And it's a year of feedstock and a drive Ferris can dream about now, so I'll learn to love it." A pause, the torchlight steady. "We all will. That's the trick of it, isn't it? You weld the dead onto yourself, and then you can't do without them." Aldridge held the join and said nothing, because the trick of it was something she'd known longer than this dark. The way a hard job comes easy under your hands, and the ease becomes something you reach for, until you are the one they send into the tomb because you come back. She had been that before, somewhere she did not let herself stand. She was becoming it again out here, and the only part of her she trusted was the part that would not stop minding how well it fit. When the cradle was seated and cold and the torch was killed, Aldridge stayed out on the hull a moment longer than she needed to, the way Ferris stayed at the foot of his ladder, the way they all had their place to stop. The dark beyond the Endurance had no stars she could name. The derelict was long gone behind them, a tomb closed back over its dead, and somewhere ahead in the nothing there'd be another one, and another, and a torch in her hands, and the green clock counting down her air. Aldridge made the ledger in her head the way she made it after every job, plain, no editorializing, the way you handed a count to Sloan. Got? A year of feedstock, near enough. Control matrices Ferris needed to rebuild the drive, most of them, the 2 frames they'd flown out.
A girl who'd been into the dark once now and come back, harder for it, the way they all came back. A win the ship needed and could not have survived without. Cost? 1 frame, abandoned in the tomb. A breech suit she'd never trust again. The clean line of her own ship's hull, gone for good. The first cut in the slow change that wouldn't stop now till she was a Frankenstein entire. And the thing she did not put on any count she'd hand to Sloane, the warm, certain rightness of being good at this, sitting in her chest where she could not weld a cradle over it, getting easier to carry every time. Aldridge pushed off the hull and went back inside, to the airlock and the hard light and the people, where the breech suit came off and she had to be the other thing again, the harder thing, the one that didn't fit. The cradle stayed welded to the flank of the ship behind her, dark and wrong-angled against the gray, the first scar she'd given the Endurance on purpose. It would not be the last. She knew that going in. She went in anyway. Chapter 12. Make Planet. Cloud came up at the dropship's nose the way nothing had come up at anything in weeks, and Sloane's stomach dropped, and she hated it, and she could not look away. White, towers of it, anvil-headed, lit gold along their western flanks by a sun that gave heat. She could read the heat in them, in the boil and shear of the tops, the way a thing only boils when something is driving it. The dropship's skin was singing the descent song she'd flown 100 times before the dark and had stopped expecting ever to fly again. The long building roar of real air going past its speed. The airframe shuddering and gripping it, the attitude jets ticking small corrections up through the soles of her boots. Below the cloud, between the towers, the world. Green. Sloane had her harness cinched 2 notches tighter than the rest of the contact party, because if the dropship came apart in atmosphere, she meant to be conscious for it. And she leaned into the forward port over the pilot's shoulder and made herself look at the green the way she'd made herself look at the casualty count on the bridge, straight, no flinching, the whole impossible fact of it taken in at once so it couldn't sit there festering. Forest, hills of it, dark and folded, running to a coastline where the green broke against a band of pale sand, and then a sea that threw the sun back in a long, hammered glare. Rivers in the folds, silver, branching. A weather front walking across the middle distance, trailing rain that hung under it in a gray skirt, and dragged a smell into the cabin through the intakes that Sloane's body knew before her head did. Wet earth, crushed leaf, the green reek of a planet that was alive and breathing, and had been breathing a long, long time. "That's not right," said the pilot, very quietly, eyes on his instruments, not on the view. Cardenas. Steady hands, no nerves to speak of, and his voice had a hairline up the middle of it. "Commander, that's not... There's nothing out here. The whole pocket's a graveyard. The stars are going out, and this is..." He stopped. Flew. "This is Tuesday afternoon in Oregon." "I know what it is, Mr. Cardenas." Sloane kept her own voice flat, because his needed the flat to lean on. "Fly the ship. Give me the river mouth, the flat ground east of it, and put us down where Aldridge wants us, not where it's pretty. Are we still talking to the Endurance? Relays holding, patchy. We'll lose her under the cloud and pick her up again on the flat. Then talk to me before we lose her." Sloane pushed off the seat back and went aft down the swaying cabin, hand over hand on the grab line, past Aldridge and her 2 OKK, and a kid called Dunbar with a med kit and a face the color of the cloud. Past Hale, strapped in with a sensor slate in her lap, and her whole body bent over it like a woman warming herself at it. Past the young linguist, Sarno, who was not looking at the slate or the deck or anyone's face.
Sarno had his temple against the port glass and his mouth a little open, and the green coming up at the window was on his face like light off water. Sloane looked at him a half-second longer than she meant to, and then she didn't, because the relay was about to die, and she had a captain to argue with. "Say again," Sloane said. "You're broken up." Mercer's voice came down the thinning relay in pieces, the polish of it scuffed by static and by something underneath the static she couldn't name yet, from orbit, from the cold, clean chair in the cold, clean ship that got to stay up there in the dark where a ship belonged. "Maya, there are people on that landmass. Hale's count from up here is at least 4 settlements along that coast, possibly a dozen. Low thermal signatures, agricultural patterning. This isn't a resource stop. This is exactly a resource stop." She had a hand braced on the cabin frame and the green tilting up past Mercer's silence in the port. "Hear me. Ferris needs water, real water, not the recycled gray he's been wringing out of us by the cupful. And he needs biomass the printers can crack, and there's a forest down there with a river running through it. We set down, we fill the tanks, we cut what we need, the science team grabs whatever Hale can carry in a day, and we are gone before that weather front comes round again. In and out. The settlements I do not touch, and they never see us. That's the survey. That's the whole survey." A pause on the line. Through the floor, the descent roar dropped a note as Cardenas pulled their speed off, and the cloud closed white over the ports, and the green went away. "And if they see us anyway," Mercer said, "then they see a light in the sky and a story for their grandchildren, and we're 100 light years gone by the time anyone believes them." The line came out hard, and she let it stay hard. "I am not landing my people in the middle of an unknown population to make friends, Julian. Every hour we're on the ground is an hour we're slow and findable and tied to one spot. And there is a thing back in that graveyard we could not run from on a full drive. We do not have a full drive. We have whatever Ferris scraped back, and we have legs, and a ship with legs is a ship that's about to be standing still. I want this fast." The relay hissed. She thought she'd lost him. "Understood, Commander." Crisp, correct. The static took the rest, but the last of it came under clear enough. "We'll have this conversation again on the ground." "No, we won't," Sloane told the dead line, and went forward to land her ship. They put down on a flat of river silt and grass east of the river mouth, and the ramp came down on a world that hit Sloane in the face like a fist made of summer. Sloane went out first. She always went out first. It was the one right the chair and the title couldn't take off her, to be the first body down the ramp into whatever the universe had next, and she went down it now with her sidearm in its holster, and her hand not on it, and the air of an alien world filling her lungs, whether she gave it leave to or not. It was warm. That was the obscenity of it, the thing her body kept flinching from and turning back toward, like a tongue at a broken tooth. It was warm, the sun on the back of her neck a living weight after weeks of a ship's managed chill, and a star that gave light like a corpse gives the memory of a smile. Grass to her shins, green and ordinary and wrong, bending in a wind that smelled of salt and growth and the rain that had just passed. Insects she had no names for stitching the air over the grass heads. Birds calling from the dark line of the forest a half-kilometer off. 3 notes, an answer, 3 notes. The river running. The whole place loud with the small, ceaseless noise of things being alive, after weeks of a silence with a will inside it. Sloane stood at the foot of the ramp and breathed it, and her eyes stung, and she put that down to the brightness, because the brightness was real, and she did not have a place to put the other thing. "Perimeter," she said, because the work was the floor she could stand on. "Okay, Kay, the tree line. Aldridge, walk me the riverbank. I want the water take sighted and a line of retreat from it that doesn't cross open ground." Cardenas, you keep that ramp warm and you keep one hand on the relay, and the second you raise the ship, you call me. Dunbar, you stay inside the perimeter and you stay useful. Hale? But Hale was already off the ramp and down on one knee in the alien grass with her bare hand flat against the dirt, and her sensor slate forgotten beside her, and her face, when she turned it up to Sloane, had the look on it that Sloane had learned to distrust, the look of a scientist who has just been handed the thing she has wanted her whole life and is afraid of it. "Commander," Hale's voice had gone level and quiet, the way it went when she was frightened and not when she was sad. Sloane had learned that off her, off weeks of bad news delivered soft. "I need you to come and look at this." "At grass?" "At the grass." Hale lifted her hand. There was a smear of dark soil across the palm, and caught in it, wriggling, pink and blind and segmented and turning over itself, an earthworm. "Commander, this is an annelid, Lumbricina. Near as I can tell it apart from a worm I dig out of my mother's garden in Chicago. And the grass is a grass, monocot, jointed comb, the whole architecture. And that," she tipped her chin at the bird calls coming off the tree line, "is a song with a structure I have heard before, on a recording, in a lab, on Earth." She closed her hand around the soil. Her knuckles whitened. "There is no convergent evolution story for this. None. You do not independently arrive at the earthworm in a dead pocket of the universe. Either I am about to have the worst day of my professional life, or this is the best one, and I genuinely cannot tell you which." Sloane looked at the worm in the scientist's hand, and at the green hills, and at the rain skirt walking out over the bright sea, and the warm air went on filling her lungs against her will, and somewhere very far down, under the perimeter, and the water take, and the clock, a cold thread pulled tight that had nothing to do with the sun. "Fill the tanks," she said. "Fast." They were 3 hours into the water take when the forest gave them the rest of it. Sloane had the rhythm of the work going by then, which was the only way she knew to be on the ground without coming apart. Aldridge's people running the hose line down to the river in relay. The dropship's tanks taking the load with a sound like a held breath letting go. Hale's team out at the tree line cutting samples under Okeke's gun. The sun moving, and the shadows of the forest leaning longer across the flat. She had walked the perimeter twice. She had timed the rainfront circuit and given them until it came back round, which was generous, which was already too long. She was at the river edge watching the take when Okeke's voice came flat and careful over the party net, the voice a good man uses when he wants the order before he wants the alarm. "Commander, tree line, my 11 o'clock. We have people." Sloane did not run. Running was a thing the body wanted, and a thing the situation could not afford. She walked, fast, up the bank to where Okeke stood with his rifle low and ready, and his eyes on the dark between the trees, and Aldridge came in hard from the right to flank without being told, and Sloane put herself at the edge of the open ground where the grass met the forest dark, and looked at what had come out of it to look at them. People. Not creatures. Not the careful word humanoid she'd been holding ready at the back of her throat all day like a swallowed stone, the word that let a thing be person-shaped without being a person. There was no use for it. Standing at the edge of the trees in the leaning gold light, still as dear and twice as wary, were a dozen human beings. Men and women, a boy half behind a woman's hip, brown-skinned and weather-cured, dark-haired, dressed in stitched hide and a coarse woven cloth dyed in dull reds and earth browns, barefoot or near it, and human. Not nearly, not approximately, not convergently. The set of the shoulders, the way the foremost man held a fishing spear across his body, point down, not a threat and not a threat, the universal grammar of a person deciding whether the strangers are danger. The way the boy's eyes went round, the way the woman's hand came back without looking and found the boy's chest and pressed him a half-step further behind her. A grandmother's spine bent, and a young man's swagger held in check by the elders, and a scar on a forearm, and a string of shell beads at a throat, and faces she could have passed on a transit platform in Boston and never turned her head, except for the spear, except for the sea behind them and the dead stars overhead, and the 100 light-years of impossible between this beach and the garden where Hale's mother dug her worms. Beside her, Hale made a sound, not a word, the breath a person lets out when they have been right about the worst thing.
"That's not possible," Hale said, very quietly, very level. "Maya, that is not. Those are people. Those are human people. There is no. I don't have a. There is no mechanism. I want to be clear. I am the science lead, and I am telling you I have nothing. I cannot tell you how they got here. I cannot tell you how the worm got here. I cannot tell you how the grass—" "Then don't." Sloane's mouth was dry. She kept her hand off her weapon with an act of will she could feel in the tendons of her wrist, and she kept her body open and easy and still, the way you stand for a frightened animal, the way you stand for a frightened person, which was the same thing and had always been the same thing across every distance there was, apparently, including this one. "Nobody raises a weapon. Nobody, okay? Aldridge, points down, hands easy. We are guests who walked into their front room, and we are going to act like it." The foremost man took one step out of the trees into the light. Older than she'd first read him. Gray in the dark beard, a deep crease between the brows, the spear hand steady. He looked at Sloane, at the strangeness of her, the suit, the cropped hair, the pale Boston skin, the things at her belt, and the decision worked itself out behind his eyes, the same calculation that ran behind hers, threat or not, and she made herself the safest unsafe thing she could be. She lifted one open hand, slow, palm out, the oldest word there was. The man looked at the hand, and then, slow, he shifted his spear to his off hand and lifted his own palm out, and said something. 3 words, maybe 4, a soft tongue, liquid, the consonants worn round, and Sloane's translator earpiece, the cleverest device the Endurance carried, the thing that had given her back silence off the thing in the graveyard, woke up and stuttered, and gave her, in a flat machine murmur under the man's living voice, a fragment. "Who, water, come, from, strangers." It was almost language. That was the horror of it, and it landed in Sloane's chest with more force than the thing in the dark had ever managed, because the thing in the dark had been other, a silence with no door in it, and you could fear an other and stay whole. This was a door half open. This was a human voice eroded by so much time and so much distance that the machine could only reach through the gaps in it and bring back pieces. Who, water, come, from, strangers. The wreckage of a tongue that had once been somebody's, that was somebody's still, worn down past the place where it could be held, but not past the place where you knew, in the gut, that was ours. That had started somewhere, somewhen, as a thing a person said to another person on Earth. Beside her, Sarno had come up from the dropship without anyone calling him, and he was crying. Quietly, unashamed, his face running with it, and a smile underneath the tears like a man at a homecoming. His lips moving, shaping the man's worn-round words back to himself, the whisper going out of him, to no one, to the green, to the device, to the impossible coast. It's almost, oh,
Oh, you're almost... Oh, you're almost... There was no time for what was happening to Sarno. Sloane set it aside, the way she set aside everything she'd come back for later, and lifted her open hand a degree higher, and held the old man's eyes, and made the only first word she had. Sloane smiled and waited. The conversation she had been promised happened on the flat in the long evening light, after the people had melted back into the trees with the careful courtesy of hosts who have decided the strangers are not today a danger, and after the second dropship had come down with him in it, because of course he'd come down, because there were people, and Mercer's whole life was people. Mercer found her at the river edge. She'd sighted herself there on purpose, away from the perimeter and the work, because what she had to say to him she did not want said in front of the crew, and what she had to do she did not want anyone watching her do. "We're not going tonight," Mercer said. No preamble. He'd learned that off her, maybe, this last cold month. He stood beside her at the water with his fine hands clasped behind his back and his eyes on the dark coming up over the sea, and the polish was off his voice entirely now, worn through to the thing underneath, which was a man who had spent the afternoon weeping and was not ashamed of it either. "I know your case. Every hour grounded is an hour exposed. The drive's half built. There's a hunter behind us and a war ahead of us, and you've been right about all of it, every time, the whole way down. I'm not going to pretend you're wrong about the danger." But we are not going tonight," Mercer said, "because we have just found human beings on a world that cannot exist." He stopped, started again, lower. "In a pocket of the universe where the lights are going out. No one in the history of our species has seen what we saw on that beach today." His fine hands stayed clasped at his back, the only steady thing about him. "If we fill our tanks and leave at dawn like thieves, we'll spend the rest of our lives, and they may not be long lives, Maya, none of ours, out here, knowing we found our own people lost at the end of the world and we looked at our watches." His voice didn't rise. That was new too. It went down instead, quiet and certain in a way his certainties had never been when they were about himself. "I want to know how a child on that beach has my mother's eyes. I want to give Sarno and the device time, because there is a way in. You heard it. The machine almost had it. It's almost us." A breath. "As the man in the chair, we stay long enough to learn it." Sloane looked at the river. The current ran dark and quick and ordinary, carrying leaves, carrying the day's light away to the sea, and she did the arithmetic she'd been doing all afternoon, and getting the same answer to, and hating the answer, and getting it again. The thing was, he was right. Not right the way he was usually right in the room, right with the delegations, right about the politics, the kind of right that was really just being the most prepared man present. Right the way she was usually right, in the gut, about the thing that mattered. He had read these people the way she read a tactical board, fast and whole and true, and what he'd read off them was the one thing she'd been refusing to look at since the worm turned over in Hale's palm, that this was not a resource stop, that a crew did not survive weeks of dead stars and silent hunters and counted dead and come down onto a green world full of their own lost kind and just take the wood, that something in her people, in Cardenas, in the kid Dunbar who'd been smiling all afternoon for no reason he could name, in Sarno weeping at the tree line, in herself, in the cold thread that pulled at her every time the warm air filled her lungs, needed this green the way Ferris's printers needed feedstock, and that you could not run a starving crew past a table set with bread and call it discipline. And the drive needed the days. That was the part she could say out loud, so she started with it. Ferris can't fold for days regardless. She kept it flat. "I knew that landing. The repairs need the stop whether we like the company or not. So you don't get to feel brave about it. We were grounded anyway." "I'll take what I can get," Mercer said. "It's not days." She made herself say the rest, because if she gave it, she'd give the whole thing and not parcel it out like change. "You're not asking for tonight. I've watched Sarno this afternoon and I've watched Nhál, and I know what a thing that's almost a language does to people like that. You're asking for weeks. Say weeks." A pause. The river ran. "Weeks," Mercer said. Sloane closed her eyes. The cold thread under everything went taut, and she let it, and she made the call the way she'd made every call since the dark took Vance, which was alone, and out loud, and owning it, the thing she trusted least, the thing the chair had backed her into doing over and over until the doing didn't get easier, and she stopped waiting for it to. "Weeks," she said. "All right. Weeks." She opened her eyes. The first true stars were coming out over the dead-light pocket, and they were thin and few and going, and below them the green world breathed. "And I want it on the record between us, because I'll never say it on the deck. You read them right, and I read them as a fuel stop. That's a mark against me and a mark for you, and out here I keep the ledger straight or it's no good to anyone." She turned and looked at him, and gave him all of it, because he'd earned all of it, and because owing him would sit worse than saying it. "You were right, Yulian, about the people. I'd have taken the water and gone, and I'd have been wrong, and people I'm responsible for would have carried it for the rest of whatever lives this gives them." Her jaw set. "Don't get used to it." "I wouldn't dare," Mercer said, and there was no triumph in it, which was the only thing that made it bearable. He'd learned that too. Sloane looked back at the dark sea and the few thin stars and the rain front coming round again, patient on its endless circuit, and she set her hands on her hips and let the warm, wrong air go into her one more time, all the way down, this once, no flinch in it. "Get me a perimeter I can hold for a month," she said, to the river, to the work, to the floor she could stand on. "And somebody find me Sarno before he marries the place." Behind her, up the bank, a light came on in the dropship, warm and yellow against the falling dark, and the green world held its first night around the small, loud, wounded crew that had washed up on its shore. And out past the thin, guttering stars, a graveyard away, the dark went on running down to nothing, and the war went on in the deep, and the clock she had just agreed to stop watching went on counting all the same. It was counting. She'd agreed anyway. That was the cost, and she carried it down off the riverbank into the light, and did not look at it, and did not put it down.
Chapter 13. The Drowned. The stick was wrong in the dirt, and the child told him so. Sarno had drawn a fish, 3 strokes, the curve of the back, the fan of the tail, the small mean eye, because a fish was a thing they both stood inside the meaning of, the river behind them full of them, the smoke racks at the village edge hung with them split and reddening, and he wanted to lay one true word down between himself and the boy crouched opposite before he tried for anything harder. He had the worn ash twig in his right hand, and the dirt of the commons swept smooth in front of his knees, where the feet of 3 generations had packed it hard as a slate, and he drew his fish and looked up. The boy looked at the fish. The boy was maybe 7, knees scabbed, a fringe of black hair cut blunt across his brow with what had plainly been a knife, and a frown of pure professional disapproval that Sarno had last seen on the face of his doctoral supervisor. The boy reached over, took the stick out of Sarno's hand with the calm tyranny of the young, and amended the fish. He put a second line under the belly, 2 short cuts at the gill, and a small hooked stroke at the mouth that Sarno's fish had not had, and then he sat back on his heels and looked at Sarno, waiting, the way you wait for someone to catch up. The mouth hook.
Of course, not fish. This fish, the river fish, the one with the underbite that ran in spring, the one drying on the racks. The boy had not corrected his drawing. The boy had corrected his vocabulary, had taken a vague class noun and handed back the specific, the way a child anywhere will tell you it is not a dog, it is Patch. And Sarno's chest did a thing it had not done in front of another living person in longer than he could comfortably count, a kind of lift, a kind of ache. The particular joy of being gently put right by someone who has decided you are worth the trouble of teaching. "Howl," the boy said, and pointed at his hooked fish, patient. The earpiece in Sarno's ear gave him nothing. A click, the soft electronic non-sound it made when it had decided there was no purchase, no match, no door. The cleverest translator the Endurance carried, the adaptive thing that had eaten 100 human tongues and could forward most of them inside a sentence, sat in his ear and offered him a fragment of static and the courtesy of silence. The same silence, Hale said, that it gave back off the thing in the graveyard, off a stone, off a star, off a 7-year-old saying the word for fish. "Howl," Sarno said back, and the boy's whole face changed. Sarno had been coming down for 4 days. The first day, Sloane had sent him with OKK at his shoulder and a hard 15-meter line he was not to cross, and he had sat at that line, at the edge of the open ground, with his hands open on his knees, and done nothing, said nothing, asked nothing, until the light went and they called him up. And that had been the right thing. The only thing, though it had cost OKK a day of standing in the sun watching a man sit, and Sarno had apologized to him at the dropship, and OKK had said, "Mild, you did your job, I did mine." And Sarno had understood that a perimeter could be a kindness if you let it. The second day, a woman had come to the line. The woman had come because of the children, though Sarno had not understood that yet on the second day. On the second day, she was only a tall woman in stitched hide and a faded madder-red shawl, dark hair bound back off a weather-cut face, who walked out from the trees with 2 others behind her and stopped at a distance and looked at the stranger's strange linguist sitting in the grass with his palms up, and did not smile, and did not soften, and did not leave. She had a way of standing with her weight square and her chin level that Sarno knew without any language at all, a person taking the measure of a risk near her young. She looked at him for a long time, and then she had crouched, the way he was crouching, mirrored, deliberate, and picked up a pebble, and set it on the ground between them, in the open where he could see it, and stood, and gone back to the trees. Sarno had not slept that night for thinking about the pebble, a thing set down in the open. I will put a thing between us and not hide my hand. He had brought one of his own the third day, a smooth river cobble, and set it by hers, and she had watched him do it from the tree line with her arms folded. And Hale, monitoring the suit feed from up the bank, had said in his ear, "Eli, I think you just got engaged." And he had laughed, helplessly, and the woman at the tree line had tilted her head at the sound of it. Her name, as near as the eroded thing in his ear could carry it, and his own ear could shape it, was Wenna, a name a person could have carried out of a drowned country and worn smooth across 1,000 years until it fit the mouth like a stone fits a hand. She was a widow. He had learned that not from the device, which gave him nothing, but from the village, which gave him everything if he sat still enough to be given it. The particular space the others left around her, deference and care folded together, the children who were hers, and the one boy who was always at her hip with his fish, the man's spear, too big for the boy, kept oiled by the door of her house and used by no one.
They had told him the husband in gesture, on the fourth morning, an old man miming at sorrowing by the smoke racks, the spear, the woods, a fall, a long fall, hands opening on nothing. A hunting death, recent enough that the village still arranged itself gently around her grief, the way a body arranges itself around a hurt rib. Sarno carried that carefully and did not let it become an opening he wanted from her. He had watched men do that, turn another person's grief into a door they meant to walk through, and he would not. He came for the word. By the fourth afternoon they let him in past the tree line, and the village undid him. It sat in a fold above the river where the ground was dry, a dozen low houses of wattle and turf and weathered plank, smoke standing straight up out of the roofs in the windless heat, racks of drying fish, a pen of small dark pigs, that rooted and grumbled and were nobody's mystery to anyone but the off-worlders, and dogs. The dogs had come out at him low and stiff-legged, and then decided he was furniture and gone back to the shade, and one of them, a rough-coated bitch with a gray muzzle, had a way of lying with her chin on her paws and her eyebrows working that was so exactly, so unbearably the way a dog lay in the sun on any green hill on earth that Sarno had to stop in the middle of the commons and breathe. Sarno noted the things his training gave him to note, because to catalog them kept the lift in his chest from turning into something that would frighten the hosts. The loom against the south wall of the largest house, warp-weighted, a technology older than cities. The pots, coil-built, no wheel. A bronze knife, one, treasured, and everything else stone and bone and fire-hardened wood. A people who remembered metal as a precious rumor and made do, and old material poverty worn into grace. The way they salted nothing because they had no salt, but smoked everything. The way they had no grain he could see, but baskets of a starchy root and the river's fish and the forest's nuts. Pre-agricultural, near enough. Foragers and fishers with a foot in the door of the herd. A small, gentle, competent culture living lightly on a coast, with, and this was the thing the academic in him could not make lie down, with earth growing up green all around it, the worms in the dirt, and the grass on the hill, and the dog in the sun, and not one of them, not the boy, not Wenna, not the bent old woman by the central fire, knowing it for anything but the world. The boy, Idrin, near enough, another stone-worn name, and Sarno had stopped being able to be surprised by them, took him by the wrist with the casual ownership of the very young, and towed him to the fire, and sat him down, and put the stick in his hand, and waited for the lesson to continue. So Sarno drew. He drew the river and got the word, the long one, 2 syllables with the second sliding down. He drew the sun and got a word, and then the boy was firm about it, a different word. And after some confusion involving much pointing at the actual sun and the drawn one, Sarno worked out that the first word was the sun in the sky, and the second the sun as warmth on skin. 2 words for the one star. A language that had kept a distinction his own had let collapse, and his heart turned over. He drew a house and a fish and a hand and a child. He pointed at himself and said his own name, and the boy laughed at it, the strange flat shape of it, and tried it, and made a worse hash of Eli than the device made of Wenna. And that was the first real bridge of the day, the 2 of them sitting in the dirt laughing at the sounds in each other's mouths. Around them the women worked, and the dogs slept, and the smoke went up, and nobody hurried him, and nobody needed him to be useful in the way the ship needed everyone useful, and Sarno crouched in the dirt of an impossible commons, drawing fish for a child,
and was, for the first time in a life spent slightly to one side of every room he had ever been put in, exactly and entirely where he was meant to be. Sarno did not let himself name it. To name it was to want to keep it, and to want to keep it was to start counting the days against him, and there was a perimeter clock somewhere up the bank in Sloane's head, ticking through every one of these golden afternoons, and a half-built drive, and a dark behind them, and weeks, only weeks, that Mercer had bought at a price Sarno did not let himself look at squarely. So he did not name it. He drew the next fish. Wenna came and sat across the fire from him in the late light, and the device gave him nothing, and they did the day's last work together without it. Wenna had brought a basket of the river fish to split for the racks, and she set a second blade by his hand, not the bronze one, a flake of worked stone with an edge that took the skin off a thumb if you were stupid with it, and showed him, once, the cut, gill, to vent, the thumb opening the belly, the spine lifted out whole and flicked to the dogs. Then she watched him butcher his first fish very badly, and did not laugh, which was its own kindness, and reached over and turned his wrist a few degrees, and tapped the back of his hand twice, like this, and went back to her own. They worked. The light went long and red across the commons, and the river smell and the smoke smell sat in the warm air, and the only sounds were the fire and the dogs and the small wet work of their hands, and once the boy's voice somewhere off behind the houses, and once Wenna saying something low to herself over a fish that had given her trouble, an ordinary muttered human curse at an ordinary thing, and Sarno understood not one word of it, and every particle of it. He had never in his life been so spoken to by silence. He kept his eyes on his work, and his hand slow and harmless, and let her decide, in her own time, in the long red light, that he was a thing it was safe to sit beside. And across the fire the deciding happened. He could feel it happen, the way the air changes before rain. Not a door opening, nothing so finished as that. The first turn of a key in a lock neither of them would name. Wenna handed him the next fish without looking up. That was all. That was everything. The old woman told the story after the meal, and Sarno understood, at last and all at once, what these people were. They ate at the fire in the blue dark, fish and the starchy root baked in the embers, and a handful of the forest's small sweet nuts, and the whole village folded itself in around the light, the way villages have always folded around the light against the dark coming up off the sea. And Sarno sat where Edrin put him, between the boy and Wenna, with the grey-muzzled bitch heavy and warm against his shin, and ate with his fingers, and was full, and was among them. And when the eating slowed, the bent old woman by the fire, the grandmother of the whole place near enough, hands like the river cobbles, one eye gone milky, lifted her chin and began to speak. And the children went quiet the way children go quiet for a story they already know by heart, mouthing the start of it before she said it. And Sarno understood that this was a right, that this was the old story, the one told over and over against the dark, and he leaned in and gave the device his whole attention, and gave the old woman more. The translator caught the bones of it and dropped the flesh, and Sarno's own ear and his own knowledge laid the flesh back on. And what came to him came not as clean translation, but as a thing assembled out of fragments and gesture, and the old woman's hands moving in the firelight, and the certainty in his own gut, so that afterward he could never have said how much had been her words and how much his understanding, and it did not matter, because they made the same shape. There had been, the old woman said, the children breathing it with her, a first place, the home, the good country. Far, she said, and the device gave him far, clean, one of its few whole words all day, and she said it the way you say a wound. The good country had been low and wide and rich, marsh and meadow and the great slow rivers, and the people had lived there long and well and many, in the time before, in the first time. And then the water came. Not a flood, the way the device first tried it. The hands corrected the device. The water did not come and go. The water came and stayed. Sarno's neck prickled. The old woman's cobbled hands rose slow and level and pushed forward, out, on and on, the sea taking the marsh, the sea taking the meadow, the sea taking the houses and the fish racks and the low green country, a hand's breadth a year, a field a generation, the people moving back and back before it, and the good country going down under the gray water and not coming up. A drowning that took lifetimes, a country lost not in a night but in an age, so slow that the leaving was the only home some of them ever knew. The long going away, she called it, the hands walking 2 fingers wearily across the dark, the people carrying the fire and the loom and the names and the story away from the drowning home, out into the world, away and away until the hands opened, here, palms up, at the fire, at the village, at the coast, at the dark sea breathing below, until here. A country believed lost to the sea. Something said in the back of Sarno's mind, in his own voice, in a lecture hall 1,000 years and an impossible distance behind him. The drowned country. The low rich land the sea drank slow while the people walked away from it, carrying everything they could not afford to lose. He had taught this. He had stood in front of a class and shown them the bathymetry, the river channels still running under the cold shallow sea between one island and a continent, the antler tools dredged up in fishing nets, the people who had lived on a green plain where there was now only water and had walked away from it so slowly that no one of them ever knew they were leaving for good. And he had called it the oldest grief there was, the sea that took the first good country. And they remembered it. These people, here, at the spent end of a dying pocket of the universe, under stars that were going out, with the worms of England in their dirt and the dogs of England at their fires. These people sat in the dark and told their children, every night, the true and ancient memory of the drowning of the world, the going away, the long carrying of the fire away from the rising sea. They did not know it was earth. They did not know there was an earth. The good country was not a planet to them, and the going away was not a crossing of the dark. It was a coast and a sea, and their grandmothers' grandmothers walking back from the water, all of it folded down into one shore, one story, one fire. They had forgotten everything except the grief, and the grief was exact, the most accurate thing he had ever heard a human being say. These were his people, not nearly, not approximately, carried here whole, a fire, a loom, a story, a fishing spear, a name like Wenna worn down to the river stone of it, out of the drowning of a green low country at the very dawn of the human voice, and washed up, somehow, by something no one in the firelight would ever name or need to, at the absolute end of the world, and lost so long, carried so far, that they had let go of the sky itself, and kept only the water that took the first home. He understood it the way Nhál understood the worm in her palm, in the gut, before and beneath any mechanism, not how, never how, only that. That was ours. That grief was ours. We have been here a long, long time. The old woman's hands came to rest in her lap. The story was done.
The children let out the breath they had been holding, and someone put a stick on the fire, and a dog stretched and resettled, and the ordinary warm noise of the village came back up around the dark. Sarna was crying again, quietly, the way he had cried at the tree line, no shame in it, the firelight running on his wet face. Wenna, beside him, looked at the tears and did not look away, and did not ask, and after a moment she did what undid the last of him. She reached over, without a word, and pressed the back of her hand once against his shoulder, the same 2 firm taps she had used to turn his wrist on the fish, like this. "Steady, you are doing it right," and took her hand back and looked into the fire. Sarno did not have the word to thank her. He had so few of their words, and the device had none of them, and the bridge they had was 4 days old and made of pebbles and fish and the patience of a 7-year-old. But he turned his hand over on his knee, palm up, the oldest word there was, the first one Sloane had used on the beach, the one that had run true across every distance there was, and after a moment Wenna, still watching the fire, set the back of her hand against his open palm and left it there lightly, the 2 of them not looking at each other, holding nothing but the small warm weight of a hand, while the dark sea breathed below the village and the thin stars guttered overhead, and somewhere 100 light years and 100 lifetimes behind them, a green low country went on lying drowned under a cold gray sea that these people had carried, faithful and forgetting, all the way to the end of everything. Up the bank, beyond the tree line, a clock he could not hear went on counting the weeks. He knew it was counting. He sat at the fire among his found and impossible kin, with a widow's hand against his palm and a boy asleep against his side, and he did not, this once, let himself do the arithmetic, and that refusal was the first lie he had told himself on this world, and the most human thing he had done since he came down the ramp.
Chapter 14. 3 weeks on the green world. The crab came up out of the mud sideways and furious, and Hale and the old woman beside her both went over backward, laughing, into the tidal flat before either of them could think better of it. It was the indignity of the thing that did it. They had been digging the wet gray silt at the river mouth for the better part of an hour, the old woman, Tegan, near as the device could carry it, Wenna's aunt, or her aunt's sister. The relationships ran sideways in the village, and Hale had given up charting them, showing her the trick of it, the flat of the hand pressed to the sand to read the breathing hole, the quick scoop before the digger could pull deeper. They had a basket between them, half full of clams that were clams, and a thing like a small mussel that Hale had not placed yet, and then Tegan's fingers had closed on something that fought, and she'd hauled it streaming into the low gold light, and it had come up sideways and furious, with one claw raised at the both of them in pure aggrieved threat, and it was a crab. Carapace, eye stalks, the asymmetric heavy claw, the scuttle, the whole 10-legged grievance of it, a crab, the kind a child pulls out of a rock pool in Cornwall or Maine and drops with a shriek, brandishing its one big claw at the sky as if the sky had started it. Tegan barked something at the crab, a scold, the universal, "Oh, you would you?" of a woman who has been pinched before, and fainted at it, and the crab fainted back, and that was when Hale's legs went out from under her in the silt, and she sat down hard in the cold mud with the laugh coming up out of her unstoppable, and Tegan came down beside her, one hand on Hale's shoulder for the going down, both of them filthy to the elbow and helpless with it, and the crab made its escape sideways across the flat at speed, with its claw still up, retreating in good order, conceding nothing. For one whole minute, Hale was only laughing in the mud beside a human woman at the edge of an alien sea, and there was nothing under it but the joy. Then the crab reached the water and went into it and was gone, and the minute ended, and the cold came back up under the joy where it had been waiting all along, patient as the tide. Because it was a crab, Brachyura, the body plan run off the same press as every crab she dissected at 19 with the smell of formalin in her nose, and there was no reason for it, no reason on this world or any law she could cite, and Hale sat in the silt and looked at the place where it had gone into the alien water and stopped laughing, and Tegan looked at her sidelong and stopped too, reading the change without a word for it, the way these people read everything. Hale got up and washed her hands in the cold river and went back to the basket and counted what was in it. That was the work. The counting was always the work.
The next 3 weeks taught the printers to eat the green. That was Ferris's miracle, and he was sour about it, which was how Hale knew it was real. A happy Ferris was a man lying to you about a system. He came down on the second dropship rotation, arms still splinted, and stood at the river edge, looking at the forest the way a starving man looks at a bakery through glass, and said, "That's not food, that's chemistry I haven't done yet," and then he did it. The green world was the answer to the thing that had been killing them by the cupful: water, real water and biomass without end, and a printer is only a stupid mouth that wants the right gruel. Ferris and W.I.T. Locke rebuilt the feed cracker on a riverbank under a tarp, swearing, burning out 2 intake heads on cellulose the machine had never been told existed, and by the end of the first week the galley printers were laying down loaf the color of wet straw, that tasted of almost nothing, and was, Soto confirmed, running her blood panels in a dropship cargo bay, actual food, not the memory of food, food. The crew ate it and complained about it, which Soto said was the healthiest sound she'd heard in a month. But the cracker ran hot, and it kept running hot, and Ferris would not leave it. "She's eating local, and I don't trust her digestion," he said, talking to the machine again, and stayed down a night he hadn't enrostered for. And the drive, the half-built drive, the thing that had bought them this green and could not yet take them off it, sat in the Endurance's gutted core 100 kilometers up, with no one's hands on it. Hale logged that, privately, the way she logged everything. The stop was buying repairs. The stop was also a hole the repairs fell into. Every hour Ferris spent teaching a printer to eat grass was an hour the full drive did not get, and the drive was the only door out of a pocket where the stars were going out, and nobody on the riverbank was looking up at the door. The strand stretched. A planned overnight had become weeks, and the weeks made their own gravity. The crew came down in rotations, 2 days on the surface, the warmth and the running water and the loud living air, then back up to the chill and the patched corridors and the dead doors. And the second group always came down a little quieter and went up a little more reluctant, and Sloane held the rotation tight precisely because of it. "Nobody settles," she told the muster on the flat-voiced, watching their faces. "You come down, you work, you go back to your ship. This is a beach, not a home." Half of them heard it. Hale watched the other half not hear it. Watched Dunbar take her boots off at the river one evening and stand to the shins in it with her eyes shut and a look on her face that had nothing to do with the rotation, and watched Sloane watch it too, from the bank, jaw set, saying nothing, because there was nothing to say that the warm air didn't unsay the moment it filled your lungs. And somewhere up the bank, in Sloane's head, the perimeter clock counted, and out past the thin, guttering stars, the graveyard ran down to nothing, and the thing in the dark they could not run from on a full drive was still out there in the dark, and they did not have a full drive. The green made it easy to forget. The green was built to make it easy to forget.
Hale never quite managed to because the data wouldn't let her. The data was the best of her life and getting worse every day, and those were the same sentence. Hale set up a field bench in a lean-to of dropship panel at the edge of the open ground where the work parties could find her, and the village could see her and not be alarmed, and she catalogued, specimen after specimen, hour on hour, because to stop and step back was to see the pattern building under all of it, and the pattern frightened her more than any single piece, so she did not step back, she catalogued. The grass first, then the worm, the one from Sloan's Beach, confirmed under the field scope down to the chaeta, lumbricina, no argument left in it. Then a beetle a child brought her in a cupped hand, proud, and the beetle was a beetle, Coleoptera, elytra and all. Then the dogs, which she did not need a scope for. The gray-muzzled bitch that lived in the village commons would have walked unremarked down any street on earth and lain down in any patch of sun, and when Hale ran a cheek swab past the sequencer in the dropship, the sequencer told her, in its flat way, canid, domestic, divergence far below the isolation model, and Hale had sat in the cargo bay with the result on the screen for a long time, and then she had gone very level and very quiet, and gone back to the bench. Then the pigs, sus, domestic, the same. Then a gull. It was the gull that did the worst of it. She was at the bench in the late afternoon, and a gull came down to the river flat to fight the dogs for a fish head, and it was a gull, white and gray and gimlet-eyed and contemptuous, screaming the exact scream a gull screams over a chip on a seafront. And Hale stood at her bench with a clam half dissected under her hand and looked at a herring gull at the end of the universe, and the cold went all the way down, all the way to the place it had been climbing toward for 3 weeks, and she had it, finally, whole, the way she'd had the floor reading climbing under her thumb. Not the pieces, the pattern. Too many. One species you could fight, a worm, a grass. You could lie to yourself, say convergence, say the universe is large and runs the same chemistry twice, say I am about to have the worst day of my professional life or the best one, and I cannot tell which. But not the worm, and the grass, and the beetle, and the dog, and the pig, and the gull, and the crab, and the oak. Not 8 of them. The oak she had found in the second week, and it was the oak that had started her counting in earnest. A tree at the forest edge, broad-crowned, deep-rooted, the leaf lobed wrong for any oak she could name, and the acorn under it in its little cup, undeniable, quercus, the cup and the nut, the whole patient machinery of an oak. Not an oak's cousin, diverged, gone its own way down some long road, but unmistakably off the same family tree, the same deep stock, the way the village's tongue was unmistakably a human tongue worn past holding. The dog had hardly diverged at all. The crab had hardly diverged at all. The oak had diverged a great deal. And the only frame that held all of those at once, that held a dog identical to Earth's, and an oak 100,000 years estranged from Earth's growing in the same forest, was not convergence, because convergence does not produce the herring gull, and it was not coincidence, because coincidence does not produce 8 of them, and it was... Hale wrote 3 words on the slate, the way she always wrote the tractable parts down first, to keep from chasing the whole thing in circles. Different times. Same source. Things from Earth had been arriving in this dead pocket of the universe, not once, over and over, across spans of time so wide that one arrival had stayed a herring gull, and another had become an oak's strange cousin, and a people had landed early enough to forget there was a sky at all. Arrivals, scattered down a very long road, all from the same drowned home, by some agency that left no instrument track she could find, no junction signature, no mechanism, nothing. A delivery with no delivery system. A column of Earth life set down on a green world over deep time, systematically, faithfully, and nobody to ask. Hale did not write why. She had a rule about that, and she kept it even now, even here, with the gull screaming and her hands gone still on the bench. She had told Nhál weeks ago in the dark over the climbing number that a made-up reason was worse than none, that she would not build something false and tidy where the true thing was neither. And the rule held, and holding it was the only steadiness she had. She had a corpse and no cause of death, and now she had a green world full of Earth's living children and no agency that put them there, and the rule was the same rule. Catalog the what, refuse the invented why. Carry the gap and don't fill it with a lie to make yourself feel better. But the gap had stopped being a comfort, because the green world had been a mercy. These first weeks, the one warm thing in the whole spent dark, the place where the crew could lay down the cold for 2 days at a time and remember they were alive. And the data had taken the mercy and turned it, slow, the way the tide turns, into something else. A world this Earth-like was not a refuge. A world this Earth-like was evidence. Something out here had been reaching back to Earth, across the dark and across the ages, again and again, with a patience and a reach that nothing in human science could touch. And it had done it long before the Endurance ever fell through the wall. And it would go on doing it after, and the crew was sitting in the middle of its handiwork, eating its grass and washing in its river, and calling it home. The planet had stopped being the comforting thing. The data had done that. Hale put the gull's description into the catalog, and the gull's relation to the herring gull, Larus argentatus, near identical, the drift far below what the deep time demanded, and she did not write down what it meant, and she went very quiet and very clinical and finished the clam, because the clinical was the only place left to stand. The harvest feast came at the end of the second week, and Hale went down for it because Sarno asked her to, and because she did not want, this once, to be the person at the bench while the rest of them lived. The village had brought in a glut of the river fish on a spring run, and there was more than the racks could take, so they cooked it, the whole settlement at once, pits dug and lined with hot stones, and the fish laid in on green branches, and a smell coming off it that made the crew on the perimeter turn their heads like dogs. Wenna's people fed them. That was the astonishing thing, the thing Hale put in no catalog because it had no taxon. These foragers at the end of the world, who had nothing, who smoked their fish because they had no salt, and made do with stone because metal was a rumor, fed 170 strangers out of a spring run because the strangers were there and hungry, and the food had come. Sarno moved through it like a man at his own homecoming, gone half-native already. The boy Edrin riding his hip and correcting his words, Wenna at the fire with her hands full and her eyes finding Sarno across the smoke the way Hale's mother used to find her father across a room. Hale ate fish off a green branch with her fingers, and it was the best thing she had eaten in her life, and she knew it was the best thing she had eaten in her life, and she let it be, this once, just that, and did not catalog the fish. But she sat a little apart, on a log at the firelight's edge, and from there she could see all of it, the crew loosening, the village folding them in, the warm dark coming up off the sea, and seeing it brought the cold up with it, helpless the way it always did now. Because all of this was earth, the fire and the fish and the children breathing a story, and the dogs working the edges for scraps, and the gull, even the gull, screaming somewhere out over the black water. All of it carried here, faithful, over deep time, by something that had never once explained itself and never would. Hale sat at the edge of the loveliest evening she could remember, and could not stop seeing the reach behind it, the long, impossible, patient reach. I am sitting inside the proof, and I cannot read it. Then she made herself stop, and went and sat closer to the fire, because the fire was real, whatever had put it there. The crew mess was up on the ship, in a dropship cargo bay they'd rigged with a printed table and salvage benches, and Hale came up on the late rotation to find it loud. It was the realest sound on the Endurance. After 3 weeks of green, the table had filled out. Ferris at the head of it, with his splinted arm propped on a ration tin. Aldridge across from him. Brant down the end with her eyes everywhere. Soto beside Hale with her boots off under the table. And a pot of something in the middle that was actual coffee, the last of the actual coffee, a hoard Soto had been guarding since Houston and had given up tonight for reasons she wasn't explaining. "It tastes of the river," Aldridge was saying, flat, prodding the straw-colored loaf with a fork like she suspected it of something. "I want it on the record that Ferris has made us a printer that produces the river." "It tastes of food," Ferris said, "which is more than the last batch did, so you can eat the river and say thank you. You ate worse for 11 days and didn't have the manners to complain about it to my face. I complained about it to your face every day." "You complained about it to Whitlock's face. She told me. We had a laugh." Brant laughed at that too, quickly, the laugh of someone glad to be allowed at the table at all, and then went red, and Soto reached down the bench and pushed the coffee pot toward her without comment, which was the kindest thing anyone could have done, and the whole table knew it, and let it pass. "How's the arm?" Soto said to Ferris, not as a doctor, just along the table. "It's an arm. It's healing. It would heal faster if certain people would let me come down off the ship and look at my cracker." "Your cracker is fine. Whitlock has your cracker. Your cracker has never been happier." "My cracker is running 8 degrees hot, and Whitlock thinks 8 degrees hot is character." He said it dark, but he ate while he said it, and he ate well, and Hale logged that the way she logged everything. Ferris eating, Ferris complaining about a machine that worked, the surest sign in the world that for one evening the man was not actively dying. The drive was still half built up in the dark behind the bulkhead. Nobody mentioned the drive. The drive was what you didn't mention at the table, the way you didn't mention the dead, and the silence around it sat under the warmth like the cold sat under the green. "Hale," Aldridge, blunt, turning the fork on her now. "You found anything down there going to get us eaten, or can I stand my people down half a notch?" "Nothing's going to eat you," Hale said. "The biggest predator on the landmass is the village dog, and she's frightened of the river." "Good. They've been wound tight for 3 weeks. A man can't relax on a beach when the science team keeps coming up looking like that." Aldrich nodded at Hale's face, not unkindly, and the data was on her in the room, the level and quiet she went to when she was frightened, written plain enough for a tactical officer to read across a table. Hale made an effort and put it down. "It's a good beach," Hale said. "It's the best beach in the universe, probably. I keep finding things that shouldn't be on it, that's all. Doesn't mean they'll bite." "What kind of things?" said Brant, who could still be wonderstruck, who hadn't learned yet to be afraid of the answer, leaning in with the coffee warming her hands. "Earth things." Hale kept it light for the table, because the table was for living and not for the cold. "A worm I could have dug out of my mother's garden. A crab. Oak trees, near enough. A go this afternoon. It's—" she found the word that wouldn't ruin the meal. "It's uncanny. It's a lot of Earth, a long way from Earth." "How'd it get here?" Brant, of course. "I don't know," Hale said, and let that be the truth. Plain, the way Nhál let a word be a word. That's the honest answer. I don't know, and I'm not going to make something up so it sounds like I do. That landed in the bay the way such things land, a small silence, 3 weeks of strangeness sitting briefly in the middle of the table with the coffee, and then Ferris broke it the way Ferris broke everything, by being Ferris. "Well, Whatever brought the oak trees, ask it to bring my number 3 controller while it's at it." And the table laughed, the real laugh this time, all of them, even Soto, the laugh that was the whole point of the room. Hale laughed too. It was a good laugh, and she meant it, and she let it carry her past the cold for one more minute. It was in that minute, with the laugh still going, that Marsh asked his question. Marsh was at the bench end nearest the hatch, the signals officer, quiet, well-liked in the way of men who never make trouble. He'd brought a board of duty traffic to clear and a mug he wasn't drinking. He didn't lean in. He turned his mug a quarter turn on the bench and said into the falling off of the laugh, mild as the coffee, "Your floor readings, Doctor, the climbing one from the dead junctions, are those logged to the science bench, or do they go up to the main ledger with the nav data? Only I'm carrying the comms log, and I'd hate to be holding a copy of something that ought to live somewhere safer." "Science bench," Hale said. "Ensign Nhál and I keep them local. The ledger's for things we can defend." She thought no more of it than that. It was a housekeeping question, the kind a careful comms officer asked, and she answered it and reached for the coffee. "Sensible," Marsh said, and turned his mug back the quarter turn it had come, and let Brant pull the table off onto the cargo hold game Aldridge was building a league for. And within 10 seconds, the question was gone under the warmth. A comms officer had asked where the unusual data lived. It was his job to know where data lived, and he asked it the way he asked everything, and the table moved on without him. Hale drank the last of the real coffee and let the loud living room hold her, and across the bay the laugh went round again, and outside the hull the green world turned under them in the dark, full of Earth's lost children, delivered there over 10,000 years by a hand that left no track, and the stars beyond it guttered down toward the floor, and the war ran on in the deep, and the half-built drive waited behind the bulkhead for hands that were 3 weeks late, and the clock Sloane had agreed to stop watching counted every minute of the warmth the way the warmth never counted itself. Hale went back down on the morning rotation. There was a tide due, and Tegan at the flat, and a basket to fill, and more of the impossible to put in the catalog and not explain. She washed her hands in the cold river before she started, and read the breathing hole the way the old woman had taught her, and dug, and what came up was a clam, and then a clam, and then, sideways, furious, claw raised against the whole indifferent sky, a crab. Hale did not laugh this time. She put it in the basket, gently, and wrote it down. Chapter 15. The One Who Stays. The kit was at the foot of the ramp, and Sarno was not standing near it like a man who meant to carry it up. The kit came to Mercer first, before the clothes, before the face, the gray Iska issue hold-all in the river grass 3 paces from the ramp's lip, packed and sealed and squared off the way a man squares a thing he has decided about, and Sarno spanning the same 3 paces the other side of it, hands loose at his sides, the hold-all between them like a stone set down in the open. The morning was the bright, clean kind the green world handed out without seeming to value it, the river loud below the flat, the second dropship's tanks topped and its ramp warming, the last of the strand running out under everyone's feet. Up the bank the work was nearly done. Aldridge had a party breaking the field bench down to panel. Ferris was already up in the dark with the drive that would finally take them off this coast, and the word had come down at first light, terse and final in Ferris's mouth, "Chauffold, don't make me say it twice." And so the morning was a leaving, and every body on the flat was a body bound up the ramp and into the cold, and the manifest in Mercer's head ran clean and whole, 179, every name accounted for. the prepared man's small private comfort against a place that had taken so much that couldn't be counted. And Sarno stood the wrong side of his own kit in clothes that were not the Endurance's. Stitched hide, soft with wear that wasn't his. The madder red of Winna's people dyed dull into the woven cloth at the shoulder, a thing made by hands that had measured a different body and let it out to fit this one. The boy, Edrin, stood against Sarno's leg with both arms wrapped round the thigh, not playing, watching the strangers with the flat suspicion of a child who has worked out that strangers take things away. And behind them, at the tree line, in the green shadow where the village kept its distance from the ship's noise, Wenna, with her weight square and her chin level, the way she stood at risk near her young. Mercer came down off the ramp and stopped at his own side of the kit, and did not pick it up. "Dr. Sarno," he said. "Captain." Sarno's voice cracked on it, not from grief, from the joy under the grief. He had a smile on him he couldn't govern, and didn't try to, the loose, foolish smile of a man who has been handed something so large he can't hold all of it at once, and keeps having to set bits of it down. "I was going to come up and ask you properly, in your cabin, with the door shut, the way you do a thing like this, and then I got down here, and I couldn't make myself pocket onto the ship as if I might still go, so I left it where you'd see it. I'm sorry, that was cowardly. I wanted you to read it before I had to say it, because you read everything, and I thought if you read it, you might make it easier than I can make it." "You want to stay," Mercer said. "I want to stay," said Sarno, and the saying of it took the legs out from under his smile, and he stood there in another man's clothes, with his eyes gone bright, and the boy gripping his leg, and was, plainly, helplessly, the happiest frightened man Mercer had stood in front of in his life. There was a regulation for this. There were several. Mercer carried them up the back of his throat, where the prepared answer always sat, and they were not even hard answers. A crew member did not muster out into an uncontacted population. A body did not come off the manifest in hostile space on a man's say-so. There was a contamination protocol, a duty of care protocol, a Geneva oversight clause he himself had helped draft in a committee room a lifetime and 100 light years behind him, and every one of them said no, plainly, the way the law usually said the thing that was also sensible. He had the no assembled and ready. He could have delivered it kindly. He was good at delivering things kindly. Mercer looked at Sarno's face, and the no would not come up his throat. "Tell me why," Mercer said, instead. "Not the version you'd put in a log. The real one. All of it. I'll know if you've left a piece out. That's the one thing I'm good for. You said so yourself. So don't make me work for it. Give me the whole man's reasons, and I'll do better by you for having them." So Sarno laughed, wet and surprised. "The whole man's reasons. Every one, the lofty and the low, I want them all on the table." So Sarno gave them to him, and the giving was the best thing Mercer had heard a person do since the lights went wrong, because Sarno did not reach for the lofty one and dress himself in it, the way a frightened man will. He reached for the low one first, on purpose, the way you put your worst card down to prove you're not bluffing. "She put a fire in her house, Captain. Wenna. There's a fire and a hearthstone worn down by, 10 generations, 20. You can see the dip in it where the feet go. And 3 weeks ago she let me sit at it. And there's a boy who corrects my grammar." His hand came down on Edrin's head, light, and the boy leaned into it without looking up. "And his half-sisters, that were the dead husbands, that nobody's quite raising because Wenna's stretched thin doing it alone. And I'm good with children, it turns out, which I didn't know because nobody ever left me alone with one long enough to find out. So that's the bottom of it. Start there. I've fallen in love with a widow, and I want her bed, and her fire, and her boy, and the work of helping her bring up 4 children at the spent end of the universe. And if you think that's a small reason to throw a career and a species' greatest discovery over the side, you're right. It is. It's the smallest reason there is, and it's the truest thing I've ever wanted. That's not small, Mercer said. It's the size of a hearthstone. Sarno wiped his face with the heel of his hand, unembarrassed. Here's the next one, and it's worse because it's about me and not about her. I have never once in my life been at home in a room. He said it lightly, the way you say the thing that has cost you the most. Not once. Not in any classroom, not at any table, not on that ship. Especially not on that ship. You saw it. Everyone saw it. The linguist who had no soft use sat at the end of every mess table laughing a half-beat late at the jokes. I was always slightly to one side of the room. Always the man who had to be cleverer than necessary to be allowed to keep his chair, because the chair was never quite mine, and I knew it, and so I worked. God, I worked all my life to earn a place I never stopped feeling I was about to be asked to give back. He looked up the bank, toward the broken-down bench, the queue forming at the ramp, the morning packing itself away. And then I sat down in the dirt of a commons 3 weeks ago and drew a fish wrong, and a 7-year-old took the stick off me and fixed it, and nobody, Captain, needed me to be anything in particular to deserve the fire. I just got to be there. I drew the next fish, and it was the first room I have ever been all the way inside of in my life. The river ran. The boy had got bored of standing and crouched to dig a hole in the silt with 2 fingers, the way children do, anchoring himself to the ground while the adults made the weather over his head. Mercer found that the no had gone out of reach entirely, and a mercy had come up in its place that he had no protocol for, and it was sitting low in his chest under the managed surface where he kept the things he did not let into a room, and it would not be managed. He knew the name of it and did not want to say the name of it, even to himself. He held very still, the way you hold still around a thing that will spill if you move, and let Sarno talk, and the talking went on, flaying him gently. And there's one more, Sarno said, and it's the one I'm ashamed of, so I'll say it plain, because you asked for plain. He met Mercer's eyes. Down here, I get to be the clever one, and never have to prove it. Do you understand? Up there, I was the 7th cleverest man at the table, and had to fight for the chair every single day, and the fighting was my whole life, the overthinking, the overreaching. Let me show you I belong. And down here, I'm the man who knows things. I know the names, I know the cuts, I know how to read the weather off the racks, I'll know how to teach the boy his letters when he's ready. I am the cleverest man in the village, and I will be until I die, and not one of them will ever once make me race them for it. I get to just be it, gently. I get to stop running. His voice went rough. That's the one I didn't want to put on the table, because it makes the whole thing sound like ego, like a small man finding a small pond to be big in. And maybe it is, but you asked for the whole man, and the whole man is tired, Captain. I am so tired of being the 7th cleverest man in a room I was never sure I was allowed in. And here I'm not, and I can rest, and the resting is part of the love. It's not separate from it. It's the same. It's all the same thing, the fire and the woman and the boy and the rest. I can't pull them apart for you. I've tried. They don't come apart. Sarno's jaw worked. And I know what it costs me to stay. I count everything. That's the disease. You said so yourself. A fever takes me here that Soto would clear in 10 minutes with a vial. Wenna could wake up in a year and find she chose wrong, and there'd be no ramp left for me to walk back up. I could die under snow in some winter, and not one soul on that ship will ever know whether I had a week of this or 50 years of it. He didn't flinch off any of it.
I've known all that since the second night, and I'm staying anyway. So don't let me off the hook as a man who didn't look at the price. I looked at it. I'm paying it on purpose."
Mercer believed him. He had spent his life reading people fast and whole, and then using what he read, and there was nothing here to use. A man had pulled his whole heart up out of his chest and set it down in the river grass, and it asked for nothing but to be let alone with its fire. It only wanted blessing. A face came to him, unbidden, from nowhere he had called it. His father at the head of a long borrowed table, sitting very straight while other men drank his wine, and the boy in the doorway learning that you could lose everything and still have to sit up straight and pour, and resolving in that doorway that he would never be the unprepared man at that table, never, that he would arm himself with preparation against every room for the rest of his life, so that no one would ever drink his wine while he poured it. He had kept the vow. He had kept it magnificently. He had made himself the most prepared man in every room he had ever entered, and it had cost him, and the cost was on him now, standing in the river grass with the weight low in his chest that would not be managed. It had cost him this. He had never once chosen a hearth over a head count. He had never once been all the way inside a room. He had spent his life being the man who reads the room so completely that he is never quite in it, slightly to one side of every table, exactly as Sarno had been, except that Sarno had found the door out, and Mercer had bricked his own up with 30 years of being ready. The weight low in his chest had a name, and the name was envy, plain and unworthy and enormous, and it ached in him like a struck bone, and his managed surface did not authorize it, and could not stop it, and he stood in the bright morning and let a junior linguist's foolish happiness open something in him that he kept very well shut, and his hand, at his side, closed once, hard, on nothing. "Captain?" Sarno said. The smile had gone uncertain. That was too much. I've put too much on you. You only came down to count us up the ramp." "No," Mercer said. His voice came out lower than he meant it, scuffed, the polish off it the way it went off only rarely, the way it had gone off at the committal, and at nothing else. "No, you gave me exactly what I asked for, the whole man." He had to stop a moment. He looked at the boy digging in the silt, and at Wenna at the tree line who had not moved, who was watching her man stand in front of the stranger captain and bargain for his life, and would not come closer, and would not go. And Mercer thought of a child on a beach with his mother's eyes, and the envy turned over in him. "I'm going to tell you something, and then I'm going to give you what you came for, and you're going to do me the kindness of not making me say either of them twice. All right?" "You think you're confessing to me," Mercer said, "the low reasons, the bed and the rest and the small pond. You think you've laid out something shabby and you're waiting for me to be large enough to forgive it." He shook his head once. "There's nothing to forgive. That's what I want you to take with you into that house. You haven't picked the small life over the large one. You've been handed the thing the large life is for, the thing all the running was meant to win you, and you've had the wit to recognize it when it crouched down in the dirt and fixed your fish. That's not a man giving up. That's a man arriving. I've spent my whole life prepared for every room and never been at home in one, and I am standing here at 46 years old, watching a man 12 years my junior do the bravest, simplest, most enviable thing I have ever seen a person do, which is stop. So don't you dare apologize to me for the hearthstone. The hearthstone is the point. The hearthstone was always the point. The rest of us just forgot." Sarno's face came apart then, gently. He didn't speak. The boy looked up at the sound his man made, and reached up and patted his hip, twice, firm like this, steady, you were doing it right. The village gesture, learned off them, given back to the off-worlder without a thought, and the small mercy of it landed, and Mercer looked away, because it was not his to watch. "Then it's done," Mercer said, when he had his voice. You're staying. By my authority, which is the only authority out here that can spend itself this freely, because there's no Geneva to answer to, and no home to send the paperwork to, and the man who wrote the regulation that forbids this is standing in front of you choosing to break it, and means to. You come off the manifest, you go to your fire, and you understand me, Eli. The name came out before he chose it. Let it. You are not mustering out in disgrace, and you are not being abandoned. You are the contact officer this expedition is leaving in place. That's the log entry. That's the truth. And I'll make the truth and the log entry the same thing for once in my career, because you've earned it, and because I'd like, just once, to sign the version that's true. The Endurance found her own lost people at the end of the world, and she left one of her own among them to keep the door open. That's not a loss. That's the best thing we'll do out here. It might be the only good thing. Mercer gave Sarno the dropship's spare field kit before they went, the med cache and the hand tools and the sealed teaching slates, and the single-charge beacon Sarno would never use and would keep by the door anyway, the way Wenna kept the dead husband's spear. And he did it himself, by hand, because Ferris couldn't spare the people, and because Mercer found he did not want to hand it to anyone else to carry. The leave-taking he did not watch. Sarno went up the bank to the tree line, and Wenna came 3 steps out of the green to meet him, and the boy ran ahead of them both, and whatever passed between the man and the woman at the edge of the forest passed between them only. And Mercer turned and gave his eyes to the river and the work, and let them have it private. That much he could do. A man who had spent his life in every room could leave one when it wasn't his. The gray haldol stayed at the foot of the ramp. Sarno had left it. "Nothing in it I need," he'd said, and laughed, and meant it. And Mercer had the absurd thought that he ought to bring it up himself, this last off-world thing the man was shedding, and carry it back into the cold as a— He didn't finish the thought. He had Aldridge's party fold it onto the second dropship with the broken-down bench, because you did not leave Iska kit lying on a contacted world, even now, even here. The regulation for that one he kept. Sloane found him on the flat after the ramp was up and the village had gone back into the green and the morning had finished packing itself away, and she found him the way she always found people, by walking straight at them with the verdict she'd come to give already loaded. "You let him stay." "I let him stay." Sloane stopped a pace off and looked at him, the flat, tired, assessing look she gave a reading she didn't like and meant to use anyway. Behind her, the first dropship sat ready, its ramp the last open door on the green world, and beyond it the river ran on the way it would go on running after they were 100 light-years gone, carrying the day's light away to the sea. "I'd have said no," Sloane said, flat. "No heat in it. She didn't waste heat. I want that on the record between us, the way I put the other one on the record. You leave a crew member in an unknown population. That's a body off the manifest in hostile space. That's a man we can never account for again, can never recover, can never even confirm. For all we'll ever know, the village turns on him next winter, and we left him to it, and we'll never know. And not knowing is the part you don't get to put down. It's against every regulation I could name, and 3 I'd have to look up. He had no right to ask it, and you had no right to grant it." She held his eyes. "If the chair had been mine this morning, I'd have walked him up that ramp, kindly, and I'd have been right by every book there is." "I know," Mercer said. "You would have been." "Yeah." Sloane looked up the bank, at the tree line, at the green shadow where a man had just walked into the rest of his life. Something moved in her face, and she let it, briefly, which she did not often do. "You were right to allow it." Mercer said nothing. It was the kind of thing you did not answer too quickly, or you'd cost the person the saying of it. "I want that on the record, too," Sloane went on, and her voice didn't soften, which is how he knew she meant it all the way down. Because by the book, I'm right and you're reckless, and out here, the book is sometimes the wrong document, and the thing I least trust about myself is that I'd have reached for the book this morning, because the book is where I hide when the human thing is too big to look at straight. You looked at it straight. You read that man, what he was, what he'd found, what it would cost him to be sensible, and you spent your authority on letting him keep it, against your own interest and against the reg and against the count you love so much. And that's not a politician's call, Mercer. That's a captain's. The first one I've watched you make. She held it a beat. Don't get used to me saying it. I wouldn't dare, Mercer said. And it came out rough, and Sloane heard the roughness in it and gave him the small mercy of pretending she hadn't. "He happy?" she asked after a moment, gruff, looking at the river, not at him. Or just running from the cold like the rest of them? "He's happy," Mercer said. "He's the happiest man I've ever met. He got the girl and the fire and a house full of children and a place where being clever is enough. And he knows it, all of it, the noble parts and the low parts both. And he isn't ashamed of any of it. And that's—" The envy moved again, the struck bone ache of it, and he let it move and did not let it into his voice. "That's all of it, Maya. That's a man who stopped running. I didn't have it in me to take that off him." Sloane looked at him then, sidelong, the one who read everyone read for once, and whatever stood in his managed face, the envy under it, the borrowed table, the room he'd never once been all the way inside of, she kept to herself, which was its own kind of respect, the kind she rationed harder than praise. "Right," she said. "Then we're a body short and a story up. I'll take the trade." She turned for the ramp and the work and the cold. "Come up the ship, Captain. There's a war ahead of us and a drive that'll only just hold, and I'd rather be findable in the dark than standing still on a beach. Ferris says she folds. Let's not make him say it twice." Sloane went up the ramp. Mercer stood a moment longer on the flat, at the edge of the open ground where the grass met the green, and gave the tree line one last look. No figure in it now, only the shadow, only the village folded back into its life, with one new clever man in it, who would never have to race anyone for his chair again. The river ran. The bright wrong morning lay open over the flat. Somewhere up in the dark the Endurance waited, patched and half-healed, and turning her bow back outward into the spent night, and the manifest in Mercer's head ran one short now, and would run one short the rest of the way, 178, a clean count with a hole in it, shaped exactly like a man who'd done the thing Mercer never would. Mercer carried it up the ramp with him, low and managed and aching, the envy on the flat that wasn't his to leave. The ramp came up. The green world fell away under them into cloud, and then into the dark, and the ship lifted quieter for the man she'd left behind by his fire. And Mercer, who had never chosen anything over duty in his life, sat down in the dropship's cold webbing among his accounted-for crew, and found that the blessing he'd given Sarno was the one thing he could not give himself, and that giving it away had cost him and freed him in the same breath exactly as much as a man can be freed by watching someone else go home. Chapter 16. The War at the Edge. The fold spat them out into a graveyard still warm, and Aldridge had a threat solution up before the stars had finished settling. The Endurance came out of the dark wrong-footed, the way she came out of every fold now, the drive shuddering down through its bad note, and the bridge lights guttering and steadying, and where there should have been clean, empty void, there was iron. A debris field, vast, slow, turning across the whole forward arc. Whole ships gutted and drifting, flanks blown open to the stars, still shedding heat in dull red blooms, the sensors painted across Aldridge's board in a smear of warm contacts that should have been cold. Hours dead, no more. A battle had ended here while the Endurance was still inside the fold, and they dropped into the wake of it before the wreckage had time to forget it had been ships. Contact, contact, debris field dead ahead, dense and live, Aldridge said. Fast, flat, her hands already walking the tactical board. 200+ hard returns, most of them dead, some of them, a cluster of them slid on her plot, not drifting, crossing. Some of them on intercept vectors. We're inside it, Commander. We folded straight into the middle of it. Helm, all stop. Hold us, Sloane's voice, off Aldridge's left shoulder, clipped to the bone. Aldridge, give me a corridor that doesn't put a hull plate through our bow. Working it. Half the returns were tumbling at speed. Sheared sections of the dead ships flung out on the battle's last energy and still carrying it. A slow shotgun blast of metal kilometers wide. Every fragment a hull killer for a ship as patched as theirs. Aldridge picked the gaps, threading them in her head the way she threaded a passage in the dark with a torch. Here, then here, mind that one, it leans, and fed the deck a course as fast as she could trust it. Come starboard 15, down 4, and crawl. There's a lane. It won't hold long, the whole field's churning, but it's there for the next few minutes. Take it slow, Sloane said to the helm, and the Endurance eased her battered bow into the lane. Mercer's voice came across the bridge, lower, careful. The politician's voice, the one that wanted the room calm. Whose battle was this? Doesn't matter whose, Sloane said, not turning. It's over, and we're standing in the blood of it. Aldridge, eyes out. If anything in here has still got a heartbeat, I want to know before it knows about us. Aldridge had her eyes out, and something in the field still did. It sat off the field's far edge, and it moved wrong. Aldridge had it for a long moment before the board would name it, because the board did not want to. A single contact, bigger than the Endurance, slow, dark, armored in a way that read as mass and not as plating. No drive glow her instruments could find, and yet under power, sliding across the back of the graveyard on no exhaust she could measure. It did not tumble, it did not drift. It went the way a thing goes when it means to, on a long, unhurried arc, for the same edge of the field the Endurance was crawling toward. Commander! Aldridge put a marker on it and threw it to the main plot so Sloane could have it. That one's alive, under power and steering, and I can't tell you how. No drive signature, no exhaust, nothing my board wants to call an engine. It's just moving, big as us or bigger, and it's heading for our exit. Brant, at Ops a month and several decks of responsibility above where she'd started, had her head down over the signals feed beside Marsh. Translator's got nothing off it, Lieutenant. No comms, no carrier, nothing to translate. It's silent. Run it again, Sloane said. Ensign has it, Marsh said. The Nhál delegate had come onto the bridge the way she did, without making a thing of it, and she stood at Marsh's shoulder now, head tilted, listening to a thing that made no sound. She says, Nhál. It speaks, Nhál said. Quiet, even, the low Nhál pitch that never lifted. It is not silent. It speaks in a way the device cannot carry across. Pressure, the metal of itself shaking. It is speaking a great deal. Then why's the translator giving us nothing? Because the translator cannot hear what has no voice, Nhál said, and let that stand, and Aldridge put it where she put everything that wasn't a threat solution, out of the way, because the dark thing had just changed its arc, and the change brought it round toward the field, and her plot lit a second live contact she'd missed in the churn. A ship, a small one, hold, venting, its drive flickering on the edge of failure, limping along the inner edge of the graveyard on a course taking it slowly, hopelessly, away from the hunter, and straight across the Endurance's bow, and the Endurance lit up with a hail. It came in clean in a way Aldridge did not know yet to count against it. Marsh got it on the board, and the translator took it and rendered it, not in the broken stutter the device gave alien speech, not the lag, but instantly, fluently, a man's voice coming out of the bridge speakers in plain, anguished words, as though he had waited his whole life to be understood, and had finally found the ears. Any vessel, in the name of whatever you hold, please. This is the ill vein. We are crippled. We have wounded aboard. We are not armed, and we cannot run, and the thing behind us does not stop. I do not know your colors, and I do not care. We are out of weapons and out of time and out of friends in this whole dying corner of the dark, and there is a vessel of yours sitting whole and strong off the edge of the field, and I am begging you, shelter us. Get between us and it. That is all. I am begging you, and I am not ashamed to beg. A silence on the bridge, the kind with a decision sitting in the middle of it. Translator solid on that, Brant said, soft, almost wondering. That's word for word, Lieutenant, clean as you talking to me. He's right there. Aldridge had the geometry ugly and obvious on her board, the ill vein hold and slow and running out of everything, the silent thing big and patient and closing, and between them, off the edge, one whole strong ship that could change the sum. Commander, the math's not hard. That hunter reaches the ill vein in about 9 minutes on its current arc. They can't make turn speed to clear it. If we sit here, it dies in front of us. We don't know whose war this is, Mercer said. A minute ago that field was full of dead ships, and we don't know who killed whom. We know one of them's begging, Sloane said. Aldridge had the man's voice still in her ears, the plain shape of it, the no-shame begging, the get between us and it. The reed came up in her, clean and certain and warm, the same warmth she did not trust, the warmth of a problem that force could solve, a wounded thing that could talk, a looming thing that couldn't. She knew this shape. She had known it in deserts and cellars, and the one place she did not stand. Step in for the one who can't run. Put yourself between. Commander, that ship is unarmed, and it's asking us to stand between it and something 3 times its size. I don't need to know the politics. I know that picture. We've all spent a month being the ones hunted in the dark by something we can't talk to. That's us, that ship. And we've got the guns to do something about it for once. Aldridge had not meant to say, that's us. It came out before she chose it. But it was true, and it landed. Sloane's jaw, the hunger in the woman for a clean thing to do after a month of loss, the same hunger Aldridge carried, the need to be the good outcome of a fight instead of the survivor of one. Marsh, Sloane said, hold. Marsh did not hold easily. That was the one thing afterwards that A.W.L. Dridge would have to dig for. Commander, before you call this, Marsh's voice. Careful, the signals officer doing his job in the half-second he had to do it in. The distress call, the routing's wrong. Wrong how? Sloane didn't look round. Her eyes were on the plot, on the closing arc. It's too clean. Marsh frowned at numbers A.W.L. Dridge couldn't see and wouldn't have read if she could. A ship hurt like that, the signal should be a mess, degraded, broadcasting blind. This one's tight, and it found us almost before we'd finished folding. That's faster than it ought to be. Marsh, A.W.L. Dridge said, the man is dying. I know. I'm only saying it's fast. He couldn't make the objection any bigger than it was, and the not being able to was plain on him. It's probably nothing. Fast how? Sloane's voice, hard, her eyes on the plot, and the clock on A.W.L. Dridge board ran down another notch, the hunter closing, the lane through the field starting to churn shut behind them. You've got 5 seconds, Marsh, and then I'm out of decision time. and Marsh, who had caught a true thread in the half-second he had, looked at the plot, at the wounded ship venting its air and the big, silent mass closing on it, and did the human thing, the thing any of them would have done, and let it go. "Nothing I can hold," he said. "A fast, clean signal off a broken ship. Means they had a good comms officer once, probably. It's your call, Commander." "It's filed," Sloane said, and the file closed over it, and the war had them. "Helm, bring us about. Put our bow between that hunter and the Ilvain." Sloane was up out of the half-crouch she fought from, both hands on the rail, the cold tactical mode coming down over her like a visor. "Aldridge, you've got the guns. I want that thing warned off. A shot across. Make it think twice. Give the Ilvain room to limp clear." "Across," Aldridge said. "Aye," and she meant it as a warning. That was what she'd hold to afterwards, in the dark, lying down, paying the bill the way they all paid it. The first shot was a warning. She'd hold to that. The Endurance swung her battered bow around and put herself in the gap, and Aldridge brought the point defense batteries online, the rail-driven close defense mounts that were the only teeth the Deep Explorer carried, never meant for this, meant for swatting debris in the odd rock. The magazines held what they held, which was finite, which was a number Ferris had given her once with his face set hard. 1,140 rounds across all mounts, Grace, and not one of them comes off a printer. Spend them like they're your own blood. 1,140, full on her board. Aldridge put the lead mount on the hunter and fired a burst across its bow. The rounds crossed the dark in a flat, silent line, white tracer in the gun cam, and went wide of the dark mass by a clean margin, a warning, a go-around, a line drawn in the void. The count dropped, 1,112. The hunter did not warn off. It came on unhurried, the great armored length of it sliding toward the Endurance's bow with no change in its arc, and at its leading edge a deep, low vibration came up that her instruments read as a pressure front, a wall of something building, and Nhál's voice cut across the bridge, low and suddenly not even, the first time Aldridge had heard the standing quiet break. "It is answering loud, it is—" And Nhál said a word not in English, low and harsh in her own tongue, and did not translate it, and her hand had come up to the edge of Marsh's board and gripped it. "It's powering a weapon," Aldridge said, because that was what a wall of building pressure was, the only thing it could be. And the Ilvain was limping wounded behind her, and 178 people were at her back, and the silent thing would not warn off and was charging something huge. The world went down to the next thing and the next, the way it always did when the shooting started. "Commander, it's not stopping, and it's spinning up. I'm out of warnings." "Stop it," Sloane said. And Aldridge put the mounts on the hunter and fired for effect. The Endurance shook with it, the whole close defense battery walking rounds up the dark in flat white lines, and the count on Eldridge's board fell like water out of a holed tank. The first rounds went into the hunter's leading edge and did something. Hard to say what against that mass, that armor that read as stone. The white tracer touched it and flashed and gouged, and a section of the great dark hull came apart in a slow drifting bloom, and the building pressure front at its leading edge guttered and faltered, breaking up under the hammering. Eldridge walked the bursts along it the way she'd walked a torch up a hull, methodical, brutal, mount to mount, and the hunter took it, and at last, ponderously, began to turn. Not fleeing, nothing so quick as fleeing, but yielding the geometry, swimming its holed flank away from the Endurance's bow and putting distance into the dark between them. "It's breaking off," Brant said. "Lieutenant, it's breaking off. It's turning away." "Keep on it till it's out of range of the Ilvain," Sloane said. "I don't want it doubling back the second we drop our guns." So Eldridge kept on it, a last walking burst across its withdrawing flank to teach it the lane was closed. And the count fell and fell, and when she let off the mounts at last, and the dark went still, the number sat on her board where she could not unsee it. 390 out of 1,140. She had spent better than half their close defense magazine, gone into the dark in 90 seconds, every round one Ferris couldn't make, to drive off one ship that was already turning. 750 rounds, and no replacing them out here. The Endurance had come into the graveyard with teeth, and she'd leave it with stubs. And that was the bill, paid in the warm certainty of doing the obvious right thing. And under it, the other cost, the one not on any count. She had fired on the silent thing. First into the dark, across its bow, a warning, then into its body, for effect. She had drawn its blood. Whatever it was, whatever this war was, the Endurance was in it now, on a side, and the side was the one that could beg. "It's clear," she said. The fight had let go of her and left the after quiet, the cold space where the bill came in. "Hunters away and out of range. The Ilvain is in our shadow. We held the gap, Commander." She looked at the count one more time, 390, and did not say that aloud. The Ilvain came in slow under the Endurance's flank, venting and crippled and saved, and her envoy's voice came across the bridge again. And the second thing it did, after the gratitude, was want. "You came," he said, and there was nothing performed in it, nothing Aldridge's hard-won reed could find to distrust. It was a man unmade by relief, the words coming rough and wet and overflowing. "You came, you didn't know your colors from ours, and you came anyway. You put your own ship in the gap for strangers. You can't know what that is out here, at the spent end of everything, where no one comes when you call. I have called across this whole dark for friends, and the dark gives me back the Ilvain venting her air and people I have buried with my own hands. And then a fold opens, and a whole strong ship stands between us and the silence. A breath, ragged. My name is Marek Tan. I speak for what's left of my people, and you have made yourselves, in 90 seconds, the only friends we have in the universe." "Endurance actual," Sloane said, even, giving away nothing yet. "You're welcome in our shadow, Tan. Keep your weapons cold, and tell us straight what we just walked into." "Anything, anything you ask." And then the want, sliding in under the gratitude so naturally that Aldridge's reed did not so much as twitch on it, because it came as the most reasonable thing in the world, the thing a saved man would of course say. "I will tell you everything, who they are, what they are, why they hunt us across the dark with no word and no mercy and no face you can plead with. God, the relief of you, that you have words, that I can speak and be heard. Forgive me, there'll be time, there has to be time now, because of you." A beat, and the next thing came lighter, warmer, a man's natural curiosity surfacing through his relief, nothing more than that. "Where are you from? Truly, that ship of yours, I've crossed this whole dying pocket end to end. I know every hull that still flies in it, and I have never seen your like. You don't fly like anyone out here. You don't fight like anyone out here. Where does a ship like that come from?" A small silence on the bridge, brief, easily filled. "Far away," Sloane said. "We'll get to it." "Of course you will." And Tan laughed, low and warm and exhausted and glad.
the laugh of a man who has decided he can afford to laugh again. Far away, the two best words in any language. Then welcome to the war at the edge, my faraway friends. You picked the right side of it on the first try. There aren't many right sides left out here, and I'll spend the rest of whatever I've got making sure you never regret it.
Aldridge ran the ledger after, the way she ran it after every fight. Plain, no editorializing, the way you handed account to Sloane. Aldridge ran it in the tactical alcove off the bridge, with the door half shut. The gun cam loops paused on her board. The Ilvain, a tame, wounded shape on the plot now, tucked in close, grateful, and the big, silent thing long gone into the dark on the far side of the graveyard. Got. A saved ship. A people who could talk to them, really talk, clean and fast and human warm, through a translator that for a month had given them only static and Nhál's careful refusals. A side in a war they hadn't known had sides. A man at the center of it who'd put his whole heart on the table the way Sarno had on the beach. No shame in him, only need and gratitude. Already naming the threat they'd been running blind from. The first thing in a month that felt like winning instead of surviving. The warm, certain rightness of being, for once, the strong ones who stepped in for the weak. The clean shape of a fight where the right side and the strong side were the same side, and the strong side was hers. Cost. 750 rounds of close defense ammunition they could never replace, more than half the magazine, gone into the dark in 90 seconds. A side committed to in a war they didn't understand. First blood drawn against a thing they could not speak to, on the word of a thing they could. And that asymmetry sat at the bottom of Aldridge's chest, where she could not weld a cradle over it, because she knew, the way she knew the weight of a slung rifle, that you should be slowest to trust the man who can talk you round, and slowest to hate the thing that can't say a word in its own defense. And she'd done the exact reverse, and felt good doing it, and that was the part she did not put on the count. It stayed off the count because it would not hold a shape. There was nothing to flag. The man had begged. The thing had charged a weapon. The math had been simple. She would do it again. Every piece of it was clean. Aldridge left the ledger at Got the Win, spent the rounds, picked a side, and shut the alcove door, and went out into the bridge where Tan's warm, grateful voice was still threading through the speakers, naming the Ilvains dead to people who were starting, already, to grieve them with him. And where at the back of the signals board, Marsh sat quiet with a number on his screen that nobody had asked him about again, doing his job, keeping his own counsel. Aldridge passed him on her way to her station and clapped him once on the shoulder, soldier to soldier, the way you did after a fight that had gone right. Good call holding for the reed, she told him, but that one was easy. The man was dying. You don't overthink a man who's dying. No, Marsh said, you don't. And he closed the number off his screen, and the Endurance turned her battered bow toward the edge of the graveyard with a wounded friend tucked under her flank, deeper into a war she had just picked a side in, and felt, for the first time since the lights went wrong, like the good guys. Chapter 17. Wrong Side. Aldridge, take the leader. I want its gun off. Helm, roll us under the Ilvain. Keep her in our shadow. Don't let them get a line past us onto her. The bridge had gone to the flat, hard rhythm Sloane ran a fight in, and she ran it standing, both hands on the rail, the cold visor down over everything that wasn't the next order. Forward, Across the black, the thing she'd folded into the middle of was already on them. Not the lone hunter from the graveyard, but 3 of them now. 3 great dark armored shapes, silent and patient, coming up out of the deep on no exhaust her board could find, in a loose wedge with their thickest mass forward, and their flanks turned in toward each other, like beasts standing shoulder to shoulder. And around the Endurance, strung out in a long, bright curve, the ascendant ships, a dozen lean hulls with proper drives that glowed, and proper guns that spoke in language her board could read, wheeling in to fight beside her the way no one had since the lights went wrong. This was the win. Sloane knew it for a win from the first second, the way you know a clean catch the moment it leaves your hand. A real enemy, a real ally against the silent monsters that had hunted them across a month of dead stars. After the count of the dead, after leaving Sarno on his beach, after weeks of nothing but loss, here at last was a thing that would come out when it was over, a yes. She wanted it the way she had wanted very little in her life. "Leaders lit," Aldred said. "Pressure front building at the bow, the metal of it shaking. It's charging the big one." "Then take it before it throws. Point defense, full, the bow weapon only. Not the ship, the gun." The Endurance shuddered as the close defense battery walked rounds up the dark in flat white lines, and Sloane watched the count fall on the corner of the plot where she'd had Brant mirror it, because she wasn't going to fight this blind to the number the way Aldridge had fought the last one. 390 at the start of the day, 350, 320, the rounds crossing the black into the lead Orun's leading edge where the front built, and the front guttered and broke, and the great dark shape took the hammering and did not die, and did not flee. It turned its whole bow toward them and came on. Tan's voice was in her ear through the whole thing, and that was new, and Sloane hadn't decided whether she liked it. "Bring your strong ship up our line, Captain. Not ahead of us, with us. Yes, yes, you see how they fight. They will not give a meter. You cannot make them run, only break them or die against them. We have been dying against them a long time." Warm, fluent, a man at her shoulder who happened to be 100 kilometers off in a crippled hull, and under the warmth a current she'd have called joy in anyone else, the joy of a cornered man who's found a gun bigger than his enemies. "The first will break. They always break the same. They shield the third. Watch." "What's the third?" Sloane said, flat, the math already uglier than she'd been promised. 3 armored masses her best gun could gouge and not gut, a count falling too fast, the ascendant ships taking hits now, 2 streaming atmosphere, 1 gone dark and tumbling where an Orun flank had touched it. A brawl, and the brawl was costing. "The third is theirs," Tan said. "Whatever they will not lose. Hit the second, and you will see." Sloane hit the second. "Aldridge, shift fire, the right-hand one, the one hanging back of the wedge." And the point defense walked off the leader and onto the second shape. Slower, she'd half-clocked it already without making anything of it, riding low and heavy like a thing carrying weight. It took the rounds along its flank and put itself sideways, its whole long armored body between her guns and the dark space behind the wedge, and held there, shedding hull in slow drifting blooms, and did not so much as angle a weapon at her. Tan's voice went bright. "There, now, both of you, the leader, while the second one is blind to you. Break the leader and the wedge folds. Now, Captain, while they covered their soft thing." The reed came up cold and wrong, and Sloane set it aside because the leader's front was building again to the killing pitch, and the window was real, and the count was falling, and 178 people were at her back. The thing that was wrong, the way the second Orun had turned its body and not its guns, stood between her and the dark like a hand spread over a thing it loved, went where she put everything that wasn't the next action. "All mounts, the leader, kill the gun," she said. and the Endurance and 3 Ascendant ships put their fire on together, and the lead Oran came apart at the bow in a long, silent, tearing bloom, and the front it had built blew out unfired in a flat gray shock that shoved the Endurance off her axis, and the leader, gutted, its weapon dead, turned, ponderous, not fleeing, and put its broken bow inward toward the heavy thing the second one was still shielding, and went to stand beside it. Their targeting made no sense. The thought arrived whole and unwanted in the cold, clear place where Sloane kept only the fight. They'd not once thrown the big weapon at anything but the guns trying to get past them. She put it away. There was a window. "Commander," Hale's voice, low and level and clinical. The voice Sloane had learned meant frightened, not sad. "I need 30 seconds, now while you can still give them to me." "You've got 10. Sloane didn't turn from the plot. The fight had loosened, the leader limping inward, the second still broadside and shielding. A third she hadn't seen because the second one's body hid it. The OR-UN signal, what the translator gives us as silence. Hale was aft at her science bench, words clipped, a thing she'd held too long. "I've been running capture since the graveyard. The device can't render it, wrong basis, it's not sound, but I've got structure now. It repeats, it has grammar. It's not a war cry, I checked. It doesn't correlate with their fire at all. It runs constant, before the fight and through it, and it's running now." "Hale, 6 seconds. What is it?" "I don't know what it is. That's the—" One shape comes back over and over, the most repeated thing in the whole capture. And I ran it against the only prosody models I've got, which are human, which is wrong. A breath, the clinical cracking. And it keeps resolving the same way, and I can't make it stop. It's not a war cry, Maya. It doesn't aim. It doesn't build before they fire. It runs constant, low, falling, the same shape over and over, and against everything human it comes back as— She reached for the word, and it frightened her. "It isn't aimed at us. I think the whole time we've been shooting them, they've been—" "Commander, leaders repositioned, thirds coming clear. I have a firing solution," Aldridge cut in, flat, urgent. "Tan screening for us to take the second one while it's broadside. Clean shot down its length. I can open it up." And Sloane stood at the rail with the wind an arm's length off, and Hale in one ear, reaching for a word she couldn't land, and Aldrich in the other saying solution. And she did what she'd have to dig for afterwards, in the dark, lying down, the way they all paid the bill. "Hold the solution," she told Aldridge, meaning it as caution. "Don't fire on the broadside one yet." And then to Hale, fast, not unkind, the door already closing over it. "I hear you. Bring me all of it when we're clear of the guns. Not in the middle of the fight, Doctor. I can't carry it in here. Log it. Keep capturing. You'll have me the second we're out. That's not a no. That's a not now." Half a second of silence, the length of a thing landing where it wasn't wanted. "Logging it," Hale said. The clinical had gone flat. "Your call, Commander." "It's logged," Sloane said, and the file closed over it, the way a file had closed over Marsh's number in the graveyard, and she put her eyes back on the fight, where the answers were simple and the side was chosen, and did not look at the thing she just set down, because if she looked at it, the win came apart in her hands. "Aldridge, the broadside one's not even shooting at us. Put your guns on the third, not the second. Go over the shielding one, not through it. I want the fight ended. I don't want to gut a thing standing still." Not mercy, she told herself, but tactics. You don't waste a falling magazine on a target that won't return fire when there's a live one behind it. She gave herself the reason and took it and didn't look under it. and the Endurance lifted her fire up and over the broadside Oren's long bared flank toward the third shape coming clear of its shield, and that was when she took the hit she hadn't been watching for, because she'd been watching the thing she'd chosen not to kill. It came off the leader, the gutted one, the limping one she'd written off the second its bowgun blew unfired. It hadn't been limping to die. It had been limping between, and when the Endurance lifted her guns to reach the third, the leader was simply there, broadside, closer than anything that big should have got. The deep low front came up off it one more time, not the bow weapon, that was dead, but the whole armored length of it, shuddering at once, and it broke across the Endurance's flank like a wave on a seawall. The ship rang, not a sound, a blow, taken through deck and rail and the teeth in her head, the hull flexing around it, the lights going hard amber, a structural alarm starting its flat idiot shriek. The plot smeared. Half her contacts went to ghosts. Hull breach, frames 40 to 46, port outer. That's the gun deck. Brandt, fast, white, holding her station the way she'd held it in the fire on deck 4. Decompression, port battery spaces. We've lost 3 of the port mounts. They're just gone. Ferris, Sloane said, already on the net. Talk to me. I see it. Ferris, ragged, down in the wound. Port flanks opened up. Atmosphere going to the dark across 2 compartments. I'm dropping bulkheads to box it. Commander, that hit went through the patches, through the welds over the midship shears. I can stop the air. I cannot give you the frames back. That didn't dent us, it cracked us. And a crack in a hull I've cannibalized twice isn't a thing I fix, it's a thing I manage. Stop the air, get your people clear. Aldridge, your gun deck. Who's on the port mounts? Pell's on the port mounts. Aldridge's voice had gone to the flat she went to, the same flat as Sloane's, 2 of a kind under fire. Pell and a loader, they were in the frames that went. The plot showed the port battery spaces open to the dark, bulkheads coming down around them on Ferris's order. They're the wrong side of the bulkhead, Commander. They're the wrong side of it now. Sloane took them the way she took everything, set them where they went and didn't let them in, and only her hands on the rail, gripping it white, said anything about a rating named Pell, who was on the wrong side of a bulkhead now, because the captain had lifted her guns to spare a thing standing still. Seal it, she said. Ferris, seal it. Don't send anyone after them. Nobody crosses a breached bulkhead into vacuum. Nobody. The same words she'd given him at the cooking cable, a different dark. You save the air and you save the rest, and Pell and the loader are... There was no end to the sentence the bridge needed to hear. Seal it. Sealed, Ferris said, and his voice went quiet and final. There. Yeah, it's sealed. After that, Sloane ended the fight the way you ended a thing once it had taken a piece of you. Fast, without grace. All remaining mounts, the third one, the one they're shielding. Tan, get your ships off our flank and onto the leader. It's hurt. Finish it. I'm taking the one they care about. Because the cold tactical thing had read the shape of it now, without wanting to, the wedge would do anything to keep the third one whole. So threaten the third one and make them come to her. The right call. She made it with the part of her that didn't feel things, and the part that did was off the deck behind her own eyes, where Pell was, and the low-falling thing in Hale's signal, and the broadside O.R. Yun standing sideways over the thing it would not leave. The Endurance put her surviving fire onto the third O.R. Yun, and the wedge convulsed. They came to her, all 3, wheeling in toward the threat the way Tan had said they would, the way a thing comes when you reach for what it cannot lose. For 10 seconds the Dork was full of fire, the ascendant ships raking the leader's wounded flank, the Endurance's mounts hammering the third, and the count falling, 100, 80, 60, 50. And then the third O.R. Yun, the slow one, the heavy one they'd spent the leader's gun and the second one's body to keep whole, took a hit along its underside, and its shape shed something. Not wreckage, smaller shapes, a scatter of them, dozens, drifting out of the broken belly into the dark, slow and silent and tumbling, and the board could not name them, and Sloane's got named them before her board could, and she put it out of the way so hard it left a mark, because there was a fight on, because she could not look at what came out of the third Oyun's belly when the hull broke. And the wedge broke. All three turned at once, inward, gathering close around the broken third and the scatter of small drifting shapes, and went, not fleeing, they didn't move like flight, but withdrawing, slow and close and together, armored bodies on the outside and the broken thing and the small shapes within, back toward the dark place they'd stood and bled the whole fight to keep the Endurance from reaching. They did not pursue when the ascendant ships broke off. They threw no parting blow. They gathered their broken into the middle of themselves and went, and the dark took them. "They're breaking off, Commander," Brant said. "All three. They're just going." "Let them go," Sloane said. "Hold fire. Hold fire. All mounts." The count sat at 41, out of the 390 she'd come into the day with. 349 rounds, 3 port mounts, the port flank of her ship, and a rating named Pell to win a fight against 3 things that had only stood and shielded and bled and gathered their dead and gone. There was nowhere to put that the bridge could hold. The ascendant ships came up around the Endurance in a long, bright, wheeling curve as the dark settled, and they were cheering her, voice over voice, in the clean, fluent rush the translator gave the ascendant tongue. The lean hulls she'd fought beside dipping and rolling around her battered shape the way a fleet salutes a thing that held the line. And through it all, Tan's voice, warm and ragged and unmade with a joy her tired reed could find nothing performed in. "You held," he said. "You held and you broke them. Do you know how long it has been since anyone broke them? You came out of a fold 3 weeks ago, not knowing our colors from theirs, and today you made the silent ones turn and go. They ran from you, Captain." The cheering swelled behind him, a whole fleet of saved people saluting the strangers who'd stood with them, and it should have been the warmest sound she'd heard since Earth, and it was, and the warmth of it was exactly what she couldn't trust. "You are ours now, faraway friends. Tonight there are people of mine alive who would be dead. Hold to that." "Ensign Actual," Sloane said. "Even. Flat. We hear you, Tan. We held the line. We took losses doing it. A beat, because the dead were the first true thing, and she gave true things first, even to a man cheering. Get your wounded ships clear and let us see to ours. We'll talk when the guns are cold." "Of course. See to your dead, Captain. That is the right of those who held the wall. Grieve them, and know they fell for the only side out here still worth the falling." Tan's voice dropped, gentler, the warmth of a man who'd buried his own with his own hands. "We know that grief. Nobody knows it better. You are not alone in it now. Rest. We will keep the watch." And the ascendant ships wheeled their watch around the Endurance's wounded flank, the saved keeping vigil over the saviors. And it was, Sloane thought, the most loved her ship had been since the dark took everything, the good guys at last, the strong ones who'd made the monsters run. The win she'd wanted with her whole self, right there, exactly the shape she'd reached for. And she stood at the rail and the amber light of a cracked bridge, and could not close her hand around it. Sloane found the unease later, alone, in the wreck of the day. The captain's day cabin that had been Vance's, that she still ran the ship from and would not sleep in, sat small and dark around her, the count on a slate in front of her, and the count was the easy part. 3 port batteries gone to vacuum, managed now, in Ferris's word, a hole in her teeth she'd carry to wherever this ended. The port flank cracked through the patches over the old midship shears. Sealed, but not healed, a wound the ship would wear under the welds for the rest of her life. Pell and the loader, Yarrow, the name come off the watch bill an hour ago. 2 names for the wall the crew was welding their dead into. That she could carry, because it was what command cost, and she'd stopped weeks ago waiting for the cost to get smaller. It was the other thing, the one that would not hold a shape, so she couldn't put it where she put the dead. The second Orun standing broadside and not firing. The leader limping between and not away. All 3 spending themselves to keep her off one slow, heavy thing they would not lose, then gathering the small drifting shapes that came out of its broken belly into the middle of themselves and going, not pursuing, not striking, only leaving. They had not fought like a thing that hunts, but like a thing with its back against something it could not abandon. And Nhál in her ear, in the middle of it, reaching for a word and never let to finish reaching. Sloane knew the difference, in her gut, in the place that read a board before her eyes did, between a thing that comes to take what's yours and a thing that stands to keep its own. She'd known it all afternoon, at the rail with the visor down and the wind an arm's length off, and she'd set it aside every time, because the thing she needed, the one yes after a month of no, depended on not knowing it. And she had the reasons ready. The ascendant could talk, could beg, could be reasoned with, and the Orun were a wall of silence that had cracked her hull and killed 2 of her crew. You sided with the ones you could speak to. She would, she told herself, do it again, but she'd said do it again in a great many dark cabins, and the saying had never once stopped a thing from coming back at 3 in the morning to be a person. Sloane keyed the science feed, Nhál's capture, logged, the thing she'd told the doctor to bring her the second we're out. The waveform sat paused, the most repeated structure highlighted where Nhál had left it, the shape that kept resolving the same against the only models they had, which were human, which were wrong, and which she would not put a word to even alone in the dark, because the word was waiting just under it, and she would not be the one to pick it up tonight. Her hand went toward the playback and did not press it. Then she closed the feed without hearing it. Not because she didn't believe it, but because she was afraid that if she played it, she would believe it. She needed the win to be a yes, and had spent 2 of her crew to make it one. Play it now, let it land, and the win went into the wrong column after all. Pell and Yarrow dead on the wrong side of a fight she'd chosen with her eyes half shut. She didn't have the room in her tonight, on top of the month, to carry that and still get the ship to morning. So she set it aside, the way she set aside everything she'd come back for, later, when I can stand and look at it, not tonight. And she knew, even setting it, the way she'd known on the riverbank that the clock went on counting whether she watched it or not, that some things don't wait where you put them. Sloane stood, set her hands on her hips, and let the ship's wrong note come up through the deck once, all the way, and did not flinch from it. "Get the wall finished," she said, to the cabin, to the work, to the floor she could stand on. 2 names, Pell and Yarrow, before the watch changes, so the crew sees we don't leave anyone in the dark. Then she went out to a ship that won and could not heal, beside a war she had chosen, carrying a thing she would not look at, and behind her, on a closed feed in an empty cabin, the signal went on saying what it said, patient and unanswered, waiting for her to be ready, which she was not yet. Chapter 18. Cracks. So before either of us spends another word on what the Ascendant owes the Endurance, Mercer said, easy, leaning back into the borrowed chair in the Ylvain's low amber war room, let me say plainly what the Endurance will not take, because it saves us both an hour. We will not take your wounded aboard. Not because we're hard, because we can't feed the ones we have, and a man who promises bread he hasn't got is worse than one who says no. So strike it off your list and tell me the thing you actually want, Marek, and let's see if I can give it to you cheaper than you fear." Across the narrow table, Marek Tan sat with his ruined bright hands folded on the wood, and his head tipped a degree, the way a man tips his head at a sound he likes, the look Mercer had been working 3 days to earn, a clever man finding another clever man across a table and settling in to enjoy it. Tan's people stood at the bulkheads, 2 of them, lean and gray-skinned and still, and the translator gave their envoy's voice the warm, fluent human music it could never quite give the room behind him. "You are very direct," Tan said, "for a man whose people send diplomats." "I'm the diplomat they sent." Mercer let the smile go to the corner of his mouth and no further. "Which should tell you how Geneva expected this voyage to go. They wanted a man who could sit in a room and not be lied to. Here we are, in a room. Don't lie to me, and we'll be friends by supper." It was working. The weather of the man across the table was going from, "What do these strangers want?" to, "I'd like this one on my side." And that weather was the whole game, the only game Mercer had ever been able to win. Tan wanted what every cornered power wanted: more guns, more time, a strong hull at his flank against the silent things in the dark. And Mercer wanted what the Endurance needed to live: feedstock, a junction that held a fold, the welfare of 178 people he could not feed past spring. The trade was there to be made, and he could see it whole, and he was, God help him, enjoying this, the first thing he had genuinely enjoyed since the lights went wrong. "What I want," Tan said, "I have already told your captain." "You've told my commander what you want her ships to do." Mercer set the correction down on the table where Tan would feel it. "I'm asking what you want the alliance to be. There's a difference, or you'd not have asked me here instead of her. She fights you a war. I'll build you a peace that outlasts it, if you're honest with me about the price." Behind Tan, one of the gray figures shifted its weight. Mercer let it pass, because he was watching the envoy's hands, and the hands had gone very still. And stillness in a fluent man is the tell. Tan did not want a war alliance and a fond goodbye. Tan wanted the Endurance, wanted to know where a hull like that was built, and had circled it for 3 days the way a clever man circles the only thing he means to ask for. So Mercer reached past it and set the question on the table himself. "You want to know where we're from," he said, gently, almost kindly. "That's the real one, isn't it? Not the guns, the road home." And Tan caught, did what made Mercer like him despite everything. He laughed, low and unmade, a man enjoying being read. "You are dangerous in a very small room," Tan said. "I'm only dangerous in small rooms," Mercer agreed. "Put me on a bridge in a fight and I'm useless. Stay in here with me and we'll do well together." A self-deprecation thrown out to warm the room, the kind of true thing a man can say because no one will hear how true it is. "Now, here's what I can offer you, and what it costs, and why it's a better trade than the one you came in meaning to make." It was Marsh who broke it, from the Endurance, the calm bead in Mercer's ear going from the soft, idle hiss to Marsh's careful voice with a thread of wire pulled tight through it. "Captain, forgive me. Commander Sloane needs you on the bridge." "In a moment, Lieutenant." Mercer did not break the line of his eyes off Tan. "You did not let a room see you flinch at your own pocket. Tell her I'm closing something here that's worth the—" "Now, sir," she said now. A breath on the line, and under Marsh's care a thing Mercer had not heard in the signals officer's voice before, which was that Marsh was frightened. "There's a contact off the long axis. It came out of a cold junction nobody was watching. The commander says, her words, sir, the war just walked up behind us." The wardroom did not change.
The amber light held, Tan's hand stayed folded, but the envoy's eyes had gone to a place behind Mercer's shoulder, through the bulkhead, and there it was, the first unrehearsed thing Mercer had got out of him in 3 days, a flash of something fast and animal, there and governed, a man who has heard a particular sound a great many times and learned, at cost, what it means. "You should go to your ship, Julian," Tan said quietly, and the Julian was the warmest he had ever been and the coldest thing in the room. "We will finish this, if there is an after." And Mercer, 3 sentences from closing a thing that would have fed his ship through the winter, stood up out of the borrowed chair with the trade dying unfinished on the table, the whole afternoon's competence draining out through his feet, because the room he was good at had just ended, and the room he was not good at had just opened its door. The shuttle ran him back across the dark between the 2 ships in 90 seconds, and he spent them rehearsing, because rehearsing was what his hands did when there was nothing for them to hold, the questions he would ask, the order he would ask them in, the calm he would carry onto the bridge. By the time the airlock cycled, he had his face on. The face was the thing that still worked. The bridge took him the way a fast tide takes a man, all at once, over the head. Aldridge, flat, fast, both hands moving on the tactical plot. Spreads loosening. It's not 1 contact, it's 4. They came through staggered. Ascendant hulls. Tan's own colors, but these aren't his. Look at the drive signatures. These are bigger. Frames are still soft on the port flank. I've got bracing in, but if we maneuver hard, I can't promise the welds. Ferris, on the net, ragged. The engineer's voice that meant, "Don't ask me for what I haven't got." Mercer, Sloane at the rail, not turning, the cold visor down over her face that he had learned to read as the most awake she ever was. "Glad you're back. We've got a problem and a clock. You want it fast or do you want it right? Because you don't get both." "Both," Mercer said, going up the step to the chair he still could not warm, and quickly, and that was the first wrong thing he said, though he did not know it yet. The plot bloomed in front of him as he sat, 4 hard contacts coming up the long axis out of a dead junction, and between them and the wounded Endurance, strong in their bright-wheeling vigil, the ascendant ships that had cheered her 2 days running, Tan's saved fleet, lighter, half of them still streaming repair vapor from the last fight, turning now, slowly, to face a thing that outweighed them. "Who are they?" Mercer said. The captain's question, the right question, even. "Tan's people, but not Tan's. Talk to me." "Doesn't matter who they are," Sloane's voice did not move off the plot. "It matters that they're inside the Vigil Fleet's envelope in 90 seconds, and we're in the middle of it with 3 port mounts gone and 41 rounds and a cracked flank. There's a window. We slip our berth and run for the cold junction at our 270 now while the ascendant hulls are between us and the contacts, and let Tan's people screen our backs whether they meant to or not. 30 seconds it's open, then the contact spread and it isn't. And if we run, we abandon the fleet that saved us." Mercer said it before he could weigh it, and it was, he would understand much later, the truest political instinct he had and the worst possible thing to reach for in that room. 2 days ago they kept the watch over our wounded. We slip our berth and run, and every ship out there sees us do it. And the alliance I've spent 3 days building is so much breath. Tan will never trust us again. We'll have bought 30 seconds at the cost of the only friends we have out here." A half-beat of silence on the bridge. He did not know what it cost. "That's the political read," Sloane said, even. "It's not wrong, it's just not the question." She turned her head, the visor coming round to him, the flat, assessing look that had nothing unkind in it, and was the worse for that. "I'm not asking you whether to run, Captain. I'm telling you the deck needs a yes or a no in the next 20 seconds, and the no has a higher body count. Give me one."
Mercer should have given her one. He knew it later in his body, in the place where the borrowed table lived, the shame of it lodged under his sternum like something swallowed wrong. But in the moment the room was the wrong room, and he did what the wrong room had built him to do, which was to reach for the people who knew. "Hail," he turned in the chair. "The contacts, are they hunting us or the fleet? Is this an O-run thing, wearing ascendant hulls, or a second ascendant faction? Because if it's the second, running tells Tan we picked a side in a fight we don't understand, and I'd rather—" "Captain, I can't tell you that in 20 seconds. Hale aft, her voice gone clinical flat, which he had not yet learned the way Sloane had learned it. "I can tell you in an hour. The signal's wrong basis. I'd have to— Aldridge, tactical read. If we hold our berth and the Vigil fleet screens, can we ride it out without— Can't promise it, sir. They outweigh the fleet. If the fleet folds, we're— Nhál." He heard himself do it and could not stop himself doing it. The committee reflex, the canvas, the going round the table that had served him in every room but this one. Get the reads, weigh them, find the answer the room agrees on. The Nhál have seen this kind of— "Mercer?" Sloane did not raise her voice. She did not have to. "You're taking a vote in a knife fight." And the words went into him like the cold of the chair, all the way down, and he had no answer to them because they were true, and the truth of them sat him for one whole second in absolute silence with his mouth open and nothing prepared behind it, the one thing he had sworn at a borrowed table he would never be, the unprepared man, the man with no card to play when the men came to drink the wine. And in that second, the window Sloane had given him 24 ran out. The plot changed. The lead contact spread broke. The 4 hulls fanned, and the bright, clean lane Sloane had named at 270, the way out, the thing she'd handed him with a number on it, closed as an ascendant heavy slid across its mouth. "Window's gone," Aldridge said, very quiet. "They've got the junction lane. We're boxed in the Vigil." Mercer's hand, on the cold arm of the chair, closed on nothing. His own face tried to assemble the next sentence, the recovery, the "all right, then we adapt," the polish coming up to cover the gap the way it had covered every gap of his life, and for once it would not come, because there was no committee to soothe and no room to read, only a ship in a box and a number that used to be a door, and the polish had nothing to do. "All mounts port high, on my mark." Sloane was already moving, off the rail, 3 steps to the con, and the whole deck moved with her the way a thing moves toward the one voice in it that knows what it's doing. She did not look at Mercer. She did not need to. "Helm, full down bubble, roll us under the Ilvain, put her hull between us and the heavy— now. Aldrich, the lead, all 41, the drive throat only, lamed, not killed. Make it choose between chasing us and limping. Ferris, you'll have the flank, I can't promise." "Roll us," Sloane said. 3 words, flat, total. The sentence with no committee in it, and no clause, and no question. And the Endurance heeled hard over onto her tracked side and dropped under the Ilvain's belly as the Ascendant Heavy's first salvo crossed the space her bridge had occupied a second before. The close defense battery walked its 41 rounds up the lead contact's drive throat in flat white lines, and the throat guttered and dimmed, and the heavy thing slewed and slowed, and did not die, and did not catch them. It took 11 seconds. Mercer sat in the chair through all 11 and did not give one order, because there was no order of his that would not have killed them, and he knew it, and the bridge knew it, and the worst of it, the thing he would carry down into the dark afterward, was that for one whole closed window, the bridge's eyes had gone to Sloane and not to him, not in mutiny, not for good, just the animal instinct of people in danger turning to the hand already moving. They would look to the chair again. The ship still ran on the fiction that he held it. But they had looked past it once when it counted, and a thing like that, once it has happened, knows the way back. The ship came up the far side of the Ilvain's hull into clear dark, her bow swinging toward the 270 lane that was no longer a lane. The ascendant fleet wheeling in confusion behind her, and Sloane threaded the Endurance out through the only gap left, not the clean one she'd offered Mercer 30 seconds and 1 vote ago, but a worse one, a tight, ugly one between 2 ascendant hulls. It cost them on the port flank. The crack. Of course the crack. The down bubble Sloane had pulled to save the bridge wrenched the braced welds over the old midships shears, and Mercer took it, not a sound, a blow, the same blow the ship had taken 2 days ago in the same place, the hull flexing around a wound it could not stop flexing, and the amber alarm started its flat idiot shriek, and the amber light went a shade harder.
That's the flank, that's the flank. Ferris, down in it, and for once there was no gallows in his voice at all. It went again, the bracing tore. I'm losing the compartment behind frame 44. Commander, that didn't have to. If we'd gone clean, we'd not have. And Ferris stopped himself, because Ferris was a professional, and the bridge was listening, but the sentence had started, and everyone on the bridge had heard where it was going. If we'd gone clean. If the window had been taken, if a yes had come when a yes was asked for. Box it and seal it, Sloane said. Nobody behind 44. Confirm nobody's behind 44. Bryant had a runner taking coolant down there, AWLDIJ, fast, and then, faster, the flat going thin at the edge. That's Rhodes. That's a rating. She's in the compartment. Get her out before you seal, Sloane said. 10 seconds, Ferris. Count of 10, and then you seal whatever's left. I'm not losing the ship for. She's out. She's clear. She's hurt. She took the bulkhead coming down. Soto's got a call. Ferris, ragged with relief that had no time to be relief. Sealed. It's sealed. We're through. They were through. The Endurance ran for the dark with her cracked flank screaming and her 41 rounds spent to 0, and a rating named Rhodes on Soto's table with a broken something where a bulkhead had come down a half-second too close. Alive, but hurt. Hurt for a window that hadn't been taken, and behind them the ensigned fleet broke off the heavy contacts and did not pursue and did not, this time, cheer. Mercer sat in the chair in the after-quiet and did the accounting, because the accounting was the one thing his hand still knew how to do, and it was merciless. The flank, cracked again, managed now past managing. A compartment Ferris would never give back. The clean junction lane at 270, gone. They ran now down a worse vector toward a colder junction that might not hold a fold at all. The feedstock, the road home, the winter's worth of it, all of it dying unsigned on a table in the Ilvain's amber wardroom, because the man who could close that room had been needed in this one and had had nothing for it. And Rhodes, not the wall this time, thank God, but a name and a body in sick bay that he could put nowhere except where it belonged, which was on him. And he had wanted to be the captain the moment needed. He had been good in Tan's wardroom, read the man to the bone, come 3 sentences from feeding his ship, and the goodness had been the trap, because it taught him he was good at command when all it ever proved was that he was good at a different room entirely. He had known the difference once, in the abstract. Now he knew it in the body. His hand went up to his face, before he chose it, his father's gesture, the heel of the hand dragged once across the mouth, and he caught it halfway and made it come down to the arm of the chair and lie flat. And that small failed governance of his own hand was the most honest thing his body had done all day. "Stand the ship down from action," Sloane said down the bridge to the deck. "Damage parties to the flank. Soto's got priority on power for Rhodes. Helm, hold us on the cold junction vector. Easy, nothing the welds can feel." And then, only then, when the deck was moving, and the orders were laid, and the ship was running quiet. She came up the step to the chair and stood beside it, not below it, and pitched her voice down so it went to him and to no one else. "That was bad," Sloane said. "No heat. She never wasted heat. I'll say it once here, and then it's between us, and I'll never say it on the deck, because a captain whose deck officer narrates his furniture is a captain the crew is already buried. So hear it once. You took a vote in a knife fight, and people got hurt for the seconds it cost. It's not your reading of people. That's the best thing on this ship. You read Tan like a book, and you were right. It's that you reached for the room you're good at, when the room you were in needed a man who'd already decided."
Maya. His voice came out scuffed, the polish off it the way it went off only at the committal and at Sarno's ramp, and now here, the 3 times in his command he had told the truth with his whole self. They didn't look at me. When it counted, not one of them looked to the chair. "No," Sloane said. She did not soften it. She did not lie to people she respected, which was its own hard mercy. They didn't. She let it stand, the hull making its wrong note up through the dais into the soles of his feet. "Here's the part you won't believe yet. You can come back from this, not by being better in here next time, because you won't be. This isn't a thing you fix by Tuesday. You come back by knowing exactly what it was. Most men in that chair would already be telling me why it wasn't really a freeze. You're not. That's the only thing about this hour worth keeping." A beat, the closest she came to kindness, always disguised as fact. "Don't get used to me saying it." "I wouldn't dare," Mercer said, and it came out rough, and Sloane gave him the same small mercy she'd given him on the beach, of pretending she hadn't heard it. Tan's face came up on the small screen at the chair's arm an hour later, after the worst of the flank was boxed and Rhodes was stable. The envoy warm again, the wardroom warmth, the dangerous warmth, and Mercer made his own face do the thing it knew how to do and met him. "You live," Tan said. "I am glad. We drove them off, a faction of ours who had rather inherit the war than win it. They will not trouble you again soon." A pause, fractional, a clever man choosing a thing carefully. "You were not on your bridge when it began, Julian. You were with me. A captain who can be drawn from his bridge into a small room by an envoy, that is a great compliment to the envoy." The warmth held, perfect, and under it the new thing, the thing Mercer would have given a great deal not to have put there himself, and the thing for the envoy to remember. "It is," Mercer said, evenly. "Remember it, then. We'll finish our table another day, Marek. The Endurance keeps her word. She just has to keep her hull first." "Of course," Tan inclined his head. "Mend her. We are patient. We have, after all, a great deal of time, and so little of everything else." The screen went dark on the small, sad joke, and left Mercer with the aftertaste of a man who had watched the Endurance save herself today, and seen exactly whose hand had done it. Mercer stayed in the chair when the bridge had gone to its low watch, to learn whether he could bear it. The cold had never gone out of the seat. He had thought, somewhere in the 3 good days in Tan's wardroom, that it had, that the chair had become his by the only right that mattered, which was use. It had not. It was as cold as the hour he had first failed to lift his feet to it, and colder now that he knew it for cold. Across the bridge, Sloane ran the deck he could not run, threading them quiet toward a cold junction in the dark, and the crew worked to her voice, easy now, the way a crew works to the hand that has decided to trust. Mercer sat above them in the cold chair he still held the title to, and held nothing else, and did not reach for a sentence to cover it. There was no sentence. For once in his life, he let there be none. Chapter 19. The Ship That Won't Heal. The board went red under Ferris's hand in the order he'd been dreading, top to bottom, like a thing reading down a list. They were in the fold. Ferris could feel it in his back teeth, that particular wrongness of being nowhere. The Endurance threaded into the cold Junction's throat with her drive screaming to hold the solution, and the solution not wanting to be held. The engine deck a furnace, and the air tasting of hot insulation, and the ozone stink of a thing arcing somewhere it shouldn't. The master power board ran from the boundary drive at the top, down through life support and the after spaces to the small green lights that meant the parts of the ship a man could live without. And the red was eating up it. Drive draw spiking, the transfer bus that fed it sagging under the spike. Below the bus, every system the bus also fed dimming toward the brownout that would put the lights out and the air down and the fold into the kind of collapse Vance had died inside of. "No," Ferris said. "No, no, no, not now. You do not do this to me now. Cass, talk to me. What's the bus doing?" "Bus is folding." Whitlock, 3 steps down the catwalk, both arms in the transfer cabinet to the shoulder, the suit thumbprint back on her forehead. "It can't carry the drive draw and everything else. It's browning out under it. I've got regulators cooking one at a time. Boss, the drive's pulling more to hold us in the fold than to make it. She's bleeding into the junction. The cold's eating it as fast as we feed it." "How long do I have?" "Before the bus drops the drive, 40 seconds, maybe." 40 seconds inside the fold, and the drive coming off the bus meant the fold came apart and spat them out as wreckage at a junction that hadn't wanted them in the first place. Ferris stood in the red light of the failing board with his splinted forearm aching in its strapping, and did the only arithmetic the deck had left him, which was the arithmetic of murder. The bus could carry the drive. The bus could not carry the drive, and there was an and, a whole side of the ledger, decks of it, and every line was somebody's air, or somebody's light, or somebody's heat, and one of them was about to die so the rest could come out the far side breathing. "Hollis," Ferris didn't take his eyes off the board. "Load tree, every draw on the transfer bus, biggest first, small screen, 5 seconds. On it, Chief. Dunbar, hand on the drive trip and do not touch it. You trip that and we're Vance, only on my word, and I will not say the word. You understand me?" "Hand on it, Chief. Not touching."
The load tree came up. Ferris read it the way you read a death warrant you're being asked to sign, fast and sick, and from the bottom, because the bottom was where the cheap deaths were. Internal comms, keep, costs nothing. The surviving fabrication shop, cold already, no draw. The starboard hab ring, half the crew's quarters. A real number, but take that and 100 people hot bunk the rest of the voyage and lose the 1 private square meter keeping some of them sane. Save it for last. Up the tree, past the cheap and into the deer, the board ticking another regulator to red while he read. 30 seconds, and then he was at the number he'd known he'd reach before he started, because there was only ever going to be one number big enough, and his stomach went down through the deck when the screen made him look at it. The after bays, hydroponics, the algae stacks and the fungus runs and the slow green tanks in the warm dark at the stern. The one part of the ship that didn't just spend food, but made it. Sunlight in a can, the long bet, the only system aboard that meant they could feed themselves home instead of starving toward the bottom of a feedstock barrel. It pulled a third of the transfer bus by itself. The grow lamps, the circulators, the heat the green things needed to stay green. A third of the bus. Enough. The only cut big enough to give the drive what it screamed for and not put a soul in the dark to do it. "Kaz," Ferris said, and his voice had gone somewhere he didn't like. "If I drop the after bays, all of it, lamps, pumps, heat, does that buy the drive?" A silence on the catwalk that lasted a regulator.
Whitlock had gone still the way she went still over the worst news, and when she answered him, she answered the inside of the cabinet, which was the kindness she did him. "That buys the drive," Whitlock said. "That buys it easy. That's the one that does it." "Then that's the one." Ferris put his good hand flat on the board over the afterbay's load and didn't press it, the way you don't put the animal down the half-second before you do. "How cold do they go before the green dies?" "Lamps off and unheated at junction cold?" "Hours." "The algae's robust. It'll hang on a day. The grow stock won't see morning. We'd be killing the tanks, boss, not pausing them, killing them." "I know what I'd be doing," Ferris said, and pressed it. The afterbays went dark in his hand. He didn't go down to watch. There wasn't time, and there wasn't a man in him who could have stood in the warm green and watched the lamps die. But the screen showed him anyway, the long draw collapsing off the bus in one clean falling line. A third of the ship's appetite simply gone, and into the slack the drive poured everything it had been starving for. The spiking line steadied. The browned-out systems came up out of the dim, life support firming, the lights on 3 decks coming back off their jumpers to a clean burn. The bus, unburdened of the green, carried the drive without complaint, the way it had before the ship started eating its own organs to live. "Drive's holding," Whitlock said, low. "Solution's firming. Fold's coming back under us, boss. You did it. She's threading." "Talk me through the throat," Ferris said, eyes on the drive draw and not on the dead green line. "Tell me when we're out." The ensign went through the cold junction with a third of herself switched off and the rest burning bright on the power it bought, and Ferris stood at the board with his good hand flat over the afterbay's switch, where he'd killed it, the way a man keeps his hand on a thing after it's done, until the fold let go of his teeth and the long, sick lurch of being somewhere came up under him. Real space, real dark, the junction spat out behind them. "We're out," Whitlock said. "We're through. We're clear and we're whole. We're—" And she stopped, because whole was the wrong word, and she'd heard it leave her mouth, and there wasn't a soul on the engine deck who'd let it stand. "We're through, boss. We made the fold." "Yeah," Ferris said. He took his hand off the board. A print of his palm stayed in the heat sweat on the panel, fading already. "We made the fold." Ferris looked at the dead line on the load tree, the afterbays at 0, the warm green dark gone cold and going colder, and what should have been relief in his chest would not come up as relief. They were alive, and the ship had made the fold, and somewhere aft of him the slow green tanks, the only honest promise the Endurance had ever made about the way home, were dying in the dark he'd put them in. And they would not come back, because what he'd pulled off this time was the part that made the parts. He'd cannibalized the future to buy the afternoon. The right call, he'd make it again. It went down in him like a swallowed stone all the same. "Cass," Ferris said, "get a party to the afterbays. Pull what we can save. Seed stock, the dry cultures, anything that'll keep cold and start again somewhere there's a somewhere to start it. Salvage the lamps. We'll want the elements. And then—" His voice did a thing, and he made it stop. "Then we cold stow it. Properly. Not a tip. I want it stowed like we mean to come back to it." "We don't mean to come back to it," Whitlock said. Flat. Plain. The only way he could take it. "There's no power to come back to it with, boss. Nothing out here gives anything back." "I know. Stow it like we mean to anyway. Humor me. I just killed the larder to keep the lights on. Let me lie to myself for one watch." Whitlock did the kindest thing she knew, which was not to argue with the man about the lie keeping him upright. "Aye, boss. We'll stow it like we mean to." Ferris didn't sleep. He'd promised himself he would after, and after came, and he went up to the afterbays instead of down to his rack, because a man can't put a thing down he hasn't picked all the way up. The bays were the warmest part of the ship, and now they were going cold.
Ferris stood in the long green dark with a hand torch, the lamps dead overhead in their racks, the growstock already losing the upright green tension of living things, the tanks ticking faintly as the heat went out of them, that same wrong note the whole ship made now, come even to the one room that used to hum a different way. Condensation was starting on the cold faces of the tanks. The place smelled of green and wet, and the first faint edge of something turning. Not 2 weeks gone, these bays had been the most alive part of the ship, the stacks crowded with green, carried up off that living world, science team and engine deck both packing in to watch the tanks take to it, the Endurance learning at last, after all the dark, how to make her own food again. He'd killed it in 9 seconds off a load tree. "Sorry," Ferris said, to the dark, to the tanks, the way he talked to the ship when he forgot people could hear him, except there was no one here, and he meant it more for that. "You were the good one, the one I never had to murder for somebody else. I was proud of you, you stupid green thing. You were going to feed us home." He put the back of 2 fingers against the nearest tank's cold flank, the way he tested a bearing for heat, except there was no heat in it now and never would be again. "And you weren't enough. When she asked me for 40 seconds, you weren't enough to keep, and you were just enough to spend. That's all of you in the end, just enough to spend." The torch beam was unsteady. He'd been awake too long for steady hands. He turned it off and stood in the dark a moment, in the cold that had been warm, and did not let himself make the sound that wanted making, because making it wouldn't grow back a tank, and despair had never once fixed a coupling. Ferris turned the torch back on and went to do the next job, which was tell the commander what the ship couldn't do anymore, now that he'd made her able to do the one thing at all. Sloane came to the engine deck rather than make him climb to her, which told him she already half knew. She came down the ladder in her ops blacks, with the visor up, and didn't look at the dead board or the jumper cables or the gray to Ferris's elbow. She looked at his face, the way Soto did, and read off it the thing he'd come up to tell her, so he didn't have to start with it. "You killed something to get us through," Sloane said, "not a question." She leaned a shoulder on the cold transfer cabinet, easy, economical, the way she stood when she meant to be told the truth and meant to take it standing. "Tell me what, and tell me what it costs me going forward, and don't dress it. I haven't slept, and I can't take it dressed." "The after bays," Ferris said. "Hydroponics, algae, fungus, the grow stock, all of it. The drive was bleeding into the cold junction faster than the bus could feed it and hold the rest of the ship up, and the after bays were the one cut big enough to save the drive without putting people in the dark." He made himself say the rest because she'd asked for it undressed. "They're dead, Commander, not paused. There's no power to bring them back. I cannibalized the only thing on this ship that makes food to keep the thing that moves her turning. That's what the fold bought, and that's what it cost." Sloane took it standing, as advertised. Something moved behind her eyes and didn't reach her face. "How long does that leave us?" "Printers and what's in the feedstock barrels and whatever Aldridge can cut off a derelict, same as before, only now it's only that." Ferris dragged his good hand down his face. The bays were the long bet. Sunlight in a can. Feed the green feeds the printers feed the people, round and round, and you never hit the bottom of the barrel because the barrel refills itself. That's gone. Now it's a barrel that only goes down. We're back to foraging green worlds we don't find very often and printing gray loaf out of whatever I can shovel in the hopper. And every meal is a subtraction with nothing on the other side of it. You asked what it costs going forward. It costs you the bottom of the barrel, Commander. It just moved a great deal closer. How close? I don't know yet. Cass is doing the sum.
I didn't want her to finish it tonight. He met her eyes, close enough that it's a number you'll have to think about before you set a course. The ship can run now. She just can't feed herself anymore, and I'm the one who did that to her. And I'd do it again, because the other option was Vance. Sloane was quiet a moment. The ship made its wrong note up through the deck into both of them.
"You do it again," she said. "Good. Don't ever stop being able to say that part. The day you flinch on it is the day I lose my engineer." She straightened off the cabinet. "Now the part you don't want to give me. The next fold and the one after. Can she make them? Give me a yes or a no. I know it's not that clean. Give me the clean version anyway, because I have to set a course on it, and the course is real even if your answer can't be."
Sloane went back up to her bridge to set a course she now knew the price of, and Ferris stood on his engine deck a while longer, in the heat, by the dead board, with the print of his palm long gone off the panel. Word went round the ship by morning, the way bad word always did, faster than any net. "They cut the Gardens, did you hear? The Gardens are dead. He killed the Gardens to make the jump." It landed deck by deck in the way people moved when he passed, in Brant 2 decks up, meeting his eye and then not, because there was nothing in a kid's face that could hold a thing that size, and she had the grace not to try. The Endurance had been a wounded ship for weeks now, a clean first of class taking damage and patching it, a thing you could still half believe might limp into a yard one day and be made right. She wasn't that anymore, and now everyone knew it. She was patched hull and hand-laid jumper and a dead garden and 41 rounds that were 0 and a flank cracked twice and a frame 44 compartment that was vacuum behind a seal and a drive that only just held and a man at the bottom of her with gray to the elbow deciding which organ to spend next. A Frankenstein, welded out of her own corpse to keep the rest of the corpse moving. There was no pretending otherwise after the Gardens, and nobody, anywhere on the ship, pretended. Ferris went and found Whitlock, who had finished the sum and not wanted to bring it to him, sitting on the catwalk with it in her lap, and her soot thumbprint, and her too many days awake. "How bad's the barrel?" Ferris said, sitting down beside her, careful of the arm. "Bad," Whitlock said. "I'll show you in the morning. It's a morning number." She let it be a morning number, the way he'd let the Gardens be a one-watch lie, the two of them trading mercies down at the bottom of the ship. "You did the right thing, boss. There wasn't another 40 seconds anywhere on this ship, and you found it where it was." "I know," Ferris said. He looked down the engine deck, at the dead green line still up on the load tree where he hadn't been able to make himself clear it, at the long patched length of the dying ship he could not save and would not stop saving. "I know it was right. Doesn't help. I keep thinking she made it 3 weeks. 3 weeks on that green world's light, and she started to mean it, started to be the way home and not just a tank, and I spent her in 9 seconds." He let his head go back against the cold cabinet. "Don't tell Sloane I came up here and talked to the gardens." "You talked to the gardens?" Whitlock said, not a question, the flat going gentle. "I told them they were just enough to spend." Whitlock was quiet a moment. Then she put her shoulder against his, the only contact the engine deck ever allowed itself, the hum of the ship coming up through the steel into both of them. "They were," she said. "And so are we, boss. So's all of her. Just enough to spend all the way home." A breath. "Come on, 2 hours. I'll wake you if she tries to die. I'll bring you a nice clod of printer loaf and everything." "Gray loaf till the barrel's empty now," Ferris said. "No more crabs, no more green." "Then we'd best find another green world," Whitlock said, getting up, putting her hand down for his good one, "before the barrel is. Up you get, Undertaker. She's not done with you yet." Ferris took the hand and got up, into the ship that wouldn't heal and wouldn't quit, and went down to the next job and did not stop. Chapter 20. The Thing We Can't Talk To. At 3 in the morning, ship time, in the cold dark of a science deck with half its lamps cut to save the bus, the waveform stopped being noise. Nhál had been fighting it since the graveyard, and harder since the battle, the Oron capture, the thing the translator returned as silence, run and rerun against every model she had, until her eyes burned and the printer coffee went to scum in the cup. She knew the shape of failure by now. The device threw up garble, or it threw up flat nothing, the dark translated as dark. This was neither. The clean trace lay across her slate in a long, even line, and where she'd taught the analysis to fold the capture back on itself and look for what came again, the line had grown a grammar overnight while she dozed at the bench. A body and a tail, and a body and a tail. The same fall and the same return, over and over. The most said thing in all of it. Structure where for weeks there had been only the looming, patient quiet of a thing that ate ships. Nhál sat very still in the half-light and did not let the brightness back into her chest, because the brightness was the thing that had cost her people before. She made herself cold and clinical instead, the way she did when she was frightened, and she was frightened, of being wrong, of being right. She ran it once more. The shape came back the same. Low, falling, repeated. Not a pulse that tracked their position. Not a thing that built before a strike. It ran constant, before the fight and through it, the way breath runs, and against the only prosody she had, which was human, which was wrong, it kept resolving as the one thing she could not make it stop being. Mourning. Nhál had reached for it in the middle of the fight and been told, not now, the moment shutting over the word before she could land it. She would not be put off not now again. The trouble was that grief on a slate was nothing. A curve, a claim, a tired civilian's pattern hunger, painting feeling onto static. To make anyone believe it, she needed the signal taken close. From the source, no battle screaming over the top, near enough to prove it ran whether or not anyone was shooting. She needed to put a sensor next to the thing they couldn't talk to and listen to it when it thought it was alone. Nhál keyed the watch officer. Her voice came out steady, which it had no right to be at 3 in the morning over a thing this size. "This is Nhál. I need the captain. A close-range capture before the next fold. It can't wait. Ensign." Mercer gave her the meeting in the wardroom an hour later, Sloane beside him with the sleep-debt gray under her eyes, Aldridge at the end of the table, with her arms folded and the look she wore for anyone proposing to spend the ship's safety on something she couldn't shoot. "A lander," Hale said. "1. Crude light. We hold the Endurance back at the edge of sensor range, and we put the lander in close, 1,000 kilometers, less, and we sit dark and listen. No transmitting, no closing the gap. The Orun gather where their dead drifted off after the fight. The capture's strongest from that bearing. I get 10 minutes of the signal clean with no engagement noise over it, and I can prove what it is." "And what is it?" Mercer said. Careful, the polished voice, but he was listening. "It's not a threat," Hale said. "I think it's grief. I think the thing we've been killing has been crying the whole time, and I can prove it if you let me get close enough to hear it cry when no one's pointing a gun at it." The word landed wrong in the room. Aldrich's jaw set. Sloane said nothing at all, which from Sloane was a kind of answer. "They cracked our flank," Aldrich said. "They killed Pell and Yarrow. You want to drive a lander up to the thing that did it and sit there." "They cracked our flank when we were shooting them and trying to get past them to the thing they were shielding," Hale said. "Read the engagement back. They never once came at the people who left them alone. I'm not proposing we provoke it, Lieutenant, that we get close and stay quiet and let it do whatever it does when it isn't being shot. And I record that, and we stop guessing in this room about what it is." "It's a hell of a guess to ride a lander on," Aldrich said. "Then I'll ride it." Hale heard herself say it and didn't take it back. The wound in her had always pulled this way. Go closer, the answer's closer. And it had cost her before, a colleague, an experiment that should never have run, and she knew the shape of the pull and reached for it anyway, because being right on a slate was worth nothing, and being right in the dark with a clean capture was worth everything. "It's my read, I'll carry it. Send me out." Sloane spoke for the first time. "No, you don't ride it. If we do this, you run it from here and we send people whose job is to fly close to dangerous things and come back. That's a real line, Doctor, and you don't get to cross it because you feel guilty for being curious." "Then we do it," Hale said, quiet, pushing through the door she'd got a hand into. "You'll send a crew." And Sloane, bone-tired, half believing it herself and hating that she did, looked at the woman who'd been in the middle of the last fight and been told to log it, and made the call the way you make one you've already half lost. "1 lander," Sloane said. "Light crew. 1,000 clicks, dark, no closer. The second it twitches, you run. We hold the Endurance back to cover you." She looked at Hale, flat. "You get your capture, Doctor. And if you're right, God help us, because we've been fighting on the wrong side of it for 3 weeks." Hale ran it from the science deck, and for 9 minutes it was the cleanest data of her life. The lander, Petrel, one of the Endurance's small finite landers, Doyle flying it, 2 of Aldrich's people aft, a sensor tech named Adler riding Hale's gear, slid in dark and quiet to 1,000 kilometers of the place the Orun had gathered, and held there with everything radiating cut, a cold mote in a cold dark, listening. And into Hale's slate the signal came clean at last, no battle over it, the great dark shapes moving slow around the place their broken third had spilled its small drifting dead. And the waveform sang its low-falling grammar into her instruments, constant, patient, said and said and said, exactly the shape it had been in the fight, running whether or not anyone was there to fear it. It was not a war cry. There was nothing in it that built or aimed or tracked. It was the same thing over and over, low and falling, a thing said to no answer in a tongue that came back from the cleverest device aboard as silence, and Hale sat in the half-dark with her hand shaking over the slate and thought, I have it. I have it clean, and I have it whole, and now they'll have to— Doctor, Doyle on the channel, tight. The near one's changed heading, and I've got a pull on us I can't source, something off the gather. My hold's gone soft, and I can't say why. Trim it back, easy, no hard burn, don't light up next to them. Hold what you've got, quiet. Petrel, you're drifting. Aldridge's voice cut onto the channel from the Endurance with her full sensors lit, seeing what a lander running dark could not see about itself. Your passive hold can't read it, but we can. There's a current off that gather, and it's walking you downrange. You're inside 800. You're sliding into the dead drift. And Hale's gut went to ice, because Aldridge was right, and nothing aboard the Petrel could have caught it in time. The lander sat dark and blind to its own slide, drawn on a slow, cold current none of them could range from inside it, in toward the very place the small shapes drifted, the place the Or-Un stood their whole bodies around. The gather had a pull, the dead field had a draw, and it had walked the Petrel to the one bearing the Or-Un would not let anything cross. Doyle, hard burn, off the bearing, Hale said, and knew as she said it there was no quiet way left. Getting clear meant lighting the Petrel up, bright, hard thrust right on top of the Or-Un's dead, and there was no second left to find a gentler way, because there was no gentler way. Get out, now! The Petrel's thrusters lit hard and bright among the drifting dead, and the near Or-Un turned its whole dark mass toward the sudden burning thing lunging in over its grave, and the long shudder came up off it, and the lander flew into it. It was not the bow weapon. The bow weapons were for ships that came shooting. This was the other thing, the thing that had rung the Endurance in the graveyard, the whole armored length of it shuddering at once, the deep, low front breaking out across the dark, and the Petrel, a mote, 1,000th its mass, flew straight into the wave the Or-Un spread between its dead and the world. Petrel's hit. Doyle, an octave up and dragging back down. Lost the port thruster bank. I've got tumble. I've got— Christ, the front's off, the cockpits. The channel filled with the flat idiot shriek of a hull pressure alarm and the sound of a small ship coming apart around the people inside it. I can't hold her. She won't answer. I've got 2 thrusters and a spin I can't— Petrel, Endurance, we're coming to you. Sloane, on the deck above, already moving the wounded ship that couldn't afford to move. Hold what you've got, Doyle. Point your good thrusters and push. We'll catch the rest. Aldridge, get me a recovery party in the bay. Hale, a half-second, cold. Call your people home. Petrel, come back, Hale said into her gear, into the shriek, watching the lander's track stagger and yaw on the plot as Doyle fought a ship that would not be flown. Back off the bearing. You're clear of it. It's not pursuing. Doyle, it's not chasing you. And it wasn't. Hale had it on the plot while a lander tore itself apart trying to flee. The near Or-Un, having struck the small thing among its dead, did not come on. It turned its dark length back, slow, to the place the small shapes drifted, and put its body across that bearing, and went back to its low-falling song, and let the broken lander stagger away untouched. It had not hunted the Petrel. It had swept a thing off its dead the way a hand sweeps a thing off a grave, once hard, and turned back to its grief. The Petrel tumbled home on 2 thrusters and Doyle's nerve, and the Endurance coming out to meet her, and they got her into the bay crooked and venting, and they got the crew out, and the cost was paid the way the dark always took its cost out here, not all at once, not clean. The lander would not fly again, frame sheared and front stove, a thing they could not replace and could not make, struck off the Endurance's shrinking list of ways to reach a surface. Ferris would strip her and weld the bones of her onto the hull with the rest of the patchwork. and Adler, the sensor tech, Hale's own, riding Hale's gear because Hale had not been allowed to ride it herself, had been in the cockpit when the front came off, and Soto had him in the sickbay now, with a spine she would not promise on, and a long count before anyone knew if he would walk. He had gone out because Hale wanted a clean capture. He had come back broken because Hale put a lander close enough to a grave for the dark to walk it the rest of the way in. Hale stood on the science deck with proof entire on the slate in front of her, the low fall of the signal there and steady and impossible to argue with, and not one soul on the ship who would hear it as anything but the recording of the thing that had just stove a lander and broken her own tech. Nhál came to her in the dead hour after, when Hale was still at the bench, unable to leave it, unable to play it again. The Nhál moved into the half-light without sound, and stood a careful distance off, not the human hand's width San had learned, but the Nhál nearness, present and unhurried, the standing near that asked nothing. Nhrál's long gray hands were folded into her robe. She had been awake, too. "You have it," Nhál said. "What you went for." "I have it." Hale's voice came out flat and clinical, the frightened voice. "Clean, whole, it runs constant, it doesn't track us, it doesn't aim, it doesn't build before they fight, it just says itself over and over, the same shape to no answer. It's the most repeated thing in the whole capture, and it's low and it's falling, and I ran it against everything I have, and I can't make it be anything but—" She stopped. She made herself say it plain, because plain was all she had left. "They're not hunting us, Nhál. They never were. They're grieving. The thing we can't talk to is a thing that lost something, and it's been saying so the whole time, and nobody on this ship will believe me because I had to break a lander to find it out." Nhál was quiet a long moment. The Nhál do not rush to fill a gap. She looked at the paused waveform on the slate, the low fall and the return of it, the body and the tail of it, and something moved in her that did not reach her face, the way things moved in Sloane. "Will you listen?" Nhál said. "Na rusa." The request form, the frame she put before hard truths. "I am going to tell you a thing, and I am going to tell you why I have not told it before, and both of those are the same telling." Hale turned from the slate. "Yes. My people have a word for the places," Nhál said. "I gave it you once in the dark and let it stand. The spent light. We read such places for what they were, and we left them. We never stayed long enough to learn what lives in them, because to stay is to learn the rest, and the rest is heavy." She unfolded one hand slow, and laid the long gray fingers near the slate, not touching it, the way you gesture at a grave without putting your hand on the stone. "There is a heavier word. We carry our griefs differently than you. When one of us loses what cannot be replaced, we do not spend the grief quickly and have done. We hold it, we owe it, a weight carried forward openly for as long as it takes, and it does not take a season. It takes a life sometimes. We have a word for a grief carried like a debt that is not meant to be paid off fast." The fingers stilled by the singing shape. "Corvesh." Nhál did not gloss it flat. She let it lie in the half-light next to the waveform, and the English around it carried the weight of it. And Hale, who could not read Nhál, read the way Nhál's hand lay still beside the falling line.
"That," Nhál said, and looked at the slate, at the low fall said, and said to no answer. "That is what your instrument is hearing. I cannot read their tongue. The device has nothing. My people have nothing. No one met that and stayed to make a word for it. But I do not need to read the words to know the shape of Corvesh. We hold one too. I have heard it in my own chest for longer than you have been alive. That, Hale, the fingers by the falling line, is a people in Corvesh. They are not hunting a world, they are mourning one. I have known it since the graveyard, and I did not say it to you, and I will tell you why, because you have earned the why. Tell me, Hale said. Quiet. Because I carry my own, Nhál said. Corvesh, a weight held long time that I have not set down for anyone on this ship, not Cyan, not you, not the people who think they know me. To name theirs, I have to come near my own. We do not do that lightly. We hold still over the heavy thing. We do not throw it out into a room the way your people throw their griefs, all at once, loud, and feel lighter. I have stood quiet over mine for years. To say that signal is Corvesh is to say I know it because I am inside one, and once I say that to you, I cannot stand quiet over it again. She said it dignified, unhurried, no flood in it. I have watched you break a lander to be believed, and break a man on your own team doing it, and not turn away from what it cost. The Nhál saw a people unmade once and left. You will not leave. That is why I can no longer stand quiet. The thing out there is kin to a thing I carry, and I will not let you stand alone holding it. Naru, she said, and laid her cold fingers, at last, against the back of Hale's hand, the way she had laid them on Cyan's in the graveyard. Receive it. You were right. You have been right since the fight. I am sorry it has been only me to say so, and that I waited so long. Hale sat with the Nhal's cold hand on hers, and the cleanest, most useless data of her life on the slate between them, and the low fall of it said itself over and over to no answer. And now there were two of them who knew it for grief, and not one other soul on the ship who would.
Sloane found her there before the watch changed, in the doorway, the lander's loss on a slate of her own and Adler's name new on the long count. "I'm told you got your capture," Sloane said. "Even. Tired. I'm told it's clean." "It's clean," Hale said. "It's grief, Maya. I can prove it now. It runs constant. It doesn't aim. It's the same shape it was in the fight. I've got all of it taken close, with nothing shooting. The thing we're at war beside the Ascendant against is a people mourning their dead. I was right at the rail, and I'm righter now." Sloane looked at her a long moment. The commander who half believed her, who had closed a feed in an empty cabin because she was afraid she'd believe it, taking the one fact she could not get past and setting the rest of it behind that. "You went out to prove they're not dangerous," Sloane said. "Slow, not unkind, which made it worse. And proving it cost me a lander I can't replace, and put one of your own in Soto's sickbay with a spine she won't promise me on. You take your clean recording to that wardroom and play it, and what the room hears isn't grief. What it hears is the thing that just did this to us, and she drove a lander up to it to find out. You've made the truest thing on this ship the hardest to believe, because the same hour you proved it, it nearly killed 5 more of mine." She rubbed the heel of her hand against one eye and let it drop. "I'm not saying you're wrong. I think you might be right. The problem is I can't act on right when right keeps stoving in my landers, and the crew can't hear it when it just maimed one of their own. You handed me a truth I can't use, paid for by a thing I can't spare." "Then what do I do with it?" Hale said, clinical, frightened. "You hold it and you keep it clean, and you wait for an hour when it costs less to say than it costs to find out. Because right now, you're the only person on this shit who knows the most important thing about where we are, and the last person anyone's going to listen to about it. I'm sorry, I know the shape of it. I've been standing in it since the rail."
Sloan went, and the science deck went quiet, half its lamps dead to save the bus, the ship making its wrong note up through the deck. Hale sat alone with the proof of it on the slate, and Nhrál's cold touch fading off the back of her hand, and the low fall of the signal singing on, said and said and said to no answer. A war fought on the wrong side, against a people who had only ever stood over their dead and asked the dark to give them back, in a tongue no device aboard could carry. She had the truth of it whole. She had no way to make anyone believe it. And out beyond the hull, 1,000 kilometers off, the thing they couldn't talk to put its body across its grave and went on grieving in a silence that came back to her, clear now, as the loudest thing she had ever heard. Hale did not play it again. She didn't have to. It would not stop. Chapter 21. Deeper In. The cutting charge blew the lock inward, and Aldridge went through the smoke with her rifle up before the platform's dead air had finished slamming out past her into the dark. Aldridge had done it 100 times in deserts, and she did it now the same way, low, fast, the rifle finding the corners before her eyes did, her boots locking to the deck of a thing that wasn't her ship and wasn't anyone's anymore. A choke point platform hung in the middle of a fleet engagement that had been going an hour. Ton's war screaming silent across the void on every bearing, while 6 of them in breech suits took the one piece of it Ton said had to be taken. Smoke and freezing fog where the lock had let go. The hard white cones of 6 lamps cutting it. And at the far end of the gallery, where the platform's defenders had pulled back to hold the core, the first muzzle flashes coming up out of the dark like struck matches. "Contact front, they're dug in past the spine," Aldridge said, flat on the party net, already moving to the left bulkhead and putting her people behind cover with the side of her voice that didn't need to think about it. "Okay, K, with me, left. Pratt, Sengupta, hold the lock. Nobody comes in behind us. Brandt, on Vega, you're load bearers. You stay small. We push the gallery in bounds. Go on my mark." The platform answered for the defenders. Aldridge had it the moment the deck took her weight. The same sick amber she'd learned to hate in the derelict tomb, racing up the gallery ribs as the structure woke to intruders, and the wall mounts irising open along its length, blunt heads swinging up off jointed arms to find the warm moving things that had cut their way in. Automated, patient, made by whoever the ascendant had been before they were the ascendant, and left running. "Defense grids live, same as the tomb," she said. "Mounts in the walls. Kill them as they clear. A half-out one's a dead one. A full-out one kills you. Mark." And the gallery lit. It was a meat grinder from the second round, and Aldridge knew it from the second round, and there was no calling it off. Tan had said a platform lightly held. He'd said lift the core out whole and the lane is open. And he'd been hard on the whole. The core was the lane, the thing that held the junction geometry stable enough to fold, and you could not simply gut the platform with fire, because a platform blown to pieces took the lane down with it. You had to walk in and carry the core out in your hands. And it had to be the Endurance's people who did it, strangers, a hull the platform had no profile for, because the grid's defense grammar was keyed old and deep against ascendant signatures, and Tan's own ships could not come within 1,000 kilometers of it without it lighting them up. Why a thing built to keep the ascendant out sat squat across an ascendant lane was a question for somebody with time. Aldridge had a gallery. Tan's word for the defenders had been holdouts, a deadline's leavings, still squatting the platform that knew them. And whatever they were, they fought like it was the last ground they had, because it was. A defense grid waking faster than 2 rifles could put it down, and past the far ports, the black strobing with the engagement the Endurance was bleeding into, to cover 6 people doing this by hand. They bounded the gallery in pairs, Aldridge and Okeke putting down the wall mounts as they cleared, Pratt and Sengupta walking the load-bearers up behind in the cover the rifles made. The defenders fired from the spine, not amber theirs, a hard kinetic crack she could hear as a thud up through her boots when it hit the deck near her. The platform's own people, desperate and good, and shooting to keep the last of their war. A round took Okeke's hull frame and spun it off his back. A round skipped off the bulkhead a hand from Aldridge's visor and starred the gallery wall behind her. She put 2 into the muzzle flash that had thrown it, and the flash stopped, and she did not think about whether the thing behind it had been a person, because down here that was a door she kept shut, had always kept shut, had learned to keep shut somewhere she did not stand. It should have been 20 meters of gallery, and it felt like a shift's worth of fighting. Every bound bought them 3 more steps and cost them a frame hold or a mount waking behind where they'd already cleared, and the platform did not run out of sockets the way a thing ought to run out of anything, and the defenders did not break the way defenders broke when they had somewhere to run to, because they had nowhere, because this was the last ground, and a man with nowhere to go fights to the wire. Aldridge had cleared rooms full of cornered men before in a life she did not stand in. She knew how they fought. Nowhere to run makes a particular kind of soldier, and she did not let herself think about who she was doing it for this time, because the answer had a warm voice, and the answer could wait until the gallery was won. Aldridge shut that door too. There was a fight on, and the fight didn't care whose it was. "Spine's the strong point. We take the spine, we take the core," she said, breathing even, the world gone down to the next thing and the next, the way it did once the shooting started. "Vega, where's the core seat?" "Behind the spine, dead center, Lieutenant. I've got the power going into it. It's right there." Vega had his gauntlet flat to the deck, reading the platform by its bones the way he read derelicts. "But it's hot. It's the most defended thing on the deck. They've pulled everything back onto it." "Then that's where the work is. Okay, Pratt, we go up the left rib in bounds and we roll the spine from the flank. Sengupta, you and the load-bearers hold here till we've broke it. Move." They moved, and the platform, woken fully now, opened every socket it had left. Pratt died in the 3rd bound, and there was no time to make it mean anything. A wall mount irised open behind him that Aldridge's rifle was a half-second too far right to catch, and the amber lanced once, thin and quick and silent, and took him low through the back of the suit, and Pratt went down hard against the rib with the white of his air jetting out the hole in a hard spinning plume that frosted in the cold. No scream. The cold went in too fast for a scream. Aldridge killed the mount that had done it on the backswing and was on him before the plume had thinned, gauntlet over the hull, patch off her thigh rack, the same animal motion, the same as Brant and the tomb, the body doing the trained thing before the mind caught up. But the hole was through the back and below the ribs, and the plume coming out of it was the wrong color, dark beads in the white. And when she got the patch on it and got him rolled, the visor showed her Pratt's face already going, the suit clock already dumped, and Pratt looked at her once through the glass, found her lamp, found her, knew her, and his gauntlet came up off the deck and closed on her forearm, hard, the grip of a man who has understood the breach and wants a hand to be there for it, and Aldridge gave him the arm. She gripped back. She did not say, "You're all right," because he was not all right, and Pratt would have known the lie, and the lie was for her, not for him, and she did not get to have it. So she gave him the grip and the lamp in his eyes, and her name said once into the net, so the last voice was a known one. "I've got you, Tom." And his eyes stayed on her lamp the whole short way down, fixed on the one warm, bright, known thing in the cold. And the grip on her forearm went from a man's to a thing's between one breath and the next. The strength ran out of the fingers while they were still curled around her. His suit didn't know yet. The status tab on his shoulder stayed green a few seconds after his eyes had gone. The suit still counting a pulse it would take a moment to stop hunting for, a small, steady, wrong light over a dead man. She took her arm back out of the dead hand under it, set her free gauntlet over his, and peeled the fingers off one at a time, the way you work a child's grip loose, while the gallery strobed amber over both of them, because the spine was still firing, and OKK was alone up the rib and the work was not done. The fingers didn't want to come. She made them. She had made hands let go before, in the life she did not stand in, and her own did it now without being told, and she hated them for knowing how. Aldridge left him against the rib. There was nowhere to take him, and no time to take him there, and the load-bearers were carrying frames, not bodies. She marked his place in her head the way she marked an exit, and went back up the rib to OKK, and the part of her that would pay for leaving Tom Pratt curled against an alien rib with his air gone, she folded down small and shut the door on, the way she shut every door, and put it where the other one was, the door she did not open, the cell she did not name, the men whose hands she had been on the other side of, once, in a life she did not let herself stand in. Aldridge killed the next mount. She rolled the spine. They took the spine, and it cost them Sengupta, and it cost them half of Vega, and they took it anyway. Aldridge and OKK came up the left rib in the last 2 bounds with the rifles walking it clear, and rolled the strong point from the flank the way you roll any strong point. Get the angle they can't cover, make them turn, and once they turn, they're yours. The defenders, 3 of them, 4, hard to count in the strobe, turned to meet the flank the way she'd known they would, the way the cornered always did, and gave OKK the spine in front, and OKK took it, methodical, brumal, mount and man, walking his bursts along the strong point in the flat silent flashes that were the only language any of this had. The spine went quiet. One of the defenders went down, not killed, but suit-holed and venting, 3 meters off, the white plume jetting, and through the strobe Aldridge had the visor for a half-second, a face in there, fear and the cold going in, a person, somebody's, somewhere, who'd held this platform because it was the last of what they had. And then the plume thinned, and the visor frosted over from the inside, and there was no face anymore, only a suit gone still against the spine. And Aldridge took her eyes off it, because there was work. There was always work, and the work was the thing she let herself have instead of the rest. Sengupta died holding the lock. A defender they hadn't accounted for came up out of the gallery's aft dark behind the load-bearers, and Sengupta put herself across it, and they killed each other in the same 3 seconds, and Aldridge had her on the net one moment, giving a clean aft, I've got aft, and gone the next. The channel just opened and empty where her voice had been, and Aldridge did not have a second to spend on the open channel. Vega took a round through the gauntlet and the meat of the hand under it reaching across a load-bearer to drag Brant down out of a mount's arc, and kept working one-handed and white-faced and swearing the way Ferris swore, because the core was right there, and the core was the whole reason any of them had died yet. Brant! Aldridge had the girl by the back of the suit, hauling her up off the deck where Vega's shove had put her, and Brant's visor came round white and huge-eyed and not frozen, hands still on her frame the way she'd held the frame level in the tomb. "You're up. You're good. Vega's hand's gone. You're his hands now. You get the core out when he tells you where to cut. You hold and you cut where he says. That's the job." "Yes, Lieutenant." Cracked. Steady under the crack. The girl who'd breathed like a bellows through the cut 3 weeks ago, set her boots and got her cutter up and did not look at Pratt against the rib or the empty place on the net where Sengupta had been, because Aldridge had taught her that too, the keeping of the door shut. and Aldridge took no pride in it down here, with the amber going over both their faces. Vega put Brant's cutter where his ruined hand couldn't go. The core came out of its seat in a long, bright shower of cut lattice, intricate and ancient, and worth to the ascendant front an entire lane of war, and worth to Aldridge 4 people and counting, because the platform was not done with them, and the dark outside the ports was not done with any of them. The Orun came over the platform while they were cutting the core free, and for a long moment Aldridge thought that was the end of all of them. It blotted the strobe in the far ports, one of the great slow armored masses, bigger than the Endurance, sliding across the engagement on no exhaust she could measure, exactly the kind of thing she had drawn first blood on at the graveyard's edge, exactly the kind of thing Hale sat up at 3 a.m, insisting was grieving and not hunting. Vega stopped cutting. Brant went still with her hand on the frame. For one stretched second, nobody on the deck did anything but exist in front of it, the 4 of them, and the dead, and the last defenders bleeding out at the spine, all of them the same size in front of that mass, which was no size at all. It came over the platform, and the platform's own grid lit up at it, the wall mounts that had been killing Aldridge's people, swinging their blunt heads at the bigger threat, firing their thin amber up at a thing that read as stone. And the Orun answered. The deep, low shudder came up off the whole length of it, the wall of building pressure she had no other word for, that she had felt in the Endurance's bones in the graveyard and would feel in her teeth for the rest of her life. And where it broke across the platform's far end, the structure shrieked, and a section of the gallery simply went, ribs and ports, and a defender she hadn't killed yet, gone out into the dark in a glittering vent of decompression and frozen air, there and then not, swept off the deck the way a hand sweeps crumbs off a table. It did not come for the boarding party. Aldridge had it on the edge of her vision while her hands kept Brant's cut steady. The Orun put its terrible slow body across the platform once, swept the far gallery clean the way it had swept the petrol off its dead, and turned away, back into the engagement, toward whatever it was the Orun fought toward out here that none of them could ask. It had not hunted them. It had passed through like weather, killed what was in its path, and gone. And Aldridge, who had spent 750 rounds on one of them and felt good doing it, watched it go and could not make her chest do the simple thing it used to do, the clean fear and hate of an enemy. The thing was monstrous, the thing was terrifying, and the thing had not once come for the people who left it alone, and she did not know what to do with that down here, with Tom Kratt cooling against a rib 8 meters back for a war that wasn't hers. "Core's free," Vega said, hoarse. "Brant's got it. We've got it, Lieutenant."
"Then we're done bleeding for the day." She keyed wide, to the Endurance, to Sloane somewhere in the strobing dark fighting to keep a wounded ship between her boarding party and a war. "Endurance, Aldridge. Core's ours. Platform's taken. The lane's open. Tan gets his prize. We're coming out. I've got 2 down and not recoverable, and I'm not sending people back into that gallery to fetch them." "Copy that. 2 down in place. We bring out 4 and the loot. Have the bay ready and have Soto ready. Vega's hand's a mess." Sloane's voice came back across the dark, flattened, cold tactical, the voice she went to over the dead. "Copy, Aldridge. 2 down in place. Bring out 4. We're holding the door for you. Come home." They came out the way they'd come in bounds, covering the load-bearers and the core, the platform's dead grid going quiet behind them, socket by socket, as its power bled to nothing. Satisfied, its core gone, its thieves driven off, minus what they'd carried, and minus 2 it had kept. Vega went first because his hand was the worst of the living.
then the load-bearers with the core, then OKK turning to cover the hold flank the way he covered everything, last out and first to look back. Aldridge went after him, the way she always went last when there were live ones left to send ahead, and she stopped at the lip of the cut, one hand on the breech, and looked back up the gallery once, the way you look at a thing you are not going to be able to put down. Tom Pratt against his rib, small in her lamp. Sengupta, a stilled shape at the aft dark where she'd traded herself for the door. Two of hers, in place, for a lane she'd never fly through, and a war that was Tan's and the Endurance's only, because 3 weeks of a warm, grateful voice had made it so. She marked them the way she marked an exit, because marking was all she had to give them, and then she turned her back on them and pushed off into the dark, and the dropship's lock took her. The dropship took them off the hold flank into the clean, cold nothing, and inside its hard light, Aldridge got her helmet off with the same gauntlets that had peeled a dead man's fingers from her own forearm 20 minutes back, and the gauntlets were steady, which was worse than if they'd shook. Brant came out of her helmet white and wet and breathing, the core cradled in her lap like a thing she'd carried out of a fire, and she found Aldridge's eyes across the cabin and opened her mouth, and Aldridge gave her the smallest shake of the head. Not now, not in here, because the door had to stay shut till they were home. That was all of the trade. You paid it after, lying down, on your own, in the dark. But the girl had 2 names on the net gone quiet to pay for, and a dead man's place against a rib to dream about, and her chin went once hard, the way it had gone in the tomb, and this time Aldridge reached across the cabin and put her steady gauntlet over the girl's 2 hands where they were locked round the core, and held them there, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that wouldn't be the lie Pratt would have known. The dropship turned for the Endurance, and the comm in Aldridge's ear, the wide channel still open to the bridge, carried Tan's voice down out of the strobing dark, warm, overflowing, the Ilvain hailing the boarding party direct, the second the lane opened, the gratitude already pouring out of him before the bodies were cold. "You did it! You did it! The lane's open! Do you understand what you've given us, you faraway friends? You've given us a road!" Aldridge reached up, without taking her other hand off Brant's, and cut the channel, and the warm, grateful voice went out. And the cabin was just the 4 of them, breathing in the hard light and the core in a girl's white hands, and the 2 empty places where the net had been, all the way home. Chapter 22. Mercer's Call. The lane was open, and the Endurance was running for it, and Mercer had the chair, and Sloane was not on the bridge. That was the first thing the plot told him when it bloomed under his hands, the bright, clean vector at last, the cold junction Aldridge's people had bled for, strung out ahead like a thread through the strobing dark, and the ship running down it with her cracked flank screaming and her drive only just holding, a hard run between her and the fold that might be the way home. The second thing the plot told him took longer to arrive because the plot was busy, and he was not Sloane and did not read it at her speed. That the engagement they had peeled out of had not finished with them, and that something had come up out of the dark across the mouth of the lane, slow and enormous and silent, and that the clean thread was not going to stay clean. "Captain," Aldridge, back aboard an hour, helmet still ringing her with the salt crust of the boarding, both hands already moving on the tactical plot the way they'd moved on the gallery. "We've got a mass on the lane, bigger than us, coming up across our 290, no exhaust I can read. It's an Orin, it's the same kind of thing that came over the platform." "Where's the commander?" Mercer said, which was not the captain's question, and he heard himself ask it and could not call it back. "Amidships, Marsh from comms, careful," the wire pulled tight through his voice. "We took a glancing hit on the way out, frame 31, the old shear line. There's a fire in the portside coolant gallery, and the bulkhead's not holding it. Commander Sloan went down to it with Ferris 4 minutes ago. She left the deck to you, sir." A breath. Her words, "The deck's yours. Hold the lane. I'll have the fire." Hold the lane. An order handed up to him on her way down a ladder. Simple, total. The kind of thing she could say in 4 words because she had already done the deciding inside them. And Mercer sat in the cold chair at the top of the dais with the order in his ear and the plot in front of him, and understood, with the part of him that was always a half step behind the deck, that holding the lane was not going to be simple at all, because the Oran mass was getting bigger. His mouth had gone dry. He noted it the way he noted the cold of the seat, a fact about the body, set aside. Sloane's place at the conrail stood empty. That was the wrongness under all the rest of it, the absence the deck kept turning toward, the rail where she lived, the hand that was always 3 steps off, the voice that cut a window down to a number and a yes. The bridge ran without her the way a hand runs without a thumb. Everything still there, nothing quite able to close, and the close of it, this watch, was his. "Talk to me, Aldridge," he said, and the talk to me came out steady, the captain's voice, the one thing that still worked. "Is it hunting us?" "I don't know, sir." It was the truest answer on the bridge, and the one he could least use. Aldridge gave it to him flat, both hands still working, because Aldridge did not pretend to certainties she didn't have, and she had stood 8 meters from one of those masses an hour ago, while it swept the gallery clean and turned away without ever once coming for the people who left it alone. "It's on a vector that crosses ours. Whether it's on us or just going where it's going and we're in the way, I can't tell you. Hale can't tell you. We can't talk to it. All I can tell you is geometry. In about 90 seconds, its leading edge crosses the lane. If we're past that point when it does, we run free for the junction. If we're not past it, we're threading a needle next to a moon-sized mass we can't predict, in a ship that can't take a hit, with the flank already going." The plot drew it for him as she spoke. The thread of the lane, the ship a bright bead running down it, and the slow, vast smudge of the Oran mass swinging in from the side, like a door closing on a hinge he could not see. 2 lines converging. A clock under them, counting down to the place where they met. "Options," Mercer said. 2. Aldridge did not look up. "We pour everything into the run, full drive, ride the flank as hard as it'll take, try to be past the crossing before the edge gets there. We might make it, the flank might not. Ferris isn't on the net to tell us what we've got, because Ferris is in the fire. Or, we shear off the lane now, 270, put distance between us and the mass, go quiet, let it pass, and pick the lane back up after, if the junction's still cold enough to hold a fold by then, which Hale can't promise either." She straightened a degree. "One way we might run into it. The other way we might lose the only road home. There isn't a third, sir, and the longer we sit on the fence, the worse both of them get, because the mass keeps coming and the lane keeps closing whichever way you slice it." 2 doors. Behind one, a thing that might kill them, and might be nothing but weather. Behind the other, the slow death of the long way round, the cold junction lost, the winter with no road out of it. And no one on the deck who could tell him which was which, because the one fact that would decide it, is the Oran hunting us, was the one fact no instrument aboard could give him, the one reed that did not exist. "Hale." He turned in the chair. He heard himself do it. "The mass, the signal off it, is it the same as the platform? Is it moving like the one that turned away, or like one that's locked on? Because if it's the same kind of pass, if it's just going where it's going—" "Captain." Hale, aft, clinical flat, the voice he had learned to dread because it was the voice of a woman telling him no. "It's the same basis, Beyond that, I can't read intent off it in 90 seconds. I've never been able to read intent off them, and I'm not going to start now because you need me to." Mercer should have chosen then. Mercer knew it after, knew it in the body, under the sternum where the borrowed table lived, that the second Nhál told him she could not give him the answer was the second the choosing became his, alone, the knowing run out. Aldridge had laid it clean. 2 doors, a clock, no third. She'd handed him the deadline in the same breath as the options, the way Sloane would have. There was nothing left to wait for. He waited anyway. And Mercer, with the cold of the chair coming up his spine and the dry mouth and the plot's 2 lines sliding toward each other, did what the wrong room had built into him, which was reach for one more read. "The run," he said. "If we commit to the run and the flank goes, Aldridge, what's behind the flank now? If we lose the compartment behind 31 again at full drive, what's in it? Who's in it? Before I—" "Damage party's in it, Marsh, fast, the wire gone tight. Sir, there's a recovery party still down at frame 31. OKK took 4 hands down to brace the gallery behind the fire so the commander could work the near side. They're between the fire and the shear. If we go to full drive and that flank works, that compartment's the one that—" "Then I want them out before I commit," Mercer said, and it was reasonable. It was the careful thing. It was a man refusing to spend lives he didn't have to spend. "Get them out. Marsh, raise OKK, tell him to clear the compartment. I'm not running that flank with people braced against it. And then we'll—" "And then will." The sentence had no end on it because he had not chosen the run. He had only deferred the price of it, reached for the version that spent nobody, and there was no version that spent nobody. Aldridge's head came up off the plot, 1 degree, the assessing look that had nothing unkind in it and was the worse for that. The look of a deck officer hearing the chair failed to give the deck an order. "OKK, OKK, clear the compartment, recall." Marsh, working it, and under his care the new thing, the thing Mercer had heard in him once before, that Marsh was frightened. The plot's 2 lines slid closer. The clock under them ate its second. "Compartment's hot. I can't pull them in 20, Marsh." And then the platform's geometry did not wait. "Sir, the mass, the leading edge, Aldridge, edge is at the crossing." Aldridge, flat, total. "Decisions now, Captain. Run or shear, now. We don't have the 90 anymore. We don't have it." And Mercer opened his mouth to give the order, and the order would not come up his throat. It was a physical thing, the way the word stuck. He had it, run or shear, 1 syllable either way, the cheapest sound a man can make, and it sat behind his teeth and would not be spent, the way a man's hand will not close on a rail he knows in his bones is too hot, some animal part of him refusing the commitment before the thinking part could force it. His tongue was dry against the roof of his mouth. His pulse was up in his ears, loud, a child's loud, and he was aware of his own breath going shallow and high in his chest where it had no business being, and aware that the bridge could not see any of it, that his face was doing the work his throat would not, holding its careful captain's stillness over a man who had simply stopped. And he knew which one it should be. He could not have told anyone, after, what that did to him, because there was no version of it that did not sound like cowardice. And it had not been cowardice. It had been worse. It had been a man at the head of a table he had no card for, sitting up very straight, certain only that he must not be wrong, and a man who must not be wrong cannot choose between 2 doors that both lead into the dark. The run might kill the party at 31. The shear might kill the ship slowly, the long winter way. Either order he gave would be him choosing who paid, and choosing it alone,
with no Sloane 3 steps off to take the choosing out of his hands, no committee to spread the weight across, no room to read and no reading that would help, only the chair and the cold of it and the 2 doors and his whole life's certainty that the prepared man always has the answer and that he was therefore about to find it in the next second if he could only— "Captain!" Aldridge. Hold the room one more beat. Get one more— The leading edge of the Oran mass crossed the lane. It did not turn for them. It was, in the end, weather. The same slow, indifferent passage Aldred had stood under in the gallery, a thing going where it was going. But the Endurance had not committed to the run, and had not committed to the sheer. She was still on the lane at half-drive, neither past the crossing nor clear of it, exactly in the place that no order had taken her out of, and the mass's flank came across the lane and across her, and the deep low building shudder that Aldred had felt in her teeth came up through the dais into the soles of Mercer's feet. Not a salvo, not an attack, just the pressure wake of something enormous passing too close to a ship that should not have been there. And it broke across the wounded port flank like a hand sweeping crumbs off a table. The structural alarm went to its flat idiot shriek. The amber light went hard. "Flank's gone! The flank's gone! Frame 31 through 34. It tore the whole—" Aldred. And then she stopped, because the plot had told her the rest before she could say it, and saying it was Marsh's now. "Compartment behind 31 is open to the dark." Marsh said it very quietly, the careful voice gone to nothing. The recovery party was still in it. There was no order Mercer could give that would help, and he did not give one, and that was the only correct thing he did in the whole hour, and it cost him nothing, because it was too late to cost. The bridge worked around him. It had to. The ship was still running, the mass still passing, the lane still there and now unreachable behind the breach. Aldridge had the deck without being given it, the way the deck goes to the hand already moving, trimming the ship off the dead flank, calling the helm down and away from the mass, sealing what could still be sealed forward of the tear. She did not look at the chair. She did not need to. She did what Sloane would have done, in the order Sloane would have done them, and the crew worked to her voice, because her voice was the one in the room that knew what it was doing, and Mercer sat above them all in the cold chair he held the title to, and held nothing else, and watched the disaster he'd been 3 seconds from preventing become one no one could prevent. His hand, on the cold arm of the chair, closed on nothing. "Frame 31 sealed," Aldridge said, down the deck, level, the cold tactical going on to her the way it went on to Sloane over the dead. "Forward of the tear is tight. We're trimmed. The mass is past, it's clear of us, it's going. We're off the lane, and we're not getting back on it. The junction's behind the breach geometry now." A beat, the only one she allowed herself. "Casualty party. Frame 31 was a recovery party of 5, OKK and 4 hands." "Names," Mercer said. His voice came out scuffed, the polish off it. "OKK," Aldridge said. "Bellamy, and 3 I'll have for you when Soto's done with the count." She did not say the rest. She did not have to say the rest. She had carried Tom Pratt's place in her head out of a gallery an hour ago, and she carried these now, and she gave Mercer the 2 names she had, and let the silence carry what the silence carried, which was that the recovery party had been in the compartment because he had sent them to be got out of it, and had not run, and had not sheared, and the order to clear them was chasing the order to commit, and both orders had been waiting on a third order that never came. Sloane came up onto the bridge with the fire behind her, soot to the elbows, a burn dressing on the back of one hand that Soto had clearly done in 10 seconds against Sloane's wishes,
and she came up the step to the dais, and she did not have to be told. Sloane read it off the plot in 2 seconds. The tear, the sealed compartment, the lane gone behind the breach, the casualty marker blinking its flat, patient blink at frame 31. And she read the rest of it off the bridge, off Aldridge running a deck that wasn't hers to run, off Marsh too careful at his board, off Hale gone still and gray aft, off the cold idiot shriek that Ferris had not yet got someone to silence. She read it the way she read everything, fast and entire, and Mercer watched her read it and waited for the thing she had given him after the ill vein. That was bad, I'll say it once. The hard mercy of being told. And she did not say it. That was the worst thing, the thing he had not known to brace for, that after the ill vein she had told him, because after the ill vein there had been something to come back from, a wobble, a window, a yes that came late. And there was nothing to say to this one. There was a sealed compartment, and 5 people in it, and a lane behind a breach, and no sentence Sloane had would change the count or get the road back. And Sloane did not waste words on things that could not be changed, any more than she wasted heat. She stood beside the chair, not below it, and put her burned hand flat on the rail, and looked at the casualty marker, and was quiet. "Maya," Mercer said low. "I had it. I had the read. I knew which one it should." "I know you did," Sloane said. "Even, no heat. She never wasted heat, and there was none in her now, and the absence of it was the most terrible thing he had heard on the bridge. That's not the part that kills people." And she did not say the part that did. She let it stand, the hull making its wrong note up through the dais, the alarm finally cutting out somewhere as someone reached the panel, the bridge going to the low working quiet of a deck that has taken a blow and is still flying. She did not narrate his furniture. She did not tell him it was bad. She stood beside the cold chair he held and looked at the marker for the 5 and said nothing else at all, because there was nothing else. And the nothing went into Mercer deeper than any sentence she could have built. Mercer understood, in the cold he had stopped pretending he would ever warm, that this was not the ill vein. The ill vein had been a crack. This was the break it had warned of. His hand went up to his face before he chose it, his father's gesture. The heel of the hand dragged once across the mouth, and this time he did not catch it halfway. He let it go all the way across, the unprepared man's hand at the borrowed table, and let it come down to the cold arm of the chair, and lie there, and do nothing. Across the bridge, Aldridge ran the deck he could not run, easing a broken ship away from a thing it could not fight, toward a junction it could no longer reach, and the crew worked to her voice, and not one of them looked to the chair. Not in mutiny, not unkindly, just the animal fact of people in danger turning to the hand that was already moving, the way they had looked past him once before and found their way back, and this time would not. Sloane stood beside him over her deck and held her own counsel, and the bridge made no sound that anyone had to make, and the quiet went on and on. And the marker at frame 31 kept its flat, patient blink in the corner of the plot. Chapter 23. After. 2 beds and 1 regen unit, and Soto stood between them with the charge meter in her hand and a number on it that would not stretch to cover both. The meter said 4 hours. Ferris had walked it down to her himself an hour ago, his face doing the thing it did now when he had bad arithmetic to deliver, flat and polite, the bark on out of it, which was worse than the bark. 4 hours of regen grade draw off the medical bus, and not a watt past it, Doc, not till I've got the number 2 ring back, and I can't tell you when that is. The unit took 6 to close a deep wound clean. Run at 4 and you got a wound that healed badly and might still take, or might tear again, and cost her the work twice. Vega was in the near bed with his right hand under the field, what the gallery fire had left of it, 3 fingers and a thumb, and the rest a question. Adler was in the far bed, on his front, the smashed length of his back a map of him she'd been redrawing since the lander went in. Vega would keep a working hand if the unit ran him full. The unit couldn't reach Adler's spine. That was time and luck and her own 2 hands, not regen braid draw. And the torn muscle down his back would close either way, slower without, scarred worse. Not even a hard call when she laid it out like that, not for the unit. Only a call that meant standing over a man and choosing his second best because the bus could not carry his best. Soto gave Vega the unit. 4 hours full, then off. She set the timer herself and did not let the orderly do it, because the timer was hers, the same way the count had been Sloane's once. Adler? She crossed to the far bed and crouched to his level, because he could not turn his head far, and she would not make him crane. You're getting the slow road. Dressings and time, and me being a nuisance twice a shift. I'm sorry. It's not because you don't rate it. It's because Vega's hand and my back, Adler said, into the pillow, into the smell of wound gel and recycled air. I can do the maths, Doc. You can. She put her palm flat between his shoulder blades, off the worst of it, where there was still good skin, and left it there a moment, because a hand on good skin was the only medicine the bus didn't ration. I'll be back at the change of watch. Soto straightened. Her knees told her she was 41 and that the deck of an overfull sick bay was no place to crouch 11 times a shift, and she told her knees to be quiet and went to find the rest of her dead and living. The bay had been built for 12 and held 19, and the overflow had taken the passage outside it, pallets along the bulkhead. The walking wounded turned out of beds to make room for the ones who couldn't walk. A rota of them she kept in her head because the slate power was rationed too, and she would not spend a charge on a list she could carry. Rhodes was up on the pallets now, well past the thing that had nearly killed him, well enough to be a nuisance and not well enough to go back to his watch. The most annoying patient there was, and she was glad of every one of them, because the annoying ones were the ones who lived. Soto did her round the way she'd done it for 30 years, body by body, reading them. Not the chart. The chart was for after. The body, color, the set of a mouth, where the hands lay, whether the breath went all the way down or stopped short and guarded high in the chest. She read Rhodes as bored, which was correct, and gave him a job to keep him out of her light. She read the rating 2 pallets down as homesick rather than hurt, which was its own kind of true and nothing the bus could touch. And she read, at the far end of the passage, near the hatch, Aldridge. Aldridge was not a patient. Aldridge had come for something small, a fresh dressing on the burn across her forearm that Soto had done 3 days ago, and that did not need doing again, and neither of them said so. The tactical officer sat on the end of an empty pallet with her sleeve pushed up and her arm out and waited, and Soto came and sat beside her and unwound a dressing that was fine over a burn that was healing, and did not ask why Aldridge was here. Soto read the hands instead. Aldridge's hands lay open on her own knees, palms up, the way hands lie when their owner has stopped giving them orders. The right one had a half-healed score across the heel of it, the kind you got peeling a grip off your own arm, fingers that had locked on you in the dark of a venting compartment and had to be taken off one at a time, before the seal, before the dark took the man they belonged to. Okeke's hands, those had been. Soto had read the report. She read the score on Aldridge's palm now and put the two together the way she put a body and its history together, and said nothing about it, because there was nothing the bus carried for that either. "That's healing well," Soto said, of the forearm, which was true. She rewrapped it anyway, slow, a clean dressing it didn't need, because the dressing was not the point. "Keep it out of the salt." "There's no salt out here, Doc." "Then you nothing to worry about." She taped the end down. Aldridge's hands had not moved on her knees the whole time, palms up, open, the score on the right one catching the light. Soto stood and let her hand rest 1 second on the tactical officer's shoulder on the way past. No weight in it, no speech, just the flat of a palm on a person who had peeled 3 weeks of dead off her own body and come to a sick bay to have a fine dressing changed because the bay was warm and full of people who were still breathing. Aldridge held still under it, the hand on her shoulder. Then Soto took it back and went on with her round, and behind her the tactical officer got up off the pallet and rolled her sleeve down, slow, and went back to wherever a person goes who has run out of small reasons to stay. Holt was in the alcove at the back, where the light stayed low. He'd had the alcove since the modules sheared, because the comatose did not need the light, and the living did. The monitor over the bed gave her the only numbers in the room that didn't argue with her. Pressure holding, the swelling down to where she'd stopped fearing it, the long, slow, steady idle of a brain she'd put deliberately to sleep, and could not, with the equipment she had, choose to wake. He lay the way she'd left him, on his back, hands at his sides, a growth of beard on him now because no one had decided whose job the shaving was, and she had not pushed it. Soto checked his lines. She turned him a quarter, off the pressure points, the way she turned him every round, and his head moved against her arm, loose and warm and asleep, nothing like the other kind of weight, and she settled him back. First officer. The chain ran Vance, then Holt, then a long way down to a second officer and a Geneva undersecretary squabbling over a chair that, by the book, belonged to the man asleep in the alcove. He'd done nothing wrong. He'd been on the wrong frame when the module sheared, and had taken a beam across the skull for it, and slept through the vacuum and the count, and the lane lost and the 5 at frame 31. He would wake, she believed he would wake, she'd staked her arithmetic on it, into a ship that had decided everything without him. The captain the Endurance might have had if a beam had gone past his head instead of into it. Soto didn't wake him. She couldn't and wouldn't have if she could, not yet, not into this. She finished the pulse and squared the blanket, and left him to the dark. He was the only person aboard allowed. Sloane came to the sick bay at the change of watch, which she did most days now, and which Soto had stopped pretending was about the wounded. She came in the side hatch, tired in the particular way Soto had learned to read off her across 30 years, not the body tired of a long watch, which slept off, but the other one, the tired that lived under the eyes and was the cost of being the only fixed point on a deck that no longer trusted the man in the chair. Soto poured 2 cups of the printer tea that tasted of nothing, and they stood in the dispensary alcove where the bay couldn't quite see them, and for a while neither of them said anything, which was the point of the visit, and they both knew it. "Vega or Adler?" Sloane said at last, because she always asked, because the count was the language they had. "Vega. Hand's worth saving, and Adler's back isn't worth the same 6 hours. Soto drank. "Don't make me defend it." "I'm not." Sloane turned the cup in her hands, the over-controlled hands wanting something to hold. And Soto let her have the quiet, and did not fill it, because the one mercy she could give this particular patient was a room where she didn't have to perform the steadiness she spent on everyone else. "He's not sleeping," Sloane said, after a while. "Not Vega." They were past Vega. "Mercer. He's in the cabin he won't sit in, doing the work at the standing desk, and he's got the color of a man who hasn't slept since the lane. The delegation circling him. Half of them want a board of inquiry, wanted on the record that the crew failed, not the chair. And Mercer won't let them file it, and won't tell them why, and it's eating him out from the inside." She set the cup down. "And every morning the watch reports come to me first. The damage states, the food clock, Ferris's power book. They come to me, Maria. I don't ask for them. They just arrive. And then somebody remembers, and there's this half second, and they say, 'Captain,' and take them up to him after." Her jaw worked, the old tell. "I'm not taking it. I want that on the record between us. I am not reaching for that chair." "I know you're not," Soto said it plain. "That's exactly why it's coming to you. They can smell it. The ones who don't want it are the ones you trust with it." Sloane's hands had gone still on the cup. "And it's killing him faster than the not sleeping. He knows where the reports go. He's not stupid, your undersecretary. He's the opposite of stupid, and that's the trouble. He can see all of it and can't do one thing about it. And a man like that, you don't punish him. The seeing's the punishment." Sloane was quiet a moment. Then the wall came down, the one wall, the way it came down only here, only with Soto, only for as long as it took to say the thing and put it back up. "After the Ylvain, I told him the hard thing, because there was something to come back from. This time I went up to the cabin with it in my mouth, and I stood at his door, and I couldn't. There's nothing to say that helps. He froze, and 5 people went out a hole, and I can't make that smaller, and I can't make it a lesson, and I won't lie to him that it's survivable command. So I said nothing, and the nothing was worse than anything I could have said, and I left him with it." She pressed the heel of her hand against her own eye, once, hard. "I'm running his ship for him, and I can't even tell him the truth to his face. I'll take his deck and his reports, and I won't take the one thing he actually needs, because I want it to come from someone who isn't standing to gain his chair." And there it was, set down between them, plain and true. Soto rinsed her cup and set it on the rack, and did not reach for her, because Sloane did not get reached for. That was the deal. "Then I'll take it to him," the surgeon said. "It can come from me. I've nothing to gain from his chair. I'd sooner cut off my own hand than sit in it, and everyone knows that. I'm the one person aboard who can say it to him clean." She dried her hands. "Go and run his ship, Maya. I'll go and tell his truth. We'll have done the man's whole job between us by supper, and he can have the title." It was meant to land light, and it landed light, and Sloane's mouth did what on anyone else was a laugh, and on Sloane was the ghost of one, and the wall went back up where it lived, and she finished the tea that tasted of nothing, and went back out to a deck that would route its reports to her, and remembered to call the chair captain a half-beat late. And Soto rinsed the second cup and went to find a man who needed the truth and would ask her for mercy instead. Mercer's cabin had been Vance's. Soto knew it the moment the hatch opened, the way you know a room a dead man furnished. The chart print still up, the good chair at the desk, the narrow bed made to a corner tightness no undersecretary had ever learned. Mercer was at the standing desk along the far bulkhead, jacket off, sleeves down and buttoned, working a slate by the rationed light, and he turned when she came in, and Soto read him in the first half-second the way she read everybody she walked up on. The color bad, the eyes gone back in his head, the shoulders held square by a discipline running on nothing. A man sitting straight at a borrowed table, though he had no idea she could read that off him, off the spine the way a fever shows in the eyes. "Doctor?" He set the slate down, glad of the interruption and ashamed of being glad. She read that too. "Is it Holt? Has something—" "Holt's the same. Holt's fine, in the only sense Holt's got." She let the hatch seal and did not sit, because sitting needed a long conversation, and this was not going to be long. "I've not come about a patient." "Then sit, please. I'll stand, so will you if you can stand the standing, because I've come to say a thing you're going to want to sit down under, and I'd rather you took it on your feet." She put her hands in her coat pockets. "You're going to ask me in about a minute whether you could have done anything. You've asked Sloane it with your eyes, and she wouldn't answer. You'll ask me because I'm the one who counts the bodies, so my answer's the one that'll feel like a verdict. And you want the verdict. You want me to either damn you or let you off, because either one's a place to stand, and where you're standing now has no floor." Mercer's face did a careful thing, the political thing, the held composure that gave nothing away. Yes, that's fair. So," he took a breath. "Could I—" "No, you couldn't have saved them." She gave it to him whole and fast, the way she gave the worst things, so the burn was over. By the time the order had to come, the math was already bad both ways. Sloane might have made it different, but Sloane's been doing this since she could walk and reads a plot the way you read a room. And that's not a thing you had or could have built in the 1 second you had to build it in. You didn't kill them by choosing wrong. I want you to hear that, because it's true. The relief started up his face, the color coming back into it, the floor arriving under him. And Soto let him have it for 1 second, the way she'd once tried to make Sloane take a second for the dead. And then she took it back. "And it doesn't matter," Soto said, gently. And she made the gentleness deliberate, because cruelty would have let him off. He could have braced against cruelty and found a flaw in calling her unfair. The kindness was the thing he couldn't get under. "You couldn't have saved them, and it doesn't change what the deck has in its eyes now, the chair empty when the order was due. They don't fault you the maths, Julian. They don't even know the maths. They know the order didn't come, and a crew that's seen it not come once will keep one eye on that chair the rest of the voyage, waiting for the next time. And there's no speech and no inquiry and no being right about the maths that buys that back. Your delegation can't file it away, and you can't out-prepare it. It's not a thing you did. It's a thing you are, on a bridge, under fire. No shame in it that 100 good men don't share. And it doesn't go away, because it isn't a wound. It's a shape." Mercer had gone very still against the standing desk. The political face was gone. Underneath it was a man who'd built his whole life on being the most prepared person in any room, hearing the one room named that preparation couldn't enter. "Then what do I do?" he said, low, not the undersecretary. "If it's not a thing I did, if it's a thing I am, what does a man do with that?" "That's not my question to answer." Soto held his eyes and did not soften it and did not point at the answer, because pointing would have made it her decision, and it was not hers and not Sloane's. It was his, the only one left that was. "I'm a surgeon. I tell you what the body is and let the body decide what to do about it. I've told you what you are on a bridge. You're a clever, dutiful, decent man. And you froze, and people died, and none of that's a lie, and all of it's true at once, and you have to hold all of it and not pick the one that's easiest to stand on." She moved to the hatch. "I'm not giving you a verdict so you'd have somewhere to stand.
I'm giving you the truth and leaving you standing on it because it's the only ground that'll hold your weight. And you're going to hate me for it tonight and thank me for it later, if there's a later, which out here there might not be." She put her hand on the hatch release. "Get some sleep. That's the only order I've got the rank to give you, and I'm giving it to you. The ship needs you rested for whatever you decide, not what I've decided, what you do." "Maria," he said it as she opened the hatch, her given name, which he'd not used, which Sloane used, and which he'd reached for because he had nothing else to reach for. "Thank you, I think. You're welcome. You will." And she went out and let the hatch seal on the most prepared man she'd ever met, alone with the one thing he couldn't prepare for, standing at a dead man's desk in a cabin he wouldn't sleep in, with the truth she'd left him and no floor under it, but the deciding. Soto did her last round before her own watch ended, because she would not hand the bay to the night orderly without walking it once herself, body by body. Vega's unit had 3 hours left. The hand under the field was the question it had been, but the answer was coming, in good color. Adler slept on his front and would heal the long way and live. Aldridge had gone, the empty pallet by the hatch still holding the wrinkle of where she'd sat with her palms up. The alcove came last. Holt lay in the low light the way he'd lain all these weeks, the beard grown in on a man who'd done everything right and slept through the cost of it. The monitor idled its steady idle over the bed. Soto put her hand flat on the slow rise of his chest, the rank logical man asleep through the war fought over his head, and turned the light down the last notch, and left her hand where it was 1 breath longer than the round required. Then she took it back and went to find her own narrow bed, where she would not, she already knew, give herself the second she'd spent the whole day giving to everyone else. Chapter 24. The Reckoning. The committal list was 3 names short, and Mercer had stood over it for an hour, trying to make his hand add them. Petrakis had built the order of the second service the way he'd built the first. Every name set in its column, the dead of the lane laid clean down the slate, and a gap at the foot where the last 3 should go. The 3 Soto had finished the count on yesterday and sent up to him the way everything came up to him now, late, after it had passed through other hands. OKK, Bellamy, and the 3, a fabrication rating, a coolant tech, a girl from the science benches who'd been 19. All he had to do was set the stylus to the slate and write them in with the others, and the list would be whole, and a ship could bury its dead. His hand would not do it. It was the same animal refusal he'd met on the bridge, the word that would not come up the throat, the hand that would not close on the hot rail. And he stood at the desk with the stylus in his fingers and looked at Y. Not the grief. He could carry grief. The signature. To sign the list was to be the captain who read the names, and the captain who read the names was the man who'd put 3 of them in the column. And his hand knew it before he did, and would not be the instrument of the lie that he had any business at the foot of the page. Mercer set the stylus down. The good chair stood at the desk where Vance had left it, the chart print still pinned over it, the narrow bed made to its dead man's corner tightness in the far angle of the cabin. Mercer had slept on the deck for weeks, a thin pad along the inboard bulkhead, because the bed was Vance's bed, and the desk was Vance's desk, and the chair, the good one, the one a man worked from, not the cold one 2 decks up, was Vance's chair, and he'd not once put himself down in it. Respect, he'd told himself, for weeks. Standing over the unsigned list in the small hours, he stopped being able to tell himself that.
He could not sit in the chair because some part of him that did not lie had already passed the verdict his hand was now refusing to write. Mercer tried to do the work anyway, because the work was the thing nearest his hand. The watch reports were on the slate. He read them the way a captain reads them. Ferris's power book, the food clock, the damage states forward of the tear, and understood perhaps 2/3, the human 2/3, where a number meant a family on short rations or a work party short a man. The other third went past him the way the deck always went past him, the engineering arithmetic that lived in Sloan and Ferris and not in him. At the head of every report, the routing flag, Commander Sloan, forward to Undersec Mercer. They came to her first. He'd known it for days, had heard it off Soto's mouth in this very cabin, but the cold print was a different order of knowing. The ship had quietly decided where its life went, and it went to the hand that would do something with it, and somebody walked the slate up to him after, so the form could be observed. Mercer was being managed. He, who had managed rooms for 30 years, managed now by a ship too pined to say it to his face, and the kindness was worse than contempt, because contempt he could have argued with. The delegation's note sat under the reports, Halloran's second formal request, sent through channels so it would be on the record, that a board of inquiry sit on the loss at frame 31. In the interest of establishing, for the eventual record, where operational responsibility properly lies. Mercer read it for what sat under the words, and what sat under was clean and cold, and not even cruel. Halloran wanted it written down that the crew had failed, the deck, not the chair. The story where the deck failed the chair was one Geneva could carry home. The story where the chair froze and the deck saved what it could was one Geneva could not. And so she wanted a board, a finding, a name in the deck's column instead of his. His hand went to his mouth, the old gesture, the heel of the palm dragged once across. He let it go all the way this time. He'd stopped catching it halfway somewhere in these weeks. There was no one in the cabin to catch it for. Mercer sat down on the deck with his back to the inboard bulkhead, because his legs had stopped wanting to hold him, and the chair was Vance's, and the cold one was 2 decks up, and there was nowhere in the ship a man in his position was entitled to sit. That was when it arrived. Not as a thought. He'd thought around it for weeks to no end. It came up through the body, the way the shiver had come up his spine the first hour in the cold seat, the way the word had stuck behind his teeth on the bridge. The body had refused the rail and the stylus and the seat, all of them the one refusal, and on the deck of a dead man's cabin in the small hours, he stopped refusing to hear what it meant. Mercer was not the captain of this ship. He held the title. Sloan held the ship. The gap between the two was where 5 people had gone out a hole, and it would not close, because it was not a thing he could prepare his way across, and every day he held the title was a day the ship lived a half-beat behind the place its orders should already have been. The relief of it was the part he had not braced for. Mercer had braced for the grief, the loss of what he'd claimed in a wardroom full of the dead, not the relief. It came first and shamed him. That holding a command you are not equal to is its own slow drowning, and a man can be glad to be told he may stop, even when the telling comes from inside him. He'd built his whole life to be the man who held the room, who would never again sit unprepared at the table while other men drank the wine, and the room he could not hold had finally been named. Giving it away would cost him the chair, perhaps for good. He knew that, sitting on the deck, and was glad anyway. Glad to have stopped, at last, spending other people's lives to buy himself one more hour of being the man he'd meant to be. Mercer got up. His knees were stiff and his back cold, and his eyes gone back in his head with weeks of not sleeping, and out of habit he straightened his jacket the way he straightened it before a hard room, then stopped, because there was no room to dress for. only Sloane, and one sentence to say to her, and no version of the saying that the polish would help. The list he left unsigned on the desk. The captain who signed it would sign it. He was going to go and make her the captain, and the names would be read by a woman who'd earned the foot of the page. Sloane was in the small ready room off the bridge, the one with the dead chart table the crew used for everything but charts now. A slate in front of her, and the burn dressing still on the back of her hand, and the look of someone rehearsing a conversation alone who had not expected the other party to walk in mid-rehearsal. "It's the middle of your sleep," she said, not unkind, wary. She'd clocked his face the way Soto clocked a body, and what she read off it had brought her half out of the chair before she sat back down. "Is it Holt?" "Holt's the same." He let the hatch seal and stood rather than take the chair across from her, because the thing he'd come to say was a standing thing, and sitting would have made it a negotiation. "Maya, let me say all of it before you tell me why I'm wrong. Because you'll have reasons, and they'll be good ones, and I've heard most of them in my own head already, and I'm here anyway." Sloane put the stylus down square to the edge of the slate, the over-controlled hands wanting something to hold. She gave him the floor, which from Sloane was a thing she did not give. "I'm standing down," Mercer said, "from command. I'm giving you the chair." He'd thought she might be still. He had not thought she'd go as still as this. The stillness that came over her when a reading she'd been refusing turned out true after all. She didn't argue first. She did the worst thing, looked at him, level, and said, "No." "Maya?" "No." Sharper now, up out of the chair on it, both hands flat on the dead chart table, leaning into the word. "You don't get to do that. You took it. You stood up in that wardroom with the dead still warm and took the chair off the question of who'd carry the blame, and you were right to. One head, a name on the orders. And now you want to hand it to me because it got hard? No, that's not standing down, Julian. That's quitting and calling it grace. And I won't take a chair off a man who's quitting. Because a chair you take that way is a chair you lose the same way, and I'm not building this ship's command on a thing that runs when the weather turns." Most of it was true, and Mercer took it standing. That was the new part. Weeks back he'd have had the answer up and ready, the read of the room, the thing that turned a hostile note before it finished sounding. He had nothing up and ready, and did not reach for the deflection, because the deflection was the old man, the man who held the room, and he'd come here to stop being him. "You think I'm running," Mercer said. "I understand why. I'd think it too." He pulled out the chair across from her finally, and sat, an old man sitting, slow, and let her stay standing over the table, because she needed the height, and he'd no use for it anymore. "But do the thing you do. Read me. Tell me if this is a man running from a hard thing, or a man who's done the hardest arithmetic of his life and come out the far side. You can tell the difference. You've been able to since the Ilvain. Read me, Maya, and say no again if the reading holds." And Sloane read him. The flat, tired, assessing look she gave a plot she didn't like and meant to use anyway, turned on him now, going over his face the way she went over a damaged state. He held still under it. He did not perform. He let her have the color gone bad and the eyes gone back in his head and the settled weight under all of it. The reading went on a long time. Sloane did not hurry it, and Mercer did not fill it, for once letting a silence do its own work. "Damn you," Sloane said at last, very quietly, and sat back down hard, as though the reading had taken her legs out. "It holds. It holds. I don't want it." She said it plainly, the wall not even up to be brought down, just the bare fact of her laid on the table. I never have. You know what I am with it. You've seen me go cold over the count, seen the thing that comes on to me when people die on my watch, the thing that frightens the crew. I'm not steady like Vance. I'll never be. I stopped trying. And the thing I am instead is a woman who'll follow the plot off a cliff because the plot said to, or freeze the other way because I don't trust it. I distrust orders and I distrust my own judgment in exactly equal measure, Julian. And you're handing me the one job that's nothing but choosing and owning it. Her jaw worked. You're handing me the thing I least trust myself to hold. I know, Mercer said. Not to comfort her, because it was true. And the I know landed harder than any reassurance could have, because she'd braced for him to talk her into it, to make the chair sound smaller than it was. He didn't. He let it be exactly as big as she'd said. I know what you are with it, Mercer said. I've watched you for weeks. The count going cold on you, you clawing the reports back off your own delegation rather than let go of one thread of the ship. You standing at my door with the hard thing in your mouth and not saying it because you wouldn't be the one to gain a chair by it. I know exactly what you are, and the thing you least trust about yourself, that you won't choose blind and won't obey blind and stand there hating the choice while you make it. That is the thing this chair needs, and the thing I don't have. I made the choice cold and quick once, the prepared man's way, and 5 people went out a hole, because I reached for the version that spent nobody, and there was no such version, and I couldn't bear to know it in the second I had. You'd have hated the choice. You'd have made it anyway. That's all the chair is, and it's the thing you've got and I haven't, and it doesn't matter that you don't want it. Vance didn't pick you because you wanted it. The name reached her. Vance, the man she'd spent weeks trying to be and learning she couldn't, and her hand went to the burn dressing on the back of the other, the way her hands went for something to hold. He never said that, Sloane said, low. He didn't have to. He gave you the deck in the Shakedown drill with a Geneva aide squalling about protocol, handed it to you dry the way he handed everything, and let you take it. That was him picking you. You've been refusing the pick ever since because the man who made it died before he could make it stick. Mercer leaned forward, both forearms on the dead chart table, close enough that there was nothing left of the room to manage. I can't be Vance for you. I can't be steady the way the ship's missing steady, but I can do the one thing he can't do anymore, which is make the pick stick. So I'm making it. Not because you want it, because you should have had it from the start, and the only reason you didn't is that I stood up in a wardroom and took it off you with a better speech. The speech is the thing I'm good at. The chair isn't. It's cost us, and it isn't going to cost us again. Sloane was quiet for a long while, and she did not perform the quiet the way Mercer once would have. She sat in it, looking at the dead chart table, the slate she'd been rehearsing into pushed aside, and Mercer made himself sit in it with her and not reach in harder than giving the chair away, because the silence was hers, and there was nothing to do but let her have it. The crew won't like it, Sloane said finally. Not an argument now, working it, the way she worked a plot, looking for where it tore. Half of them have decided you're the captain. They'll call it a coup. They'll think I took it. Then we don't tell them yet, Mercer said. Not the 2 of us coming off a closed hatch with a story. We do it properly, in front of the senior crew, the chair empty between us, me saying the words and meaning them. So there's no version where you took anything. You didn't take it. I gave it. And every soul aboard will know the difference, because the difference is the only thing that keeps this from poisoning your first day. He paused. But not tonight. Tonight it's between us. Tonight you sit with it, and the day after, when you've stopped wanting to throw it back at me, we do it where the ship can see. You've thought about the staging. A ghost of the dry thing. Of course you have. You can't help it. No, Mercer said, and let himself almost smile, because she'd given him the opening, and it cost nothing to take it. It's the one thing I'm still good for. Let me stage you a handover that holds. I'm a great deal better at making a man look fit to command than at commanding, and for once that's exactly the tool the job wants." Sloane looked at him then, and the look was a new one, not the assessment, not the edged respect of the IL vein, not the wary thing she'd worn coming into the room. Something steadier. The look you give a man who has just done the hardest thing you've watched anyone do, and done it without once asking you to be grateful for it. "I haven't said yes. I know. You will. Not because I've talked you into it. I've not tried, you'll have noticed, and you'd have smelled it if I had. You'll say yes because the reports already come to you, and you already run the deck, and the only thing the chair changes is that you stop having to pretend the title means anything, and you're too honest to keep pretending now it's been named out loud between us." He stood, his knees telling him about the deck and the weeks and the cold. "Sleep on it. It's the only order I've got the standing left to give, and I'm giving it, the way Soto gave it to me. The ship needs you rested for whatever you decide, not what I've decided, what you do." The echo of it left his mouth. Soto's words, near enough, handed on down the line. And he did not unsay them because they were true twice. Sloane didn't answer. She'd pulled her own slate back in front of her, square to the edge, and her burned hand lay flat on the dead chart table the way her hands lay when she'd stopped giving them orders. And she was looking at the empty chair at the head of the table, the place no one sat, in this room as in the other, like a woman who had run the sum every way she knew and could not, any longer, make it come out other than it came out. Mercer left her with it. He went out through the bridge in the low watchlight, past the stations that no longer looked to the chair when he passed, that had stopped somewhere in these weeks even pretending to, and for the first time their looking away did not cut him. It read almost as a thing set right. He went down to the dead man's cabin and did not sign the list because it was not his to sign, and lay down on the thin pad along the inboard bulkhead with the unsigned column glowing on the desk above him and the good chair empty beside it, and was, for the first hour in a long while, still. Chapter 25. What the Nhál Knew. What they had been building for 3 nights ran the length of Hale's bench now, and Cyan looked at it whole for the first time and wished they had not finished. This was not one capture. That was the work, Hale's work and his, the two of them at the science bench in the dead hour with half the lamps cut to spare the bus, fitting the pieces edge to edge the way you fit shards of a broken cup, turning each one until it found the fracture it belonged to. The graveyard signal, the smear of wrongness that had rolled toward the Endurance in the spent light, the battle capture, the Arun song run flat under the screaming of guns, and the Petrel's 10 minutes, the clean one, the one Adler had gone out in his chair to take and come back broken to give them. The signal heard close, with nothing shooting over it, the low fall said and said to no answer. 3 pieces. Cyan had carried the smallest of them for weeks now, his own found shard, the thing that had gone down the great dark shape in the graveyard, and that he could not make himself forget. The flinch, the hitch in its terrible composure when Ferris broke the door and the fold took them. He had given it to Hale on the first night, said it flinched. When we got away, it flinched. That is not what a hunter does when its meat runs. And Hale had gone still and said, "Say that again, slowly." And they had been at the bench every dead hour since. Now the 3 pieces lay edge to edge along the slate, fitted, and the cup they made was whole, and the cup held water, and the water was grief. "There," Hale said, very quietly, the clinical voice, the frightened one. "That's all of it. That's the thing entire. Cyan did not answer at once. Old habit. The Nhál do not rush to fill a gap. But the gap he did not fill this time was not the standing quiet. It was the human gap, the one you leave open because the thing on the far side of it is too heavy to step over fast. And he had learned these weeks that the two looked alike and were not the same at all. It is one voice, across all three, the same voice. The same voice. Hale's hand moved over the slate, over the long, even line and its fall and its return, the body and the tail of it, the most said thing in all of it. Graveyard, battle, the petrel. Same shape, same fall, same return. Whatever else changed, whether we were shooting, whether they were, this didn't change. It ran underneath the whole time. She looked up at him, and her eyes were bad with too many dead hours. It's been saying the same thing since before we knew it was there. We just kept putting other noise on top of it. Cyan had been ready, coming to the bench tonight, for the thing to break the way the bad findings broke. All at once, a hull breach, the dark coming in. It did not break that way. It came the way water comes up through a deck plate, slow, from below, so that you are standing in it before you understand you are wet. The water came up in the order they fitted the pieces, the graveyard first, because it was first in time. 100 wrecks, more, strewn along the dead light, and every one of them opened, peeled, gone into, stripped to the husk by patience and need. Cyan had read that with his own eye from the viewport and called it, in his own tongue, Thray, the breach, the order broken and not set right. He had thought then that the great silent things in the graveyard were the ones who had done the stripping, that they had come through with their patience and their need, and emptied the hulls, and stayed on among the husks in the spent light. He had been wrong, and the wrongness was the first shard, and Hale set it down. "Look at the wrecks again," she said. "The hull shapes, not the Orun, the wrecks, the things that died there." She threw the old graveyard imagery up beside the waveform, the long dark spars, the moon-sized hull with its face torn open. These aren't Orun hulls. We assumed they were. We assumed the silent things made them and lost them. But the Orun don't build. We've seen them up close now, 3 times. They don't have a front. They don't have a drive glow. They don't make a thing that goes forward. They grow the way rock grows. These, her hand passed over the torn spars, these are built. Somebody built ships here, and somebody killed them, and it wasn't the things grieving over the bones. "Then whose are the wrecks?" Cyan said. "I don't know yet. Hold it." She set the shard down. "Just hold that the graveyard isn't theirs. The graveyard is somebody the Orun lost." Cyan held it. It was not hard to hold. It sat in him the way a true thing sits, heavy and quiet, and he found his hand had moved to his folded other hand, the way Gnarl's had moved on his in the graveyard, cold to cold, the comfort of the standing near given to himself because there was no one else's hand to give it. He marked the gesture. Nhál marks the changes in himself. He had not done that before the humans reached to comfort his own body in the small hours like a thing that could not wait for stillness to do the work. He did it now without choosing to. Some part of him grieved the not choosing, even as his cold hand closed on his cold hand, and the doing of it helped. The battle was the second shard, and it was the worst, because Cyan had been in it, not on the deck. The Nhál had no station in the human fight. He had stood at the back, where the Nhál stood, beside his elder, and watched the Endurance throw her stones at the great dark shapes among the ascendant guns, the crew loud and fast and alive in the way that had become holy to him, and he had been glad. He let himself know that now, at the bench, with the shard in his hands. He had stood at the back of the bridge while the humans fought the silent things, and some part of him, the part that had stood at a viewport in a dead system and wanted to be loud, had been glad of the fight. The silent things had wrung the ship. The silent things had no answer in them. He had wanted them driven off the way you want a wrong still thing driven off, and the ascendant had come fluent and frightened and asking for shelter, and Sa-en had stood at the back and been on the human side of it with his whole heart. "Run the battle layer," Hale said. "Just the Orun signal. Strip the guns off it." Hale stripped the guns off it. And under the screaming of the engagement, under the ascendant fire, and the Endurance's answer, and the close, terrible work of the fight, the Orun voice ran on, the same low fall, the same return, said and said, unchanged. It did not build before a strike. It did not aim. It did not track the ship that was killing it. All through the fight, while the guns took the silent things apart, the silent things had gone on saying the one thing they had been saying in the graveyard with no one near, the one thing they said to no answer. "They never stopped grieving to fight us," Hale said, flat, frightened. "Even while we were killing them. Sa-en, they didn't even change the song. We were a thing happening to them. We weren't a thing they were answering. They put their bodies between us and their dead, and went on mourning while we shot." Sa-en set his shard against hers, the flinch, the hitch in the great dark length as the fold took the Endurance out from under it in the graveyard. It flinched when we left, not when we struck, when we got away. He turned the shard until it found its fracture. Hale, a hunter does not flinch when its meat escapes. It lunges. The thing in the graveyard let us go. It stopped. It turned back to the husks. It went on shuddering its silence to the others, to no answer. And it flinched when we slipped it. That is not a hunter balked. His own voice took the lean it took now, the human fall, the saying of the thing before he had stood all the way over it. That is a thing afraid one more of us got into the dark, where it could not reach. That is a thing that has lost before to a thing that comes loud and warm and fast and got away. The third shard was the petrol's, the clean one, and it cost the most to set down, because of what Adler had paid for it, and they both knew it, and neither of them said his name. They did not have to. It lay on the bench between them with the capture, the way the unsigned thing lay between people who had buried someone. The Petrel's 10 minutes had the signal whole, taken close, with nothing shooting. Hale laid it last, and it locked the cup, and the cup held, and there was no gap left in it anywhere for the water to be anything else. "That's it," she said. "That's the proof. Graveyard. They're grieving a thing that was killed here, and the killed thing built ships, and they don't. Battle. They grieve straight through us shooting them. They never once answer us as an enemy. They only ever shield their dead. Petrol. The same song, clean, with no one near, so it's not for us. It was never for us." She sat back on the stool, and her hands were not steady, and she did not pretend they were. I wanted it to be wrong, San. 3 nights I've been hoping one shard wouldn't fit. They all fit. We didn't stumble into somebody's war and pick the underdog. We came into a place where a people is being unmade, killed off, ground down, the last of them standing over their dead, asking the dark to give them back. And we found the ones doing the killing charming and frightened and easy to like, and we helped. Her voice did not break. It went very level and very low. We helped kill the wronged. We've been helping for weeks, and the only reason we feel like the good guys is that the people we've been helping can talk to us, and the people we've been killing can't. San did what the humans did. He let it stand a moment, the heavy thing, out in the open between them, where the nail would not have left it. And then, because she had laid all of it down alone, he picked up his half of it. "You did not pick the side," Cyan said. "You picked the voice. They came to you fluent. The others came to you silent. You went toward the thing that could speak and away from the thing that could not, because that is what a living thing does. It goes toward the voice. There is no breach in it. It is the kindest mistake a person can make." He looked at the cup they had built. "It is also the worst one out here, because the thing that can speak to you is not always the thing that is wronged. Sometimes the wronged one has no voice your cleverest device can carry, and stands over its dead in a silence you took for a threat, and you helped the fluent one finish it. My people," he stopped, and the old stillness reached for him, the standing quiet that would have held this slow and closed, and he let it go, and grieved the letting go even as he chose the human speed over it. "My people saw a place like this once, read the spent light for what it was, and left. We made a word for the places so we would have something to carry away instead of a people. We did not stay to learn who the silence belonged to. You stayed. You broke a lander and a man to learn it, and the learning is this. We were the loud, warm, fast thing that came into a dying place and helped the wrong side, and the right side could not even tell us we were wrong, because we had nothing that could hear it." Nhál was not in the compartment, but Cyan carried her in it the way he always carried her, the long thread between One and One that distance did not cut. And he knew without keying her that she already knew this. She had known it since the graveyard. She had said so to Nhál in this same dead hour weeks ago. They are a people in Corvesh, mourning a world, not hunting one, and named her own grief in the same breath to do it, set down a weight she had stood over for years longer than Nhál had been alive. The Nhál did not say such things twice. He would not make her come and say it again, but he found he wanted her hand, the cold of it on his, the standing near, and the wanting was a human-shaped wanting, fast and open and unwilling to wait, and he marked that too. "There is a word," Cyan said low to Nhál, and did not key his elder to ask leave for it, because it was his now as much as hers. He had carried it since the night Nhál gave it to the human, carried it the way you carry a thing handed down. Corvesh. Nhál gave it you. Grief held like a debt, carried forward, not spent quick and done. We do not throw our griefs out into a room the way you do, all at once loud, and feel lighter. We owe them, for a life sometimes. He looked at the low fall on the slate, said and said to no answer. That is what the cup holds. That is the voice across all three. Not a war song, a debt, a people owing its dead a grief it will carry until there is no one left to carry it, which, out here, will not be long.
He let the human gap open and did not fill it. They are paying it now, while we help take the last of them, and they cannot tell us to stop, and we would not believe them if they could, because the ones who can tell us things are the ones killing them. Nhál put her hand flat on the bench beside the slate, not on it, the way Nhál had gestured at the singing line without touching it, the way you gesture at a grave without putting your hand on the stone. Sa'en had learned that from his elder, and Nhál had learned it from her, too, the same night, and here it was between the two of them now, a Nhál gesture in a human hand, a thing passed down a line that had no business running through a science bench in a dead corner of the dark. "What do we do with it?" Nhál said. The same question she had asked Sloane the night of the lander. She had not got an answer she could use then. She did not look like she expected one now. "I do not know," Sa'an said, and then, because it was true, and because the not knowing was the heaviest shard of all, and he would not let her hold it alone, "we carry it, the two of us, tonight, the way my people carry the heavy thing, held, owed, not thrown out into a room to make us lighter, because there is no room to throw it into that would not break on it. We hold it clean, and we keep it, and we wait for an hour when it costs less to say than it cost to find out." He had said the words before he knew whose they were, and then he knew. They were Sloane's, given to Nhál at the door the night of the lander, handed on down the line the way Mercer had handed Soto's words to Sloane, the way the humans passed their hard small mercies hand to hand. He did not unsay them. They were true twice. And when the hour comes, and it will, the way it came for the lander, the way it always comes out here, late and costly, and after someone is broken, you and I will be the two who already knew. That is not nothing. The wronged thing out there has no one. It has been mourning to no answer since before we came. Tonight, at this bench, it has two. It does not know it. We know it. That is all we have to give it, and we will give it. They did not play the cup again. They had no need. It would not stop on its own, the low fall running on under everything now, the way the ship's wrong note ran on under everything, a thing you stopped hearing only because it never ceased. Sa'en stayed at the bench when Nhál rose at last to find the work that would let her stand it, the human way, the going to the work, which she had taken from them along with the rest. She put her cold hand briefly over his folded ones on her way past, cold to cold, the standing near given the Nhál way by a human who had learned it, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that the touch did not say, and went out into the low watchlight. Sa'en looked at the thing they had built, 3 shards fitted whole, a voice across all of it, a debt being paid to no answer 1,000 kilometers off and forever, by a people who could not tell the loud warm thing that had come into their dying to help finish them that it was helping the wrong hand. He had come into the far pocket a younger Nhál, who held his griefs slow and closed and stood quiet over the heavy thing and let the humans throw their stones. He had thought that night in the graveyard that he would have to make a word for the thing they could not speak to, because his people had none. Sa'en had been wrong about that too. His people had the word. They had always had it. Corvesh. He had only had to learn what it cost to use it, to come near his own to name another's, the way Nhál had, the way the humans broke landers and men and their own held stillness to be believed. He had learned it at human speed, fast and open and grieving the speed even as he kept it, and he sat now at a cold bench in a spent corner of the dark, with the proof of a genocide singing low between his folded hands. And he did what the humans did and what his people did, both at once, which he had not known until tonight were the same thing held from two sides. He held still, and he let it move through him, and he did not look away. "Naru," he said, to the voice on the slate, to the thing 1,000 kilometers off that could not hear him and would not have understood the device if it could. "I receive it. I will not answer it yet. But I have heard you. 2 of us have. Hold your debt, Onin. You are not, tonight, entirely alone in it." The low fall ran on. Sahen held his vesh, and held the human grief too, and let them both stay, and the dead lamps of the science deck threw no light on his hands at all, and he did not turn toward where the warmth should have been, because there was nothing there to turn to, and that, he understood at last, was all Tailvesh had ever meant.
Chapter 26. A Crew Now. The fold warning chimed, and Brant's hands were already moving, and that was all of it, how far she'd come, if anyone had been watching, which nobody was. Nobody had to watch any more. When she'd first sat this board, Tran in the next seat had run it with her, 2 hands over her 2 hands, the way Dunmore had given her bearings in the concourse, talking her through every step so the panic didn't get a foot in the door. Now, Tran sat his own station 2 seats down and never looked over, because Brant had the helm feed up, and the fold vector laid in, and the boundary trim caged, and her coffee, medium coffee, off a hoard Ferris guarded like a dragon and doled out for the runs that mattered, going cold at her elbow, forgotten. The cup a comfort she'd stopped needing the moment the warning chimed. Her hands did the work. They were steady. She had learned, somewhere in the dark behind her, to stop noticing that they were steady, which was its own kind of arrival. "Helm answering," Brant said, her own voice now, steady, the American vowels flat among the British clip of the watch. Vectors cled, trims caged, were nominal for the fold. "Copy, helm, Aldridge, at the tactical board this watch. Terse as a closed door. Take us in when Ferris says she'll hold." The ship would hold. She'd have to. The Endurance did not have a fold left in her that anyone would call routine, not with the port flank cracked and sealed and cracked again, not with frames 31 to 34 torn out and welded back wrong, not with the drive running on a margin Ferris described, when pressed, as spite, but they were running for a colder junction that might hold its geometry long enough to fold them toward a lane that might, with luck nobody had earned, be a way out of the spent dark. So they folded when they could, and Brant sat the helm for it, and the coffee went cold. "Engineering's go," Ferris on the loop, Gravel and Pittsburgh. "She'll hold, probably. Don't quote me to the insurance." "Helm on your mark," Aldridge said. "Folding," said Brant, and put them in. It went wrong 40 seconds into the fold, the way the ship now went wrong, not a battle, just the dying boat being a dying boat. The boundary trim slid, not a slip, a slide, the caged number coming uncaged and walking, the fold vector drifting off true a degree and then 2, the deck taking on the low, wrong hum that meant the geometry around them was not the geometry they'd planned to ride. A guttering junction, Hale would call it later, cold and won't hold a fold clean. Right now it was just numbers coming off the rails, and the green Brant, the one who'd breathed like a bellows through a cutting charge, the one who'd had 2 hands over hers. That Brant would have frozen here, would have stared at the walking number and waited for someone to save her, and the half-second of waiting would have been the half-second that killed them. This Brant recaged the trim before the second degree finished walking. Her hands did it ahead of her thinking, found the trim margin, pulled the vector back toward true by feel, the way Vega had taught her to read a thing by its bones, the way you learn a board when you've sat it through worse. She did not look up. She did not ask. The fold lurched. The deck dropped 1/2 meter under all of them and came back. Somebody's stylus skittered off a console and was gone, and Brant held the vector with one hand and trimmed the boundary with the other and talked, flat, the whole way through it, because Aldridge needed to hear that the helm was alive. Trim's walking, I've got it, recaging, vector's coming back to true, hold for it. Helm? Aldridge, sharp. I've got it, Brant said, and she did. The number stopped walking, the deck steadied, the wrong hum thinned and went, and the fold ran out its last seconds clean, and the Endurance came out the far side of it into a cold star's thin light with all of her still attached and nobody knew on Soto's slab. For a second, nobody spoke. Then Aldridge, without turning round, in the flat Manchester that was as close to a medal as she gave, "Clean catch, Helm." "Thanks, Lieutenant." Brant's hands came off the board, and now, only now, with it done, they wanted to shake, a little, the trade coming due the way Aldridge had taught her it would, paid after, never during. She put one round the cold coffee instead, and held the cup, and the wanting to shake went into the cup and stayed there, and Tran 2 seats down caught her eye and gave her the smallest nod, the one that meant good, the one she used to need, and now just liked. In the after quiet, they fed the bag through the deck hatch, and the Cargo 3 module came alive with the worst sport ever invented by people too tired to invent a good one. They called it drop. Nobody remembered who'd named it, and everybody claimed they had. The rules had accreted like hole patches. Cargo 3 was an emptied module, one of the big ones, swept bare, the same kind of bay the lost supply modules had been before they sheared off at their collars and took 200 people into the dark. And somebody had rigged a sack target on a strut at one end and a foul line down the middle in reactor tape, and you threw a weighted feedstock canister underhand from your own half and tried to drop it through the sack while the other side did everything short of murder to put you off. No tackling. That was the only rule everyone agreed on, and it was honored the way the loaf rationing was honored, which was to say loudly and in the breach. Brant came off watch and went straight down, because you did, because the going down was part of how the watch let go of you. The module was loud already. Soto had a side and Aldridge had a side, picked by the two of them with the cold seriousness of admirals. And the betting pool, run out of a spare sample jar that lived on a bracket by the hatch and held a startling weight of small owed favors, ration chits, and one promissory note for a haircut, was already 3 deep. "You're with me, Brant," Aldridge said, the way you'd claim a tool. "You've got hands today, evidently. Stand at the line and don't let Hollis past you." "She is not standing at the line," said Soto, warm and blunt and gray under the eyes, because Soto was always gray under the eyes now and had decided to be funny about it instead. "She caught a fold this watch, Grace. The child's earned a rest. Give her to my side and let her sit in goal where it's civilized." "Goal's not civilized. Goal's where the canisters come at your face." "On your side. On my side, goal is a chair." Soto turned the full force of her tiredness on Brant like a searchlight. "Mia, come and sit in my goal and let these animals exhaust themselves. I'll owe you a real coffee." "You don't have real coffee. Ferris has real coffee. You have the idea of coffee." I have an understanding with Ferris. Everybody has an understanding with Ferris. The man runs the ship on understandings." Brant was grinning before she'd chosen to, the way you do when an argument is being had over your head about whose side you're on, and both sides want you. The week she came aboard, she'd have stood at the hatch not knowing where to put herself, the youngest by 20 years, a back of someone's neck view of every room. She put herself at Aldridge's foul line and picked up a canister, and waited, and the weight was good in her hand. "I'll take the line," she told Soto. "Sorry, Doc, I like it where the canisters come at your face." "Traitor," said Soto with enormous satisfaction, and went to organize her chair. Ferris cheated in the first round, and everyone let him, because letting Ferris cheat held the whole enterprise up. Ferris came down from the engine deck with Whitlock and Hollis and Dunbar trailing him, all of them gray with the same work, and he took Soto's side without asking and immediately began bending drop to his own design. He had a thing he did where he'd palm a second canister against his forearm under a sleeve and produce it at the moment the first one was airborne, so that the defense committed to the wrong throw. A sleight so brazen that the only possible response was admiration. He did it now. Hollis lunged for the canister Ferris had clearly thrown, and the canister Ferris had clearly thrown turned out to be his elbow, and the real one went underhand and clean through Soto's sack while Hollis was still committing to the lie. "That's foul," said Hollis, delighted. "That's engineering," said Ferris. "You work with what you've got. We're all working with what we've got down here, son." He spread his arms at the bare module, the welded foul line, the sample jar of deaths, the patched and dying ship around all of it. "Nothing in here's built for what we're using it for, including me, especially me." He pointed at Brant across the line. "Cleveland, you folded us through a guttering junction with one hand and trimmed the boundary with the other this watch. I heard it on the loop, don't think I didn't. You think that canister came out of my sleeve clean? You and me are the same operation, kid, both of us holding a thing together that has no business holding." "I caught a fold," Brant said. "You cheated at sack toss." "That's comparable skill sets," said Ferris, and threw his hidden canister, and it went in, and all of Soto's side howled approval at a throw that was unambiguously against the only rule anyone respected, and nobody on Aldridge's side called it. Because you didn't, because the day Ferris stopped cheating at drop was the day they'd know he'd finally stopped sleeping, and that was a worse thought than losing. Aldridge played to win. That was the tell of her, the thing the module showed you that the bridge hid. Under the closed door and the flat Manchester there was a furnace, and drop was the one place she let it out where it couldn't hurt anyone. She read the canisters the way she read a gallery, put Brant and Whitlock at the line as a wall, ran her own throws off the rebound, hard and low and angled, and when she scored, she didn't celebrate, just reset, jaw set, hunting the next one. This was the only rest Aldridge got, not the chair in Soto's goal. This, the clean problem, the winnable fight, the canister that went in or didn't, and didn't have a name or a rib to be left curled against. She carried the weight of who got sent into the dark, and here she set it down for an hour by refusing, with her whole furnace of a heart, to lose at the stupidest game on the ship. Brant held the line. She let Hollis through once, badly, stopped him clean twice after, and the third time stripped the canister out of the air before it reached the sack, and the line erupted. And Aldridge said, "There it is," without smiling, which from Aldridge was a parade. Brant stood in the noise of it with her stolen canister, and was not arrived, but in it. The noise was hers to make. The galley argument was about the loaf, the way the galley argument was always now about the loaf. Brant went up after drop, sweat-cooled and loose, because the other thing the afterwatch did was make you hungry, and the galley was where the ship kept its evening. The printers ran printer loaf, and not much else now. The after hydroponics had died with frames 31 to 34, so the green feedstock was a memory, and what came out of the printers came out of a feedstock stack that everyone could see getting shorter. The loaf was edible. The loaf was, on a good day, with the last of someone's smuggled spice stock and a cook who cared, almost good. And the argument, eternal and beloved, was over whether Boyd and the galley should spend the dwindling spice on making 3 more weeks of loaf bearable now, or hoard it against a worse stretch later that everyone could feel coming the way you feel weather. You spend it now, Dunbar was saying, loud, to the whole table, because there might not be a later. That's the entire point of out here. There might not be a later. That's exactly why you save it, said Whitlock, because when the later comes and it's bad, a good meal will be worth 10 of a good meal now. A good meal now keeps people sane to get to the later. Boyd already decided, said Soto, who had come up too and was eating her loaf with the flat patience of a woman who'd eaten worse standing over the dying. She's doing half now and saving half, because she's smarter than this whole table, and she didn't ask any of you. She tore her loaf. It's good loaf, Dunbar. Eat the good loaf and stop legislating it. And it was good loaf. Boyd had done something to it. The heel gone dark and almost sweet. Ship famous already, in the small, fast way a thing gets famous on a boat with one cook and nowhere to go. And the table ate it and argued about it, and the arguing was the point, and the loaf was the point, a crew having its evening around the thing it eats. Brant took her heel and a place that nobody made room for, because the room was already there, had been there for weeks, a place that was hers, and she put her oar into the spice argument, on Dunbar's side, because she wanted there to be a now, and the table told her she was wrong, warmly, at length, and she had never in her life been so glad to be told she was wrong. The wall was on the way back to berthing, and Brant stopped at it, because she always stopped at it now. They'd put it on the inner face of the frame 31 bulkhead, the sealed one, the welded one, the place the ship had been torn open and closed again wrong. Ferris's deck had done it, off watch, with a cutting torch run fine. The names etched straight into the patched plate, where the ship would carry them as long as the ship carried anything. No chaplain had ordered it. Nobody had called a ceremony. Hollis had just started it one night with Vance's name, because Vance was first, and Vance was the captain. And then it had grown the way Drop's rules grew, by people doing the next needful thing without being told. Vance, at the top, alone, the letters deepest, because Hollis had gone over them twice. Then Pell and Yarrow from the coolant deck, the first the ship lost after the captain. Then Pratt, Sengupta. Brant put 2 fingers on Pratt, the way she did, because she had been 8 meters from him when he went, had carried the core out past where he lay curled against an alien rib, had paid for it after, lying down, on her own, in the dark, the way Aldred said you paid. The letters were cold. She left her fingers on them a moment and did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that the cold under her fingers didn't say better. OKK, Bellamy. Freshly cut, these 2. The metal around the letters still bright where the torch had scoured it. The meat grinders' names, the ones from the lane they'd opened for a warm, grateful voice. And under them, deeper than a single name, a line Hollis had cut that just said, "And those we could not bring." For the unnamed, for the ones the dark had taken whole, off the sheared modules, never counted right. Sa-En was there. Sa-En stood at the wall the way the Nhál stood at everything, no shifting, no fidget, his long gray face turned to the bright new letters, and Brant nearly went past quiet to leave him to it, and then didn't, because she had folded a ship through a guttering junction that watch, and was loose and warm with loaf and drop, and did not want, just then, to leave anyone alone at the wall. She didn't know what Sa-En carried. She didn't know about the bench, or the cup, or the long fall on the slate. She only knew his shoulders were doing the thing shoulders did, the thing hers did when she stopped at Pratt. "Hey," she said, soft, American and young, against the standing quiet of him. "We're playing drop down in Cargo 3 after second watch. Soto's side's got a chair in goal. You could come sit in the chair. You don't have to throw anything." She bumped her shoulder, very lightly, against his arm, the human thing, the standing near she didn't know was his people's word for grief made bearable. Bring Nhál, there's a chair." Sa-En turned his head and looked at her for a moment, and whatever he carried, some of it moved off his face and made room.
"Vesha mia brant," he said, the greeting that was also "be at peace." And then, because he had learned to do the human thing too, fast and open, he gave it to her in her own tongue so she'd have it plain. "I will come and sit in the chair. I have wanted to sit in the chair. Nhál will say it is thresel, too fast, too loud. And she will come anyway, and that is also a thing your people taught us." Something that was almost a smile did something to the long gray face. "Thank you for the chair." "Any time," said Brant, and meant it, and left him at the wall with the names he carried and the ones she did, the both of them a little eased and neither saying so, which was how it worked now. Brant was nearly to berthing when she passed Marsh, and she almost didn't. Marsh was in the cross corridor where the signals runs came down off the spine, leaning in a hatchway with a slate, and he looked up when she passed and gave her the easy half-smile everyone gave Marsh back, because Marsh was easy. Marsh was the one who covered a watch when your mother's birthday came around in a calendar that didn't exist anymore. Marsh remembered your sister's name. He'd been at the table tonight, briefly, on the edge of the spice argument, in it and somehow a half-step back from it, the way he was, well liked, well inside the warmth, and keeping just enough of himself in his own pocket that you never once thought about the pocket. "Heard you caught a fold," Marsh said. "Nice work, Brant." "Hands did it," Brant said, and grinned, and went on, and thought nothing of it, because there was nothing to think. A quiet man being kind in a corridor, a half-step outside a thing he was fully part of, reading his slate, which was his job. She didn't look back. She went to her berth 3 frames aft with Loaf in her, and the NAHL coming to sit in a chair, and Marsh stood in the hatchway behind her with his slate, well inside the warm, loud heart of the ship, keeping his own counsel, and it read as nothing at all. In her berth, Brant lay in the dark, and her hands, finally, did the small shaking they'd saved up, and she let them, the trade coming due, paid after, lying down, on her own. The wall, Pratt under her 2 fingers, cold. Okeke and Bellamy still bright. San turning his head and saying thank you for the chair. Aldridge's furnace heart refusing to lose at sack toss, and Ferris's canister out of his sleeve, and the good dark heel of Boyd's loaf, and Soto's searchlight tiredness aimed at her like a gift. She did not think the word for it. Nobody on the ship had said the word for it, and nobody would, because the word was for people who had to be told, and nobody here had to be told. They'd buried Vance and Pratt and Okeke and the ones the dark took whole, and the burying was the floor the rest of it stood on, the loaf and the cheating and the chair and goal and her own steady hands. You didn't get the warmth without the wall. The wall was what the warmth was for. Her hands stopped shaking. Brant turned toward the bulkhead, 3 frames aft, the same green deck line outside running off into a ship she'd walked into a stranger and would, the next watch, sit the helm of again with nobody watching, because nobody had to.
The hum came up through the deck, low and even, a sound with no edges to it. And somewhere forward the Endurance made the 1,000 small noises of a thing held together by the people inside it doing the next needful thing. And Brant, who could not have named a single thing she wanted the day she came aboard, lay in the warm, loud heart of it and wanted only to be there in the morning to do her job among them, and was, for the first time since the maps ran out, not afraid of the dark on the far side of the hull. Chapter 27. The Handover. The summons went out under Mercer's own hand, and said nothing, senior officers and the Geneva delegation to the bridge, end of second watch, and unease came into the room ahead of the people, the way weather comes in under a door. Mercer had got there first. That was new. He had spent a career arriving last, after a room had assembled and grown anxious and was ready to be told what it wanted, and he had built 100 entrances on the timing of it. Tonight he came up onto the bridge before any of them, and stood a little to one side, by the rail, where a man stands who is no longer pretending the chair is the place he speaks from. The command chair sat empty at the head of the dais. He had left it that way on purpose, and the purpose was all of what he had come to do, and he had nothing in his hands and nothing rehearsed behind his teeth, and the strangeness of that was not fear, it was room. There was suddenly a great deal of room in him where the management used to live. They came up in 2s and 3s and read the empty chair before they read his face. Aldridge first, off the tactical watch, the closed-door Manchester flatness going a degree flatter at the sight of the chair standing alone. Then Ferris, gray to the wrists, smelling of the work, stopping dead at the head of the companionway with his eyes going from the chair to Mercer to the chair. Sotho, up from an hour beside Holt's slow machines, who looked at the empty chair, and then very directly at Mercer, with a face he chose not to read aloud to himself, because Sotho had been a doctor a long time, and knew the shape of a man who had stopped fighting a diagnosis. Hale, Marsh, quiet at the signals board, easy as ever, slotting himself in where a man slots who is fully part of a room and keeps a half step of himself in his own pocket. Brant at the back, the youngest, not sure she belonged and standing there anyway because she had been told to, and Sloane, last but for the delegation, coming on to her own bridge and stopping at the chair standing empty, with Mercer beside it and not in it, and going still, the particular Sloane stillness, the one that came over her when a reading she had refused turned out true after all. Behind them, in their own knot, the Geneva delegation. Halloran at the front of it, neat, unhurried, the second most prepared person in any room Mercer had ever shared with him, and the only one who had ever made Mercer feel watched. Petrakis at Halloran's shoulder with a slate, because Petrakis went nowhere without the means to record that a thing had been done in order. "You called us up and didn't say why," Aldridge said. Not a question. Aldridge did not waste questions. "I didn't," Mercer agreed, "because there's no version of the note that doesn't get to the bridge before I do, and I wanted to be the one who said it, in this room with all of you here to see me say it." He let that stand and did not fill it, and the room went from "what's gone wrong" to "something's about to be done" different weathers, and he had spent his life telling them apart. "Captain Vance kept this chair," Mercer said. "I took it. You all know how. I stood up in a wardroom with the dead still warm, and I took the chair, and I told you it was the chair speaking, and for a while you let me have that, because there was nothing else going, and a name had to be on the orders." He put one hand flat on the cold back of the empty chair, the way you put a hand on a door you are about to open. "I'm giving it to Commander Sloane, tonight, in front of you. So there's no story later where she took it, and no day one poison in it, and nothing for anyone to say except that they watched me do it with my own mouth." Mercer had thought the room might be quiet. He had not thought it would be this quiet. The structural hum coming up through the dais into the soles of every boot, and not one voice in it. The whole bridge gone to the stillness of people who have heard a thing they were not braced for, and are deciding, very fast, what they feel. It was Ferris who broke it, and Ferris broke it wrong, which was to say, honestly. "No," Ferris said. "No," Ferris said again, the engine deck gravel rough and surprised, a man as startled by the word as the room was. "No, that's... Wait, you don't get to just..." He stopped, dragged a gray hand down his face, and started again, lower and worse. "You blocked the board." Mercer said nothing. He had decided, coming up the companionway, that silence would do more here than any sentence he owned. And he held to it now, though it cost him to stand under Ferris's face and not reach for the soft, true thing that would turn it. "Halloran wanted a board of inquiry," Ferris said, to the room now, because Ferris had never in his life kept a thing in his own pocket. "On frame 31. Wanted it written down whose fault the 5 were, and it'd have gone in the deck's column, because that's where boards put things, and you blocked it, twice, 3 times. My deck. You took the weight off my people and put it nowhere anyone could see, and you never said a word. And you think I don't read the routing? Decisions are provable, Undersecretary. The ledger keeps them." His jaw worked. "You shielded us. And now you stand up here and hand the chair off like you're the one who's not fit to hold it, and I'm..." He spread his hands at the empty chair, at the man beside it. "I don't want the by-the-book one, and I don't want Sloan mad at me for saying it. No offense, Commander. I want the man who blocked the board. That's a captain. That's the only kind I've got any use for out here." "Dom," Sloan quietly from where she stood. "No, she should hear it too." Ferris turned half toward her, ragged. "I'd take her into the dark and back, but him standing up here calling himself unfit when the unfit thing to do was the board, and he ate it. That's the part I can't..." "It is the part," Mercer said, and Ferris stopped because Mercer had broken his own silence, and the breaking carried weight. "You've got it exactly backwards, and I'd let you keep it, except you've earned better." He took his hand off the chair. "Blocking the board was the one thing in this whole command I did well, and I did it well because it was a room, a note from Halloran, a finding to be turned, a weight carried where no one could see. That's the work I'm good at. I'd have blocked that board from a chair or a corridor or a grave. It didn't want a captain. It wanted a man who can read what's under a sentence and refuse it. I refused it. I'd refuse it again tonight." He looked at Ferris straight and let the color gone bad and the eyes gone back in his head be visible because he had stopped some weeks ago performing the face. "But you don't run a ship from under a sentence, Dom. You run it in the half-second when the trim walks and the number comes off the rails and there's no committee and no note and no room to read. And in that half-second, I cost us 5 people, because I reached for the version that spent nobody, and there wasn't one. Sloan was 3 steps to the con before I'd finished a question. That's the chair. The board's the easy room. I'm giving away the hard one. This is a matter for the delegation." Halloran had not raised his voice. Halloran never raised his voice. It was the thing Mercer had always disliked most in him, the certainty that the room would come quiet to hear him, and the room did, because the room had learned that a quiet Halloran had the rules on his side. "Forgive me, Undersecretary." He came forward a single neat step, Patroclus half a pace behind with the slate already lit. "Command of this vessel, devolved to you under emergency civilian authority, on Geneva's authority, exercised through Geneva's delegation, on the loss of her commanding officer. That authority is the delegations to hold and the delegations to release. It is not a thing one transfers across a bridge by speech. He inclined his head toward Sloane, courteous, cold. Commander Sloane is an exemplary line officer. No one disputes it. But she is ISCAFC. To place the chair in her hands is to remove this ship from civilian oversight at the precise moment that oversight most matters. A wounded hull, a contested far pocket, decisions with a body count, and a record that will one day be read in Geneva. A fractional pause, the clever man laying the true thing down gently. I cannot, in conscience, certify a handover that severs the line of authority I was sent here to be. And without certification, Undersecretary, there is no handover. There is only a speech. It was a good move, and Mercer admired it the way one craftsman admires another's clean joint, because every word was true, and it put the whole fight back onto the one ground he had spent 30 years winning on. A civilian in the chair was Geneva's hand on the ship's throat, and Halloran was not wrong that releasing it released something that did not come back. The old Mercer would have met him there, found the procedural gap, the precedent, the form of words that gave Halloran a face to keep while the thing got done, managed him the way he had managed harder men in worse rooms, and walked out with him half-charmed and wholly outflanked. Mercer did not do that. He had nothing prepared and did not reach for the deflection, and the restraint was a muscle these last weeks had taught him, and it ached like a new one. "You're right," Mercer said. Halloran's head tipped, a degree, the way a man tips his head at a sound he did not expect.
Every word of it. The authorities, Geneva's. Putting Sloane in the chair cuts Geneva out, and Geneva sent you here to make sure that didn't happen, and you're doing your job, and you're doing it well. Mercer let the admission stand, plain, no clause hung off it to take it back. And I'm overriding it, my authority. The same emergency authority that put me in the chair, which is mine until I release it, and not the delegation's to keep on my behalf. I'm releasing it to the senior line officer of this vessel, here, now, on the record Petrakis is keeping. Log it as my decision against the delegation's advice. Log that Halloran objected, correctly, and was overruled. Then you understand, Halloran said very evenly, that you are spending all of Geneva's standing in this, yours with it. When this ship reaches a place a report can be filed, the man who handed a Frontier Command vessel to a line officer over his own delegation's formal objection is a man Geneva no longer trusts in a delegation. You will have burned the thing that makes you useful to them, to us. Yes, Mercer said. Mercer had thought he would have to brace for it. He did not. It came up plain and settled, the way the relief had come up in the dead man's cabin. He had been Geneva's man in every room for 30 years, and was about to stop being any room's man at all. And the only ground that frightened him was that there was nothing left to stand on but the true thing. And the true thing held his weight. I'll spend it, it's mine to spend. I'd rather lose Geneva's trust than keep it by leaving the wrong hand on this ship one day longer. He looked at Halloran with something that was almost warmth, because the man had earned the clean joint of it. You'll file it the way you have to. File it true. I'm not asking you to make it look like anything. For once in my life, I'm not staging the room.
I haven't said yes. Sloane said it, the way she had said it across the dead chart table, flat, bare, the wall not even up to be brought down.
and the bridge came round to her, and she stood there in the middle of the looking with her burned hand at her side and did not move toward the chair. "I know," Mercer said. "You said you hadn't. You've had your sleep, the way I told you, the one order I had the standing left to give. And you're going to say it here, where the ship can see, or not say it. But I'm not putting it on you the way Halloran put it on me, as a thing the room decides for you. You decide it, in front of them. That's the only way it's clean." Sloane looked at him a long moment, the flat, tired, assessing look she gave a plot she did not like and meant to use anyway, and Mercer held still under it the way he had learned to, and did not perform, and let her have his face with nothing arranged on it. "I don't want it," Sloane said, not to him, to the bridge, to the people who would have to follow her into the dark, because she was too honest to take a thing under a lie, even a kind one. "I want you to hear me say it, all of you. You'll see me cold over a casualty count one day, and you'll wonder, and I want you to have heard this first. I never wanted the chair. I'm not Vance. I stopped trying to be Vance somewhere back in the dark, and I'm not starting again to make tonight easier." Her jaw set. "What I am instead is somebody who'll hate every call and make it anyway. That's all I've got. I distrust orders, and I distrust my own read in exactly equal measure. And the man handing me this chair is handing me the one job that's nothing but choosing and owning it. And he knows what it costs me, and he's doing it anyway because he thinks it's what the ship needs." She turned, finally, to Mercer. "Is that the reading? Say it to my face in front of them. Not a man running from a hard chair, a man who did the arithmetic." "A man who did the arithmetic," Mercer said. "Then I'll take it," Sloane said. "God help us both."
There was no oration in him. He had known coming up that there wouldn't be, and the knowing was the freest thing he had carried onto the bridge. The old Mercer would have made a speech here, would have read the room and given it the words it wanted. Vance's name set just so, the dead invoked at the right weight, a line about the dark and the long way home, the rhythm of it built to bring them with him, and the small pause left for it to land. He had 100 such speeches in him. He had built a career on the room mistaking the speech for the thing. Mercer looked at the people instead. Ferris, gray to the wrists. Soto, tired, past tired, and steady under it. Aldridge, with her furnace banked behind the closed door. Brant, at the back, young, who had folded the ship through a guttering junction this watch, and did not yet know she was someone the bridge could lean on. Sa-En was not in the room, and the wall was 3 decks down with Vance's name cut deepest at the top, and Mercer did not invoke any of it. Because invoking it would have been the speech, and the speech was the thing he had come to stop doing. "I'm good in a room," Mercer said, plainly, to them. "It's the only thing I've ever been good at, and I'm very good at it. And a room is not a ship. I learned that at frame 31 with 5 people I'll carry the rest of my life. Commander Sloane can run this ship in the half-second I freeze in. I can't learn to be her. I've stopped trying." He stepped back from the chair, one clear step, so the space between him and it was a thing the room could see. "So I'm getting out of the way. That's all of it. There's no more to it than a man getting out of the way of someone better at the work." It was 4 sentences, and it was not a speech, and it went into the room the way the speech never had, not as applause, not as the warmth he used to fish for, but as a kind of settling, a shifting of weight, people on the bridge standing differently than they had stood a minute before. Ferris's face did something and unmade it. Aldridge, who gave nothing, gave a single slow nod from the tactical board, the closest she came to a salute. And Soto looked at him with the flat patient gladness of a doctor whose patient has stopped fighting the true diagnosis and is, against every expectation, the better for it. "Commander Sloane," Mercer said, the grade, out loud, the first time anyone had said it, and the bridge took the word, and there was no taking it back. "She's yours. The chair, the deck, the orders. Mine's been the title. Yours is the ship. It always was." Sloane went up onto the dais. Sloane did not sit at once. She stood by the chair the way Mercer had stood by it, one hand on the cold back of it, and looked down the bridge at the crew that was hers now, and Mercer, off to the side at the rail where he belonged, let her find the weight of it in her own hands and not flinch off it. "Petrakis," she said. "Log it. Time and the words. Command of ISV Endurance transferred from Undersecretary Mercer to Captain Sloane, ICAFC, by Undersecretary Mercer's authority, against the delegation's recorded objection. Get Halloran's objection in too, in full. He was right and he was overruled, and the record carries both." A beat. "Then route the watch reports to me, properly. No one walking a slate up to a chair after the fact to keep a form." "Aye, Captain," Petrakis said. And the slate lit under his stylus, and it was done, the seam ledger taking it the way the ledger took everything, provable and immutable, no deniability in it for anyone, ever. Halloran inclined his head to Sloane, correct to the last, a man who had lost cleanly and would file it clean, and took his delegation off the bridge, and Mercer did not watch them go, because he had spent that ground and was not going to stand here mourning it. Sloane sat. Sloane did it without ceremony, the way she did everything, and the chair took her, and what came up in Mercer at the rail was not what he had braced weeks for. He had thought it would be the loss, the chair he had built his whole life to be the kind of man who held, gone now, perhaps for good. He had known on the dead man's deck that handing it away might cost it him forever, and he believed it still, standing here. And under the believing was the thing the body had known before the mind would hold it. He was lighter than he had been since the lights went wrong, lighter by exactly the weight of what he had set down, and not ashamed of the lightness, because it was not relief at escaping a burden, but the plain ease of a man standing in the right place at last. 30 years he had sat straight and pored at a borrowed table, so that no one would ever again take the firm apart while he watched. And he was, suddenly and bodily, not that man, and did not care, any longer, who drank the wine. Sloane caught his eye across the bridge. She did not thank him. Sloane did not waste things on thanks, and he would not have known what to do with it. She gave him instead the smallest tip of the head, not the assessment, not the wary thing, the new, steady look from across the dead chart table, and then turned it from him, out, to the dark beyond the hall and the cold junction they were running for, because she had a ship now, and the ship had a course, and the course did not wait on a moment between two people. "Captain," Sloane said, "where are we?" "Holding on to the cold junction vector, ma'am," Brand said, American flat among the British clip, her hands already on the board. "Steady, nothing the welds can feel." "Keep her there," Sloane said. "Easy. I want her whole when we fold." Mercer stayed at the rail a moment longer, in the low watchlight, while the bridge bent back to its work, and the chair at the head of it held the right hand at last. Then he went down the step, an ordinary man crossing an ordinary deck, and out into the spine of the ship, and nobody looked up as he passed, and it did not cut him. It read, almost, as a thing set right. Chapter 28. Dead Reckoning. There were no stars she could use, so Captain Maya Sloane built the course out of the only thing the dark would give her, which was the ship's own past. The plot in front of her was bare. Not dead, the Endurance still knew where her own hull was, still knew her drift and her heading, and the long curve of every fold she had survived to get here.
But the field around that knowing was empty of anything to fix it against. No network, no ledger reaching home with its tidy, provable line of where you are. No charted lane with its lights strung out ahead like a harbor approach. The far pocket gave back guttering stars that meant nothing, a sky that in the worst zones leaned inward as if the dark were crowding to look, and junctions that would not hold a fold long enough to trust. So Sloane did the oldest thing a navigator can do when the world goes blind. She took the ship's logged motion, every committed fold, every meter of drift the welds could carry, the marks Brant and the well had set down clean across weeks of running, and she ran it forward by inference and nerve. Where they had been, how fast, which way. No landmark to confirm it, only the integral of their own going carried out one careful step past the last thing she actually knew. Dead reckoning. The method you used when you had nothing left but the ship and the arithmetic and the willingness to be wrong slowly instead of lost all at once. It was a sailor's word from a drowned age, from wooden hulls on a water no one on this deck had ever crossed. A captain with a log line and a sand glass and a chip of wood thrown over the bow, counting his own speed out of the dark, because there was no shore to count it from. The instrument had changed, and nothing else had. You logged what you did, you trusted that you had done it, you carried the sum of it forward into a place that would not confirm you, and you held your nerve, and you were honest with yourself about the error growing in the count, because the error always grew, and the captain who pretended it didn't was the one who put the ship on the rocks, certain she was 100 miles off them.
Her hands were on the chair, not the rail. She had no rail to grip up on the dais, only the arms of the seat that had been Vance's, and then a colder thing while Mercer would not sit in it, and was hers now, plainly, in front of all of them. Sloane sat very straight and let the two things she was carrying sit in the same breath, because there was no separating them, and she had stopped trying. The first was the relief, and it was real, and she had not let herself name it until tonight. She had stopped pretending the chair meant nothing. For weeks she had run the deck and called it Mercer's ship out of some private decency, given the orders and let the title belong to a man who had never wanted to keep it, and the pretense had cost her more than the work. That was done. The ship ran to her hand now. She had asked for a heading, and the heading was forming under her on the plot, and there was an ease in it that her body had been starving for. The ease of standing in the one place she was actually built to stand. And under the relief, in the same lungful, the dread, because the chair was nothing but choosing and owning it, and she trusted herself with exactly that least of all. She distrusted blind obedience. She had stood on a deck once where a man with authority changed his mind by the book at the wrong moment and killed people doing it. And she distrusted her own reed in precisely equal measure. The two halves of the old wound balanced so finely that command was the one job designed to make both of them bleed at once. She knew what the chair did. It had taken the steadiness out of Vance in the half-second the fold went wrong. It had found the bottom of Mercer at frame 31 and shown him there was no version of the call that spent nobody. There was always a version that spent somebody. The chair was where you found that out. She had it now, the thing she least wanted, and the part of her that refused it, and the deep animal gladness of being right where the ship needed her, came up together and stayed together, and she did not resolve them, because they would not resolve, and she was done waiting for the part of her that wanted them tidy. Sloane breathed out. The course held its first leg on the plot. "Helm," Sloane said, "talk to me about the cold junction." Brant had the helm, and Brant did not flinch at the question, which was its own small proof of how far they had all come from the deck that would not move as one. "It's the only door we've got, Captain." Brant's hands stayed easy on the board. American flat among the British clip of the watch. No waver in it now, where at the start there would have been nothing but waver. Colder than the last 3. I've been watching it settle for 2 days, and it won't quite. Comes up toward a fold and then loses the resonance and slides back, like a stone that won't sit in the sling. The lane home died behind us when the network blacked out. This isn't that lane. This is a guess that it connects to a lane. If it holds a solution long enough, the math says it's the way back. And if it doesn't hold, then we've burned a fold we can't get back, and we're somewhere colder than here. Brant did not soften it. She had learned that from the captain. But I think she'll hold, ma'am, long enough. I've been wrong about junctions twice, and right about them more than that, and I think she holds. Good. Sloane let the good land plain. She did not over-question the answer. She had spent a deck once talking over a junior's read until the junior stopped offering one, and she would not do it on this bridge. Ferris. Here, Captain. The engine deck gravel came up through the link, gray and rough and warm under the bark the way it always was now. Drive's a memory of a drive, but she'll make you one clean commit. One. After that, I'm cannibalizing the after loop to relight her, and you don't get a second for a long while. So when you fold, mean it. I'll mean it. A corner of Sloane's mouth went, the dry thing the crew had learned to read. You've sold me on the welds so hard, Dom, I half don't want to disturb them. Disturb them gently, Ferris said. They've had a week. They're sensitive. It went round the deck, not quite a laugh, the thing that used to be impossible up here, and was furniture now. Aldridge, a tactical with the closed Manchester door cracking a hair, Marsh quiet and easy at signals, the well below them absorbed and unhurried. In the Shakedown, this same deck had been 6 separate crews who had never drilled together, 6 treaties that did not quite meet at the edges, a patchwork that would not move as one for a commander who did not trust them and trusted herself less. She had stood at that rail, bracing the ship like she expected the wheel to come off, and a deck takes its weather from the rail, and so they had all stood waiting for it to come off too. Vance had told her to stop 11 minutes before a boundary, and she had hated the lesson, and it had worked. And it had gone on working through every dark thing since, until it was simply how this bridge ran. Sloane took the half-laugh in and set it where she set the things that kept people alive, because morale was a weld that held the ship as surely as the ones at frame 31. And a bridge that could find a half-laugh on the edge of a blindfold would hold its station when the dark came in. Aldridge, Sloane said, the war. At our backs and staying there if we're lucky. Aldridge did not waste words. She never had. No pursuit on the scope. The Ansend front thinks we're theirs. They'll wave us off like heroes when we break for the junction. The Arn won't follow into a fold they can't read. Clean, if clean's a word that means anything out here. We run the gauntlet of nobody chasing us. Nothing out there but the dark itself. Nothing out there but the dark itself. Sloane let that be true on the surface of the plot and false under it, the way it had been false under it since the rail, since the engagement Hale would not let her call clean. The war was at their backs, the course was set, and the wrongness about the people they had bled for would not quit. The thing she had pushed down as noise when Hale came to her uneasy after the win and tried to say the silent things read like grief, not threat, and Sloane had half listened because she had needed the win to stay clean, and there had been no spare strength in her for a truth that made it dirty. She had no science. She had a captain's nose for a reading that did not sit, and it had not stopped not sitting since the rail, and Hale and Sahen carried the weight of it now, down in the dead hours of the science deck where Sloane could not follow them, and that was its own kind of dread, separate from the chair. the suspicion that what they had done worst out here was what had warmed them most to do.
Understood, Sloane said. We make for the junction. I'm not waiting for it to look friendly. It won't. Nothing out here does. Plot set on dead reckoning off our own track. I want every station carrying its piece of the count, because I haven't got a star to check it against, and I won't have one until we're through. Talk to me early, talk to me wrong. Just talk. It was the line from the first fold, the one she had given a deck of strangers 11 minutes before they crossed a boundary none of them had crossed. The words came up of their own accord, and she did not stop them, because they had been true then and were truer now, and the difference between then and now was all of what they had survived.
Captain. Soto, up from sickbay, come on to the bridge without making a thing of it, the way she came everywhere. The ship's quiet steadiness, the one face Sloane could stop performing in front of. She stood at the dais foot, tired past tired, holding 2 mugs of something that was almost coffee. Brant said you'd been up here since the watch turned. I came to make sure the captain ate something that wasn't a reading. I'm fine, Maria. You're upright, Soto said. It's not the same word. She came up the step uninvited, which only Soto did, and put one of the mugs into Sloane's hand where it sat on the chair arm, and did not let go of it until Sloane's fingers closed. Drink it. That's the medical order. You can write me up later for issuing it on the bridge. Sloane drank it. It was terrible, and it was warm, and it loosened something a half-degree, the way Soto always loosened her a half-degree, the one wall in the world she would let down. Tell me honestly, she said, low for the 2 of them, while the bridge worked on around them. Did I take it because it was right, or because I'm the kind of person who can't stand to watch someone hold a thing wrong? Both, Soto said. Same as everyone who's ever been any good at it. You think Vance was sure? She let that land. You took it because Mercer did the arithmetic, and you couldn't argue the arithmetic. And because some piece of you has wanted the deck whole and yours since the night the chart table had blood on it, and was ashamed of wanting it, and is still ashamed, and that's the part I'm not worried about. Soto looked at her blunt and warm and worn smooth. It's the captains who aren't ashamed I'd worry about. Drink the rest, then send for me if you stop being upright. Soto went the way she came, no ceremony in it, and down the rail where an ordinary man stood in the low watchlight because the bridge was not his anymore, and he had made his peace with that. Mercer caught Sloane's eye and tipped his head the smallest degree, not the wary thing, the new steady thing, and Sloane gave it back, and neither of them said anything because there was nothing a sentence would not have made smaller. The course built its second leg under her. The cold junction sat at the end of it, a guess at the end of a guess, a door that would not promise to be a door. Brant, Sloane said, how long to the fold point? Coming up on it, Captain. 20 minutes of running, and we're committed or we're not? We're committed. Sloane set the mug down on the chair arm and put both her hands back where they belonged. Take us in. Easy. I want her whole when we fold. Aye, Captain. It was in the last quiet stretch, with the count running down and the cold junction crawling up the plot, that the dread that had nothing to do with the chair walked onto the bridge in Naomi Hale's face. Hale came up from the science deck with a slate in her hand, and the color wrong in her, the clinical gone all the way to gray, and she did not come to the dais. She stopped at the rail near Mercer, where the light was low, and she stood looking at the slate the way a person looks at a thing they have already looked at 100 times and cannot make stop saying what it says. Sloane had a fold to commit. She had 20 minutes and a junction that would not hold, and a crew breathing on her count,
and the discipline of the chair was to give none of that up for a scientist gone quiet at the rail. She gave it up anyway, a fraction, because the wrongness that had ridden her since the rail had found a sound at last, and the sound of it was Nhál not speaking. "Doctor," Sloane said, "what?" "It's nothing for the fold," Nhál said. Her voice came out level and very far away. "Take the fold. It's nothing for the fold." But she did not move, and Sloane did not look away, and on the slate in Nhál's hand there was a face. The ascendant front had sent a parting hail, the way they had sent everything, fluent and warm, a last transmission as the Endurance broke for the junction, the envoy's grateful courting farewell, more of the charm that had made the whole crew want to be the people he kept telling them they were. Merrick Ton's face filled the small screen, caught clean and close. The easy intelligence in it, the open hands, a man thanking his saviors and asking, lightly, gracefully, when they might meet again. There was a moment in it, Nhál had it frozen, where the gratitude moved in his face into something that was almost grief at their leaving, a real feeling crossing real features, the small involuntary flicker under the words that a person cannot perform. And it fit. Nhál had spent the whole pocket teaching her analysis what human looks like, and the genuinely alien had refused it every time. The Oran song had run against the only prosody she had, which was human, which was wrong for them. And the wrongness, the residual the human models could never close, had been the proof that the silent things were truly other, truly themselves, a people her cleverest device could not carry across. She had built her certainty on that residual. The truly alien leaves a remainder when you hold it against the human template. The remainder is how you know. Ton left no remainder. The micro-expression on the frozen face, the grief crossing it at their going, sat against the human model and closed to nothing. No residual. No remainder. The fit the human template only ever made with one thing, and made now, perfectly, with the one species in this dead pocket the Endurance could talk to. Nhál looked at the clean capture of the man who had courted them into helping the wrong side, and the device that found the wronged ones alien found him not alien at all, found him fitting the human shape the way only a human fits it, with no seam anywhere for the difference to live in, and she could not account for it. She could not make it mean what it could not mean. She had no frame for the one thing they could speak to out here, fitting the template exactly. No science to put under it. Nothing but the closing of a gap that should never have closed, and the floor went out from under her without a single word she could say to anyone about why. Nhál went gray and went still, the slate in her hand, and she did not say, "He's human," because she did not have it, because there was no road from the gap closing to the sentence, only the gap closing and the cold of it. Sloane did not have the science. She had a junction crawling up her plot, and a fold to commit, and 20 minutes shrinking to 15, and she had a scientist gone white at her rail over a screen, and she could not see what was on the screen from the dais, and would not have known what it meant if she had. What she had was the captain's nose, the reading that would not sit, the wrongness she had carried since the rail. And here it was wearing Nhál's face, gone the color of a person who has found what lies under the surface and cannot lift it. "Nhál," Sloane said, quiet. "When we're through, you bring me whatever that is, the second we're through." "Yes," Nhál said, from very far away, "when we're through." Nhál did not say more. There was no more to say that any of them had the words for yet, and the fold would not wait on a moment between a captain and a scientist any more than it had waited on a moment between the captain and the man at the rail.
The cold junction came up to its pitch. The hull began, very faintly, to carry it. The pressure the soles understood before the ears did. The whole patched and gutted vastness of her, leaning toward a door she could not see the far side of. "Brant," Captain Sloane said. "Fold point." "On it, Captain." "Drive, on my mark, you commit and you do not stop committing for anybody, including me." The same order, out of the same wound, meant the same grain. "Confirm." "Drive confirms. No abort after the mark." The deck answered her in its pieces, and the pieces were one thing now, the well and the helm and tactical and signals breathing on the same beat. A crew that in the Shakedown could not move together for a captain who did not trust them, moving together now for a captain who had earned them and been earned by them, in a dark with no map and no name. Sloane took it in and gave each piece its acknowledgment, and did not, once, talk over an answer, and it cost her nothing at all any more. The cold junction would not promise it was a door. The course was a guess off their own going, run forward by inference and nerve into a sky that meant nothing. The war was at their backs, and the dead were on the hull, and the worst thing they had done out here was wearing a gray scientist's face at the rail with no name to it yet. Sloane put her hands on the chair that was hers. "Mark," she said. And the Endurance, her crew on one beat, her captain in the chair she had never wanted and would not give up, committed to the fold, and at the rail, in the low light, Hale stood holding a frozen face that fit the human shape with no remainder anywhere in it, and could not say why, and the dark beyond the dead reckoning opened to take them in.